It's not just any Halo Major. It is the OpTic Halo Major. Our home crowd in front of the green wall, putting on a show deserving of the venue that we will host it in. OpTic's first Halo Major, June 30th to July 2nd.
Welcome to the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming. It's super hot in Arlington, Texas, with a forecast of even hotter gameplay coming from inside this arena as we kick off the second major of the year. The fans are already funneling in, and the open bracket is already underway, with the passion pit getting, well, very passionate. But my sights are firmly set on this main arena room, this main stage where all of the teams will be battling it out all weekend long to try and lift that trophy and take that major title home. And guess what, guys? We get to talk all about it. So excited about, of course, being here in Texas, the next major of the year. Clutch, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, the energy from the amateur bracket, the open bracket that we haven't had in a couple of events now, I'm already feeling it. I made my way through it earlier this morning, seeing all the amateur players there, like just warming up, getting ready for what is going to be a grueling bracket to try and qualify for these pool play spots. I couldn't be more excited to see who comes out of that bracket and can contest some of our professional teams.
Indeed, I'm very, very excited. The competition is at a very spicy level in Halo Infinite, and Gaskin is getting very passionate in the passion pit, of course. The open bracket teams really battling it out to get into the pool play spots as well. But there's so much to play for this weekend, and how are you feeling about it, sir?
I'm feeling great, and I'm also very excited for this OpTic crowd. I mean, how many majors have we had that have already felt like a home ground for OpTic Gaming with the fans when they come in and they are screaming and they are sometimes the loudest that we have? To have a whole stadium full of people that are majorly here for OpTic Gaming. I mean, I wouldn't want to play against OpTic personally. That's a scary factor, but at the same time, that adds extra pressure to the team.
It does indeed. I'll tell you what though, I'm here for it. I think right now, having the green wall as the majority of the crowd, being at the home of where OpTic are and their base, it's going to be absolutely incredible. I can't wait to hear the fans make the noise, and I guarantee you the roof is going to be blown off at some point this weekend, and I can't wait for it. I've got to say though, there is so much going on in this room, and honestly, like the crowds in the previous esports tournaments we've had in here, Call of Duty has been absolutely crazy. The drums have been going out. I'm not sure if Hitch is coming to get the drums on the main stage as well. I mean, look at them. OpTic are playing a bit later on, but they're out in full force already. Absolutely incredible. And of course, a sold-out weekend as well, not to mention the fact that we have some exceptional co-streamers and some in the room as well. We have Scump's watch party happening right here, live in the room. He'll be sat in these chairs later on with Methods and Co. It's going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's his birthday.
It is his birthday today, so happy birthday, Scump. We'll probably get some eyes on him a little bit later, where hopefully the whole room can sing to him as well. But of course, LVT also in the building, co-streaming too, with all the action, especially happening in the open bracket. So much going on. I can't even stop talking, but it's going to be incredible. However, I will say, with OpTic not quite performing the way I think we all wanted them to in the last event, what a place for a bounce back, hey? What a place to really get it done this time on the stage with the lights all green, with the green wall behind you. And Clutch, it's exactly what they need to do. And if there's a team that's going to be resilient, the word we've been using for them all season long and all of last year, this is the time to do, and I think they can.
I think that's the perfect word when you try to define these guys, right? So often last year did we see these guys go through ups and downs, but they've been consistently at the top for these past 3 events and then falling short at DreamHack Dallas. That was unfortunate, but almost needed to kind of right the ship, to refocus coming into the big OpTic major where, hey, this one, it means a lot to Hex. It means a lot to the Green Wall. They're going to be here in representation. This is the one tournament you want to win if you're the Green Wall.
It certainly is. And Gaskin, if they do want to reclaim the throne, what do they need to do in order to get that done?
I think that consistency wasn't quite there for them at the last event. There was a few objective games where they really let the ball drop, right? They were letting sand slip through their fingers at times. In particular, I remember a game against Quadrant where they had the game sewn up and then a few minutes go by and they lose that game on Capture the Flag, and they're left just, I think, in an abysmal situation where they don't really know what's going on. How did that happen? How has the other team come over us? They still go on to get top 3 regardless, but moments like that, you can't afford to slip. OpTic need to be back at their very best, but as you say, the best time is to do it is now. It's a major again. They have still won the previous majors in this season, and even if they lose a minor, that's not going to take too much of their confidence away. They still believe they are the best team in the world.
They certainly should indeed as well. They are part, of course, of our big 3. The big 3 that have been pretty much in rotation of winning most things that we have on offer here at Halo Infinite and our competitive season. Now, when it comes to the big 3, it really is a big question of whose turn is it this time. We've seen so many different kind of scenarios where each team has been better on a certain day, and it's been marginal, right? It's been inches that have been between all of these guys. And I think the big question is whose turn is it this time? You know, what are the differences between our big 3 here, Clutch?
Yeah, the only people that get to answer that question are those 3 teams themselves and how well they played this weekend. I'm looking for SSG, though. They haven't won a major as of yet. Keep falling short in these grand finals, but they're by narrow margins. Game 7 at Worlds, Game 7 of last tournament. Sometime SSG is going to click, and when they do, I expect them to be the ones that hold up the trophy. It could be this weekend, but any of those 3 can honestly be up there at the end of the day.
They can indeed. The big 3, of course, being OpTic, FaZe, and SSG as well. And Gaskin, what is it about a big 3 that make them so dangerous and have themselves in this kind of rotational blender of winning certain events?
I mean, I think I already mentioned consistency, and consistency is what separates the top 3 from the rest of everyone else in this tournament across all of the maps and modes. There's very little weaknesses. If there are weaknesses, they're usually exposed by the other teams in the big 3 and not those outside of the big 3. Is it a case of, you know, one of the other teams is bad at a stronghold? Okay, can we expose that somehow? Yes, but everyone outside is not doing that. They're not finding the way because all of these teams are so good. How many times do we hear teams say, oh, well, we would have got top 3 if we had had an extra stronghold, if we had had an extra oddball? You don't really hear that from the likes of OpTic, FaZe, and SSG because they're happy to play any maps and modes that are in front of them. They are practicing them accordingly. They are making sure they're on the top of their game with every single map and mode.
They certainly are indeed. I've got to say, though, when it comes to the margins and how close things really can get here in terms of the competition level, I mean, the last bracket that we saw at a LAN event is a perfect example of how crazy it can get. I mean, upsets on upsets, you know, just turning things upside down. I mean, a close reverse sweep here and there, especially our grand finals. It was absolutely wild and, again, marginal in terms of the results here in Clutch. It was crazy, but who's to say this won't happen again here?
I mean, when there's a Halo tournament, chaos ensues. And I mean, you could look at this bracket, look at all the 3-2s, the 4-3 in the grand finals. I mean, even the team that won the tournament was pushed to game 5 in winner's bracket round 1. So although we talk about the big 3, there are a lot of teams that if they come out hot and they find that consistency that you're talking about, Dan, they're going to give everyone in this bracket trouble. I can't wait for the chaos to ensue later.
And I think this was one of the most important tournaments we've seen for Slayers. Like, Slayers in general were so crucial that teams were on top of them, that were winning those game 5s, winning those game 7s, and it was so apparent in the upper finals and the grand finals. Had that just been a slightly different Slayer, we might have got a bracket extension. We might have got that reset and a chance to see SSG maybe finally being the bride rather than the bridesmaid this season, but it just doesn't seem like it's quite there yet for them. But I think Clutch, he touched on a great point. If SSG can just get over that final hurdle, that's going to be terrifying for every other team in this tournament.
Very, very scary indeed. I got to say, Onset, you know, he did make the point, I think a couple of tournaments ago, a couple of months ago, where he said, you know, I don't understand why teams aren't practicing, aren't scrimming Slayers. You know, they're so important. That has definitely come into fruition, especially at the Global Invitational. And what we're seeing in scrims now, there are definitely a couple of Slayers sprinkled in there amongst some of the scrims. So it's good to see those on the cards, and I think teams are really taking that very, very seriously because you do need to end in style. And if you go to a game 5, it's going to be the Slayer that, you know, depends in terms of your fate here. So we need to talk a little bit about what's been going on in between both of the LANs, which is, of course, Rostermania, and it has been absolutely incredible. Oh, wait, before we talk about Rostermania, actually, let's talk about FaZe. Hold on, I'm getting way too excited about all of this. Let's talk about FaZe, a roster that hasn't had Rostermania involved at all. A previous Rostermania roster, though. And I have to ask about, of course, their win at the Global Invitational and how much confidence that has honestly given them, especially bringing Renegade on board.
Yeah, I think we were talking about it, Dan, and this does everything for FaZe as far as getting on the right tracks, as far as what their expectations for themselves are. I mean, we know who this team is. Snakebite Royal to Frosty, part of what was the last Halo dynasty, I would say. from the Halo 5 era, and they're looking to try and figure out a way to start that again. The reason that they were picking up Renegade in the first place was to win tournaments. They've done just one at this point. This is an opportunity to keep that momentum going here this weekend, and they need to keep that momentum going because they have teams like SSG and OpTic right on their tails.
And Renegade was and is the most consistent placer that we have throughout the entirety of the HCS. He is number one. He has always been up there in the top 3. Incredible consistency from him. He was the right pickup for this squad. I know there was a lot of drama around it. I know how tough a decision it was for these 3 members to make that move, but now it's been done. Now they've got that victory, and now they've just got to keep doing it. They need to keep moving forward and keep that level so that they can stay number 1 and they maybe become another dynasty. I don't want to talk about dynasties yet because they're nowhere near that, but this could be the beginning.
Yeah, and I think as a player or as a group of players, and you've had the success that these 3 have had picking up Renegade, they need the win most importantly to answer the question. They need the win most importantly to prove to themselves that they can still get the job done, that they are still the best players in the world. There's always going to be that time in your career as a player where you're wondering, is it my time to fall off yet? Because time's undefeated, Dan. Like, it takes everybody eventually. I think what these 3 learned this previous event was they still have what it takes to win tournaments, and we'll see how that momentum shift builds their confidence throughout these series this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's very promising for FaZe, especially as, you know, they needed that win for their confidence, but I think also confident in the fact that they haven't met their ceiling yet as a team. You know, they're still a fairly new squad, so I think the fact that they're still putting work in, they're still learning things about themselves is a huge benefit for this roster as well. But we need to talk about, of course, what we're going to be getting our way, which of course is our Rostermania teams and how we're going to be seeing them, because it has been absolutely nuts across the past couple of weeks. And you know, my big question right now is, you know, what are your most exciting roster moves and who are you excited to see set in motion?
Yeah, I'm actually shocked we saw this many changes leading just a month in between events. Typically, I would have said most teams stay together, right? Especially with contract situations going on. Wrong. Sentinels make major changes to their roster. They pick up Valkade and Boobadooboo. Those are going to be some exciting duos to watch compete once again together. And then you also have a player like Cycle get an opportunity to join Shopify Rebellion, and they got top 6. They said, we're not complacent with top 6. We think we can get better. We're going to add some individual skills. Cycle, one of the new up-and-comers in this league. We're going to have an opportunity to see what Cycle can do now with a matured roster that can get him a little bit more polished up. I'm stoked to see both those rosters.
Me too. I'm stoked to see pretty much every single roster change in action as well. But folks at home, this part you need to listen up a little bit closely and carefully, because Twitch drops are coming your way this weekend and they are going to be incredible. So you guys do get the Covenant Frontline Twitch drops if you do watch all weekend long. They're actually all available on all Armor cores as well. All you have to do is tune into twitch.tv/Halo to get your hands on these bad boys. Absolutely gorgeous. The blue is looking so good. Absolutely love to see all of that, especially the honeycomb.
Blue's my favorite color.
It's really nice. Blue is my favorite color too, funny enough. Also, we do have our co-streamers as well, which you can also get incredible Twitch drops from them as well. They're also unique Twitch drops, so make sure you are tuning into the closed streamers. We've got Skunt Method, Zuma, we've got Ben, we've got Eli X, we've got Mint Blitz, we've got Europa Halo, and we've got LVT in the building as well. So make sure you guys are tuning into all of those as well. It's going to be incredible. Now you may be asking, okay, well that's great, but where do we watch? We have plenty of places for you guys to watch. Just a quick note though, C and D will not be live today. They will be alive across the rest of the weekend, so make sure you're tuning into A and B today, but there's plenty of places to watch. Get the tabs open, get your Twitch drops, and more importantly, watch all the Halo Infinite action you guys can get your eyes on. It's going to be incredible. We also do have our pool play as well. For talking about pool play as well, we've got our prize pool. We do have $250,000 on the line. First place takes home $100,000. That is a lot of money to be playing for. It's going to be a lot of pressure on that main stage. But I think for me as well, I think with the money on top of the fact that these teams want to make sure things are working out for them, they're getting the placements that they want as well to make sure that the rest of their season is going ahead as planned is huge. But the money also does help, that is for sure. Now, pool play is really, really exciting. We do have some exceptional teams in pool play, of course, split up in 4. I've got my eyes on pool A, though. This pool of death.
How could you not?
It's going to be pretty crazy. Gaskin, I got to ask you about this because we've got FaZe, Sentinels, Quadrant, and of course an open bracket team coming in a bit later on as well. What makes this team so scary?
Well, This pool in general is scary, and the reason why is because with the regional seeding and the way it works, Quadrant come in as 9th seed despite the fact they finished top 6, right? The only way they get to progress and be a higher seed is for the whole region to prove themselves across this season. So that means that Quadrant land in 9th. Sentinels make their changes. They are an 8th seed, and they have already looked like a team that could be pushing into the top 6. So FaZe, who finished first, get to face off against potentially 2 top 6 teams in their pool, which is insane and what makes this pool absolutely terrifying for everyone involved.
There's 2 teams I feel bad for in this pool. FaZe for having the #1 seed, having a team like Sentinels and Quadrant in your pool as the #1 seed, which you typically would say, this is supposed to be the easy pool because I've earned the easy pool. Wrong. You get these 2 juggernauts that have established themselves on the scene. Sentinels, obviously, we know who those guys are. Quadrant, the danger that they provided to OpTic last tournament, make them a very dangerous dog. Feel bad for FaZe. Also, feel really bad for the open bracket team that gets into this pool, because not only are you probably coming out 4th in pools, but you're probably going to get the beat down every single time you're going up against one of these top 3 teams.
You certainly will indeed. It'll be very, very scary for whatever open bracket team comes into that pool of death, but all of our pools are going to be highly competitive as well, so I can't wait to watch what happens on all of those. And talking about watching, let's have a look at the schedule for day 1 here at the OpTic Major to see what is coming your way. Beginning the day, we have Sentinels versus Quadrant. Space Station takes on G1. FaZe will be seen with Sentinels a bit later on at 3 p.m. OpTic takes on 6 Karma, the green wall out in full force, I am sure. And then FaZe versus Quadrant, a match we were really hoping to see last time, but yes, day 1, it will happen. And OpTic versus Rebellion to finish off the day as well. It's going to be absolutely incredible. We're running out of time up here, so we need to set up this first match. And the first match is going to be Sentinels versus Quadrant. And boys, while I have you, I need to ask what you make of this one. Sentinels, of course, the roster that we're going to be looking at, you know, seeing if these changes are working, you know, how slow is this team going to be? Because when you think back to actually what this team and their makeup was like, you know, MCC, they all had won previously before, minus Ace and Lethal being in the place of that one there. They have done it before, but how does that compare now to Halo Infinite?
I think it builds a lot of trust amongst each other coming into a new game and a new tournament. Everybody has confidence in each other on this Sentinels roster as far as we've been there, we've done that. We know when we're playing well as a group, we can win a tournament. So I think the Sentinels roster is going to come in with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, but honestly, a lot of confidence with that chip to kind of ruin expectations of what people may think this Quadrant roster is capable of.
Indeed, and on the other side of things, Quadrant, they really established themselves last time. And I've got to say, in terms of their actual placement, it didn't really, I think, compare to actually how good they were playing and the level we're seeing from this roster. Gaskin, what do you expect from them this major?
I expect them to be pushing themselves into the top 4, and I expect them to believe they can do even more than that. I think they can take on the world, and I think that they know that they can beat now top 3 teams. That was what they did last event, is they proved that as a European side, they can beat a top 3 team, something a European team had not previously done. One of the biggest takeaways I have from Quadrant is the fact that now North American teams are looking at how they play. This might be the first time in Halo history we have seen North American teams study a European team and how they're playing, especially Strongholds. They looked insane in Strongholds, and if they can get Strongholds at this event, they are going to be kind of rubbing their hands together and getting very excited about it.
They certainly will indeed. Well, I'm getting very excited because I have been told that the game is ready to go. Our teams are just about set up. So we're going to have to go and check in with our casters. The first pair of the day, we have Bravo and Onset. Boys, hello. I can see you literally right up there on the balcony.
Hello, lot. We
How
can
are
see
you
you
doing?
over there.
Oh,
we're
nice to
chilling.
see you.
We're super excited, obviously. I mean, the stage looks beautiful. We've got the best view in the house, by the way, because we can see both the open bracket over our shoulders and the main stage, so we're not going to miss anything.
It's going to be great. I can't wait. This first series, Mark, you and I were talking about how we really couldn't ask for a better Series 1 here in terms of the storylines coming in. You look at Sentinels, you look at Quadrant, 2 teams with very different stories, however, a pretty similar target for both of them in terms of final placing.
Oh, 100%. Both these teams, it's a minimum of top 6, you would say, to have a successful tournament. We'll start off by talking about Sentinels, right? Because it's a new look lineup. 3 of them, like they spoke about on the desk, have played together before, and most importantly, won a championship doing so. Back on MCC, back on Halo Reach. So they know what it takes to win an event. But some of the team changes that went down, maybe some tough decisions had to be made. We saw the splitting of the long-time duo in Spartan and King Nick, and then we've seen the roster kind of come together. 2 members of the previous G1 roster joining, and on paper, we feel like the chemistry might be there to have success.
Yeah, definitely. I think, as you said, on paper, this one looks like it's going to be fare better than the roster we saw previously. You and I have been talking about it for a very long time. How long could a roster like that with top 8, top 12 performances sustain itself, right? The caliber of players was too high, and top 8, top 12 was never going to be enough for that Sentinels roster. So now bringing in kind of the veteran half of the G1 roster on the Sen side definitely tees them up for a little bit of a different story here, and that's certainly what they're going to be hoping for with these big changes. But also Quadrant, one of the only top 8 team changes to stay the same coming into this event.
I mean, we've got to talk about Quadrant, right? And what a huge event this is for this lineup, for the region, and for the 4 gentlemen who are sat on the stage at the moment. Now, the most terrifying thing with Quadrant, you can see Seeker, he's shaved his head. He's got the bald buff, so I'm a big Quadrant fan coming into this series, and we're not hanging about today, Andy. We are straight into game number 1. We've got Oddball on the streets to kick things off with 2 teams who could not be more tightly matched.
That's right. The question is here, how is Quadrant going to fare, right? Not necessarily their best game type here in Oddball, however, going up like a team in Sentinels who has a pretty strong record here. These players overall on both sides kind of having a really strong history on the Sentinels side in terms of their Oddball performances. The question is, how will this series kick off? It's going to be a big tone setter for these 2 teams.
It certainly is indeed. And for both teams, I feel like this is the series, if they come out of it victorious, really sets a place marker down for their tournament as a whole, right? Because if Quadrant come out of this, they know they've beaten a roster that's been put together to get into the top 6, to push into the top 4, and maybe win a championship. On the other side, if you're Sentinels, and all of a sudden you're thinking, hey, maybe if we take down Quadrant, the hot team coming in from Dallas, then we are going to be a team who could be pushing towards that grand final.
That's right. That is the question here, of course. It looks like we're going to have this map 1 restarted in just a moment here, but as we keep talking about everything, just how loaded this first series is. Like we said, sometimes historically, you and I, maybe we have the first series of the tournament, it's one where there's a lot of maybe easier conclusions to make, where you think, okay, this is going to maybe be a 3-0, something like that. However, in looking at not only the team makeup, the team stories here, but also even the game types, this one certainly could go the distance. We talk about Slayer Livefire, right? That one's going to be a toss-up also, but Stronghold Streets will be interesting, right? Because Quadrant historically such a strong Strongholds team. However, Streets being their weakest map makes that a pretty interesting game number 3.
It does. It gives us a chance to talk about Strongholds and Quadrant as well, just while we wait to get this first map underway, because you're hearing from the desk, understandably, you're hearing from us like Strongholds, Quadrant, Strongholds, Quadrant. Now, to put that into context, to give you some numbers behind that and why we are kind of so fascinated about that story, there was one team at the last event who managed to break 100 points against Quadrant. Now, that was OpTic Gaming, and they did it once. I think it was 250 to 197. Every other game that Quadrant played Strongholds, regardless of the map, no one broke 3 figures.
Crazy. Absolutely crazy. I think the only team to get anywhere near that was Native Red. They had a 250 to 94 loss. But you saw results where they were beating teams like J-Links 250 to 12. Pretty wild stat, and kind of backs up just how wild this team is at that game type.
Talk through them a bit. I mean, against Sentinels, 250 to 54. Against OpTic, 250 to 39. Like you mentioned, Native Red, 250 to 94. J-Links, 250 to 12. And then that outlier against OpTic Gaming, you know, the previous champions coming into that event, 250 to 197. It's almost as if we've never seen a team with that level of dominance in a certain game type.
Right, through Halo history, right?
Yeah.
Not just in Halo Infinite. We're talking about Halo history here. There is not a team that we can think of truly that has had that much of a breakout performance in terms of a single game type. You think back to the likes of the Final Bosses, the Carbons, etc. throughout history, and they have dominated eras of Halo. However, very rarely, and if ever, do you see a team with score lines like this against the best teams in the world. It's pretty wild to see that level of consistency as we take a look at both teams down the line.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see, you know, how that's going to develop, and I think that everyone is going to be aware. But I think Dan raised a really good question, right? Everyone's going to be looking at Quadrant now as, how are they playing this game type? Like, what are they doing differently to blow teams out that we're not? And how do we combat against that? And I know they've been out in America. They've been boot camping, quite rightly so, trying to get the practice in before this event. And just looking at some of the scores, I know that Quadrant maybe didn't have the greatest setup, so I'm not trying to take too much away from it. But, you know, there was a couple of scores in those Stronghold games that were a lot closer. And I think there was a few losses in there as well. So teams are certainly looking at how Quadrant approach that game type and what they can do to combat that playstyle.
Oh, it's so much to take away. You have, as you say, there's no doubt that every team within the top 16 minimum should be watching Quadrant Strongholds game types and trying to figure out what on earth is this team doing that no one has done in this game yet, right? That's what Quadrant has been up to. as we take back a look at the Sentinels on the left side of your screen, talking a little bit more about them, I think one question you and I still have, even with this new lineup of these 4 players, is really where is the responsibility of play calls, right? An open question. I think we're thinking largely it can and maybe should be Lethal in terms of what he's able to do. Vocally, we heard him, I think, most notably during the listen-ins at Charlotte. He sounded really confident in his play calling, and you have to think he's probably the one they're going to look to in these games as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat of a new role for him as well, I would say. Usually TJ's a great communicator, one of the best in the game, but he's not the person who's going to be saying, hey, let's do this right now, let's make this play. And I think he kind of naturally, looking at his progression in his career, it seems like a role that would fit on this roster, especially with the teammates he has alongside him. But for now, it looks like we're almost ready to get back into game number 1 and kick this tournament off, Andy. Like we said, it's going to be oddball on streets, and it's a fascinating game type to start between these 2 squads.
It really will be now, as we are officially into game number 1 here, and the tournament is kicked off. The HCS Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming. We already have a loud crowd in the building, which will only get louder. Also a sold-out crowd here in Arlington, Texas. So happy to be here. So happy to be underway with our first series.
Feels like the season really is underway now in Halo Infinite. Last event just a month or so ago, and we're straight back into even more action. And off the rip here, it's going to be 4 dead, you would imagine, as Chick lines one up onto Lethal. Quadrant with a hot start here. Control of Rockets and the oddball, and a full setup here back at.
Very nicely done there from Chick. Not easy to do. Thought about maybe the back whack. Instead, he goes for the splash damage off of the tires. It will lead to the first 14 points on the board for the side of Quadrant, and the A hold will continue for just a second, but these next picks at Cafe will determine if the break happens. The first kill does come in for Sen.
Yeah, good damage came in from SLG though, and that's going to slow things down. Looks like Quadrant made the decision to try and play that ball and trying to slay out a little bit. And I think one thing that was a conversation that we were talking about post-event, we caught up with SLG a little bit after what was the breakout performance from Quadrant, is as good as they are, it's still a very inexperienced roster. They haven't been in these big matches too often. They haven't played the best in the world on a consistent basis. And he was saying maybe that was something that showed, especially in those tight game 5s at the end of series.
Took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say game 5s are really what we had our eye on in terms of what happened at Dallas. Some good damage coming in there from Boo Boo. 1 dead for each side. The next kills will, however, go to Quadrant.
Legend picked up 2 as well. Lethal going to get some trades. It's a 1v1 on the map at the moment. Chick versus Lethal. Good grenades coming in from Chick, and he's going to grab that odd ball away, knowing that he's done the damage. The score is 23-7 at the moment, so not too much between the 2 teams, but you have to say that Quadrant have certainly been in the ascendancy at the start of this game.
Yeah, really impressive Quadrant here off the opening. Just like you said, that 1v1 was a really great representation of how they've been playing the game type so far. They're knowing that they don't need to force these kills. Good movement, though, from Lethal to sneak under a few shots as he'll get into back A and maybe just slow things down for just a bit. They will take down 2. An important timing here with the rockets up.
Yeah, Chick's going to have a 1v1 here. Really important kill. Falcatia comes in to give a little bit of assistance here to Lethal. And the idea of why this is such an important round of kills, not only the oddball, but the rockets just dropped as well. Good cover fire coming in here. Seeker will be able to take down the rocket player, so 1 rocket still to be used by either Quadrant or Sentinels left inside of tires.
Interesting there. I think that rocket does go. Yeah, it will be Chick with the trade there with Foul, so the rockets will be out. But really interesting timing there, because I was really impressed with what we saw from Sentinels with the 3 dead just before the rockets popped. To be honest, though, it took them a minute to actually get the rockets in the end. However, even though those rockets will just be traded out, we will see a lead change here as Sentinels will take the lead now 30-23.
Quadrant should be able to get into Tram here, though. You saw that stick being picked up and Spartan being taken down. And the oddball will now be played. Chick picks up a couple, and now Spartan left on his own. He's the first spawner as well. So pretty much every single player here from Sentinels isn't past the 50-yard line of the map. That's going to mean ball time here for Quadrant. It's in the hands of Legend, and you can see Seeker. He's set up on the commando.
Yeah, back and forth between these 2. Lead change will happen yet again. Quadrant will eke out a few more points. Good damage from Seeker. However, the push comes in. It's a nicely timed Sentinels push. 2 dead for Quadrant. Ball has to be played off of trash.
Yeah, Chick just trying to stay alive here. Make sure that ball is going to be pressured and that he's going to be able to do damage on his way to the grave. He does so, but like you say, the break has come in successfully here from Sentinels. 39 points to 38. Sentinels in control of the oddball, eking out a little bit of a lead here in round number 1, but so tight between the 2 teams.
Really interesting to talk about that break. You actually had the players on Quadrant there, and Seeker just dropped. Ooh, good shots there from Spartan in the end. 2 dead for here for Sentinels momentarily. That will be 3 dead, a minor man advantage for Quadrant, but an interesting break there. I think there was maybe an opportunity for Quadrant to not allow that gap when he dropped off a trash. Everyone had already flown in from Tram, so you could tell the timing was just a bit off for Quadrant.
Yeah, interesting to see how both teams are trying to break each other. It is a patience game. Everyone trying to get numbers on the map before they try and formulate a push. Legend taken down here means that Quadrant will have 2 players in the death screen, and not for the first time. The kills timed perfectly. Rockets picked up again here by Lethal. That's going to be Quadrant 3 dead and a rocket in the hands here for Sen.
That's right. That's not just 2 for 2 on rocket pops, as the lead now extends all the way to 70-38, but also the second rocket grab was even more impressive than the first. The timing was great. Lethal's now able to hit from downtown as well. The crowd likes what they see. That rocket comes from Cafe, and Quadrant pays the price. They still have 2 dead. It's very good slaying control here from Sentinels.
Yeah, you're going to have to see Quadrant just slow down for a second here. They maybe have a chance at one more push before the first round goes into the hands of Sentinels. Quadrant still with Chick in the death screen as well, so you can see Seeker's trying to buy some time. He's trying to allow his teammates to get back on the map, but there's Spartan. He's on the flank through the tram at the moment, and I tell you what, if they get these kills, this might be the first round going to Sentinels.
Wow, what a great way to watch that round from Lethal's POV there at the end, convincing Halo. And you might think Lethal is well into his redemption arc story here, as he's just playing great Halo month after month. Every time we see him on the main stage, we are more and more impressed with what we've seen from him here, as he's now deep into year 2 of Halo Infinite. But I love that play from him at the end, right? Just holding it down, not letting anyone come through Cafe, and make sure that the damage was done. They will take that first round.
And you're looking at the team chemistry. We were talking about it for Sentinels, right? On paper, it looks like this team will work. The parts are there. Everyone is comfortable in their roles. And you're looking at, you know, the stats that we're seeing from that first round, and it kind of summarizes it, right? Spartan and Falcated, they're the guys who are going to be cleaning up damage. Lethal, by the way, spawning with rockets, it seems, at the moment, tries to thread the needle to pick up a second, but they're leading the way in kills. Boo Boo, he had all the ball time, so his kills aren't too impactful, but Lethal there supporting all of his teammates as well. It just seems to be working. However, Quadrant, they strike pretty true at the start of this round. Even though it's a slender lead for Sentinels, Quadrant had them 4 dead.
Falcade eventually taken down in the Balk. That will actually continue the spawn staggered, so this next push from Sentinels, they need to be very careful. Boo Boo with some very important and good shots off of heaven. Almost sneaks out a ridiculous double. In the end, he will be taken down, much to the relief of the other side. Now it will be 2 dead here for the side of Sentinels.
Chick's playing some really good Halo in this game so far. He's 14 and 10. The rest of his teammates get outside pretty heavily at the moment. You can see that SLG is struggling a little bit. He's in the neg. You can see Seeker as well. He's neg 4 at the moment. He's coming in left and right, but it's Chick again who's picking up the kills here. It's 4 dead for Sentinels. This has to be time for Quadrant, and they need to prioritize making the most of this. This needs to be a 20-point run.
They need a 20-point run, and in 20 seconds, they also have to focus on these rockets. Let's not forget what happened last round. Largely the real reason that they lost the round, failing to get either of those big rocket grabs. But let's see what they could do here with 14 seconds left.
First kill goes down, second kill goes down as well, and it's Sentinels players who are falling. That's going to be 3 of them in the death screen. This should be a rocket grab here for the likes of SLG and Quadrant, if they can maybe hold off the respawners coming in. Maybe the timing wasn't perfect there. Just enough time for Sentinels to get back on the map after those kills. Boo Boo's going to be challenging. SLG gets the help from Legend, but where are the rockets? It looks like Spartan has managed to get away with them.
Oh boy, somehow Boo Boo's staying alive on caution and creates enough distraction over on Rail that it allows them to get the rockets on the side of Sentinels. Pretty unacceptable on the side of Quadrant.
You can see one rocket is going to get damaged, but no kill. 51-14 is the score at the moment in this game, so Quadrant certainly answering back, but 1 rocket already expended, and it hasn't turned into ball time here for Sentinels.
Yeah, really nice job here from Sentinels to steal the rockets. However,
2 rockets.
As you say, and the second rocket doesn't hit either. I'm not sure if it went all the way. Couldn't tell you. Maybe it went all the way through the map there. Is it just going to eventually not connect into Tramp? However, the ball's going to be down here at the bottom of the L. Still a lot of time on the board during that whole hold, as you say.
I mean, let's talk about Quadrant for a second there. They don't get the rockets, but they pick up kills surrounding it. They bait the oddball as well to expend another rocket. Then they get 2 rockets fired at them. No kills picked up for Sentinels, and it means ball time here for Quadrant. So being able to negotiate a situation where you do not have a power weapon is as impactful as having it yourself as Seeker. I mean, he's got a band in his hand and it's all headshots for him.
Like you said, really well done and not easy to manage the situation as well as they did. That will be 3 dead for Quadrant, but Quadrant does get the ball tossed into the courtyard. Let's see how long Chick can stay alive.
Chick trying to do what he can. He's got a bulldog, and my goodness, that's it. But Boo Boo sticks him in the guts, and that's going to be enough to take him down.
Big stick. Let's see if they can get the ball here. Still 2 dead. This should be a comfortable ball grab. They will easily escort this back up the tram stairs. 3 dead for Quadrant. At the moment, SLG was your last player alive. Now is it going to try to make this push happen with Chick? Rockets in 20 once again.
Oh, I tell you what, though. Quadrant have done a really good job of keeping the pressure on. Damage being taken by multiple players here from Sentinels, but Quadrant with a significant advantage as 2 players fall for Sentinels. Boo Boo knows he's got to play that ball. He's got to try and survive, but here's Seeker to fly in and make sure that he is not a problem.
Nice job here from Sika, as you say, gets up the tram stairs right away and wins a very, very key battle on the balcony. We'll see if he can stay alive. He's getting pinched here, but somehow gets away with it. He will stay alive in the back of tram.
Two of his teammates have fallen though, and it's time to see if my son can do something else in this game. Falcate is going to go away with the oddball though, and he's got the rockets! Trade comes in though, and all of a sudden Quadrant, who are on the precipice of tying this game up, well, they found the game's got a little bit messy here.
Let's see what they could do. A lot of time left. 2:24, 70-25, and as you allude to, very far from over. Still need a lot to see a 1 to 2 very convincing holds here from Quadrant to close it out.
Yeah, and this is where Quadrant are going to be tested, right? We were saying experience maybe not something which is on their side, but big veteran plays from the one player who has been involved in big series throughout his career is going to come in from SLG. He grabs that oddball, and now 20 points is all Quadrant need to tie this game up.
Bubu was your last player alive yet again. He's going to wait for spawners, but on the staggered kills come in. Another 2 dead for Sentinels. This could be the round right here.
Yeah, Rockets picked up as well. Bulldog in the hands, and you have to wonder, are they going to think about slays? The answer is yes. SLG, he picks up one, Legend steals the other away, but it's still going to be a Quadrant kill, and surely now they close this round out.
SLG, the one who has to get all the kills and also has to toss the ball in as well. The man is doing it all. Will toss it in the tram. This should be the final hold.
Yeah, you would think so, especially with Legend picking up the kill onto Spartan. It's one desperate push, but the pumps are coming in from SLG. He finds one with the Bulldog, and that will be the game. Tied up at 1-1. We have a deciding round to see who takes game 1.
And how about it? We wouldn't ask for it any other way. Like father, like son.
So proud of him.
Looking good.
So proud of him.
He's looking good on the main stage here in our second round. And as you say, a game deciding round 3 to take game number 1.
I can't believe you've never picked up on my French accent before. It's strange to me that you never mentioned it, but Sika is going to start off the game well, but Rockets do get picked up by Boo Boo, who manages to get one on his way down to the death screen. 3 dead for Sentinels though, and you have to say off the opening break, again, it looks like Quadrant have an advantage.
An advantage. Let's see. Ooh, should be an extra kill here. Yes, for Sika as well. He's going to pick that one up and now rotate over to Cafe, see what damage he can do here.
I'll tell you what, that spike is perfectly placed. He gets one, he challenges another. Sika doing it all at the moment. Damage output is where you need it to be as Chick scrapes away, squeezes the cheeks and gets around that corner.
Wow, very good cheek squeeze indeed. The rocket splash damage will come in on the caution. Look at the kills from SLG!
Oh,
SLGG! Threads the needle. Perfect timing from SLG.
Beautiful stuff, but the double is exchanged immediately here by Falcate, who manages to keep the pressure on to Quadrant. Now you're seeing the pace of this game really start to pick up here. It's the first game of the freaking tournament, and already we're seeing these teams going back and forth.
Yeah, this is wild. As you said, things have definitely kicked up in terms of the pacing and the intensity on the main stage. I think neither team, after how hard they've worked for their respective rounds, wants to drop this game number 1.
Oh, it's going to be 3 dead here for Sentinels. One just came off of the respawn. Oddball picked up and rotated back towards spawners here from Legend. Now, he's usually the man who's picking up all the kills for this squad, but he knows sometimes you got to get your hands dirty.
That's right there. Picks up another one here. We'll see what he can do on rails. Gets the assist. Another one in the form of Boo Boo at music. However, still 2 dead.
Booby just having to play defensively here, but the flank's going to come in from SLG. He picks up one, Sika picks up another, and essentially that's a 4 dead situation for Sentinels. Control of the map, control of the oddball here for Quadrant. Another trade from SLG is going to slow Sen down once more.
You got to think Quadrant has to have the feeling right now on their side of the main stage that this is their game. They're right now outslaying in total 83-68.
Rockets coming up though. That's going to be an important moment in the game, as we always talk about how influential the power weapons can be. Spartan being set up with that red gun inside, however, of the tram is going to be a problem here for Quadrant. 1 kill picked up, 1 rocket left here for Boo Boo to try and break through.
Ooh, it's a good rocket, but also Chick answers it there though to keep it all tied up. In terms of the kills, Legend's your last player alive momentarily for Quadrant.
Legend thinking about a challenge, thinking about buying his time, and somehow Legend has managed to evade the attentions of Sentinels here as the last player alive. Gets his shields back as well, and I tell you what, there's one player you don't want to do that to, it's Legend, because he can come back to bite you. There's 1 kill coming in from him, 2v2 on the map.
See what happens here at Laundry, a big battle. Spartan very comfortably wins that for the double. Can't get the ball out of tires though, and up and in, so the ball will sit on Laundry. It was 2v2 at the moment.
SLG just trying to survive, trying to be a nuisance. Knows those spawns have just come in and around PD and an arcade for Sentinels. Ball is down as well, so everyone just playing for kills at the moment. Trying to see if they can create some space on the map to move that oddball away.
And you can tell things are getting nervy here, right? Things are slowing down just a bit, a little bit more tactical play, as neither team wants to be the one making that mistake. Sika's still the lone player down on the map. Things get a little bit messy and wacky. at the bottom of the tower. 3 dead. Legend is your last player alive yet again for Quadrant.
I mean, Sentinels did so well there. They were trapped inside a PD for so long, but survived, just kept outputting damage and managed to keep Quadrant, most importantly, off of that oddball. It's 37-21 in the favor of the French squad at this point in the game, but it is just a matter of seconds separating them in this final round.
As I said earlier, they've got to be thinking that they should be up even more here. Now outslaying 96-81 here. This needs to be their game. It would be a heartbreaking defeat if they didn't close this out.
Oh, there's Legend working with Chick as well, doubling up. Lovely little bit of baiting and switching coming in from them. And Quadrant have map control once more. 10 seconds till the rockets come up. Sentinels on the back foot. 3 of them fell there. Can Quadrant hold?
This really could be, the deciding moment. Look at Legend just taking his time here. Going to try to time the team shot here from back A as well. Rockets now popping. This pushes everything here in this game.
Quadrant are timing it well. Spartan gets away with the rockets, but the oddball is in the hands here of Quadrant. Spartan's last alive. He uses one, he gets 1 kill. Almost gets traded out. Can he use the second successfully? SLG going to be challenging. Drop ball doesn't do enough. And Quadrant keeps Sentinels at bay.
I think a lot of us were wondering when that drop ball was going to come down there, because it could easily maybe toss that bottom A to try to win that battle. In the end, the drop ball comes out late, so Quadrant will now hold the back of A. They will also hold Courtyard. 65-21 with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Quadrant control the pace of this game right now. They have a 40-point advantage. They can play safe. They play for kills. They don't have to force the objective. Sentinels, on the other hand, it's starting to get a little bit nervy now. 1 minute 50 left in this round.
Let's see how Quadrant plays this. Are they going to be the aggressors here or just play a little bit of clock? They've got triple their opponent's points at this point, and we know they can play both ways. They can play aggressive. They can fly as they've done all game. However, they might try to play this a little bit more cautious, a trade out. Great play from both sides here. 3 dead for Sentinels for the moment. It's a 1-man advantage at this second for Quadrant. Legend can't get away with the ball, though. That's a big, big effort coming in from Spartan.
Spartan's got the red gun as well. He's got that Stalker. Can he chip away at some more shields? A big push coming in this game now from Sentinels. They need to get the kills. They need to break onto Quadrant. And if they can do so, then maybe there's a chance for them to get back into the game. But the trades are coming through. It's a 1v1 between Legend and Falcated.
Let's see what happens here. This might decide where the next hold goes.
Legend!
Good shots from Legend there to win it.
Big win coming in from Legend. Respawn's coming in at PD though. Ball still down. 25 seconds until the rockets come up as well.
Wow, what a big win there. That's a big 1v1 from Legend. You might not have seen where that ball would have gone. It could be a very different final minute of play. It's still 65-21. And to answer the question, Quadrant is playing that slaying control.
They are indeed, but game's still on a knife edge. Reason I say that, if the ball gets picked up here by Sentinels and they get those rockets, 40 points is not a significant lead, but a Shroud screen is certainly going to help. Rockets are certainly going to help here, and Legend having them and picking up 2 and coming out of it still breathing means that Quadrant surely are in position to win this round.
Unbelievable timing, unbelievable rocket placement as well. 24 seconds left. That's a big double from Legend here. 20 seconds on the clock.
Stay off the oddball. That's all he's thinking right now. It's a killing spree at the perfect time. 15 seconds left in this game. Falcated, he wants a bit of it as well, but Legend is holding strong.
With the numbers, they should still be good. As you said, just holding this ball. They just now need to hold Cafe. 5 seconds left.
Love this play as well coming in from Legend. He knows the attention's going to be there. He refocuses. He does damage, but where is Chick in all of this? Where is the rest of Quadrant? They're looking at a victory screen as they win oddball on streets. 2 rounds to 1.
Wow, what a comeback here from Quadrant. In the end, they outslay Sentinels 117-97. A dominating Slayer performance in those last final moments of play. What a series of events. As we said, not sure if Quadrant was going to just hold down the foot on the gas pedal. Instead, they went 100% slaying control, and they played it perfectly.
They certainly did. I mean, we mentioned experience, right? Do Quadrant do that last event? Difficult to say. Obviously, you know, we didn't watch every single game from their POV, but you would imagine that that's a lesson that's been learned. We have an advantage. We have a lead. The oddball is almost an extra player for us in this situation.
Yeah.
And that game management from Quadrant, that's an experienced play call, probably coming in from that man in your screen.
And also, we were on SLG's point of view at Cafe. You might have noticed the ball was sitting in the back of Cafe way past the Bulldog, and it also reset. They perfectly timed the reset, so the ball, as you said, do not touch the ball. Don't even try to rotate it. Let that ball reset. It actually reset back to the audible spawn, and you might have seen on the death screen, Lethal grabbed it with less than 1 second left, and the grab didn't actually come in on time. So every little piece of that final hold at Cafe was perfectly executed. It guarantees them the win. And to be honest, on the Sentinel side of the stage, that's tough. After you take the first round, probably thinking they should have managed to squeeze it out in 2 rounds. Instead, they will fall and now be 1 game down.
Yeah, very interesting to see how the series does progress from there. Because we were saying, Oddball Streets, Quadrant, not the best game type, but they steal it away from Sentinels. And now we move over to Slayer Livefire. Now, all the talk coming into the last event was, you need to practice Slayers. Yeah. It was proven. And it was kind of, exclamation point on it by some of the tweets we saw coming out from players saying, hey, we need to be better at Slayers if we want to win a tournament. Bound being one of those players on SSG. But for now, I mean, it's interesting because it's Livefire, which is a game type where Quadrant have been pretty damn good. If you put them on Stronghold, you put them on King of the Hill, usually Livefire is a ground they do extremely well on. But the fact that this is a Slayer game type and everyone has now refocused and put more time into those Slayers, could be a massive game. If Quadrant take this, they're on the precipice of a 3-0.
It really could. Also, let's keep in mind that Quadrant showed just how good they are in that last game of playing very fast, slowing the game down exactly when they want to, when they need to. Early on, we saw really good control in terms of the rockets coming in from Sentinels. However, in the end, it's Quadrant that slowly but surely really gets the upper hand, the advantage throughout the rest of the rounds that we saw. And Slayer is going to afford them that same opportunity for them to be able to slow the game down when they need to, especially on a map like Livefire. You could say it's really the least dynamic of the maps where you could slow the game down more than any other Slayer. We'll see if Quadrant could do the same here in game number 2.
Does look a little bit like me, doesn't it?
Does look a lot like you. If I squint, it is you.
Did I do something I don't remember? Anyway, let's talk about the Slayer that we got coming up as well, because like I mentioned, a huge opportunity here for Quadrant to go 2-up in this series. And if they can do that, and we talked about how much of a marker series this is going to be for either side of the stage, either Sentinels or Quadrant, then all of a sudden, everyone's taking Quadrant seriously at this event at this point. They are seen as a top contender for all teams. And I think if you go 2-0 up against Sentinels, then even though everyone's aware of how good Quadrant are, it's another example of just how good they are. This isn't a team that is going to, force, a 3-1, a 3-2, a good series against some of the best in the world. It's a team who can beat anyone.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And I think one thing, though, as you said, Quadrant, I think a lot of people rightfully have their eyes on, and you heard it from the desk as well. Quadrant is now in the conversation, especially after 3-0ing OpTic Gaming at the last event. Quadrant is now well into the conversation of, wait a second, can this team win an event this year? And now I think everyone's thinking, well, after 3-0ing OpTic, you have to say yes. But what I like about their story here this weekend is they've got to do the hard work first, right? They cannot look at, what is Championship Sunday going to look like for us? Can we get top 4, even top 3? That can't be the conversation in the Quadrant camp. They need to make sure they're playing these series with all the heart that they have, securing top 6 once again, and then and only then can they look at even better.
And I think I spoke to SOG, they were warming up over the last couple of days here in the arena, and I said to him, you got a tough pool, haven't you? And he was like, yeah, but we want to play the best teams in pool play, because that means for the rest of the bracket, we know what to expect. Yeah. That's going to be where our level of game needs to be in order to go on and win an event. So I think it's perfect mentality, and it's something that I've always talked about with this Quadrant lineup in comparison to some other European teams we've seen through the years. The mentality isn't, let's try and get top 8. Let's try and get top 6, go home and, with a smile on our face, break a record. It's, what's the point in being here if we're not going to try and win this thing? And I think that is something that is just installed through a combination of, SOG and his experience and his drive as a player, but also that new blood coming through and the fearlessness of Seeker and Legend.
Absolutely. Nothing to lose, this team. I think they have continued to look better and better. At DreamHack Dallas, we saw what I think many would agree was the most conclusive run from a European team in history. And as you say, it used to be a very different story for European teams, and you could just say international teams overall coming onto North American soil. It used to be, can they beat the record of the last international team from their region? That was always the goal. However, in the Quadrant camp, at the Quadrant organization, it's a very different story. They're looking here for not just the best performance of a European team, but they have their eyes set on a championship. However, to get there, they need to make sure, as you say, that their pool's performances are top tier.
Well, now we need to see Sentinels answer back as well, because how the feeling of this series on our main stage could change in just a few moments' time. After this game is done, if the series is 1-1, all of a sudden the eyebrow gets raised again. It's like, hey, this Sentinels roster is looking pretty damn good as well. So this series certainly still on a knife edge. Game number 1, it was 2 rounds to 1. It was still very, very close. And Slayer, you expect this to come maybe down to 5 or so kills.
Absolutely. We expect this to be a very close one. And as we said, this Slayer here specifically will really determine what direction this series goes. I think a lot of people thought Sentinels was going to take that game number 1. Overshield shining bright on your screen.
It certainly is. And how many games have we seen decided by that Overshield here on Livefire as well? It has to be the focus of attention for teams. It's about making the play just before it as well. Are you able to do damage? Maybe hit a little flank flank onto A plat. If, you know, all of these things that come in, it's about taking risks as well as hitting your shots. But game number 2 is underway here on our main stage. Quadrant 1 up in the series, looking to make it 2.
Yeah, we'll see if Sentinels can bounce back here, keep things interesting, or can Quadrant keep up the momentum that they had in those last 2 rounds. It's a clean and easy grab from Legend on your screen. And last game, of course, leading the game in kills. He looked pretty good. We'll see if he can continue where he left off.
A lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Legend right now. As you see, the overshield has just popped onto the map. Booby picking up 1, but this line of sight that Legend has, he knows there's going to be Sentinels players trying to make plays onto him. Misses 1, hits the second body onto Boo Boo. He will be out the game for a few seconds. Spartan, he's going to lose his shields as well. Where's the rest of Quadrant, though, to clean up this damage?
There's 1, there's 2,
that all comes in.
Look at the kill feed, lighting it up. You teed him up perfectly, Mark, and that's a clean grab. Look at the patience. This is what I'm talking about from Quadrant. He sits top tower. The kills and the damage, they didn't come in right away. However, in the end, they do. It gives them now a 7-5 lead and your first OV grab.
And now you see SLG holding forward and Legend holding faces in his hands. The overshield doing so much damage. Gets out with his life here, SLG, for just a few moments. Legend trying to keep him alive as well, holding that big door. Seeker now back on the map, back in the kill feed as well. And Sentinel's trapped, but I have to say, holding pretty well here.
They really did. Chick eventually was coming around as well. Now here comes the rest of the push. This is wave 2 of the push, and guess what? Sentinels are going to just dip, duck, and dive out of their bottom mid, but they get caught here on the key door as 2 more kills will come in. Now it's 12-6 from Quadrant. Sentinels did whatever they could to fight off that overshield push. However, in the end, it's perfectly timed with Quadrant.
And Legend wants to keep the pressure on as well. You can see he's trying to damage the respawners. He's trying to make sure that when his teammates come into the fight that they've got a little bit of a health advantage, and Legend is holding forwards at the moment. SLG cleans up 1. 2 members here fall. Boo Boo had to hit the shots and just about did as the overshield comes up.
Oh, that's a big kill there. 3 dead. Chick is your last player alive for Quadrant. Now on paper, this should easily be a grab here for Sentinels as the game gets much closer. Once again, now just a 3-kill game and an overshield grab here for Sentinels. Things just got a lot more interesting.
They certainly did indeed. Sentinels, that was vital for them, not just for the state of the game and the kills, but also for momentum in the game. If another overshield gets picked up by Quadrant, that lead almost becomes insurmountable, right? But now Sentinels have a way back into this game, and Lethal hitting some great shots here as all of a sudden it's become a 2-kill game.
Wow, what was just 12-6, as you say, is now just 16-14, and SLG somehow sneaks that out without a trade, so that will now bring the game, once quickly as I say that, though, right back to 2 kills, 17-15 now.
Booby picking out that kill on Legend does make it a little bit closer. Heatwave going to be controlled here by Spartan as well. Repulse is up to the tower. He's going to have some great POVs to look at and get all of the information from where Quadrant are rotating as the sniper rifle is about to pop as well.
9 minutes left here on the clock. Plenty of time to play with. Things slow down just a bit as well here. Spartan's going to sit top tower and watch for this next sniper to pop up. Top mid is available.
Quadrant at the moment trapped in and around A. So he can try to make some moves out on the overshield side just to get a little bit of distractions and damage down. But Valkate getting the first kill maybe is going to open up the opportunity here for a pickup for Sentinels. However, it looks like Quadrant have stolen that away, and they're all the way back into A.
Just like that here, 17-17, all knotted up. And look at this angle here from Spartan. He picks up the first one. That will be 2 dead. 3 dead here for Quadrant, and now a lead change here for Sentinels. It's a perfect time to get into a listen here with the Sentinel side.
Right.
Yeah, he's screens now, guys.
15 OV, 15 OV.
Screens, Sean. I got him.
Nice.
I mean, it's like a plat.
10 seconds OV, check smoke, check smoke.
Yeah, it's up, it's up. Screens right now, screens right now. Screens, no, I was saying, they're gonna grab him right now. Just smoke it, just smoke it.
They're looking at me, you can get it, you can get it.
Nice, we got it, we got it.
They have sniper, they have sniper.
Alright, OV's out though. 2 more on it, 2 more. Another one, keys.
One shot keys to bottom mid. Still keys. I got him. Nice, 3 dead, 3 dead. I think he was small,
I'm
Two back A on Desi. One could be big door. Really big jail. In A, one shot. Check. Big one shot,
Alright, slow down.
One more jail. Direct on, you ran bottom. I'm coming to my game. Trying to look bottom.
Big door again.
I'm trying to go push. I'm watching.
Big door's still sniping.
Yeah, he's weak sniping, jail, one shot. I'm putting A plat.
A plat, I'm coming, Jesse.
He's Keto, one shot.
He's one.
I'm looking at 2 and A.
Alright, I might be weak.
Try to live.
Where guys, where? I have your big watch. Yeah, A plat.
Two on Mike.
Come on, Keto.
Keto. Dummy door, Mike. Cuts, Mike. Dummy door.
Yeah, still me. On me, scoreboard and one A. Scoreboard and top A plat.
Yeah.
Shot cuts.
Yeah.
One shot on TJ. Yeah, you're by yourself.
I'm
Drop on a tower on Jesse. I can watch your push. I'm sitting green.
Top mid.
Doing a plat. We need to get tower or something.
Flat weak. Bottom tower now. Top, bottom and top tower. One's weak, bottom tower. Really weak. 45 for Ovi.
3 tower and Dusty.
2
I have
elbow.
shots on top tower.
2 elbow, back
I hear
mud.
that.
Elbow and back mud. They're going.
I'm going dummies to Mike.
Shut up, guys. And top mid.
Tower.
Yeah,
Go on.
but top mid.
We're down five, we're down five.
Tires dummy. Tires dummy. Yep, OV and 35.
Top mid. Above you.
I got one.
One more.
Heat waves up.
He's on me, dummies.
Yeah, he's pillar. Weak bottom pillar.
Weak pillar door.
And dummy door. Both weak pillar door.
Yep.
I got one.
Nice,
Bottom middle top.
Yeah, pillar's weak, Mike.
Was the game slowed down for a few moments, so we jump back into the comms. It's a 3-kill difference, make it a 4-kill difference as Quadrant go back into a lead here.
Yeah, somehow Sentinels hold on here as they keep the game within 5. Just moments ago, it was about a 6-kill deficit that they found themselves on the receiving end of. However, now in the home stretch here, a 5-kill, now making 3 kills as 2 kills go the way of Sentinels. Things are going to go down to the wire here in game 2, and you can tell just both teams fighting for their lives. It's a double.
SLG.
Maybe.
Can you make it 3? No, he can't. Falcated wins the big pivotal battle on the tower, but the damage being cleaned up by SLG there as his teammates fell around him has opened the door here for Quadrant. Look at this play from Chick. He flies forward. He doesn't care about the death. He takes one with him, and he allows Seeker to get the overshield now for Quadrant.
Look at Chick, the bodyguard, dives in front of the bullets, so it's a clean grab here from Seeker. Helps with another one. There's more around the corner. It's going to be in the form of Falcated. Nowhere to hide when that overshield is in play. Now 41-37. This is your home stretch in game number 2.
Seeker says, come here, boy. I want another kill for the tally, and he picks it up. And now with Falcated in front of him, he hits 3, he hits 4. 5th will do the damage. The rest of Sentinels now trapped in the back of tower.
This man is wild, just flying back here. He wants even more. Not done yet. Look at all the damage coming in. Finally,
lethal.
He's taken down.
3 dead here for Quadrant. 3 kills, the difference between the two teams, and Legends trying to keep the pressure on. However, recognizes the game situation, buys enough time for Quadrant to get on the map, and now he's back in the game. Boo might be his second victim. He finds 2. It's still a 4-kill difference.
Very important kills there. You saw Spartan also have the sniper down on Nestbridge. We'll have to see how much ammo was left in that rifle and if it ends up in anyone else's hands as well. Now a 4-kill lead here.
Seeker making a little flank on bottom middle. Lethal. Shield's taken down. Spartan.
Wow.
Shield's taken down as well. And Seeker, with this play, might be able to pick up 2. Lethal goes to the skies, but comes crashing back down in the death screen as it's 2 kills now to go for Quadrant.
What a run there from Seeker. Look at the angles that he takes still. He's just shooting, dealing damage, and not taking any damage in return. Boo might not be able to get away here. Still just 2 kills remaining.
Boo does get away. Somehow, Falcated gets one as well. Boo still alive as well with that green gun. Overshield coming up, even though it's just 2 kills to go here for Quadrant. 2 kills being picked up by Sentinels with the overshield popping as well. We've still got a game on our hands here.
They're trying to go rat tunnel. Rat tunnel gets pinched. Just a 2-kill game. All down to this final overshield pop here.
Look at this flank though. Falcated spots it out though. He gets the information. Boo, he's there as well. Spartan with a big win. It's a 1-kill game. 49 now for Quadrant. They just need 1.
They double team the overshield to shut it down here. 49-47, now 49-48.
No trade. Seeker has to survive. Falcated 49-49. Boo wins it.
No way! Oh my God! Down to the wire, and you see on your screen SLG's reaction. He can't believe it. Sentinel steals the game. They were down 48-42. An unbelievable comeback.
Boo wins it, and I'm pretty sure it was a battle where both players were down to no shield because we saw it from the third-person perspective. Boo in that fight, no shields, just flashing away. 1 bullet would have been enough, but he connects with the shot that mattered to make the series 1-1 on our main stage.
Oh my word. Cannot wait to see the final moments of that game on replay. It was an unbelievable series of events. It looked like it was clear sailing. Boo staying alive from back tower to bottom middle to key door was an unbelievable sequence of events. As we take a look at some highlights from that game, an unbelievable game number 2, 50-49 to tie the series 1-1.
I mean, you summed it up perfectly. The sequence that won the game was Quadrant not getting the clean on to Boo, right? If they take him down, he's not in a position to win that game. It's as simple as that, and they have the numbers advantage, but Boo survived. Quadrant hesitant to push that kill, knowing everyone else was coming back on the map. But look at the score. I mean, 48-44 was that?
48-42. 48-42
Wow. What a
in
comeback.
favor of Quadrant. So much credit due on the Sentinels side of the stage. Of course, Coach Chig in the back as well, keeping that team in the game mentally without a doubt. to win that game 50-49. And we'll have to take a look at the highlights later, especially of the final moments, just because Boo Boo, like we said, staying alive and somehow that team not giving up, making sure they don't trade where they don't need to. It led to the overshield grab. Quadrant did well to shut down the overshield to an extent in Rat Tunnel, but the trades that needed to come in did not come in for Quadrant. A 50-49, one of the biggest comebacks we've seen on the main stage, honestly, in quite some time. Might even be of the season here so far in your game number 2.
Wow, I mean, first series of the day, and it is not disappointing whatsoever. It's 1-1, 50-49 game number 2, and now we move on to Streets once more, but this time it's Strongholds, Andy.
And what needs to be said, right? We talked about Quadrant's numbers and Strongholds so far. Now, it's worth noting that Stronghold Streets might be the weakest of their Stronghold suite, however, it's
still pretty good.
It's still very, very good. So maybe an opportunity for Sentinels to just take away a few more digs at the Quadrant armor in terms of the Stronghold's game type. However, the bigger concern for me, to be honest right now, Quadrant, one of the most dominant game type performances we've ever seen in history, as we said, with Strongholds. Right now, I'm worried about the momentum on the main stage. Because when we ended that game on SLG's POV, he couldn't believe it. When we cut to Sika, and he's looking at the stats, it looked like he was still in game, right? I think he was trying to figure out how on earth that might have played out that way, blowing what was a 6-kill lead at the end of the game. And now the momentum lies firmly on the Sentinel side of the stage.
And isn't it crazy how after game number 1 we were talking about the calmness, a little bit of experience maybe being picked up by Quadrant and how they closed out that final round? Well, now you're seeing the opposite side of that, the complete capitulation in those final moments of game number 2. It's a game they shouldn't lose from that position. It's a game you can't lose from those positions if you want to be considered a tournament contender. But now they have the opportunity to bounce back. But at the same time, like you say, Sentinel's now going to be riding high. And we always talk about how important games are, moments in games. Well, first few minutes of this game is vital, in my opinion, to how this series ends up turning out.
It really is, without a doubt. And one thing I'm really surprised by is Quadrant, as we said before the game started, they're doing so well with determining when you hold forward and when you slow the game down. They didn't get that kill on Boo Boo bottom middle. He gets away key door. What happens? 3 players or so bottom mid quadrant get caught. That brings the game now within 3, and they really get caught in an in-between state, right? Were they pushing there or were they not pushing? On the gameplay alone, it was hard to tell. And that play call, the mistake of the play call, excuse me, is rare to see from Quadrant. And they need to find the strong mentals here in this Stronghold Streets to make sure they get right back in this series because, as you said, that's a result you cannot allow to happen.
Yeah, 100%. Well, they've got to get it out of their minds and they've got to think about the next one. I'm sure that Sentinels will be loud in every single fight that they're going to take in the first moments of this game, though, because one thing that you can do with Quadrant, you can put pressure on them, and they can certainly, we have seen it in some of the EU qualifiers as well, a little bit of pressure onto Quadrant, and all of a sudden, you could say some cracks start to appear. So for Sentinels, the opening strategy in this, the early hold, could be what determines the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, as you say, there's now so much riding on this, and you could tell that this series was just building as it went, right? That first round went one way. We get a big comeback there with back-to-back rounds from the side of Quadrant. A 50-49 game 2, you can't ask for much more. And now you feel like things are getting even dicier and dicier with a lot more pressure coming onto them as the game continues on, as the series continues on.
I mean, we always say it, right? Halo Infinite has now become a game of inches. It's a game of 1 kill. It's a game of surviving for a few seconds. And you've seen the perfect example of it in that game number 2. But now we see how Halo Infinite becomes a mental game, how the teams react, how they come into the next game, and you know, how it kind of progresses, how they want to approach the next game. I feel like Sentinels, honestly, Spartan, we saw him starting to bark a little bit there, right, at the end of that game. He wins the first 1v1 battle against any member of this Quadrant lineup. He is going to get loud, and Quadrant are going to know they're in a fight here.
Without a doubt. And I think one thing I was really impressed also with the side of Sentinels during that listening was things were not really hype, if you will, during that, right?
Not hectic.
Not hectic. And I would even say that for a moment I was wondering, is this too low energy? But I think what we saw in Charlotte as well when we went to the Sentinels listen-ins, when you talk about how lethal comms typically are, I like what we heard there. It was really under control. And I think a lot of people, myself included in the first moments, might have mistaken that for, ooh, is the energy a little off here? But I think instead they were so execution focused, and God did it ever show in the end of that game, that instead that's where their kind of communication level lies. And as we saw, it works for them because they somehow pull a 6-kill comeback to win that game 50-49.
Yeah, an absolutely crazy comeback, and I'm pretty sure that we won't see many better throughout the tournament as we do progress over the next few days. But I mean, it's something that Quadrant are going to have to learn from, and they're going to have to learn from very, very quickly if they are going to be considered as someone who could go on and maybe force their way into a grand final.
Yeah, we talked about their game 5 specifically, but I think the same could be said for that game, right? When you look at that game 2 Slayer, of course, it's going to be the same game type that you would see in a game 5. And I think right there they have to ask a lot of questions, because I tell you what, if Quadrant gets that moment back, I think also, especially with hindsight being 2020, I think if they think about that moment again and they had 100 more opportunities to play that, they probably win it 99 times, because I think if they realize, they got away key door, but we're still 4 alive, and they're 4 alive, right? We are even 4 up on the map. Overshield's about to pop. How should we play this? I don't think that they exactly play for the Overshield, and you're going to win.
Yeah,
you're going to trade 2 for 2 at some point during that Overshield grab, unless things go horribly wrong. Instead, they drop down bottom middle. They put themselves in a really difficult situation with a high disadvantage, and they allow the comeback to happen.
And it goes back to a conversation we were having between the event that we just had and the one we're in now. Is, you know, we felt like some teams in the Slayers were trying to finish the game too quickly.
Yes.
It's not a time-based game.
Right.
You can wait for an opportunity to present itself, and maybe Quadrant fell into that trap a little bit themselves there, trying to finish the game as quickly as possible instead of just waiting for the moment to close. But for now, we're tied up at 1-1, everyone. It's time to get into map number 3.
And as we said, it's just been a great start to not just the series, but an incredible start to the tournament here. We thank you for hanging out with us at the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming from downtown. The rocket will not connect, as it's going to be 3 dead off the break for both sides. It was a 1v1 momentarily for SLG and Falcon.
Yeah, Falcon is going to move towards B and should be able to convert this one pretty comfortably. Knowing he's got a rocket as well, we can just eat a couple of grenades, and this will be early scoring going to Sentinels. And this is going to put pressure now onto Quadrant. Sentinels know. They smell blood in the water, I think, here in this series, and they want to try and really, really squeeze Quadrant.
Absolutely. They're going to capitalize. And I think they're also veteran players on the side of the Sentinels roster. They know that once you get a 50-49 like that, that is the opportunity to strike. As you say, blood in the water.
Well, for now, concentration comes in from Quadrant on A. SLG with a big win, but Spawn is going to be in and around the vicinity alongside Boobu Doobu to make sure that A is still in the control of Sentinels for now. Seeker, though, good damage coming in from him, but I tell you what, that's a landmine being laid down, excuse me, by Boobu Doobu.
It's absolutely nuked there, and speaking of a nuke, it's also a very convincing scoreline off the open. 3 dead for Quadrant, while the score also ticks to 40-0 off of the AB hold from Sentinels.
Oh, big win.
Big win from Legend there on Cafe.
Yeah, really important, because if Boobu wins that, then Quadrant once again massively on the back foot, but Legend creates an opening at least for them to get back onto the map. However, it's a 53-point without answer start here for Sentinels. It's been a great start from them, and they're looking to push the triple cap as well.
Spartan with really nice timing on the route there. He sees a player going C stairs, so he goes front C, almost gets away with the AR kill as well. However, that will now lead to the first points on the board for Quadrant.
Quadrant trying to stay alive here. Seeker working alongside Chick to pick up a couple of kills, but it will be a momentary flip of control over to Quadrant, but that's going to be stopped almost immediately. You can see they are scoring, but the reset now comes in after Seeker wins his individual battle over at C. So Boobu now trying to pressure onto C. It looks like Sentinels have made the play call that we want to try and take C back.
Nice shots there from Boobu Doobu. Picks up a double kill. That will lead to a very nice and clean rocket grab from Lethal. He has to take his own life. In the end, that will be a trade. 1 rocket will be down on the laundry. But the game is now much closer here. Let's not forget, this was about a 40-point lead here from Sentinels moments ago. And now just like that, Quadrant not only staying neck and neck in slays, they're only down 18-16 in slays. Now also only down by 20 points.
And we're continually learning, right, about this Quadrant lineup. You know, mentally, what have they got in their hands? What have they got in between their ears? Are they able to withstand pressure? And it looks like at the moment, they're close enough in this game to say that the hot start from Sentinels has just been cooled down for a few moments. Boobu's going to try and move on B, but there's already 2 players here, and he gets taken down.
Now look at this. Take a look at the score. As it ticks up here, Quadrant right back, not only in the game, but back in the lead. 60 now to 58 on the board, and they will continue scoring as there were 2 dead for both sides momentarily. What a comeback here. As we said, they were down by 40 or so, and now it's Quadrant's turn to put a comeback on the board. They've done just that.
SLG picks up a kill onto Falcon. That means he's going to be able to control A, you would say, but off the respawn, all of a sudden, it looks like that's not going to be the case. Seeker slows down the conversion of C, but it should be up to Chick, you would imagine, on the other side of the map from what we're seeing, to convert A back into the hands of Quadrant to keep them scoring. But the battle is over at B. Multiple numbers from both teams trying to fight, trying to scrap for control.
Boobu's the first one to fall in this battle here. Here comes the push. This needs to pay off because 2 dead. Lethal needs to get the kill. He does it, both, which leads to a 4 dead here. Quadrant Quadrant will continue scoring, and here comes the first triple cap of the game.
And let me tell you, this is a scary moment here for Sentinels. 2 still in the death screen, now back on the map. But the triple cap, when Quadrant have it, they are so damn good at prioritizing what they have to do. They will continue to score, and after a 50-point unanswered start coming in from Sentinels, now you're seeing 100 points to 59, Quadrant taking control.
Yeah, 100-plus point run here, unanswered so far from Quadrant. A might eventually flip, it does, but still a BC hold, and still man advantage now, still gonna be 2 dead. Quadrant is now firmly in the driver's seat.
Spartan gonna be taken down, no shields as well, but confidence coming in from Sparty to pick the kill up. However, speaking of pickups, it's going to be rockets being picked up here, and somehow avoiding the grenades is Legend. He's just like a ghost sometimes. The way that he moves around the map, he's just one of those annoying people who never seems to die.
Loves the little tiptoe in there. Like you said, just perfectly dives around those grenades, and now look at the scoreboard. God, did it ever get out of hand. If you're Sentinels, you're thinking, remember when we were up by 48, now down 150 to 59? Masterclass here from Legend and Seek It Together.
And a masterclass from Legend in where we need to be on the map, right? I want to take a second to actually talk about that decision. It looks so simple. He sees 2 players. He's like, I could challenge, I could fight here. But he knows that the play call coming in from Quadrant is we're playing for A. Let them spawn there. They're going to spawn red. You can have a 1v3, 1v4, and they convert A off the back of it. They keep control, and now they move in. Now they rotate, and this is why they're so damn good at this game type.
And beautiful pressure there as well. They started to pressure C. C wasn't working out, and guess what? They shrouded it. Sentinels puts a shroud screen down. They say, perfect, we'll go ahead, and now we'll flip B. And now, once again, still getting presence on C as well, even with 2 dead.
Well, we'll see how Sentinels try and get out of this chokehold that Quadrant have on them at the moment. Chick does some damage onto Lethal and plays his life. B seems to be the hold that they want to make sure they're keeping hold of before they try and make a play onto C. But here's Lethal up on top of the trash cans. He claps Chick for a few seconds and puts him in the death screen. Spartan picks up another. Quadrant 2 dead. And finally Sentinels finding a semblance of control and numbers on the map.
As you say, 2 dead still here for Quadrant. It might be 3 dead in a moment there. Lethal gets a trade, and it's a good trade in the back of Tram. Triple cap now in effect for Sentinels. It's now their turn to go on a run. We'll see if they can continue it. 2 dead, though, for both sides. These next 2 kills will determine where the control goes.
Spartan's got a little bit of a decision to make here. He decides to let them spawn again at B. He doesn't want to take an individual battle there, give numbers away. Not only does it mean they're going to keep scoring here, Sentinels, with the AC hold, but also the rockets are coming up as well. But that grenade allows Chick to come in, grab the boom booms, and now all of a sudden Quadrant are broken out of the hold.
It was 4 dead. Lethal's your first spawner there, so that's a clean rocket grab. What a grenade onto the tires, Jen, to make sure to win that. I'm not sure if the battle goes the same way if that grenade doesn't hit.
And now you can see that they're already halfway up the map here, Quadrant. Sentinels trying to force their way out. Chick playing perfectly with his rockets. He finds 1. He might be able to thread the needle on 2 as well. Big damage being done, but Spartan is there to support his teammate.
Wow, look at Chick's routing as well. Perfect nade there on front C. It covered every single one of his bases there as he moves across for the trash angle. And now, just like that, they continue scoring, and they've crossed the 200-point mark.
And now they're going to try and collapse onto C as well. Chick has played this masterfully. He knows that Spartan is still alive, but he knows that Spartan is going to have to turn his attention because Chick is inside of C. It's going to be another triple cap here for Quadrant.
Wow, Quadrant answering back. We questioned them. We wondered where their mentals would be at. That spike doesn't hit at all because it's a new spike. And now just like that,
peekaboo!
Boo Boo doesn't check his corners there. Thought the spike might do it for him. Not enough. Not the new spikes. 241 and counting here for Quadrant.
I mean, it could be just a matter of moments here. If they can hold B, then Quadrant will go 2-1 up in the series, and their ridiculous record on strongholds will hold strong. 2-1 here to Quadrant.
Wow, what a finish there. That's what I started to say there. Quadrant ended the game before I could even finish the sentence or the thought, but we question where their mentals might be at after falling victim to a 50-49 win where they let a 6-kill lead go. And my goodness, do they ever answer back? Let's not forget, they were getting outslayed and outscored early on in that game. A lot of teams would have folded in that moment. You've just lost a 50-49, which was a throwaway game. You're down by 40 and you're being outslayed. A lot of teams would fall victim to that much pressure. Quadrant did not. They answer back with about a 120-point hold consecutively. Then they turn that into a trip and a very, very strong late game performance to end the game with more than double the score of their opponents.
There's 2 moments in that game I want to kind of talk about a little bit. And first was the first Quadrant triple cap and how long that went on for and how they was able to just stifle Sentinels. And on the other side of that, when Sentinels got their triple cap, it was so quick for Quadrant to break out. They had a clear game plan on how they wanted to approach things. And that was the difference. Quadrant's triple cap cost Sentinels about 100 points.
Yeah.
On the other side of things, it was about 40.
Yeah, Absolutely, couldn't agree more. And the difference in the convincing level of those trip caps, I think, is quite a large delta. But look at that. That was the end of the play that we were talking about. Look at this from Chick. Ready?
Brilliant.
He's going to rocket, get damage on the splash here for Top Commando. Nades front C, so he cannot be challenged. That gets him all the way into Tram perfectly. Just a masterclass of movement and the way that he watched his own sightlines. That led to a double here in the back of Tram as well, and what essentially became the final trip cap and then this play as well.
Yeah, you can see the spike from Boo Boo. He didn't get any hit markers. He didn't know that Chick was in that corner. He was hoping the spike could do the reconnaissance work for him. But as you say, those spikes not quite what they were.
Not the new spikes. Spikes in 2023, just not the same, man.
Not the same, man. Things have changed. Thank God. 250 to 104, the final score of that game. A commanding win with Legend leading the way once again in the kills department here for Quadrant. 20 and 11 for him, a positive 9 performance. But you have to say everybody had their moments in that game for Quadrant. And I've got to say, if I'm Sentinels in that one, you're probably looking at that series layout at the start of a series and saying, hey, we know this game type's going to be tough, but the next one is where we can put pressure back onto Quadrant.
Yeah, that's really the opportunity here. CTF Argyle. Honestly, I got to say, it's a fantastic game number 4 for this series because this has been an unbelievable series to start the tournament off. Back and forth, as you see, with the scores on the board here. But, man, CTF Argyle just feels like the right game 4 for this series. Like, we're getting so much out of this matchup between these two teams. And now things are going to slow down just a bit. It's a big, big battle. I feel like we're going to like a Lord of the Rings-sized epic war here in game number 4. A full 12 minutes of gameplay. You could think it could easily be the result, just a back and forth battle between these two.
Yeah, it's fascinating that we go from like one of the quickest game types that we have to arguably the slowest game type that we have with the way that the map is set up here on Argyle. And it's going to be down to the snipers. We always talk about it, and it's most importantly going to be down to that control of the camouflage as well. That is the one thing on this map that can create the openings for teams to break past the 50-yard. We see kind of a standoff, right? Kind of teams puffing their chest out and looking at each other, waiting for sniper picks before they try and move forward. But the camo is the one thing that can break a setup around the map, that can get you into your enemy's flag without being detected, and that's where problems
It's a bit
to happen.
It's true. It's a bit Helm's Deepy until we get to those camos, right?
Helm's Deepy.
It is. It's just a bit Helm's Deepy. Everyone's holding down the fort. No one can really break through. But guess what? If someone gets one of those camos, expect them to capitalize and get into the enemy base behind enemy lines. But one of the best things, too, about Argyle CTF is even when you grab that camo, you still need to make the play, right? On a lot of game types of old, if you think about the history of camo through competitive Halo, a lot of times it's a freebie. You could think of something like Pit Slayers back in the day when camo was in play. A lot of times camo just affords you certain guarantees. What I like about Argyle CTF is off the back of a camo, you need to make at least one more play to even start your pull. And that's some of the most exciting Halos when you get to that camo player and they're getting into a back of a base on Argyle. Are they going to try to spawn kill? Are they going to try to run themselves? Are they going to be the sniper? There's so many ways you could play that camo.
Yeah, it certainly is interesting to see how they make that play because of the fact that, you know, on Argyle, there's minimal lines of sight, really. If you're set up as a 4 alive, you pretty much have a line of sight on all parts of the map. So even if you've got camo, we know how good the camo eyes are of these players. They can spot you out in an instant. So it's certainly one thing to talk about is the routes that players are making. If the sniper gets dropped off, for example, we might see that as well. And also, we're going to have to see if the runs get started with the camo as well. Because moving that flag where you got the camo in your hands, of course, you're not going to pop up. So you can cause some distraction and really, really turn the attention away for your teammates to move in. But I mean, it's a great series, man.
Really is.
Like, honestly, we couldn't have asked for anything better to start off this tournament. It's, the next major. We've been looking forward to this one for quite some time. A beautiful main stage, and you just feel like the gameplay is matching it right now.
It really is. It feels like we've been on just a really good trajectory in terms of where competitive Halo is at this year. Year 2, just honestly, it feels completely different from year number 1 in terms of how close these teams are, and this series really is great evidence of that as well. This is your 8th seed versus your 9th seed, by the way. I think that's showing on the main stage so far. You see a little bit of audio work being done here on the Sentinels side of the stage, hence the delay getting into game number 4. But you just also saw Coach Chig on your screen. Lots to be proud of for his whole squad in terms of that game number 2. But let's not forget, without that 50-49, this would have been a Quadrant 3-0. And you have to think Quadrant's thinking the same thing.
Yeah, they probably are. But I think Quadrant also, knowing these guys for a little bit longer as well, they take, it's not just like, this isn't a team that just plays for fun, right? This isn't a team that just enjoys the experience of coming out to an event. This is a really serious, dedicated team. Like, they go over everything. They've been kind enough to let me watch some of their scrims over the last week while they've been boot camping, and you can really tell that they are hyper-focusing, even in scrims, on how do we play this one situation we are expecting to see recur in this game type. It is the micro kind of preparation that they are putting in, and it is a extremely hard-working team who want to be one of the best in the world, and it's that hard work is starting to pay off, and I think the attitude of all 4 of these players is something that just cannot ever be questioned.
Yeah, I think especially when you talk about kind of the hyper-focusing on just these scenarios and very specific scenarios, to be completely honest, if you go about 10 to 15 years back, there was a lot less of that in competitive Halo. I think you saw a lot of teams playing things like sometimes 33, 44 games a day, if you think back to the Halo 3 era, and the hours were being put in, but to be honest, across the best teams in the world, very few of them were looking at these very specific scenarios in games like you're discussing with Quadrant, where they're looking at exactly what they need to do. And whenever you're in a, you're talking about FaZe listening and OpTic listening, you hear that, right? I wish I could understand it during a Quadrant listening, to be honest, but I know that's exactly what they're, I forgot you speak French.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. That's exactly what they're focusing on, those, right? These exact scenarios that they have gone over time and time again. I think it's showing that Quadrant is putting in that work as well.
100%, and I think it's starting to show, certainly starting to show in the recent performances. And the crazy thing to remind everyone as well is it's just the second event this team has played together.
Yeah.
As well, you know, it was the sub that came into Foxy at the kickoff major at the start of the year, and this is the second time that they're really being able to show their colors. And for Sentinels as well, this is. I mean, it's an interesting series, right? We talked about this right at the start before we got underway, and how both these teams are essentially aiming for the same thing as a minimum at the start of this event. Top 6, big team changes from Sentinels, you know, difficult team changes as well, and they expect to get top 6 off the back of this. And Quadrant, as a minimum, after their performance at the last event, would expect a minimum of top 6 as well. So the fact that Sentinels now find themselves on the back foot against Quadrant, and Quadrant find themselves on the front foot being able to close this series out in the next game, it really does kind of, it's not just this series we're talking about here. This gives us a good lay of the land as to where these teams are lining up for the rest of the tournament.
It really does, and let's not forget, guess who else is in this pool? You have,
tough, right?
You've got FaZe in this pool as well.
FaZe are probably watching this and going, we won the last tournament. How we got to play Sentinels and Quadrant?
That's exactly what they were saying on the desk as well. Like, how on earth is this our pool in the end with how the points laid out? But that is exactly how we ended up here. This is a stacked pool, and thank you, of course, to the team in the back for getting these pools on your screen while we have a moment. That's Pool A. You're seeing Sentinels versus Quadrant right now. You still got FaZe in.
You got to giggle at it. It's just like FaZe are watching this and going, where's our win? You know, they're probably not. They're probably thinking we're going to 3-0 everyone because we know how good they are. But I mean, looking across the other pools as well, it's fascinating to watch how some of these teams are going to be facing up. And one team I just want to kind of keep your eye on, I would say, is Shopify Rebellion. Their scrim results have looked really strong coming into this tournament as well. And the pickup of Cycle is, we saw how good he was on the complexity roster. He was one of the standouts for sure at the last event, and now he has that experience alongside him. And I feel like Cycle and Rain are really kind of working with each other extremely well on that lineup. So keep your eyes on Shopify Rebellion, because it was a team who got top 6 at the last event that we barely talked about, which is crazy to say, and almost, I got to say, almost disrespectful, to be honest, to not be talked about. And I think we certainly will be raising their names a few more times this event.
Yeah, definitely a team we'll be watching. Also just got an update from the team in the back as well that Native Red did win their Series 3-0 over Bittersweet, and going to be let's see what Native Red can do. Let's not forget they have consistently placed fourth for a very long time, and if
it's a running joke, okay?
If history is any indicator, they'll get 4th again here.
They will.
But I tell you what, there's no 4 guys who want to change that more than the players on Native Red. They've got their sights set on top 3. We'll see if they can do it here. Bittersweet will continue their I don't even know the word, actually. They haven't won a game yet on land. They didn't do it in DreamHack Dallas. They haven't done it here either. They went 0-9 in Dallas. We'll have to see if they can get some points on the board.
Tough learning process.
Definitely.
That's certainly going to be maybe what we could chalk it up for. But like you say, I mean, you're looking at the European region right now. It wasn't an easy road to get to the position where we're talking about Quadrant maybe being a contender for a tournament.
Decades.
I could tell you that for sure, having
decades.
been watching EU teams fall over time and time again. But for Bittersweet, certainly a learning process. And for the ANZ region, certainly, I'm sure there will be moments in the future where that team will certainly step up and have some moments of memory, so to speak, and create a few upsets. But for now, we've got to talk about main stage game again, because you can see on screen at the moment that Spartan is having a conversation with the admins, which is usually interesting for sure. But I want to talk about something. Do you want to talk about something controversial? Should we do it?
I'd like to.
You want to?
Yeah,
okay.
No better time than now.
Yeah, well, I want to talk about the tweet.
The tweet.
You know, the tweet. So now,
I remember the tweet.
I will preface this by saying it's what's known as a sub-tweet. We don't know who it was about. We can only speculate.
Don't know.
Okay, we can only speculate. But when we saw the team changes starting to happen, you know,
I saw it.
We saw team changes starting to go down. And there was one tweet that went out from Spartan, and we all know that Spartan loves to use Twitter.
Yep.
He was saying, you know,
Sure
you give so much to someone, and then they don't give it back, and
it hurts.
I don't have the exact wording for it, but you know, we think it was maybe about next team. We don't know. We can only speculate.
But I
What
think-
did you take away from it?
Oh, I think the most important thing, right, is that there were I think the most important thing, right, is that there were bad feelings coming out of that event from DreamHack Dallas on the side of Sentinels without a doubt, and Spartan had a lot to say about it, right? And he wasn't afraid to make it public either. So I think it's just one thing to look at, that things were not right for that team.
Yeah.
And we said it was going to be the case, right? When you think about top 8, top 12, you see the tweet on your screen actually. You could take a look at it for you, kind of saying incredible, you know, you're trying your hardest.
I mean, to be honest, this could be about anyone. This could be about me.
It's probably not about you, but I agree. However, I think the most important thing, and once again, the point here is not to talk about pointing fingers. That's not at all what we want to do or need to do. The most important thing is that there were, as you see, disappointing feelings coming out of the event at DreamHack Dallas. And instead, they knew that team changes needed to happen. And to be honest, with placings as well, we knew they needed to happen. As we said, top 8, top 12 for players like this, it was just never going to be enough. These players have seen, right, the highest of highs on the main stage, and they're going to be looking for that. So that's why we say top 6 or better needs to be what they get, just because it will validate the team changes that they have made.
Yeah, and this is, the great thing about roster mania is, right, it means that when we see previous teammates matching up against each other, whoever is on the main stage, there's always that added element and that little bit of extra spice that goes down between the two teams, because there's nothing more that you want to beat your former teammate if a team change has gone down that you didn't agree with, right? And there are so many rosters at this event who have gone through that process. And it just means that it's just every matchup's going to be spicy here, man. Like every single one is going to have that little extra bit on top.
It's true. I think your exact words as you teed up this event this week were everyone hates each other probably, which I think is pretty accurate here. It's pretty rare, to be honest, this early in the season. If you look at the history of competitive Halo through the years, it's pretty rare this early in the season that you have that level of team changes and that number of team changes. Clutch kind of alluded to it on the desk, actually. This many changes all at once is pretty remarkable, and a lot of that has to do with the trade window, the trade deadline of when those changes can happen prior to an event and how close these two events were. But it told you that essentially outside of your top 4, there were a lot of teams that were unhappy.
Yeah, you have to agree, and it's not a surprise to see a lot of these team changes go down, like you say, with the expectation a lot of players have from their previous performances and what they know they can achieve. So it certainly makes for a very, very interesting event that we have in front of us right now, and certainly when we get into bracket play as well in the next couple of days, it's going to be some exchanges of words, I would imagine, maybe some handshakes, maybe not some handshakes. Who knows?
True.
Again, I'm liking this like new speculation thing I'm doing, by the way.
I like it too.
There's no fact behind it.
No.
No, there is elements of it.
I don't think it's crazy to think there might be
Have I
a
just
few.
become the bad guy of Halo?
No, not yet. You're on the way, though.
That's Dan's job.
Yeah,
that's Dan.
Dan Gaskin. No, I think you're right, though. I think it's right to say that there might be a few skipped handshakes on the main stage. We've seen some of those, of course, throughout the years, and there might be a few of those here because there could be a little bit more bad blood through these teams. Quadrant, though, one of your teams with no team changes after the last event, as they, of course, put on a historic run. Top 6 in the end, but you have to feel like it meant a lot more than a top 6 because of that big 3-0 over OpTic Gaming. And right now, looking pretty good. 2-1 up in the series. They outslayed in that last game, Stronghold Streets, in the end, 53-39, despite being outslayed by about 6 or so, opening up the game. So to win a game like that and to also outslay by 14 is a pretty convincing victory.
Yeah, I want to talk about Quadrant from the point of view of a European, maybe a slightly jaded European Halo fan.
I know, sure.
Over the years, you know.
Go ahead.
And it's this is a big event for them for a number of reasons, right? It's because I think everyone's looking at this Quadrant lineup now and going, hey, this is a really, really good team. And it almost feels like this is kind of a good team in a different way. It's like, not they're good. Like, this is a team who can cause problems to anyone on the main stage. But saying that, the top 6 glass ceiling is still very much there. We can talk about the great performance they had, the 3-0 over OpTic. But we also have to remember that OpTic beat them when it really mattered in a game 5 in a 3-2 way. And that's the series that matters for Quadrant. Quadrant would say, hey, we'll happily lose against OpTic in pool play if we beat them 3-2 in the bracket. Right. And that's where my concerns maybe start to lie with this lineup. Like, when it gets to the big moments, are we going to see a European team finally break through and prove that when it matters, when the pressure is on, when the lights are brightest, that they can put the performance in to be considered a world beat? Or is it going to be another European, hey, great job, top 6, well done.
Right.
But that's where it ends.
Yeah, that is the question for this roster. And you have to think with, as you talked about, kind of the caliber of player and just how strong that their desire to succeed is you have to think that their top 6 is not going to be good enough for this roster, right? They're going to start to think about what on earth do we need to change. One thing I think that's interesting is that they'll want to look at is that, honestly, that game number 2, right? Because let's not forget, they are on the main stage, and they did find a way to forfeit a 6-kill lead in a late game number 2. So for me, tonight, regardless of how the rest of the day goes for them, I want to see them in the room and watching the VOD of that game. And exactly, as you say, they will be because they want to find a certain level of excellence that they maybe haven't hit yet. I think they need to look at moments like that and think, how do we make sure every single time that we're on the main stage, the moments like that can't happen? And that's what they're going to need on the championship Sundays.
Yeah, they certainly are. That's what it matters. That's when it matters, right? If that game's at game 5, then unfortunately, that's the end of your tournament. But we're going to take a look at some of the other games we've got going on at the moment on the Bravo stream so that we've got some good Halo to bring your way. And hey, look, Rebellion are on our screen. This is a team I was very excited to watch and see how they're going to get on during this tournament. Going up against 6 Karma, our number 1 seed coming in from the MX region.
Taking a look here now. Going to pick up a few kills in the back as well. And we'll have to see what Rebellion could do. As you said, just a team that's really going to be able to potentially go on a different run here with this team change, and a team that's really thinking about what are they going to be able to achieve for the rest of this year. Double kill on your screen here for Leo, though, on the other side.
Yeah, Leo, this is an interesting opportunity for us to actually talk about this 6 Karma lineup, right? Because we were lucky enough to cast over the AMX Regional last year, and we saw some of these names coming to the fore and really putting in some impressive performances in the LAN environment. And this is kind of like the new breed of the region, right? We know all about Nugget, we've known all about tapping buttons throughout the year. All these kind of players that I'm sure a lot of long-time Halo fans will be, frequently seeing on your screen when we talk about the MX region. But the individual skill on this 6 Karma team is nuts. Like, they are hitting some of the craziest shots you could possibly ask to see.
I think worth noting, right, the way that 6 Karma got here as well, right? The fact that they had to go through some of the best, as you say, the Atsos, the Drifts, etc. They had to really make sure that they were fighting their way through, and you have to think it's a surprising result for Luminosity just to not be a DreamHack Dallas, right? I think that's given them a lot to think about as well, but now give an opportunity for 6 Karma to try to put some points on the board here. Not going to be easy up against a team like Rebellion. Got to catch up with B-Man yesterday as well. Coach of Shopify Rebellion saying the team's feeling good, and you have to think with this lineup is not surprising.
Yeah, he also gave us some great advice to pick up the mac and cheese from the barbecue place, and that was
great advice.
B-Man, honestly, spot on. That mac and cheese was superb. But from now, Rebellion are looking like the ones fully in control of this game, as you would expect maybe by the seedings and the expectations we would have coming into this game. But I want to kind of keep my eyes on Cycle, what he's doing for this team at the moment, because I think he is one of those players, we talk about chemistry, who just seems to fit in with all of the other parts, the moving parts of this Rebellion lineup, and just seems to be able to play his natural game as Rain gets the back smack onto Leon, picks up the rockets, picks up a double as well.
Wow.
But it just works beautifully.
Beautifully, and almost as beautiful as that little sneaky backwack. But like you said, I think really impressed with what Cycle could do and how he'll mesh. I think we should also talk about the Karmea drop, right? Because placing top 6 and then dropping Karmea could not have been an easy decision for that squad.
Yeah, also a very difficult one to take, I imagine, for Karmea. We don't know the full details of it. I tried. I'm not gonna lie. I tried. Ryan said, "Hey, maybe if you come play football with us yesterday," and I was like, sorry, on Tuesday. I was like, I'm in England on Tuesday. It's a little bit of a distance to travel, but we'll have to find out, of course, exactly. I'm sure we'll hear from Ryan on why that decision was made throughout the weekend. But for now, you can see it's working for them, right? Cycle just seems to be fitting in beautifully.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see. You heard the desk talking about it as well, right? I think a lot of promise around Cycle. I think he's not only one of the young guns that's the most talked about in Halo Infinite right now, but you could say that he is probably the most talked about young gun coming in, I believe, at 18 years old, right? I mean, you got sometimes a 10 to, in some cases, 15-year gap in terms of the age of the players on the stage. So exciting to see what Cycle could do here. Is at the very beginning of the career, but already so promising.
Yeah, Ryan doing what he can as well. And lovely bandit shots coming in from here. The help from Cycle going to help him clean this up. But it's been full control, you have to say, for Rebellion. And 6 Karma really struggled with this break at the moment. They finally got in behind enemy lines. Sepstar is going to be the man to do it. But the odd ball is down, and the kills not quite in their favor to maybe get a significant chunk of time here, but at least they can get on the board.
Nice little rotate here. We'll see what Sepstars can do. Just going to go ahead and fly in. But as you say, not going to be easy for Alive on both sides. So we'll see how this break attempt happens here. And Mental's going to push into top A and try to fly around. But it's a nice collapse coming in from 6 Karma.
Yeah, that was the brotate. That's where you run it towards a teammate.
Yep.
You see him there and you're like, I need to get out of here. I'm going to throw it towards the teammate. That's the brotate coming in as Rain will find himself with another set of rockets to play with here. Just about doubling up at the moment. Rain trying to make sure he stays alive by using that rocket and backing up, but unfortunately the splash damage and the BR shots are going to be enough for him to fall. Cycle with that double kill to clean up the damage, and Luar finds himself now as the last player alive here for 6 Karma.
56-24 on the board there. You can keep watching this, of course, on the B stream if you'd like, but we'll get ready to get back over to our main stage here in the main room as we get ready to resume once again with Sentinels and Quadrant here. 2-1 in favor of Quadrant. If you're just joining us, welcome to the stream here. The HCS Major in Arlington hosted by OpTic Gaming. Been an amazing series so far as we get ready to get into this game.
Okay, well, it looks like we're almost ready to go back on this main stage right now, and hopefully we can get the series back underway, because we left it at a very difficult time to leave a series, which has been this entertaining. And for Quadrant, the story is they're 2-1 up. They have a chance to close this out in a 3-1 fashion. Even though it's been a little bit back and forth between the two teams, they answered back extremely well in that third game, in that Strongholds performance, after a miraculous comeback in Game 2 from Sentinels, the 50-49 finish. But for Sentinels now, they have to think, hey, we need to send this to a Game 5, and that's where we've seen Quadrant break when the pressure comes in.
Exactly, and you have to think Sentinels is thinking that, right? They're thinking, okay, you know what, we are the veterans of this, not just this scene, but this stage, right? They have way more hours in terms of main stage play than the Quadrant boys do. However, they need to get not just through this game, but also to try to force that game number 5. And as you say, Quadrant historically has found themselves on the receiving end of tough Game 5 losses. Sentinels wants to force them there if they can.
Players, they're ready to go. I'm sure they're desperate to get back into this series as well. It's a difficult time to leave it for the players as well, especially I think it's probably a good time for Sentinels just to take a little break, just to rethink about how they want to approach this next game. For Quadrant, after answering back, I'm sure they would have been desperate to just fire straight into that game number 4 and keep the momentum going. But it means that we are going to have essentially a full reset mentally for both teams as well, to really have some time to think about what's happened and what is to come.
Also just letting the venue know here in the room that you'll hear a little bit lower audio just due to the audio that we saw earlier, so it'll be a little bit quieter here in the room, of course. However, on stream you'll hear your regularly scheduled audio throughout the rest of the show as these teams get ready to get back into this event right here on the main stage. As you say, Argyle CTF, as we talked about, going to be an interesting game number 4. For me, a really exciting game number 4. Just to have this specific game type played. As you said, a mental reset for both sides, and it feels like we're getting a little bit of kind of, okay, everyone has an opportunity to sit back, figure out what they could do over the 12 minutes of this gameplay.
Yeah, and it's an opportunity now for Quadrant to maybe close the series out, like we said, or for Sentinels to send us to a Game 5, and what has been a very impressive series so far between the two teams. I almost fancy a Game 5. You know what I mean? It's crazy for me to say as a European, but I feel that the series deserves it for sure.
It really does deserve it. It's been an amazing battle back and forth between these two, and it feels like Quadrant might maybe want the Game 5 to have it under their belt, right? Maybe a little bit of a confidence boost and an opportunity. So take a look at the stats in this so far. Quadrant, as we said, up 2-1, Falcated with the highest KD on your screen. Legend, though, with the most damage.
Yeah, no surprise to see Legend with the most damage for Quadrant. And I kind of want to take a second to talk about Legend, because ever since he started playing this game, ever since he introduced himself in the European Halo scene, there's few players that I use this phrase about, and it's special, right? You look at special players and players who can take over games, who are going to hit a crazy shot, who are going to completely blow a game open, whether it's with a clutch 1v1 or turning a 2v1 into a situation which benefits him and his team, and he is that player for Quadrant and for the whole European region. I really do rate him as one of the best in the world at this point, not just in the region. And you can see it from the stats, right? He's 1.27 KD across this, most damage for his team. And the one thing I love about Legend as well, it's very rare you'll put him in a clutch situation where he won't do what you expect him to do.
Yeah, and one of the things I loved about Legend as well was we didn't really have him on screen too much during game number 1, but then you look over to his stats column and he's leading the whole game in kills, right? And I love how he could just quietly go about his business, do all the damage he needs, oftentimes not just picking up the kills and the damage, but it's always from the craftiest angles, right? As you saw, don't forget that live fire Slayer, even though they found themselves losing that game in the end, when they were up 48-42, it was because Legend had shot 4 people in a row without getting shot at all. He takes the pillars route to get a kill bottom green, get the clean up bottom green, then goes Nest Bridge, getting all the damage on Boo Boo. Now, in the end, they didn't convert. However, it's streaks like that that let Legend and all of Quadrant just take control of a map.
It certainly does, indeed. And maybe if you're a North American viewer right now and you want to know a little bit about this Quadrant lineup, and I know we're spending a lot of time talking about Quadrant right now, but you know, the way that it works, and if you want player comparisons, if you're watching Halo for the first time in maybe quite some time, and you want to know whose role is what on this Quadrant lineup, you're looking at Seeker. He always reminds me of Lunchbox in the way that he plays the game.
Me of you, but Lunchbox as well.
Visually, maybe a little bit more gameplay, with all due, I don't want to push myself down too much. But he's better than me, all right? Seeker, he's got kind of that lunchbox role. He's going to fill the gaps. He's very aggressive. He's the first forward and plays his life very well and is very good at recognizing openings for teams. Legend is kind of like the main slide, the Lucid like type player on the team. Chick is a little bit more, I would say, Royal 2-esque, maybe in the way that he plays. He's kind of like the statue, the player that he plays, everyone else plays around a little bit. And SOG has become, crazily, in my experience and knowing SLG for so many years, he's the damage dealer, he's the support player. Yeah. He's going to put himself in a position to always help out teammates, to be doing damage from multiple angles, and he's the one who's not too bothered about that KD ratio when it comes to end of games anymore. He's all about, did I do what I had to do to have success brought to my team?
And what I love about SLG is just the way he fits in, exactly what you described. Whenever we catch him, whether it's in the venue, whether it's backstage, he's always talking about how this scenario could have been a bit different. What if we had done this here? He is the man who loves to talk about specific Halo gameplay
you
moments.
Just said talk.
He also loves to talk, and we love catching him too. But I feel like at any moment, SLG could tell you all about any game in a series, and he will take the opportunity to do so. But it's that brain that I think gives him so much flexibility on this team.
SLG could tell you about a moment from a series that happened 8 years ago that nobody else saw, and he will tell you it in such specificity that you'll be like, I'm there. Thank you, Norman.
You know what's incredible is there are players throughout history as well. Best Man is one of them. Neighbor is one of them. Who exactly that? People will come up to me and they'll say, "Do you remember They'll go, "Do you remember Chicago 07?"
They bring it up like everyone knows about it. Yeah, it's like, do you remember that battle P1?
Literally,
like game 5 against on the C station.
Yeah, they'll go. Oh, it was game 2. These two teams, Chicago 07. Okay, so this we spawn. We go. I'm like, how on earth do you know that? Also, I think Lethal's got a memory like that, too. But
it's true.
It's incredible to listen to just how well these players can recount these matches as we get ready to get into game number 4.
I'm ready. Everyone here is ready. Everyone at home is ready. It's time for us to get the action back underway here on the main stage. And it is going to be Quadrant, still 2-1 up in the series. That hasn't changed for quite some time. But we'll have to see if Sentinels can win this game here on Argyle and send us to a game 5, or it'll be Quadrant who come out with the first win in pool play.
And we've had such fantastic, fast-paced game types. As we said, Oddball Streets, Slayer, Livefire, Stronghold Streets. It has been a non-stop, absolute slobber knocker of a series so far. But now things slow down just a bit. Argyle CTF, as we said, more methodic, more tactical. All you need potentially is just one flag on the board to take the win, as we are now into game number 4. It's Quadrant up 2-1.
Oh, and I tell you what, Chick went for the grapple and did not get it immediately because he got absolutely melted by Sentinels who all lined it up. So the camo now going to be fiercely contested, but you would imagine it's going to be picked up here by Sentinels. And I'm pretty sure that it was Falcated who managed to get the first power up. Oh no, Seeker! Oh, somehow they get it!
Seeker sneaks it. It must have been off of a wild angle. He's going to be able to get that one in the end. And now they actually get the first kill as well. 3v3 on the map. Let's see. This is the exact moment we were talking about. Sika now has the camo, but this is not a guarantee. This is not a freebie. What play will Sika make here with the camo?
Oh, he's going to get one. It's kind of donated to him as well. Boo Boo. Going to be taken down. Lethal. I think I was going to say he just caught the top of his hair, but bad time to use that sentence.
Gets the tip of the head there. Can't hide.
That's better.
Lethal with a crafty angle from the bottom. Of course, that scenario is one they would have played many times before, knowing that you can actually take down the commando player, even if they have a camo, from that exact angle where there's a little bit of hitbox to play with. Spartan now, sniper rifle in hand.
I'm going to see all the sniper rifle users on this map as well. The sniper rifle enjoyers are going to be playing their life extremely slowly. We know that Argyle is a map where essentially you are the anchor for your team. When you have this sniper rifle, you're not going to see aggressive plays coming in. It's all about holding mid-map, and that is down to those lines of sight we were talking about. Legend's going to pick up one as well. Spartan has a chance to hit a nice flashy shot, but not going to happen, and Sentinels find themselves 3 dead.
Okay, it's your last player alive, and here he is around the corner. Sika knows it, going to play this very carefully. He does very well to get that kill as well, and now with that 3 dead and essentially a 4th dead, eyes are now going to be on camo and snipers.
Sniper coming up as well. You can see flank coming in here from Boo Boo Doo Boo, and it looks like Seeker just kind of got lost in the sauce a little bit there as his teammates, he was maybe expecting to do a little bit more damage than they did. Lethal trying to challenge. Lethal going to continue to challenge. Lethal going to challenge back though, and Falcated fancies a piece of this. I said, like, Legend just stays alive when he shouldn't. There's another example.
I love that from Legend, because you could tell he wasn't pushing. A lot of players might have just held forward there and pushed all the way through mid, but he just sort of knew the grenades were going to be coming in. He knew that he might get double teamed, so he played that so well and just dances around the bullets and eventually lives to tell the tale as well.
Oh, my Jersey sense is tingling, and that's when Chick has a sniper rifle in his hands because we know what he can do. And more importantly for the context of this game, SLG has got the next camo. That's 2 out of 2 here for Quadrant, but can they make more of an effect on the game with this second?
SLG here on your screen, as you say. Known by the devoted followers as SL Jesus, tries to go for the second one, can't hit. In the end, he will be taken down. That's the second camo neutralized of the game.
Yeah, it's 2 for 2. Nothing really to show for it from Quadrant. So a huge amount of praise has to be given to Sentinels here and how they have approached those situations.
Wow.
Little stick coming in and Boo-Boo.
Wait. It's got to be, wow, the repulse. The rare scenario, I think the repulse actually sent the sticky off of the wall for a split second and actually gave Boo-Boo a suicide. Not something I don't think we've seen on the main stage specifically in that exact order.
I think you've seen it all. And then something like that happens, but Spartan now in a position to maybe support his teammate who was running that flag momentarily. Seeker going to try and draw the attention away as Boo-Boo picks up another. Seeker now last alive as Legend falls off the map or is maybe sent off the map by a repulse. And defense is the name of the game here for Quadrant. Trying to hold fast here, but Spartan with that damage being done might be able to get touched on this flag, but Quadrant have held pretty well here. Send the flag back home.
Wow, perfect timing there from Legend. He's going to pick up that one, and now all eyes on top mid once again. As we said, a very different game type, as you could tell. If you happen to be new to competitive Halo, first of all, welcome. We thank you for checking out the HCS Major here in Arlington, hosted by OpTic Gaming. It's been a great series so far, but just there we saw a little bit of a different game type. So, Boo-Boo's going to get nice damage off of that one. Maybe even pick up another one here, as it's going to be 2 dead, though, for Sentinel, so he'll have to slow this down. But speaking of, very different game type here in number 4. These two teams really in an all-out war for control. Next camo coming up.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting moment. He doesn't hit the shot. Chick stays alive, and Chick has to win this fight. Chick wins this fight, but Spartan off the respawn. You can see Boo-Boo just about bought enough time here. Spartan, he's going to be trying to send that flag back home, and that's a big defensive play coming in from Spartan there. Seeker gets the next camo. This time he's got a sniper to play with as well, so Seeker has the game in his hands.
3 camos in a row for Quadrant. So that one looked good to me. They finally will have to do a little bit of extra work to get the kill as well. As we said, it's amazing to be able to watch what these camo players can do. It might be a third one shut down, though, by Spartan. And they're letting these camos go, but they know exactly how to counter it each and every time. And like we talked about in the pregame, it's not easy to convert with the camo. You still need to make the right plays.
Well, let me tell you, SLG can be a little bit of a human highlight reel on this map as well. He's already picked up one, and he's got the sniper rifle now to play with. And you've seen it. We spoke to Snakebite after the last event. He was saying the French guys are some of the best in the world with this weapon in their hands. The reaction time is nuts, and I mentioned he's a highlight reel. Well, there you go. The flag is moving.
Flag's moving. The French flick is hitting as well. That headshot connects, and convincingly he thinks about the fade away. Body on Spartan now. Boo-Boo bravely shows, and now SLG going to now hold a new angle. Spartan's going to track that one. Looks like a little bit of toes were spotted from SLG. No, he didn't know about it. He actually knows it's
he knew about it. He knew about it, buddy. Don't worry about that. SLG finds his target. The flag is sent home, though. Chick in a position, however, maybe to get another one running. SLG knows where Falcated is. He's hoping that Legend does as well, as he can continue on this little spree as on with the sniper.
Once again, new camo in 20 seconds. That one does not connect, so he's going to set his sights on the top vent. Falcated has to win this battle, and does well to get the damage that he needed as the camo's popping in 13.
2 dead here for Quadrant. Sentinels on the front foot. Chick, though, with a big defensive kill, and we've seen that a few times in this game so far, and that's what this game type can come down to. One defensive play has to be made to shut things down. Spartan is moving that flag. Falcated gets the first camo here for Sentinels as well, and Quadrant, they couldn't do anything with it. The double kill coming in from Lethal, though. This is going to be the first flag going home.
That's 3 dead. Legend here is your last player alive in the engine. He's going to hold no chance. Falcated with the trade and the double kill as well. This flag's guaranteed to go home.
First time they get a camo, well, it's a cap here for Sentinels. That is efficiency. Coming in from the team dressed in red on your main stage, and Spartan, having put that flag home, now has a sniper to play with.
Took them 6.5 minutes of play to get that cap in. They worked hard for it. They found themselves losing the first 3 camos, but it's really perfect timing. All the pieces of the puzzle coming together for the side of Sentinels. They get the flagpole at the same time as they get a kill and a camo grab, and they get the next 2. Really nice work, as you say. Great efficiency from Sentinels. They lead 1-0.
And now Spartan's job is just to hold strong. He just has to stop the pushes coming in. He has to hit some shots. A couple going to be missed, but his teammates have already picked up a few kills, and Legend will be taken down as well, you'd imagine. Lethal will pick that one up. Lethal picks up a 2 as well.
What's going on down there?
Now you can see, while Lethal's getting grubby in the basement, Spartan's looking for some respawners.
Do not leave Lethal unattended with players down there in the bottom engine. He picks up both of those kills off screen, and it looked like he was going to just fall victim to a 1v2. Instead, he comes out with both, and that just paves the way for Spartan to continue holding top mid.
Ooh, tries to line one up there onto Chick, who was just coming off of A little push, and Chick gets a stick on his way forward. So now you're going to see Spartan transferring his attention. He picks up one, and Chick, you might have stuck someone a minute ago, but now you've got a few extra seconds to think about it. Spartan with a triple kill. That's a beautiful way to open the map up.
Wow, you can tell he wanted it too. He just flies in. He's looking for the spawners. He goes bottom base, and guess what? He gets a present. Very happily sees the spawner. Flag run underway.
Flag run is moving. As you say, efficiency been the name of the game here for Sentinels. Chick's trying to challenge. Chick will win another 1v1, but has Spartan bought enough time in that fight to let Sentinels move this flag across the map? They're almost 50% of the way there. Chick, though, with another important defensive kill.
Ooh, Boo with a nice little juke here. Sika, that nade's not going to connect. See if he can get the kill before the re comes in. Sika's actually going to push past. And Boo now, as that flag is going to eventually come back there, Sika will grab that one, and now both flags back at home. Boo still alive here, and the engine might get pinched.
Ooh, SLG. Somehow Sika's still alive, by the way. And you can see one thing that was impressive there from Sika was the prioritization of the situation.
Yeah.
Knew that the flag had to be put home. SLG gave him the cover fire. But now SLG is going to have another sleep here as he gets folded up like a love letter.
Look at this now, 3:24 left on the clock. This game's far from over. We have one on the board here for Sentinels. They had to work hard for it. Lethal with a big 1v1 to shut down the camo as well, and it's another counter from Sentinels against the camo. Spartan picks up another one as well. 3 minutes left here. That was 3 dead for Quadrant.
I mean, Quadrant can't get past Spartan at the moment. Every single time they're trying to push out, he is just hitting the body shot, hitting the headshot, and that's why he's currently sat at 16 and 10 in this game. Make it 17.
Don't do it. Oh boy, almost teased up another one on Chick. A positive 7 for him. As you say, just holding the mid-map, controlling and patrolling. Making sure that they maintain this one flag lead. 2:45 left on the clock.
2 minutes 45, like you say. That's the number to worry about here for Quadrant. For Sentinels, that's the number to hope changes in your favor very, very quickly. Another little quick scope there is going to be cleaned up by Boo Boo Doo. And now Sentinels with Spartan set up and feeling as warm as he is with his sniper rifle at the moment, it's going to be tough for Quadrant to break.
You can tell. Look at him just holding every angle and really not missing. Even if he doesn't catch a head, he's always catching the body shots. Another one as well on your screen. And just like that, continuing to hold. It's gone well for the last 30 seconds. 2:15 left.
SLG going to challenge. SLG should know by now that you don't challenge Spartan when he's in this kind of form. It's a killing spree for him. The camo's coming up. And most importantly for Sentinels, it's another flag running. They already got this one into the base, I was going to say, but Sika slows it down.
It was 2 dead here for Sentinels. Camo was up. Spartan has not grabbed it just yet. It actually is going to drop off a vent instead of going for the grab. We'll have to see how this plays out for them. Now 2 dead for Quadrant.
Oh, Lethal's going to put it home, though, and Sentinels up by 2, and this is their game type. This is a game type they've had a lot of success in throughout the Halo Championship Series. Of course, a new look lineup, but the pieces still slotting together extremely well as TJ. He has a little play with a sniper rifle as well and shows that he can get it done.
And just like that, 2-0 with 1:30 left. It's a very different final moments of this game here, as this really should be a Sentinels win on the board. 1:24 left, and big points here for Sentinels as they get ready. You spoke it into existence, Mark. You said you wanted a game 5.
Hey.
Right now it's teed up. Only a few more pushes left for Quadrant.
Yeah, 1 minute 15 left on the game clock, and you know Dan was talking about the crazy Aquarius comeback that we saw from Quadrant, where it felt like they were out of it, and then 2 quick flags they were back into it. The difference here is that it takes a lot longer to get the flag across the map here on Argyle. So 1 minute left on the clock. You would imagine this is pretty much done and dusted here for Sentinels, and you can tee yourself up at home for a nice little game 5.
Yeah, we're getting ready for it here. Quadrant has about 2 pushes max left with the size of this map if they want to try to get something on the board. The kills are traded out, and they're going to need much more than that. You can tell SLG's actually flying through on the express train to the bottom of the base. He gets taken down and punished for that now. Essentially just about 1 push left total for the side of Quadrant. They're 2 dead.
Yeah, this is game. You know, 30 seconds left. It's just not enough time to run 2 flags. It really is as simple as that. Boo Boo's got the sniper rifle! Woo!
Boy, SLG. That's what?
That's me, Boo Boo. He's having a little bit of fun at the end of this game.
Wow, Boo Boo just taking his doo-boo and making sure everyone knows it. 10 seconds left in the game.
Okay, that's going to be game, set, and match here. Quadrant find themselves losing this game 2-0. Sentinels find themselves saying, hey, we ain't done in this series yet. And then after the long break, Andy, we're going to a game 5.
We indeed are, and Sentinels is ready for it. As I said, you spoke it into existence. I think everybody in the room and everyone at home wanted a game 5 anyway. It feels like this series was worthy of one, and really it couldn't be ended any other way.
Yeah, I mean, we got to talk about Spartan in that game, right? The way that he was hitting those shots, the important shots as well. So impressive with that sniper rifle. And the thing on Argyle as well is it's not the flashy shots a lot of the time. It's just making sure when you're falling away with half shields, you're getting the body shot. Yeah. You're making sure that player can't push, and Spartan did that so well. It was tough to get across the map with him hitting shots like that.
It's such a difference maker. If you even have your snipers hitting, say, 50% or higher body shot rate, you will have so much more possession of the map, so much more control throughout the entire game. Here's this play. Never mind, that's also the beginning of the play. Sika eventually gets taken down with the camo, but that kind of was a really interesting representation of the early game, right? It was a lot of Quadrant camos and a lot of stops coming in from the side of Sentinels. In the end, though, Sentinels, they hold on, they eventually get camos of their own, and they also time their camos even better with their flag runs.
Yeah, I think the important thing to point out, like you were highlighting, was, you know, Quadrant did a great job at the start of the integrate the camos, but it was Sentinels almost doing a better job to spot them out immediately, right? It was no impact whatsoever. And as the flag was moving, you can see Falcate's just having the time of his life. He's got camo to play with. He knows in this situation, if I trade, it's fine, because there's plenty of time for my teammate to get that flag across the map. And this is just a prime example of what we saw all game from Spartan, right? Nothing flashy, nothing crazy, apart from this shot here. Beautiful stuff from him.
Beautiful triple kill, not easily done, and just the confidence also coming out of him there. And just, as we said, it's a highlight reel. Just he continued on, and he held the mid-map so long. Here's the play against SLG. SLG misses the melee, can't even get the trade in that scenario as well, and it just felt like between Lethal and Spartan, man, were they ever hitting shots, and Boo Boo at the end as well.
Oof, I mean, if you're SLG in that situation, you're kind of like shooting across and you're like, I know a shot is coming.
Yeah.
And I hope it isn't a headshot, and it is. It is.
Not an easy way to go down. In the end, also, Sentinels outslays 75-62. So Quadrant keeping it close in the slaying category, however, certainly not in terms of flags. It will be a 2-0 decisive win on a game like Argyle for the side of Sentinels, and they will force a game number 5.
And now, speaking of Aquarius, we mentioned the flag game. That's where our game number 5 is going to be taking place. Now, this is a real test for both teams, because we talk about Aquarius Slayer. We've talked about it for quite some time now as being a map that you're never really out of. You can feel like you are by being down by, say, 10, 12 kills. But you pick up a camo, you pick up a heat wave, that can be a big, big snowball effect. And you see teams making 15 kill runs without response, or barely a response, I should say. So I think even in the latter moments of this game, if a team has a sizable lead, it's not done and dusted, and we certainly should have learned that lesson from game number 2, and I'm sure that Quadrant and Sentinels will know it better than anyone.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot to think about coming out of that game number 2, which was an absolute nail-biter, as you see by the score, but I would even say 50-49 doesn't even do it justice with how wild the end of that game was. However, in game number 5, the ultimate test for Quadrant. Mark, how long have you and I talked about it? Now, for weeks, as we got ready for this event, focus on game 5s for Quadrant. If they want to be one of the best teams in the world, and not just talked about as a major tournament threat, but one of the top 4 and maybe a top 3 or higher contender, they need to really focus up on these game 5s.
Got to win a game 5. That's where the best teams in the world get it done. Look at FaZe last tournament. Right. Game 5, game 7. That was the difference maker for them being the last team to be stood on that stage, lifting that trophy above their heads. And you're looking at the other side of the stage as well, and Central, they know it better than anyone. They know it 100% what you have to do in a game 5. It doesn't matter what's happened in the previous games. If you're in a game 5, it's all about closing the series out. And you mentioned this series layout as well, and how it's been a real examination of like every facet of Halo for these teams. Well, now we go from a very slow-paced, power weapon-orientated map of Argyle to the run and gun style of Aquarius, where you got the camo and the heat wave, but mostly you're relying on your battle rifle.
You really are. And the thing is, if you look on paper, right, if you just think of the way the Quadrant plays, I think on paper, Aquarius is a Quadrant game type, right? The fact that they can fly as fast as they do, they can deal so much damage, they can collapse before a team fully spawns in the back of the base, they can continue to force things like split spawns. Quadrant on paper really should have the advantage here. The question is, will Sentinels be able to play both at pace and maybe just catch Quadrant players off guard? When Quadrant's flying across the map, for example, maybe they're flying through a gen, maybe they're flying across top middle, can you just single out those players? If there's gaps in the setup, if there's gaps in the timing, Sentinels is going to be able to do it. The question is, can they execute here in game number 5?
I mean, what a beautiful series this has been so far, right? A game 5 to start it off. Back and forth, 50-49s, and we've just had the last 2 game types, you would argue, blowouts on either side. Stronghold, you have to say, a bit of a blowout on the side of Quadrant, and then we've just seen Argyle just completely controlled by Sentinels for 95% of that game. And it just means that both teams have been tested to their limits so far in this series, and it's just the first series of pool play. There's a lot more to come for both of these teams. And, you know, they're going to be tested against FaZe as well.
I was going to say, we get to see both of these teams.
Yeah.
We get to see both of these teams play against FaZe yet, which is just going to be a fantastic way to start off the tournament here. And that's still only Friday, day 1 of 3. So just so much to look forward to here at the HCS Major Arlington, hosted by OpTic Gaming. As we said, also a packed open bracket as well. Sold out event in the room, and it's been fantastic so far. And this series has been a great way to kick it off. One game separating the result of these two teams, and you have to think, not only is there a lot riding with this series, however, the pool play trajectory of these teams, right? Neither of these teams want to drop a game here, right? Because as we said, they have FaZe to go up against yet, and it's not going to be easy. This will determine, you heard Quadrant talking about it, this is going to determine right where their bracket goes, right? So I think there's a lot more than just this Game 5 win riding on this. You could see a lot of bracket being determined by which team takes this.
Yeah, and we saw how tight some of the pools were back, the last event as well. It was map difference that was how teams placed. The records were very similar, and it came down to those minute details of how your series had gone. And the fact that we're going to Game 5 now means that the maps, it's not going to be a huge advantage for either of these teams as they move through the rest of pool play. So this Game 5 needs to be a win. It's as simple as that. You need to get the series win on the board if we do come down to something as tight as that when we get to the end of pool play. So, I mean, Game 5 is set up beautifully, I feel, at the moment. And we said at the start of this series, this is going to tell us a lot about where these two teams stack up. Well, we're finding that out right now.
Yeah, it really is, right? We talked about Quadrant. They have to have their sights set on much higher than top 6 if they want to make another historic run. Top 6 is no longer a surprise for this team. It has become an expectation. You look at Sentinels, a lot riding on what was a pretty big set of team changes for them. They need to justify those team changes with the Game 5 win here. Also exciting to watch in this game is you're still going to have the same camo dynamic. However, it's obviously going to play out very differently here. In this game type, if you're able to get kills on the board that lead to a camo, you should then be able to make a certain set of plays that will lead to another advantage. It's very different from your Argyle camo. When you get a camo with control on a map like Aquarius, it should certainly statistically convert into even more kills, even more control. The question will be, can the players step up when it's in their hands?
Yeah, interesting to look at the stats we're seeing on our screen right now. Lethal versus Legend. Both players completely different roles on their team, we should highlight here. Legend with a 1.24. He's the guy who's going to be going in, cleaning up the damage, hitting the big 4 shots in the 1v1s. Lethal on the other side is creating opportunities for the likes of Spartan and Falcated to do the best that they can to put their stats on the board. So it all comes down to the final game of the series. It's a Game 5 here in Arlington. It's Aquarius Slayer. Question is, who wants to win the series?
That is the question. Who wants to win the series to take this momentum from pool play into the rest of their matches for the day? As you said, this one is a big one. FaZe still yet to play these two teams. It could come down to tiebreakers as well, and could determine, to be completely honest, the rest of the tournament for these two teams in terms of where they lie in the bracket for Saturday and Sunday. Only one map will separate Sentinels and Quadrant in this series.
Camo going to be vital, absolutely pivotal for these teams and their success in this game as well. And of course, it's going to be the last event that we see that camouflage, and we're going to have the quantum translocator, which is something I'm going to struggle to say consistently.
I'm very impressed already.
I'm going to be calling it a port, all right, everybody? That's as simple as that. But that's going to be obviously coming into the rotation as well as we move forward. But Camo is going to maybe have his last goodbye, his swan song, as we head into a Game 5 here between Sentinels and Quadrant, the perfect way to kick off the Friday here in Arlington.
So much pressure on both of these two teams. A back-and-forth series with neither of them wanting to be the one that falls here in the end. Boo Boo with your first camo on screen.
I mean, probably the most iconic camo player in Halo's got it right now. Spartan picks up the first kill of the game, and here comes the flank now from Boo Boo Doo. But it's going to be an exchange of kills at the start of this game. 2-2 is the score, and Boo Boo finding no targets to find at the moment, which means that camo is going to start to burn away.
Quadrant going to be very happy with this. They lose the first camo, and they actually come away with the lead.
Ooh, Boo Boo just misses that jump as well, and every second that goes past without Boo Boo having an influence on the map, it's going to be a good moment for Quadrant. Camo is out. Boo Boo taken down. And Quadrant, you have to say, with a 6-3 lead, played that pretty damn well.
They've played it so well. Unbelievable. They lose the camo in a clean 4v4. Legend picks up another one. The trade will come in. However, to be 7-4 when you lost that first camo, that's pretty unbelievable. What a start here for Quadrant.
Yeah, great start from Legend as well. And I really wanted to highlight him as a player to watch in this Game 5 as well. He's sat at 1.24 KD across this series. He needs to reproduce that in a Game 5. And we'll have to see if they can keep that pressure up. Big damage coming in from SLG. Gets the trade with the thrust as well. And here comes the shark in the water. Legend looking again to clean up the pieces.
You can tell he's just reacting callouts here as he rotates all the way back to watch that P1 angle. Make sure that Chick gets back as well. Look at the damage coming in here as well. Great angles. And now he's going to try to stay alive with the thrust. He has a little bit of help here on the pink side.
He's got a lot of help coming in on the pink side. A double kill for Legend. The thrust getting him out of that situation as well. As we were almost seeing Quadrant double up. But keep in mind what we talked about, Andy. Keep in mind, people at home who are watching, big swings happen here on Aquarius, and by no way are Sentinels out of this.
Look at the collapsing, though. They know the P1 kills are there. They're prioritizing it well. Heatwave is in play. Still a 5-kill lead, but they're going to need to do that, what we just saw on screen time and time again, if they want to close out the game here. Still a 5-kill lead.
You can see Legend, not only has he got the Heatwave, he's got the thrust as well, and that means he knows he's got power. He can make the play for his team. Chick picking up one in the kill feed as well is going to give a 5-kill advantage here to Quadrant, and now that is the sign for Legend to go hunting.
Gonna poke around corners here. A little bit of callouts, a little bit of info coming in. The straight stairs nades. Somehow stays alive. Now just a 4-kill lead. Lethal though, camo in hand. Let's see what he can do.
2 for 2 here for Sentinels. Spartan picks up a double kill as well, and now it's a 2-kill game. Remember what I said just a few moments ago? That's the difference between the two teams. It can disappear in just an instant here on Aquarius, as Lethal still has this camo to play with. And if he can find that heat wave that was dropped, then maybe he's got a chance to cause some problems.
Yeah, camo out there, it dissipates just in time because he had 2 plasmas, which would have been pretty devastating to fly into a base. He's gonna get the second one as well. It will be traded out. However, another great effort from Lethal will bring the game within 1.
1 kill between the two teams. Spartan going to be trying to challenge. Boo Boo flying from the skies. Good shots coming in from Legend, but not as good as the teamwork that came in from Sentinels in that situation. It's all tied up, everyone. It's 17-17. Nothing between the two teams.
Ooh, look at the shots here. Might even get the second one from Falcated.
Oh, Falcated!
In a 1v2, wins the battle there. Both players. All 3 players wins the 1v2 against both of them to keep the game tied.
The very definition of no shields, no problem coming in from Falcated there. Fade away for that second headshot. But all it means is that Sentinels are tied up. Fal's going to get a lot of info though for his team now, as he gets some good damage down on the players from Quadrant trying to flush through that gen. Kills being exchanged, 21-22. It's a 1-kill advantage, make it 2 as Quadrant come out better on this.
Spartan was your last player alive here on the high gen. He gets taken down off of great teamwork coming out of Quadrant. That will maintain a 3-kill lead here as they found themselves 3 dead on the side of Sen. And what can Quadrant do here? Will they continue up? Camo popping now.
Camo's so important here for Quadrant. Same can be said for Sentinels, of course. But Sentinels on the back foot, trying to lane the player who might be thinking about moving towards that camo pickup. Damage being done, but Falcated gets that first pick. Here comes Lethal now. He'll pick up another 2v2 on the map. Falcated last alive, though, and he gets 1. So where's the rest of Quadrant? Have they got the camo? The answer is yes. Seeker has the first power-up for Quadrant to use.
Falcated was in a 1v2 there. He does get 1 of the kills. However, Seeker gets away with the camo, not spotted out yet. Seeker decides it's time to pull the trigger, and a perfect kill to start things over. Now a 5-kill lead still, but he gets caught out.
He's been spied out. It's Falcated again who is clutching up for the squad. Keeping this game close. 6 kills the difference, though. This is a situation that Sentinels have found themselves in already once in this match. Can Quadrant make the most of it this time, though?
Seeker knew exactly what he was doing. Even though we saw him die from his POV, they picked up 2 more kills off of that. Seeker knew where he needed to be to get the damage, to allow the separation, and create the separation. Chick actually looks away for a second that allows the trade to come in.
Yeah, he thought he had that kill. He thought Lethal was dead to rights. Instead, it ends up in a trade, and it's a 4-kill game now. 1 team wipe away for Sentinels to tie this game up. SLG trying to break out of the closet here for them. Trapped inside of the gen at the moment. Shocks, going to do enough damage to maybe give it a little bit of information, but maybe not as much as they did previously. Legend now going to try and get the kill until Lethal gets the trade at least. It's the 2v2 on the map.
You can tell he had his eyes on the trade there. Things slow down yet again. This is the home stretch. We finally crossed that 30 mark, and as we've said many times before, this is really where a Slayer will start. Just 3 kills separating the two. Plenty of time still to play with.
20 seconds until the camouflage is back on the map as well. It's 2-1 in pickups. So far in the favor of Sentinels, and it's 2 dead here for Quadrant. And Seeker's got to think about staying alive instead of that camo for now. Lethal's going to push him out, and all of a sudden it's a tie game here with 6 minutes left on the clock.
Sentinels actually goes in the lead for just a second, but things are tied up yet again here, neck and neck. They will get the next kill yet again, and the camo as well. This is big. Spartan with the game in his hands. Can he convert with the camouflage?
1 kill advantage here for Sentinels. The first time we've seen them in the lead for quite some time in this game. Decides to use that sidekick to get some damage down. Does have 2 thrusts to play with as well as the camo here, but SLG with that kill is going to force Spartan to play his life.
He's going to have the Dynamo's thrust camo. The question is he going to try to make a play with this? It drops down. You have to think he was trying to go top car there, and they will now lose a lead by 1.
Chick trying to take his individual battles. Spartan's going to move in to clean it up. Legend has no idea that Spartan's there as well. Falcade, he'll get the kill, and all of a sudden, Sentinels go into a lead. It's a 2-kill one. It's a slender one, but another kill from Lethal is going to give them a little bit of breathing room.
Love the patience from Spartan there. You might have thought he's not doing enough, but right at the end of the camo, it was perfectly timed. He didn't panic. He didn't get greedy. Instead, he now gives them a sizable lead, but just like that, killing spree on your screen for Spartan. However, it's still just a 2-kill game.
2-kill game. You saw Quadrant picked up a couple. However, the Dynamos were enough to keep Spartan alive there. Just keep Legend in a position where he couldn't challenge. Legend, though, finally does get challenged. The damage came in. Seeker trying to clean up the kill, but Spartan is taking over again here. He's 14-10 in this game 5.
It's an unbelievable run, but still just a 1-kill game. Still has 2 plasmas and 2 thrusts to play with. He's got help in the back of the base. That one will come in easy. And now a 2-kill lead, make it a 3-kill lead at 44-41.
Now Sentinels, you get the feeling they're not going to let this one slip. It's a double kill for Spartan, as he is taking over, like I said, 16-10 at this point, and looking to make it 17. Falcade clears it up. It's 46-42.
This is an unbelievable run. What a privilege to watch this from Spartan's POV. They only need 4 kills, and he is just on an absolute tear here.
Yeah, he's full of confidence at the moment, Spartan. He's going to add another one. Falcade steals it away. It's 3 to go now for Sentinels to close out the series.
Making looks way too easy. Spartan just dealing so much damage across the map. He can't be stopped. 48-43, 49-43.
I mean, the man's a walking turret at this point. It's 1 to go here for Sentinels. All they need to do is find 1 Quadrant player to take down, and the series is going to be theirs. Spartan does it! Spartan does it!
With a killing frenzy on your screen, and he has the right to pop off at the end of the series. What a way to finish it. Spartan goes 18-10 in a game that they win by 7.
What a difference, right? Quadrant game 2. Couldn't get it done. They had that same lead. Spartan showing experience, showing how you get it done in a game 5, in a tight game when you have that advantage. Like you say, the medal that pops up, the killing frenzy that comes in, and Sentinels will win your first game on the main stage. And that man on your screen, boy, did he look comfortable doing it.
He looked good. The Sentinels fans in the room also liking what they see. Killing frenzy to end the game there. And what a way to do it. 50-43 is your final score. 18-10 from Spartan, putting the team on his back, and I think you put it perfectly. The man looked like a turret. And what a way, after you talked about coming off of that last tournament, a lot of disappointment on the side of the team. You heard it right directly from Spartan. They are convinced that they've made the right changes and committed also to making sure that they have a very different result here.
Yeah, and you can see, I think we're going to get to speak Spartan in a minute, which is very good. But on the other side of the stage for Quadrant, that is a reality check, right? That is a wake-up call that everybody now knows that they've got a target on their back. Quadrant have a target on their back, and they know that every series is going to be a rough one for them going through this.
1 kill away from a 3-0, let's not forget.
Yeah.
If that's not a 50-49, that's a 3-0 Quadrant win, and this series ended a long time ago. Instead, is a 3-2 win in favor of Sentinels.
Very, very interesting stuff in that series. It's Sentinels who come out on top, and you can see who we're going to speak to, and it's only right that we're going to go down to the main stage of Blaze to speak to Spartan, because what a perfect way to end a game 5 from him.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brav. Texas, give it up for the Sentinels as they take the first match on this main stage in an exciting fashion. But for you, Sparty, I know that match probably was just a little bit stressful being down 2-1 there, having to go into those last 2 maps. Quadrant, they were fighting hard. What was the key to success in taking them down?
Honestly, they're like super aggressive and their chemistry is just on point. They're really freaking good. They are a top 5-6 team in my eyes, and if they're just playing on point, man, they can honestly just take anybody down. They took down OpTic last event, right? So big props to them. They're freaking amazing.
Yeah, they are playing hard over there, but you guys were amazing on the stage, and the Sentinel squad, a new look over here. You got 2 new teammates on the team. What has it been like playing with this squad? Okay, some changes here when it comes down to your squad, but, it looks like you guys are doing so good so far.
Yeah, I mean, Mike and Jesse bring such a huge dynamic to the team. Mikey's a really good slayer, and he kind of me and him balance each other out, and then Jesse's just the new age Ola. Obviously, no one's ever going to be Ola, but he plays very similar, and that really helps out. And then TJ's he does everything. He's always done everything. I've teamed with Mike and Jesse before, and you know that was in a different game though. So like we're learning together in this game, and we've only had a couple of weeks together, but I still feel super confident.
It's only up from here for the Sentinels. Any last words you want to give to the fans that's been supporting you and your career and your squad?
Thank you guys. Honestly, even the haters, like the fuel just it fires me up so much. People tell me I should retire, like blah blah blah, but like I'm up here and I'm still winning. I'm dropping Frenzy's Game 5. Like I'm here to do it. I'm here to win.
Frenzy's Game 5, and he's here to do it. One more time for the Sentinels, everybody. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Yeah, retirement is not on the cards for Spartan. That is for damn sure. I mean, what an incredible and huge performance from Sentinels on that main stage to kick things off. You know, we didn't get a chance to talk too much about this roster before the game, but I got to ask you right out of the gates, after this incredibly hot series, how much pressure was on the shoulders of those Sentinels boys coming into this tournament in this pool and on that main stage against Quadrant?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of pressure, and for them to be able to release some of that, maybe lessen the burden that is kind of like what this year has been to their respective careers, what these guys' expectations are coming into every tournament. It's been a lackluster year for them. So this one, it meant a lot. You could see the emotion in Spartan's interview, what it meant to him just to reestablish himself on the scene, to find himself in a Game 5, to have the performance that he individually had in that Game 5. That's big time for him moving forward. What a big series for Sentinels to come out on top in.
Indeed. I've got to say, though, it really did come down, again, to margins, right? Game-changing moments. The plays that are coming through from individual players and the skills that were on show were massive. And really, for me, that started on Live Fire and Boo Boo. The end of that Slayer, Gaskin. Boo Boo just had the most incredible moment where really it was in his hands. He won that for the team. And that started where the swing kind of happened. I think you let Quadrant win that Slayer and things can get very, very difficult very quickly in terms of confidence.
Yeah, you saw the series layout. That was a 3-0 if Quadrant won that game too. I know it's not always as simple as that, but we stressed it before this series started. Slayers were everything at the previous event, and clearly it's evident now that teams have had to have practiced it coming into this event. You have to be able to ice up, and the fact that Sentinels did that, they were down by 6 in Game 2, and they were able to come back. It's not something you often see, especially at the top level of Halo Infinite. So the fact they had that ability to come back into the game, to shut down a very aggressive, a very fast-paced Quadrant, who almost were too fast in that match number 2, really says that, you know, this Sentinels roster is here to play, and they can compete at the very top. And I can't wait to see how this develops going into brackets.
I mean, I can't wait till we get an opportunity to see that Boo Boo play at the end of that live fire game. He was top tower at one point, ends up hitting the G slide bottom middle to stay alive because he's getting surrounded, ends up staying alive towards scoreboard. And what happens, happens, but Boo Boo's transition from a player key door all the way up to sandbags and to win a 1v1 at that height disadvantage for the game. I mean, that was everything. He might not have had the greatest KD ratio of this series, but he kept his team in this series, and the KD ratio players on his team, Falcated, Spartan, they got the job done when they needed to in Game 5 as well.
They certainly did indeed. We're probably going to see this in just a moment in terms of these highlights because we're on Live Fire Slayer right now, but it really was a special moment. I think having to have that risk, you know, in that moment as Boo Boo, like I can't do anything else here. This is all on me. And that is where the confidence has to come through with the skill.
And I think one of the biggest differences that I take away from North American teams and European teams in particular is NA players seem to be wanting to be the player to make the difference to win the game, whereas I find a lot of European squads don't want to be the player to lose the game. And it's a really different mentality, and you can see it with how you're positioning yourself on the map. Are you running away or are you running at someone? Spartan at the end of that Game 5, Jesus Christ, was he playing well. I've never seen Spartan pop off like that in a way where he believed every single engagement he was going to win. He had complete trust in his teammates, complete trust in his own ability, and he did not fear anyone.
The big thing is he was able to dictate the pace of the end of that Game 5. Spartan controlled everything, the thrust, the camo, the sidekick. He was putting everything to use and influencing it at his rhythm. When you fall into your flow like that, it's no surprise a player with Spartan skill falls into a killing frenzy as well. Something we typically will tip the hat to Quadrant, their ability to set the pace, to set the tone of these games. They were not able to do that in Game 5, and that is the reason they did not come out victorious. You got to have big question marks about their ability to set the pace because that was one thing that we leveraged them over coming into the series, is that they were going to be able to do so. And ever since this Game 4 Argyle, where you really felt the momentum shift, they couldn't get it back.
And it's the ability to set the pace in those Slayers in particular. They just weren't able to get it going, and I think that's something that they need to focus on. In Game 4 with Argyle, how many times did we see Quadrant get the camo and then back off to the 50... the yard line, or whatever it is you Americans say. They came halfway, right? And they got themselves to the point where they weren't trying to get the flag with the camo. As soon as we saw Sentinels get the camouflage, they were straight in that base. They were trying to get pulls. They were trying to run that flag. They were taking advantage of the camo. They got that cap, and ever since then, they were able to play defensive, and they took full advantage of Quadrant just trying to push into their base.
Yeah, one last note on this Argyle CTF. Towards the end, it starts to be a highlight reel, right? Spartans ripping heads. Boo Boo starts ripping heads. Even TJ, he gets a snipe. Not often does he get it, but he can rip some heads too.
Here it is.
All of these individual kills are starting to build confidence for what this Game 5 performance is about to be from all of these guys. Although these kills may not transition to anything, the game's kind of over 2-0 with 30 seconds left. Guess what? Those are confidence kills, and that confidence, it transitioned perfectly into this Game 5.
It certainly did indeed. And I got to say, though, I think, you know, just jumping really quickly back to Argyle and especially pushing into the Slayer as well to finish, it was a bit strange from Quadrant because I think their priorities are actually really, really good. I think they do capitalize on the priorities really well and often do execute them perfectly. It's the problem for me is with not actually being able to put 2 and 2 together. Yes, they're super fast and super aggressive, and a lot of the time that gets them over the line. But with this, with your priorities, it's how you use it, how you use your power-ups, how you use your equipment to the best possible advantage. We definitely saw that in Argyle, and then of course momentum cut short here in the Slayer.
And it was one of those situations where Quadrant, they were trying to prioritize, but there was always a member of Sentinels that was popping off and shutting them down, whether it be with a sniper rifle, whether it is Spartan getting a killing frenzy. I don't think Quadrant had a bad series. I think Quadrant are going to be fine, and Quadrant are still a top 6 team in my eyes, and they're going to be a real threat in this tournament. But what we've learned is more about Sentinels and how good Sentinels are going to be at this tournament.
That's the thing. The one point I want to leave this series and the viewers with is, if you're a Quadrant fan watching, all is not lost, right? This is a very strong team. Look at the Strongholds match. That was an absolute blowout. That's a textbook Quadrant performance right there. Legend, he played lights out. A 1.29 in a series you lose in Halo is not easy to do. LQ still going to be doing his thing. If the rest of the boys can get their act together, they are still going to be a tough team in this pool against FaZe. That is a very winnable series for them still today. And then moving forward, I mean, this pool, we came into the tournament looking at it. Arguably 3 of the top 6 teams, in my opinion, are in this pool. It's a tough draw. You went to Game 5, but this is something you're going to have to move off of.
I think the Quadrant just need to recognize when to change the pace a little bit, especially in that last Slayer game. They were throwing away a few kills at the end where they were constantly off spawn, sprinting, trying to get into engagements, and they never really took that moment to breathe and think about it. And that is Quadrant. They like to play that fast style, but I think you need to recognize who you're playing against. It's a more slow, methodical Sentinels, and perhaps if they had slowed it down a little bit earlier, it could have been a different result. But as Wes has said, I think we learned a lot about both teams, and I don't think it's a bad situation for either, and I'm expecting them both to still go far in the bracket.
I've got to say, I completely agree. I mean, you looked at the series now, it's extremely close. Apart from that one Stronghold, which I'm sure teams are still trying to figure out why Quadrant is so damn good at Strongholds and how it's always a blowout. But I've got to say, exceptional stuff from Sentinels. Guys, we're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we have more main stage action for you. We have Spacestation Gaming going up against a new look G1, and I can't wait to see that one in action. We'll catch you right after this.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
for every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
That will be 3 dead for Quadrant, but Quadrant does get the ball tossed into the courtyard. Let's see how long Chick can stay alive.
Chick trying to do what he can. He's got a bulldog, and my goodness, that but boom, the cheeks and gets around that corner.
Wow, very good cheek squeeze indeed. The rocket splash damage will come in on the caution. Look at the kills from
Stronghold captured. Stronghold captured.
It is you.
That is something I don't remember. Anyway, let's...
Taken.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. Joining me on the desk I have Clutch and Bravo. Brav.
Hey.
did quite the stint up there on the balcony.
Yeah, a longer one than usual for first series of the day. But my God, what a great way to kick the day off. What a great way to kick the tournament off, yeah.
It was wild. Very, very close. I don't think we really honestly expected anything less out of both of those teams, but it's really cool to see that actually in action. And a lot of things that we were expecting, I think, from both sides to really come into fruition. Massive, massive congrats to, obviously, Sentinels pushing forward and a lot of pressure on their shoulders. They managed to get it across the line as well. But that pool A will live on, or maybe not, because it is the pool of death. So pretty scary stuff in that one. But coming up next, we do have Spacestation Gaming versus G1. And again, two teams I think everyone is eager to see. I think Spacestation from the side of the fact that, you know, they're going to be pretty angry coming into this tournament. Again, marginal things happening for them that are costing them championships and majors potentially as well. So I'm excited to see what Spacestation have really been working on to try and completely correct that and push a major in their favor. Spacestation Gaming, though, absolutely incredible. What do you think they have actually been working on behind the scenes to hopefully get this one done here and now?
Yeah, I think they're pretty well polished overall. Them finding themselves in several of the previous Grand Finals appearances and losing in Game 7 forms. It's a matter of Slayers. Can you get the job done in some of these big time Slayers that they're playing in? And unfortunately, they've fallen short. So I'm looking at their Slayers to be a little bit more efficient. But as far as objectives are concerned, I think that this is the most complete objective team we have on the circuit.
Bobby, I've got to ask you in terms of, you know, you being up there casting these Slayers, what was lacking potentially from this team?
I think, honestly, it's just coordination, because look at these 4 players, right? You would never, ever think that there was anything missing in terms of how this team can move around a map, how they can coordinate their pushes, their timings, their power-up grabs. They're some of the best players in the world. So I think it was a bit of a surprise and just a clear strategic kind of gap or perhaps oversight in terms of their Slayer prep. And you saw Bound talk about that right after the tournament. But I think this team just needs to look a little bit more at coordination and timing as they move around the map together on a Slayer, and they'll figure it out. I think it's not a matter of if, but when.
Now, Clutch, SSG going up against G1, previously known as the Hive in the last LAN event we saw them in. You know, Space Station, how much of an indication will this first series be for us with how pissed off they really are coming into it?
I don't think very much, because I expect this to be a lopsided affair. Although I do think this G1 and Hive roster has a lot of skill and a lot of potential to make their way up into potentially like the top 8, top 6. Back-to-back top 8s would be big for them. This SSG team are known for stomping on their opponents, especially the lesser tier opponents along the way. I don't expect SSG to really drop a game today, and if they do, maybe that shows you a little bit more than if they go undefeated.
Indeed it will. I've got to also ask about Bound in terms of the feelings that he had post-tournament with the Global Invitational. You know, he did tweet, and we kind of saw some confidence coming across, even though it was a really difficult loss for them, especially with the reverse sweep kind of coming across the cards there. The fact that they are still remaining in the same headspace, the same type of confidence, I think that speaks volumes for this team and kind of what they bring to the table from a mentality standpoint too.
Yeah, I think this is a great tweet from Bound. I think this is what you want to see from some of the best players in the world, and Bound has quickly risen to one of those titles, you know, kind of saying, hey, great games to FaZe, and also taking accountability, right? I choked a good amount in the winners final. It's huge. Accountability is huge, and I think this makes Bound a player that's even easier to root for, right? GG's, I choked, and it's on me. Nonetheless, I need to work on this, right? And the fact that he was already looking forward to this event and confident as ever. I mean, it's just a great mindset. It's a great attitude. It's a great level of honesty and accountability, as we said, from a player. And I think it makes people, especially SSG fans, want to root for Bound even more.
It certainly does indeed. We actually have some stats as well coming across from Bound. I think Bound is a player that we, you know, always do kind of look at to be the superstar, right? To take these game-changing moments and win the 1v1s and win the pivs. And he does indeed. I think going as far as saying choking in the winners finals, I think he's obviously putting a lot of pressure on himself there, because I think he played a phenomenal tournament. I mean, it was clean as anything leading up, I think, until FaZe. And that's where the challenges really started coming across here. Would you give any kind of wise words to this individual? Because Bound really has been a force to be reckoned with.
It's times to come. And that's the only thing I would tell him is, hey, keep doing what you're doing. You are on the road path to success. I've seen the greats of Halo come and go, and you are next on the list, son. Keep coming, and I promise you this win isn't too far away.
It certainly isn't indeed. Well, they're going to have to go up against G1, and they are on the other side of the stage right now. Now, G1, of course, being the previous Hive roster, a roster that has really worked their way up into the ranks and is playing amongst the greats that we do have here in Halo. Obviously, I think G1, the roster, has taken quite a risk, but I think also a reward with these players and how they have been performing on LAN. And I think this could be a new era of Halo Infinite that we are seeing. Clutch, I want you to talk to me about how much belief this org have put behind these 4 players.
Yeah, I think the big thing for me is throughout all the roster mania, these guys decided to stay together. They got their first top 8 placings, a lot of their first real big opportunity to place well at a tournament. And G1 saw that. That's something that they want to buy into. They want to believe in each other. G1 as an org believes in these kids. And I think that belief, it goes so far for their mentality coming into the tournament as underdogs, as people probably counted out in this series as far as an opportunity to get so far in whatever tournament. I would assume most predictions leave these guys out of where they're realistically going to place because they have skill. They put in the time. I promise you, every single day you play matchmaking, you're going to see these 4 names in that playlist because they put in that work. They don't skip off days or whatnot. And I have a feeling that it's just a matter of time for things to click. And I love the fact that this group of players doing it together has an opportunity this weekend to showcase to the world the work that they put in.
Now, Bravo, G1 did get very, very close to 3-0ing FaZe in the last tournament that we saw. They were 1 play away. Do you think they've got 1 play better this event?
I think that's the question, right? They've had 3 weeks, a lot of time to think about that series. And knowing these 4, the ambition, the hunger of these players, they've had a lot of time to think about that series, right? And it's something that has undoubtedly played back in their minds. And you have to think they got to use that as fuel, right? As Clutch said, they're in the playlist every day. A big part of that is thinking back to that series. And they're going to think the next time we're on this main stage, we have got to make it count. We'll see if they can do it here.
We do indeed. I've got to ask you though, Clutch, as we're still looking at the players on G1 here, who's your player to watch?
I got to go with Precision. This kid is nasty. And I've had the privilege to play against him, like I said, a few times. And having seen a lot of the top players in their primes and playing against these guys, this Precision kid has a ton of individual skill. If he gets snipe in his hand, he can go off with it. If G1 want an opportunity in this series to push it a little bit further, to maybe create this upset, it's going to be on the back of Precision having one hell of a series.
It certainly will indeed. I think, I'm very, very impressed with this G1 roster. Truly, I really am. I think last event, we were talking about window shopping and the kind of meta that kind of comes across, I think, from the open bracket when you have individuals who are trying to make it, right? They're trying to make it on these top teams and have their shot at a championship, at a trophy, at getting somewhere within Halo. These 4 have stuck together. That just doesn't really happen very often. A lot of the time you see teams kind of breaking up an open bracket. They're trying to shoot their shot, so to speak, and get picked up by a different team. The fact that these 4 have stayed together and are changing the meta of it, I think that's just absolutely incredible. So the team chemistry must be there, Brav. The chemistry, the synergy, it must be there for these 4. And I think that can make it dangerous in its own right.
Oh, definitely. And I think also just the fact that they know they're doing it together, right? There's a special piece of knowing that they've gone from going known as the Avengers over to Hive and now finding this new team. I think that there's a special kind of intangible piece there when you know that you've kind of stuck together for now all this time. And now I think the ceiling is higher than it's ever been for this team. The question is how high, can they push it?
That is a very, very good question. And I think going up against Spacestation Gaming, it's going to be a difficult one. I certainly have quite the test here on Friday, on day 1. But you never know what can happen, and crazy things can happen on day 1. And with that being said, we're ready to go to our casters. We've got Golden Boy, we've got Tony. What's up, boys? How we doing?
Yes, it is. I'm excited, beyond elated. It's going to be a great time. Hopefully everyone here sounds like they're having a good time as well. Tony, it's going to be an exciting matchup, though, because, I think for the G1 side, obviously they're looking for a little bit of redemption. They want to shock the world, if you will. And for Space Station, it's really just about getting back to where they feel like they need to be, which is right in that grand final, right in the top 3 discussion, talking about winning championships.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing matchup. Obviously G1, new squad filling in for the Boo Boo Doo Boo and Falcator coming over and got a lot to prove. Meanwhile, like Space Station Gaming, they've already been there, already done that. In fact, these 2 teams have matched up on land back at Dallas, and it was a 3-0 in favor of Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, so this team obviously has the experience going up against SSG, but the problem is that you're going up against SSG, one of the most consistent teams in all of the HCS. Hell, I'd even go as far as to say one of the most consistent teams in all of esports. It's very hard to see a team, or it's very hard to have a team that can be grand finals adjacent so many times in their lifespan as a four-man core. And this is a tall task, right? You're asking for a couple young guns, guys who really are in a great position, both professionally as well as just as players, to go toe-to-toe against four of the best to play the game right now. I think very highly of the Spacestation team, and it's really only going to be a matter of time before they're right back to their winning ways, getting championships, because they came so close, in Dallas. So this team really has so much going for it. G1's going to have a lot of work cut out for them, but I have no doubt that this young team is up to the task.
But who better to go up against them than the underdogs, the grinders, the one that every single time they go into any matchup, whether it's SSG, OpTic, or FaZe, they know that they can win on the other side. And when the pressure is not on you, that's the best time to step up. That's the best time to show everybody what you're made of. And then they also got the secret weapon. You mentioned this before. Hoaxer's no longer teaming Eco, Stellar, and Penguin anymore. Now he's on the other side on G1. So now you have your coach that knows the opposition's team's strengths, weaknesses, everything. That was a great point that you brought up. G1 might be in the best position to upset, and it's going to start here. Game number 1, Empyrean. Capture the flag.
Let's see how this works out, Tony. It's going to be quite fascinating to see how Spacestation Gaming are really going to be able to show up, and really prove to everyone that's like this match could very well just be a speed bump for them. On the other side, though, and you were so right about this one, Tony, G1, at this point, everything, like the pressure has to feel off you. At this point, you are just going into this playing with that house money and just taking full advantage of the fact that you are being given an opportunity to go up against one of the best teams in the game, and you can actually win this damn thing. So it's going to be CTF. We don't know the way that this whole thing, the way the cookie crumbles on this one, folks. But if you're watching for the first time, first 5 flag caps wins the game straight up, plain and simple. It's a core map. If you haven't watched in a long time, don't worry. This is basically Pit, just purple and very pretty. And I'm looking forward to seeing how Spacestation Gaming are really going to be able to get these opening gambits here and establish themselves early on against G1. And out of the break, one of my favorite players already is going to be going for that snipe at Stellar. And they're looking to get right to the sword room here. But I love the reads that we're seeing from G1, really preventing them from being able to establish any kind of footing early on. But that is where you got to be careful, because Stellar could just swing out behind you and catch you from off guard. And it was a good attempt there, I'd have to say, by G1, but Spacestation read that one very well. Now they have both snipers available to them as soon as the game starts, Tony. That's a lot of control.
Stellar's one of your favorite players and one of the most consistent players in the game, but Penguin is the X factor, and you're already seeing him put in work with the sniper. No scope to the BR, already starting that flagpole, but has the awareness to back down, slow it down, work those spawns. They may just need another round of slays.
Penguin getting pressured here. You can see where the spawns are going to be coming from the courtyard. So this is the right response that Penguin's making, rather than like trying to go toe-to-toe in that particular fight. But very well done by G1, just to try and recover out of that whole fight there. Hold back Spacestation as much as possible, but try as you might. You can see that there, right? That was a smart play. Go for the challenge on green. Force his player to have to go back. But the problem is that Stellar with a sniper rifle, and they established both of those guns early on in this one, really just showed ramifications there and kind of stalls things out.
Oftentimes, we talk about complementing a team's objective defense. We usually talk about Spacestation Gaming, but the way that they were poised to pull that flag through long haul, and then we got the chance to see G1's objective defense, it was one to get SSG right off their side, but you got to do it more than once. Here come SSG. They have a man advantage once again.
Chronicle gets picked off down low there. Of course, he was going to fall victim to Bound regardless. You can kind of see already where the game plan for Spacestation is here, right? Get control of the courtyard, really just try and force those spawns on the opposite side so that this way they can start to make these flagpoles happen, right? Just little by little begin to march through the opponent's base so that this way you can get those round of slays. You see where Stellar is going to be positioned as well. It's going to be a lot of pressure being put on him here, and Penguin doing a great job just pulling this attention away. That is now going to be an attempted flagpole here, but look at the way that Swish has pushed himself right on top of this east tower here. The problem is that he's going to need to get in front of this as soon as possible. Teammates are throwing gunfire forward. Eco, great cover there as well to just try and prevent that player. Now it's going to be really left up to Neuronical to try and make this stop happen here, but instead it's going to be coming from Huss over toward training. Just a good heads-up play, really just to put that pressure onto Space Station, bring that flag back potentially.
Way back in Halo 3 on Pit, you used to always see those flags run through the long haul side. Even going into Halo Infinite, the same thing here on Empyrean, but SSG have been one of the ones to change up the meta and start running it toward the training side, and now with the counter pull coming in for Gamers First, Neuronical with the overshield, we see another flag moving over towards that training side. He has to deal with two.
Excellent
in
movement.
fact, gonna go right up. Love this play by Neuronical. Now you have another one in front of you, bound down to one shot. Neuronical doing everything he can to stay alive. Finally, the grenade and everybody else coming in for SSG. We see more objective defense coming in. Nobody able to get that flag past the 50% portion of the map.
Woo, and you got to also give credit in that. Oh, my word, Bound. All right, let's relax there for a minute, Poppy. Okay, you got to give credit where credit is due there to Space Station Gaming, because you're seeing Neuronical basically just pull off like a Indiana Jones type of stay alive situation. But meanwhile, you had members like Penguin, Bound, pushing beyond where Neuronical was just to try and get in front of G1 so that Neuronical couldn't get that kind of support. That allows them to be able to essentially reset the map where they are right now. So where Space Station is, another great position, but I do give G1 all the credit in the world for reading this one. They know what they want to do, and they're stopping them in their tracks, Tony. That says a lot about the preparation that this G1 team has put in, and you know Hoaxer's in the back yelling at them, telling them, guys, pay attention to that tower. Do not let them get possession of that area.
They say the two best abilities you can have in esports is availability and adaptability, and G1 have been able to adapt to every single one of Space Station Gaming's offensive pushes. Precision trading out his life with that heat wave over toward the sword side. Neuronical fighting for his life out of the Mauler side of the map, able to not only get that kill, but that's going to secure the reset, and hopefully G1 can convert that defense into some offense and get once again the SSG's base.
Of course, SSG really fighting for one another here. Good to see Eco, you know, with a decent amount of assists. They're always just being a person that's like in the fray, right? In the fight. And that's why you're also seeing the way that players like Penguin and them, they have no problem stalling out in the middle here, right? They'll let G1 kind of take the onus, make that first move, because they know that they can at least get the response. But pay attention, though. You saw it briefly at the bottom of your screen. Yeah, that OS is going to be coming up in a moment's notice here, and Space Station is playing for this here. You have no real equipment for Neuronical, but what you do have, I was going to say, you do have at the very least the height. And they do get themselves the rocket to boot as well. So they get a lot out of that one here. Oh, man, the repulsor sent back the rocket. That could have been real bad for Precision. He's going to just try and get that flag out of there toward the green inside of the no man's land area. Penguin trying to stay alive, though. Now look at Eco around the corner. They have so much support, and you kind of just feel a little bit there for G1 because there really wasn't much of a good opportunity there, Tony, for them to get that flag out, especially with OS looking right at them.
Space Station Gaming were able to get away with that overshield, but G1 got the rockets and were able to turn that to the first pull, but Space Station stopped that flag pull, and now we're seeing a counter come in, Bound having that flag so close toward the long haul side, but you see both Swish and Neuronical with their two-pronged attack. Now a third one comes in. G1 overwhelmed that side right off of spawn. Looks like that flag is going nowhere.
Yeah, look at the help, too, that, you know, G1 is giving themselves here, right off of the spawns, understanding that they're going to get pinned from their green, so they just needed to just stay up for as long as they possibly could and get that re, which they do manage to obtain. That being said, though, you know, Tony, we're right back to the drawing board here, and this is really where I actually feel really good about G1, because if they're going toe-to-toe against the Space Station team and really not giving them much quarter to work with here, I actually think G1 could very well pull this one off, but big plays like that from Stellar. Thankfully, Swish was there and Huss was there for the pickup. But yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing from G1 thus far.
And not only going toe-to-toe with them, but also slay for slay. The slays are about even on each side. I said it before, G1 do not fear Space Station Gaming. They want to go at them. They want to be competitive. But with Penguin and Eco getting back-to-back kills, Eco now sitting over toward the training side with this sniper. This can be dangerous for G1.
Like that position from Precision. Precision for precision. Man, say that 5 times fast. English is a very hard language for me to learn, you wouldn't know. But that right there is just a good example of like just playing your life, playing information if you can. Even though they do manage to get that tower control, it's still coming off of a lot of labor that we're seeing from Space Station, but that was just a clean shot there for Miko that's actually going to open things up. You can see the 3 members of G1 kind of all cuddling up inside of the base here. Huss is going to be going up against Eco, sliding right in there, and that is going to be a clean kill, and he's going to come out of that with just under half shields remaining. The pressure, though, coming from the courtyard, and just look at the repositioning that we're seeing from Eco, and the help that he's getting as well with the drop wall, too. This could very well be a good flag run here for Space Station, but we got to see how the response is going to be for G1.
You did say the English is a tough language. One phrase that goes across every language is flag pull. That means you got to do something to stop it. And it looks like right over toward the exit on that long haul side, G1 once again stopped that flag short. That's no cap, no kizzy, no... isn't that the kids say?
Allegedly so. I'm 35.
On Bound, on Renegade, I don't know. Something like
that. You know, between this and the other game I work, it's just too many phrases for me to keep up with, damn it. But in any case, though, what isn't hard to understand is what's going on over toward the blue side of the map here. An attempted flag pull is being made by Space Station. 2 members of G1 are going to be circling around inside of the base here. Eco's going to go down. The calls have been made, and Stellar's just trying to see if he can contribute any way he can, but this is going to potentially open up an opportunity here for G1, but just as I say that, it's going to get stuffed. And that is going to be Space Station with yet another stop, and we're right back where we started. 0-0, 3 minutes on the clock, a closely contested battle between these two teams.
And we got to give a shout out to Eco, who puts his 20th kill on the board. 8 assists to go along with it. Normally the IGL, normally sitting behind his teammates, but now he's on the front lines, putting in that work, leading with the slays. But wow, as I say that, Switch gets a big kill, puts Space Station 3 down, and now it's G1's turn to get onto the base of SSG.
All right, this is where you got to start making magic happen here. You were able to get 4 down now. You have them backs against the wall. This is where you have to get that next round of slays. What is your positioning here? What is the game plan for G1 to try and prevent these members of Space Station from being able to recover off of this spawn? They get 3 down again. This is the perfect situation you could possibly ask for, Tony, for G1.
Back-to-back 3 downs for G1. They are getting aggressive here. Precision just waiting. Another round of slays, and that's going to spell good night for Space Station, especially with only 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. This next cap may be it. And with the 360 AR, his name is Precision, but he's using an automatic weapon. What's going on there?
Whatever gets the job done, gets the job done. You know what I'm saying? And it seems like Precision's doing just that as he's brought this flag across. He's over toward long haul, and this is looking great thus far. Even though he's going to drop that pull there, it's perfectly fine because he's got the coverage and they got the flag, and G1 is on the board. Wow, that was a beautiful display of how you control the map and you completely suffocate your opponent to get that flag cap with 1:45 left.
G1 looking to pull off the upset here, and now they're really starting to feel themselves, going for those high risk, high reward, long range rocket from Huss over toward the tower side. Now Precision getting aggressive, putting the killing spree with the sniper, and somehow Switch just taking his time, making sure that SSG don't get their numbers and get too aggressive with it, giving his team enough time to come off a spawn and to get back on the map. Now goes with the assist onto the first, gets the kill onto Stellar, long range shots onto Eco. He was the only player in position to stop SSG from getting the pull, and he's able to do it.
I mean, just even look at like the support that Neuronical was giving over toward that Needler push there, right? Like Swish was in a really bad spot. He was potentially going to get into a 2v1 challenge, but there was always assistance. There's always support. They're looking out for one another, and that is a scary thing to see this late into the game from G1. Like the way that they're playing right now, slaying for one another and constantly looking at where those pushes are going to be coming from is a thing of beauty. And why I love watching high-level Halo like this, and this is going to be a last-ditch effort now. 42 seconds left on the clock here for Space Station Gaming, and if there's a team that could pull it off to get that flag pull, Tony, it's SSG, because it looks like they're on the prowl right now.
And now it really is crunch time. G1 were doing a great job of applying pressure. SSG alleviate that pressure and get their pull off. 26 seconds, but you still have sudden death to work with. Stellar having the awareness to drop the flag. It almost drops Neuronical right there. Luckily, teamwork comes in, bound over toward the tower side. He's one
Look
shot.
at the
Huss does damage onto the tower player, then wraps back over towards green. Both players go down. If this return comes in, Huss and G1 might have just done the upset. Game number 1 going to G1.
An incredible start here for G1, really just catching Space Station genuinely off guard. I don't think anyone had thought this. What we were talking about last time, what the score lines were going to be between these two teams. Every time they've played against one another, the Core 4 versus the Core 4, 3-0s across the board. And I think G1 showing us that, you know, with a new cover, you know, they start to look a little bit better. And I like that the fact that they have Hoaxer in the back there really keeping them focused. That is exactly what you want to see G1 put their stamp on this event. I love this. I'm all about this.
And the crazy thing to me is that not only does Space Station Gaming 3-0, what I guess the artist formerly known as Hive, now G1, back at Dallas, but on this very game type and map combination, they 3-1 them. So they literally have played the same map and game type combination back at Dallas. They ended up winning it out, but G1, they feeling different, you know? When you get that new contract, you start moving a little different. I don't know, man. You get a little pep in your step.
Better sneakers. You know what I mean? You know? You get the business socks on, you know what I'm saying? Okay. But I'll tell you this much, though. Neurotical and Precision definitely were the stars that stepped up for me in that one. Just the fact that there was just so much help coming from both of those players. It didn't matter what the circumstances was. If there was a push coming through, chances are those players on Space Station were going to be weakened by BR shots from either Neurotical or from Precision because they knew that they could pretty much do what is necessary of them. Support when the time calls for it. Don't just overextend. Don't just get hungry for kills. Don't get hungry for flag caps. Play as a team. G1 did exactly that, and no one does it better than Space Station Gaming. So to do it against SSG is quite impressive there. And, you know, I mean, again, you mentioned it before, Tony, how, like, it really wasn't a game of who's slaying more and who's popping off more. No, it was just about good, consistent teamwork, and that is exactly what we got from G1. Problem is, can they do it in Live Fire Slayer?
And they're going to have to do just that. And one thing I love about this is that throughout the scrims that they had, throughout their matchup in Dallas, G1 and SSG have never matched up on Slayer Live Fire, at least not within the last couple of months. So this is unforeseen territory, I would say, for both of these rosters on this exact game type and map combination. And with G1 already having that momentum, I feel like they have the advantage going into this game 2 Slayer. And now we're seeing some Slayer stats on the screen. It's pretty close.
You know, when you look at the stats, right? You know, rank 5th, right? Their score margin of 2.8, a 5-4 record. You're feeling pretty good for G1 here, right? And that, of course, is when they were known as Hive. This, of course, being stats that we saw from the DreamHack Invitational, which just passed. But you got to feel pretty solid here for G1. And if you are a G1 fan, how big would a win be here for this young team that just got picked up to really establish themselves against one of the best teams in the game, in my opinion, in Space Station Gaming?
And to be honest with you, I feel like it's not even like that far-fetched, not even like, you know, out of this realm that if you beat SSG, well, first of all, you already beat them in game number 1, so again, you're feeling confident. But number 2, SSG have the cleanest map pool probably out of all of the teams in the top 3. However, their Achilles heel has been Slayer. They literally went into the winners bracket finals in Dallas, only losing 1 game. That was a Slayer. Then in the winners bracket finals, what did they lose?
Slayer.
Both Slayers. Then going into the grand finals, what did they lose? All 3 Slayers. So I'm saying if there's any chance to catch them off guard, and historically when the underdogs have the advantage, it's
Slayer. Yeah, you got to take advantage of it. You got to play your cards right, and very well G1 can go up 2-0. Space Station know this, though. They're not going to make this easy, and if anything, I'm expecting players like Bound to really just pop off and begin to show why he is the movement king, why he can play around in these maps and treat them like a jungle gym and just do whatever the hell he wants, because he's so good at being able to get activated in the key moments when they need it here. And you know that a player like Bound is going to be looking to do that. He has a fantastic support core that, you know, just consistently has his back. Space Station, they just need to find those Slayer wins. If they can get it, then, well, they're looking like they could very well win a championship here. That being said, G1, I think they have another point to prove as we jump into the action now. It's going to be live fire. Map 2, G1's up 1-0, but Bound gets that sniper right out of the game. We saw how Space Station put those snipes to good use despite the scoreline in map 1.
And with how small of a map Live Fire is, the one thing I'm going to be questioning when it comes to G1 is, can you out-coordinate SSG to get the lights of the sniper? Can you out-coordinate them to get the overshield, which is coming up right now? Now you have Bound staring down the barrel of you, trying to make it towards the OS. Eco right next to it. Two players coming in. Looks like Precision's able to take down Eco, but Neuronica gets the body shot. Swish crossed the street without looking both ways. There's only one more player, and Overshield grabbed. Huss was able to get away with it.
Huge to be able to use that shroud screen to just give yourself that cover, right? We see it happen a lot. It's obviously the tried and true play now, especially with that new equipment coming into the map here. And I just think that, again, it's like if G1 can continuously do this, if they can keep on picking up those key power items, the key power weapons, or keeping those power weapons from being too impactful on the side of Spacestation Gaming, they could very well be going up 2-0 here. But it is going to be a close game out of the break here. You got 8-8 in the count. There's that sidekick getting put to use, but Eco's going to be better than that. Watch out behind you though, bud, because you got a few players on the prowl like Precision, who's always there to pick up that kill when need be. And I think as it stands right now, Tony, this is just going to continue to be a neck-and-neck game here. G1's really proven that they can box in this weight class, no problem whatsoever.
So they can. Neuronica coming in with the flank, able to take down two players on his way to the tower side of the map, giving G1 a momentary advantage when it comes to those numbers. Eco over towards the sandbag side, Swish sitting up on tower. All four members of G1 are up, and now they want to use that teamwork to push SSG on the outskirts of the map. Overshield coming up. Eco pushing over toward Dummies, takes down Swish. That should open up a lane for Space Station to get away with the OS.
Yeah, and that is going to be a key play there to keep those power items away from the hands of G1, because if you let them just run away with it, give them an inch, they will in fact take a mile. But they do manage, at the very least, G1, or excuse me, Space Station, to have that 2-kill lead. And they'll just continue to work around this here. And as Stellar continues to navigate around the map here, G1, they're really just trying to do what they can to just stay out of the sight lines of this OS and take the fights wherever they can. But the problem is that you're taking these fights against players who are more than prepared for this, and Stellar's kind of just herding them like cattle exactly where he wants them to go. That's going to net them a 5-kill lead here, which is huge for Space Station, especially on live fire. Very, very quick map.
G1 fresh off a 3 down, and Space Station trying to punish them off of spawn here, limit their movement, have reticles trained on them immediately, and now you see Space Station back up and get ready for that sniper. Another round of slays going in favor of Space Station, and now this is where you get yourself into problems. When you're trapped over towards the back A side, when Stellar is staring down with that sniper rifle, again, your movements are already limited off of spawn. SSG are manipulating where you're able to go.
Yeah, they are. But the thing is, though, the big wins were happening over toward the OS side of the map here. I really like that Stellar was just honing down on the mid area, but the problem was there wasn't a lot of support toward the green, so that ends up being a real detriment for Space Station. They need to be careful because you cannot let this G1 team get back into the game. It's a 6-kill lead, which is huge for them. Actually, they're going to add a little bit more to that as well, make that 7-kill lead. But they really need to maintain this one as much as they possibly can. Do not give G1 those openings. This overshield could very well be that, and you're going to be leaning on Penguin here to be the difference maker potentially with this sniper rifle.
And Penguin already connecting with the body shot onto two different players.
That's huge.
Was able to steal away an overshield before, but with him being chased out of the cut side, it's not going to happen again. SSG now pulling yet another overshield, another no-scope. Finally, you're able to deal with Penguin, but the damage clearly done. You are being out utility right now, and at this point, Space Station are getting aggressive with it.
Yeah, now with Space Station getting that overshield, even though it is going to get burned relatively quickly here, that's still just going to be yet another power item kept out of the hands of their opponent. Sometimes you may not be able to take full advantage of it, but if you keep it out of your opponent's possession, that is all you need to do, most times at least here. And that is just going to continue to add on. But just as we say that, though, and look at the way the G1, they're bringing this one back little by little off the double kill from Swish, could very well be the catalyst for them to get right back into this game. They're only 3 slays behind.
And this is good for G1. This was in danger of going to that double digits and maybe even getting out of hand at one point.
Yep.
But like you said, G1 continue to claw their way back into it. SSG want to try to put some separation in the scoreboard. Stellar going to be forced to try to get out, but G1 are coming off of multiple sides. Maybe a little bit of an advantageous spawn for Gamers First over toward the A side. Now Space Station, they're stuck on one side of the map.
Tied game here, Tony. That is problematic, but you have 2 players that are going to be stuck inside of green here. You also have some pretty strong weapons that are going to be on the prowl, so they do manage to pick up 2, and just like that, G1 are right back in this. They were down by 7 at one point, Tony. 7 kills, and they have clawed their way back in with with big plays, removing the sniper rifle from their opponent's hands, get an overshield, just completely destroy it as soon as you possibly could. There were a lot of smart decisions being made here.
And that's a 3 down in favor of G1. You only have one more player to deal with, and that's going to be Stellar here on the tower side. And Huss has himself a heat wave, so he's the one being on the aggressive. He's the one chasing him out of the play. Oh, another overshield coming up. G1 cannot afford to lose yet another overshield. This is their game right now. They can go up 2-0 in the series.
They might actually end up giving it up, but if Swish is able to get the kill, which he's able to do so, it is going to be a trade out instead. Huss has a lot of work to do. One more in front of him, but Eco's going to get the overshield. That could maybe be a huge swing for them as all the players are going to be spawning right in the back by the garage there.
Don't need to panic just yet. You still have a 3-kill lead, so that allows you to be able to melt this overshield. Avoid going 3 down. Only go down 2 just to get off this overshield and get an advantage, and you could still have that map control. But Eco chasing one down to the mid side, able to take down Neuronical. You see some more help going over towards Big Door, and that's going to be Huss.
Tied up
that ends
again.
up losing his life. Precision goes 3 down, and with Swish being the final player, SSG may just take the lead here.
Spacestation played that so well, because at that moment, player gets overshield, 4 members are just going to stay inside of the big house and just stay back, right? That was not the play to make there. And I understand why they did it, but it was also just incredibly intelligent there of the overshield player to make the calls and to tell them, make the push happen. That has led to Spacestation getting this big lead here. 3 kills, only 2 remaining before they walk away and tie the series up 1-1.
Still just a 2-kill game, and as of right now, there's no more overshield in play. Eco down to 1 shot, tries to push that pole, not able to do it. Penguin tries to get out, but he's not able to slip. It's 49-48. Spacestation just need 1 more, but G1 are here.
Where are they going to get that kill? That's the question. Who's going to give up that death that will be so critical here? Could be Neuronical. They smell blood in the water there. Swish is also going to be in a really bad spot as well, as the 3 members of Spacestation Gaming are looking to just push this one up here. Remember, it's a 2-kill game for G1. If they get this 1 kill here, but oh no, he's actually going to get trapped in the open, and that is going to be victory there, 50-48, and it seems as if Spacestation Gaming walk away with a win at the... Man, that could have gotten real bad real quickly had they gone up 2-0 in this series, but we're all going to be knotted up 1-1.
And that's what happens when you're dealing with Spacestation Gaming. It's that teamwork, that coordination, and what's the one play that gets them above? It's the simple bait and switch.
Yep.
Couple of shots out, switch out, let your teammate get the kill. That's the unselfish plays that SSG make. It doesn't matter who gets the kill. The matter is we win the game, we tie up the series, and now we're going into a swing game 3.
Yeah, and remember too, right? The onus there 100% was on G1 to have to, get some map positioning, right? Spacestation basically had every lane covered at that point. So really your only genuine shot was just to push outside over toward green, but you're still going to be trapped in no man's land underneath the pillars. Like, there just wasn't really much in the way of movement that G1 could do. So really that was Spacestation's game to lose there. And they do find that, that critical final kill there that could have very well just cost them, because in those instances too, right, you think to yourself, oh, Spacestation Gaming, they have the man up, they have the, they just need to give up that or get that 1 kill. That could very well be it. But don't sleep on teams like G1 that can easily sneak out those 2 kills off of a mid push like that. So really, just the credit to G1 for trying to keep themselves in this one. What a back and forth game that was too. I mean, G1 were down at 1.7 kills, I believe, to SSG, and were able to bring this back. A massive swing for them, but also just goes to show how the veterans were able to keep themselves poised in that critical moment.
Yeah, big 15 kills come out of Penguin right there. And to kind of piggyback off of that point that you made, it's, when they had the overshield, G1 knows what SSG are going to do.
Yeah.
They're going to stack numbers. They're going to push a lane. At that point, like you said, I think G1's best option is forget the bend but don't break strategy and go all defensive. Take space. Worst case scenario, you kill 1 or 2 players, but the other 2 are across the map. The other 2 are not in position, and now that overshield gets drained where we kind of stacked up all together.
And it's a tough area to fight out of as well, right? When you're trapped inside of that garage area, you can't really get much movement. It was just a tough one across the board for G1, but amazing for Spacestation for being able to keep their poise. Now we shift our attention, our focus over towards streets as we get ready for this King of the Hill matchup here. And as you'd mentioned before, Tony, it is going to be a big swing game here. The momentum in this series could very well shift, and I'm just looking forward to seeing what this opening push is going to be like from both of these teams here, because I think for Spacestation they're going to try and just see if they could put players like Bound in a position to be able to maybe just go up and just charge after that those rockets. But on the other side to that too, I want to see if G1 are prepared for that aggressive push that we could potentially be seeing at the break here so that they can get those power weapons.
And I'm excited to watch these two teams go at it here on Stronghold Streets, because I was talking about the map count, and we saw 3 out of the 5 games going towards Space Station Gaming the last time these two teams matched up. Well, Stronghold Streets, this is one where G1 actually pulled off the win back at Scrim. So if G1 do have an opportunity to kind of steal back the momentum and maybe pull off an upset, because we know we love ourselves some upsets, it might just be here on Stronghold. I'm sorry, excuse me, King of the Hill Streets.
But even then, it's still a big Game 3 swing, right? And that is what you're hoping for. But here we go. We're into the action now as we start things off. Eco's going to put himself in a bit of a forward position over toward the ATM. You got Precision there. Is going to meet him too. Great push from Neon, though. It's actually, Stellar's able to get the kill out of that one, which is pretty big, but I think rockets were picked up. And if they were, well, that could potentially spell doom and destruction here for, I was going to say, G1. And they do manage to get at least 1 kill out of that. Watch out for that Stalker, too. It's going to be a very strong weapon to take advantage, especially in this Old Town arcade here.
Yeah, with SSG having full map control here on the arcade side, that Stalker is definitely going to help them be able to keep it, the amount of damage that it does onto a single player. If you don't sneak in the perfect kill, you at least do enough damage to allow your teammates to come in and get the rest. Eco, high IQ play, sneaks right in there to get the double kill. There's one more player being a nuisance onto arcade, but Eco has the Stalker and even has a teammate ready to have his back.
Well played there, obviously, by Space Station. As they're holding this control, they're getting around that halfway mark here, and already out of the gate, this was the thing that I was a little bit worried about for G1. It's, you know, how are you going to try and stop this push? How are you going to try and prevent Space Station from being able to take that space early on in the game? And Space Station met that challenge perfectly, did exactly what they needed to do, and gained significant amount of progress on this hill. And they're getting some pretty decent spawns out of this one too, right? They're all going to be grouped up over here toward Tram, and this is going to have to force back some of these players here. And if you just have that coordinated push over towards Steps as well as Red Room, as we're seeing right now, that is just going to lead to a lot of success. And that was a brilliant response from Space Station there after losing possession of that hill from G1.
G1 were momentarily able to get the advantage onto SSG, but SSG's offense is just as good as their defense. Break the setup right back, and now G1 right back on the attack. Swish onto the music side, gets a couple of shots. Huss gets bailed out by that Shroud for just a moment, sneaks right in for the melee, but with SSG going 3 down and G1 having a decent amount of progression on this hill, Penguin is forced to back down, go for the rockets, try to make a play, and it's not going to happen.
Yeah, I think he wanted to try and see if he could take off that player over toward, you know, like that more like overlooked position there to just try and force back those players and give his teammates coming up the driveway a better opportunity to try and make this push happen. No one's going to be on the hill right now, but that's actually very good here for Space Station, given that they do have that lead. They just have to try and prevent this player inside of Red's. Just, I mean, look at this. Precision just being a nuisance. Unfortunately for him, could not. But that maybe have created an opening, enough of an opening rather. But Penguin, oh, well played, staying alive around that pillar. But he had the support there from Stellar. You were thinking that maybe that was going to work out for G1, but instead it's actually going to be Space Station who manages to put one on the board.
Too many numbers for SSG over toward that arcade side. G1 weren't able to deal with it, but they did out-rotate him and get the subway side control early. So now it's SSG having to be the first one to clear out G1, and trades out his life there. 2 down for each of these teams. The next kill going to be so important, and that next one goes to Space Station Gaming. They now gain control of Subway.
Yeah, now with this you know, anchor position here that Eco's going to be able to play, you're going to start to see some of these members of Space Station, right, just get up front, get up in their face, wait for the spawners, and that's why Eco's going to push up to the balcony over here, because he's got a teammate that's going to be coming off spawn to pick up time inside of that hill. Problem is that G1's making it a very difficult thing for them, and as a matter of fact, I may have just misspoken there. It seemed like he went to that position just to try and see if he could stop the push, because no one from Space Station was able to rotate in time due to the pressure that G1 was applying. And now G1 get possession of this back tram. That's absolutely massive for them. They just got to try and see if they can hold this down and not get too overzealous.
Both these teams have really been struggling to get any kind of full map control. The moment they get control, it seems like the offensive team right off a spawn is able to come up with the break, and it's been going back and forward literally this entire game. That obviously hill number 1 went in favor of Space Station Gaming. They just held their setup just a little bit longer. Now with this hill number 2, G1 seemingly have the advantage, and now definitely do with the Rockets. This is going to be tied up at 1 apiece. We're going to a swing hill 3, and this time it's not going PD side, it's going towards the mid-map.
And the advantage here is that but you have rockets for G1. Precision has to put these to good use here. Take advantage, but instead is going to fall with them in his hands. It's going to allow Swish to be able to get them and give maybe one more kill, especially for any players that were going to be pushing up tires, maybe inside of the hill itself. But that ends up being just a pretty solid position here that G1's going to hold off for the time being. The ideal spot for them as the spawns are starting to come in and they can support from the top street like this.
Another 3 down. SSG hitting the black screen over and over again here. G1 riding that momentum from that hill 2 and already bringing it towards this hill 3 and now have a decent amount of progression, about 30% way done with this hill 3. I'm loving the way G1 are playing. They're really starting to pick it up when it matters most.
Yeah, and some might think like, oh, why didn't Swish just continue to fight that player that pushed up onto tires? Well, no, because he had so much support over toward PD. But good on Spacestation for just staying alive as long as they could and also playing their respawns as effectively as they possibly are here. And just scouting out these players, where they're going to be positioned here. Neon Street, you also have one toward Cafe. Precision's going to get nuked by some grenades, but just as I say that, Stellar is also going to feel the brunt of the grenades there as well. But this is still a good spot for G1 to be in. They have so much progress gained in this middle hill. Spacestation, they essentially have to play, and they have done this in the past, play perfect Halo to be able to recap and regain all of that time that we saw G1 accrue in the beginning.
And this is a lot different than what we saw back at Dallas with this mid hill being the final hill in a rotation, not being as wide as it is. You can sit over towards the cut side. You can sit closer over towards the laundry side and be able to drain hill without completely exposing yourself. Now it being with the 3 hill and it being like a wider parameter of stealing the hill. So a lot different than what we saw in previous tournaments, and G1 still having the advantage.
Slightly.
Stellar coming in with the rockets, but waste both.
Yeah, a slight advantage there, Tony. And I mean, we're talking like the thinnest of margins here that we're beginning to see. And Neuronical's going to sweep up by ATM, pick up that kill. So now what is the response here from Spacestation? Off spawn, your PD side, you got 2 players that are going to be pushing up over toward Arcade side. So you really want to try and you can do a pinch and apply that pressure here, but you got to do it fast. Otherwise, G1 are going to be able to pick up this point if you're not careful with it. That being said, Spacestation do manage to get bodies inside of the hill. Double kill as well for Bound. Could very well lead to success here on a point on the board.
All 4 members of G1 hit the black screen once again, so this is Space Station's opportunity to steal this hill. 2 minutes on the clock. That may become a factor later on in the game. G1 are now sending numbers, body after body, and they're hitting the floor. Drowning Pool would be proud as another 4 down for G1. Space Station Gaming take control, and they move right over toward the PD side.
And they basically laid the trap for G1 in front of that hill and then just pounced on the opportunity, and G1 gave it to them. There wasn't really much that G1 could do as well in that situation, given what the position that they were going to be in to begin with. But again, there were a lot of ways you could have played that wrong. Space Station always find a way to play it right there. Now as we shift our attention over toward the Station Square hill, this is going to be G1 with control yet again, and Space Station on the run. But with this position, you're out in the open. You get yourself a big opportunity to try and push back into this.
Double push by G1 to clear out that PD side, and now they're just trying to deal with the perimeter players. Is G1 Bound coming in out of nowhere onto the flank with the purple street, but ends up going down. 3 members of G1 are still within the vicinity of this hill. Space Station Gaming, they're not getting the kills that's necessary, and that's going to allow G1 to put even more time on the board.
Precision's going to be very vital here, and he's able to get the killing spree kill. He's got a Stalker as well as a Bulldog in the back of the base, so he's in a great spot, but he's got to stay alive, and he can't give up a dumb death here because of the weapons that he has. Issue is, though, on the other side, as you see with Stellar holding this rocket and that hill being positioned where it is, he doesn't hit the kill. Precision instead is going to put that Stalker to good use there.
That's like one of your rockets right there. I don't.
That was a GB rocket if I ever seen one.
You got to aim for the wall. Aim for.
No.
Come on.
See, Puckett shoots it up into the sky. GB just shoots against the wall, and the rocket does nothing. That's how it usually works.
G1 able to tie things up 2 apiece. Minute 35 seconds on the clock. Will this next hill be the last one? At this point, whoever takes it may have the opportunity to simply play time after that.
It's going to be that Neon Hill. Eco rounding out the rear there. Having a pretty solid game himself. Always the support player, always there to back up, but can obviously slay with the greatest of them whenever he needs to there. But speaking of slays, Bound picks up another double kill for the old, double kill column that he seems to have scooped up at least like 3 or 4 in this game alone here.
Bound and Stellar is really where that firepower comes in for Space Station Gaming, and Eco and Penguin normally being the objective players, the ones in charge of the anchoring and controlling spawns. But that pure firepower comes from Bound and Stellar, and you're seeing it right here. Bound with 19 kills, 7 assists. Stellar not too far behind, 12, 10 assists to his name. Eco coming in for the flank. He sees that Penguin was able to trade out his life. Swish quickly trying to move in position, but Eco is not going to allow him to get away.
Nope, and while all that was going on, while Bound was playing his life, staying alive there, that led to that third point. And Tony, you had mentioned before that this could very well be going to 3. I don't know, not with the way that this is playing out. I think Space Station are going to look to try and end it here. Perhaps G1 running out of gas in this Streets King of the Hill matchup, potentially, but we're going right back over to that Arcade Hill. We'll see how they play around this here, and they gotta get these rockets, G1. They have to prevent Space Station from getting control of this, and that's exactly what they do. Perhaps they could use this to their advantage.
Yeah, with a minute and 14 seconds on the clock, your first goal has to be to try to win as far as score, and then you kind of feel it out from there. Depends how many times it takes in order for you to break that setup, how many times it takes for you to get that control, and if it takes long enough, maybe you play time, but as of right now, they're thinking about ending this right here. Last time it was G1 that won 4-2 on this very map and game type combination. SSG are looking to change history.
That's going to be a double kill for Stellar, and that is the worst possible time for that double kill to come through there. Unfortunately for them, for G1, you know, Space Station, they have great control. They have good positioning. They have a player over toward Tram, over toward Stalker Rifle to stop any pushes that could be coming from the steps. And really at this point, you're just trying to prevent any movement toward tires and also coming from the PD side. A lot of work here is going to be left up to Penguin to just try and suss out where these players are going to be positioned. He does manage to find one of them, though. The 2 players down, as a matter of fact, for G1 in their favor. That's 3 down for Space Station Gaming. Quite problematic here, Tony, potentially, if Space Station can't recover.
And G1 have to take advantage of these numbers. They have to not only be able to take the lead, but get, if not winning this hill, at least as close to winning as humanly possible. Do not allow SSG right back in, because time is once again winding down. We're down to 39 seconds. Yep. SSG are going to put G1 between a rock and a hard place. That's the scoreboard and the shot clock.
Very well said, and that is just going to put more pressure on G1. How does this team deal with that pressure? We know how Space Station are able to deal with it time and time again. It's time to see what G1, this young team, is going to be made of here, as 3 players are going to be inside of the arcade. Penguin patrolling towards steps. That's a clean kill for him. That's going to keep him at least relatively healthy going into this. And with only 17 seconds on the clock, there's no reason really for Space Station to get on top of that hill. They could just let this one end out right here, right now. And that is exactly what they're going to do. Zip it up, wrap it up, whatever you want to say. But that is basically at 5 seconds remaining, and we are going to see Space Station go up 2-1 in this series. A valiant effort and a hard-fought battle, by G1. But the day does belong, at the very least, here on Streets King of the Hill for SSG.
SSG coming out with the big win. King of the Hill. It's tough. It can swing both ways, and it's all about that momentum. It's all about being able to give up that control, give up that pacing to set up for the next hill, and really trying to be one step ahead of your opponents at every single turn. In that game, it was Space Station Gaming that were always 1, if not 2 steps ahead of G1.
Yeah, they basically had the playbook open, available, and they were like, "Yeah, go ahead, read it. We'll just show you how to do this right here." And then that's exactly what they did. Space Station, very clean finish for them there, right? And you kind of want that going into this next map, because to really just be able to like establish yourself and just be like, you know what, we'll just go ahead and outslay them. We'll keep them out of this one. We don't really need to like go too hard here. You were right, Tony. It did end up to 3 in time, and it just really, you go back to that Neon Hill and just how quickly the SSG boys were able to wrap that one up. And that was effectively the game there. And that just came off of really just SSG staying alive inside of that hill in critical moments. That is what makes this team so damn deadly.
Space Station Gaming, we never really questioned them when it comes to objective efficiency, you know. So when it came to this series,
this one too is nuts.
Really wanted to see G1 take advantage of the Slayer, because going into King of the Hill, you knew this might happen. Now going into game number 4, you're going to see another objective where, let's be honest, Space Station Gaming have that advantage once again. So it's gonna be tough, but G1, you're here. You knew it was going to be tough. You ain't knew it was going to be easy.
And really, I mean, look, outside of like a few, instances, like you still had players like Precision, for example, just snapping, right, on the server. Exactly what you want to see. He's been having a pretty, darn good series so far. But what you also want to see happen here is like in those critical moments, in those neon hills where, Space Station are just running away with it, it then becomes a question of like, what is your response after the fact? And after the fact, it kind of just felt like, throw bodies at the problem. I know that wasn't necessarily what they wanted to do, but that is essentially how it came across, right? They didn't really have much in the way of a solution there because Space Station were taking all of the solutions away from them. But we go over to Live Fire Oddball, and, given how Neuronical's playing this game, how Precision's playing this game, I feel like you just get those guys in a position to be able to prevent any kind of forward momentum here for Space Station. We could very well be going to a Game 5.
We could, but at the same time, this is not Imperial. This is not a large map. When it comes to streets, when it comes to live fire, these are smaller maps, more punishing maps. And I think maps that really favor teams like SSG that have an advanced understanding of how to control the pace. When it comes to this, I'm gonna look towards the X factors, especially when it comes to Oddball, Penguin, Neurotical. Two of the X factors on both of the teams here. What are these stats telling you?
Yeah, I mean, what it's telling me here is that obviously Penguin, his kill contribution, absolutely absurd, right? But also just the fact that he's able to just be as effective with the objective as he possibly can, right? And that is really going to be a thing where you're going to look at G1 and you're going to say like, okay, who's going to be the person that's picking up the dirty work? But also like when things start to fall apart, can one of those Slayers take a step back and also contribute to that as well? Because we know that Space Station could do that at any point in time. All four of these players have no problem dropping the sniper for their teammate or taking possession of the objective because they know that they have the confidence in their teammates to be able to go and get those kills in the forward positions. Can G1 do the same thing? That is a question that's on my mind, and that question is going to be answered as we get ready for Live Fire Oddball.
Whoa, this could be the final map of the series here. It's Oddball on Live Fire. SSG looking to end this quick. G1, one game away from sending us into a Game 5, and we already saw one on broadcast. I want to see Game 5s again, so we'll see what happens here. Either way, you got the overshield over towards that right-hand side of the map, going to be so important. It comes off on a little bit of a delay, so it's going to take some time for both of these teams to get the slates, get the control, and then play for that overshield where Sniper, it's up right off the rip.
Yeah, right back into the action we go here. Kill starting to happen on the outside. Hate to see the noob combo not work out for you there, buddy. But that is sometimes how the cookie crumbles, and the ball's going to get grabbed and be brought right back in. But watch out, though. Power items are going to become available here. Clean shot from Penguin is going to force that player back. Also, a second shot there as well. And sometimes you don't even need to get the headshot. Body shot's going to be more than enough to just stop that player from pushing forward. And the overshield has been grabbed by Bound, which means he is going to be on the hunt. He's got himself a little extra shield. He's going to take advantage of it.
G1 not having enough bodies near that overshield side of the map, so they prioritize getting that ball and getting a bit of cheeky time in with that ball played. Now it really favors Space Station Gaming because Bound still having a little bit of this overshield left. They're trying to play keep away with that ball, but Bound is on the hunt.
Yeah, and also Space Station were ready for that, but just as I say that, Precision with a massive double kill is going to give him tower control. Ball's going to be right in front of him. Now, you only had that one shot with that snipe, and he was able to get that one player body shot low, and a double kill for Precision as well, as he continues to show why he has been a big factor in this series. You talked about Neurotical, but also Precision has had a great game thus far.
Yeah, Precision plays a very simple game.
Yeah.
Get a lot of kills. Give me the power weapons. I'm going to outshoot everyone on the map. The former Gears of War player puts in that work. Even in Halo, we saw the man, he dropped 32 kills last game. Meanwhile, the leading Slayer in SSG was at 22. He had 10 kills over the leading Slayer in SSG, but will the Slays be enough?
And also, too, I mean, you talk about him being a Gears of War player, and I also want to, commend him for just the smarts that we're seeing in the server right now, right? We're seeing a lot of, like great decisions being made. Yeah, sure, can he just go and out-frag a whole bunch of people? He totally can, but I think it just goes to show like the amount of work that they've been putting into this one here. Unfortunately, though, that work isn't going to be enough as Eco does manage to pick up that overshield. Another one grabbed, but it is going to get neutralized right away, which is even more effective at the very least for G1.
Yeah, the last time these two matched up here on Live Fire, they were allowing SSG to get away with multiple overshields and allowing them to be efficient and effective on the map. Now, like you said, they're neutralizing them at every single corner. Precision able to get the killing spree with the heat wave, puts in some more damage, backs down quick for his teammate to come in for that bait and switch, and once again, G1 have the numbers advantage, and now it's a 41-14 lead.
I like this. I was going to say playing low here, right? Knowing exactly where the pushes are going to come, and those players, as they drop down on the platform and just way to play the life there. As those players come down, they are going to get peppered with shots, which is going to just open things up for Precision here, who has 12 kills as it stands. Big win there for Huss. Even though he's going to fall there, you've removed Bound from the equation. And that ball, though, will go over to Spacestation's hands, but we're going to have to wait and see what the response is going to be here for G1 as they are looking to maybe get an opening. They got 2 players down for Spacestation, so make that 3 as soon as he comes down. Precision's just going to cap him with the snipe, and we are right back where we started with G1 possession of the ball, and now they're even in an even better position than they were in the first time.
I swear, Precision wasn't even aiming at him with the sniper. I swear he dropped out while he got the aim assist on another player, and somehow ends up working out for him. And now Swish having a turn with the S7, another 3 down for Spacestation Gaming, and with that 3 down, G1 are allowed to not only take space on the map, but continue to put valuable ball time as well. But Penguin kind of making plays. Despite being all by himself, he's actually taking 2 down, make it 3. Penguin gets 3 kills in a row.
Yeah, that was great to just force that player back, but if Swish is able to be the X factor here and just force these players to have to just give up a lot of shields in order to just get possession of this ball, that is exactly what ends up happening, though. Some players are going to be off of the respawn, though, for the support. No one was there from G1 really to just respond with the damage that Swish was applying there. That being said, though, Bound another overshield in hand, yet another overshield grab for Spacestation, by the way. That is a problem that G1 are going to need to correct in this one, because you have a few more of those overshields that are going to be popping up, and you can't keep giving them up to Spacestation like that. Kudos to them for always being in that prime position to get that power item.
Bound and SSG doing the best
no shot.
Chance to get to try to clear out the tower side, and looks like they might have been able to do it. G1 did end up going 2 down, but that ball does end up being played. SSG almost was able to clear out the C side of the map before that ball gets played, and that could have been devastating for G1, but we're right back on the reset, and SSG are right back on the control.
Penguin top mid knows exactly what the plan is here. Get that ball and bring it over to tower side, right? Obviously, if you hold it over toward the mud, it's going to be even harder for your opponent to get over here, right? Given where this position is. So you're really going to have to be running out in the open either way to just try and force his player back here. And Penguin's smart enough to know that he could just go ahead and scoop up a little bit more of this time, maybe a few more seconds here, and then dump that ball off, which he does do so after getting stuck. But you know, at the very least, they were able to get a few more points on the board and just put that pressure right back on the G1 to have to respond to get that ball possession.
And G1 are continuing to apply pressure onto SSG. Advantage once again. That's going to allow G1 to get first hands on this ball, but Swish has to trade out his life right there. G1 still having the opportunity to grab a hold of the ball, but just nobody quite in position just yet. Precision finally gets there. He's going to grab himself a heat wave first, though.
Now pay attention to where that overshield is coming up again. Surely Spacestation is not just going to go and scoop up yet another overshield. That would be quite problematic for G1. And you would have to imagine that if that overshield goes in the hands of G1, with how they're playing this first round of live fire ball, they would feel pretty damn good about it. But instead, it's going to be Penguin who gets it again. So yet another Spacestation overshield is going to send G1 packing.
But G1 still have the advantage and still have the ball.
That's true.
69 points in counting now for G1, and they're controlling the tower side of the map. Spacestation Gaming have to break the setup. Penguin immediately taking height onto the tower side. Looks like that ball might be played a bit early, but that allows G1 the opportunity to put down damage here.
Yeah, and that is going to force that ball back and back into the hands of Spacestation, as they'll just continue to rack up some more time. The push is going to be coming over toward the overshield side of the map. As you can see, all 4 players are going to be spawning over toward the screens and then trying to make their push out here, but they cannot give up any bodies. This is a huge play that just happened there. Precision jumping into the action, giving Swish that ball, and they get to play that one. It looked like things were going to be cooking for Spacestation, but just a massive heads-up play to just open things up and force them back. It's going to have to just send Spacestation reeling again to try and get some more control on this map.
G1 have done such a good time at scrapping away at that ball time, getting a few seconds here, playing the ball, and doing that over and over again. But now SSG having a great hold right now, but with just 26 seconds on the clock, SSG might have the opportunity to steal the lead and then eventually put G1 in another awkward position. Eco putting that heat wave to work. That's going to be a double kill and another 3 down for G1. And look, SSG wastes no time whatsoever. They have the ball once again.
7 seconds is going to be the difference here. Can G1 make this push happen? So you're looking for a big kill from Precision, but it's not going to be coming anytime soon. 77, 78, and now at this point, they can either just hold this, get a little bit more added time, and then end it, put a zip on it, and just shut this one down. And that is exactly what Spacestation are going to do, is they dump it off in the middle of the field, and they tell G1, here, we'd love for you to go after this ball. We encourage you to go after this ball that's trapped in the middle of the open field. But you can't get too overzealous quite yet, though. You do need those players to try and circle around and pick up those kills. That's exactly what happens as Spacestation managed to pick up that point. But boy, oh boy, G1 had control for a good portion of that game. But it just goes to show that you cannot count out Spacestation, not by a long shot.
And it was the same thing we saw towards the end of that King of the Hill. Eventually, Spacestation Gaming put G1 against the shot clock. And when that happens, you use the objective as bait and you dare them to come to you just like a black hole, just sucking in the defense, and you make sure that you get the slays proper and then finish it out. Now we're going to what might be the final round here on Live Fire. G1 did a great job of scrapping away at that ball time, but eventually you have to slay out and hold the setup.
We'll see, of course, what Huss can do here, as he does manage to find one in front. It's going to be Penguin, easy kill for him there, as he's able to give up just only a few shields from that whole exchange. But you do have to start making that push forward toward the ball here, and that is just going to be an easy play ball. Bound knew exactly where the pressure was going to be coming from and decided to dump that off because he had teammates that were going to be circling around the ball down low as well. You could see one perched up on top of the tower, another one over toward, I believe that was going to be, I think that was toward Nest as well. So you got to just try and shut these players down wherever they are and just play your numbers, play around with one another. But he peeked out with just barely any health remaining there. There's just not maybe the best thing he could do, but he had the sniper, so I understand why he went for that one.
2 kills quickly going in favor of Spacestation Gaming. G1 were trying to wrap that ball over toward the green side. Somehow they did get a split spawn, and Huss is going to try to do the same, but before he plays that ball, Eco having the awareness to cut him off, doesn't even worry about the kill. Make sure that that ball stays in play. That's a highly unselfish play by Eco. Forget the kill, keep the ball in play, and now you're talking about, what, 20 to 30 seconds worth of uncontested ball time based on the play Eco made. Save the ball. Who cares about the kill?
Yeah, it's really just all about the objective here, right? And that it is, again, those intangibles that oftentimes you can't quantify it. You don't know how to measure it, but you see it happen in front of you, and that is one of the reasons why, you know, like players like Eco, players like, I mean, honestly, all of Space Station have just been so good for so long because they make those critical plays when it matters most. Now, we'll see what they do with this. They get the overshield yet again, and on top of that, too, they have a lot of players that are going to be reeling from this one. A force to play the ball here is not going to be the situation that G1 would have wanted to have happen, but it's a reality that they live in here. Stellar's just going to be on the prowl. He's got himself that green gun. He drains him down, and he's just going to play his life here while that player, Huss, figures out where the hell Stellar is going to be located. Just look how clean that was. He needed 2 in order to take him out there.
Yeah, you definitely wanted to see G1 take advantage of that ball not being played, especially because Stellar was able to get away with the overshield, but eventually they're able to force the play ball, grab a hold of the overshield, and the game still in favor of Space Station Gaming. Stellar, though, sliding it over toward the A side. He was spotted. Huss has to cut him off and deal with them, but Stellar takes down Nirvanago before going down himself. Now the rest of Space Station Gaming just sliding right past the grenades, chasing Huss down, not able to get away. Even with the Shroud, Precision plays that ball. We have another setup broken, and now ball's reset.
Yeah, but does give them the lead. A little bit of a lead. It's a fragile one, but it's one that they can at the very least work with, especially with Neurotical picking up a double kill like that. But Bound is going to answer back with a double of his own before Huss is going to hit him with a back whack. That's going to send 2 players down, and Eco is just waiting for Homie to come down the drop, and he ends up getting back whack there. So now, Precision waits this one out. He needs his shields to come back. He doesn't have quite the support here as the nades are just going to be peppering him on the push. He does have some teammates over toward the left side coming from Nest to just try and cut this one off here, and that works out beautifully for them as they manage to get that ball possession, and they're in a pretty solid spot back tower.
It's now the second time in a row Space Station Gaming end up getting broken, but don't get the opportunity to play the ball.
Yeah.
You rarely see mistakes like that, which are going to cost them. Now at this point, every second of ball time that G1 get once again is now because they didn't play that ball. And again, now it's not the second time in the row that happens. Like, who am I to question SSG? But I'm saying they got to tighten it up. Otherwise, G1 are going to take this round and maybe the game.
And G1 gets themselves an overshield, Tony. So you're right. They could very well be right back into the action here. That's going to be a stick on the bound. Another player toward dummies. You can see these guys just trying to go in for the challenge. Great heads-up play there as well. Stellar getting forced back by that grenade, allowing his teammates to go in there, clear that kill, and then get that tower possession. Now, you really just want to see Nautical be the one front and center here. He's been front and center a lot in this series. He's making a lot of great decisions. 2 players down as well for SSG is going to put G1 in a great spot.
3 down goes Space Station Gaming. Once again, G1 start to move into control. SSG spawning over toward the green side, and you see the pings already going in. G1 are very well aware of it. SSG going to send 2 players backpedaling over toward the sandbags, 2 players pushing over towards C. They're anticipating that G1 are anticipating their anticipation and trying to outsmart.
Too much anticipation, Tony. That's what I say. Anticipation across the board. That being said, though, the ball not played quite yet, as it's going to be stuck in the middle of green there. That was going to come off of Eco with a body shot to the player that was trying to just push back and bring that ball forward. It's going to give Space Station an opportunity here. So the thing that we were being a little critical of Space Station before, not being able to play the ball in time, G1 instead opting, rather than to play the ball, because they were over toward mud, they wanted to rotate that one and get a little selfish and a little greedy. And I think sometimes, right, in those situations, especially against SSG, maybe it might just be best to dump that ball and just try again.
Yeah, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Play the ball, guys. 75 to 53 points in counting for Space Station Gaming. G1s are the ones that have to make a play and have to break. Eco not able to get the kill, and that's going to cost Space Station Gaming heavily. Lucky the ball ends up being played, but now G1 have control.
Yeah, they have control, but again, it's always going to be really difficult, especially to come out of this one, this position here on the low side of the map with where G1 are going to be. Space Station need to find the response, and respond they most definitely do, taking out 1 player. But that's going to leave 2 members of both G1 and Space Station. Scratch that 3 down for SSG, but the ball's still not grabbed quite yet. It's actually going to be the overshield that's going to be prioritized here, and Stellar is going to get possession of it. Could spell doom and disaster for G1 if Nautical and company aren't careful.
Yeah, the momentary 1v1 with both teams being 3 down, I'd rather have the overshield over the ball, because no matter where you move that ball, it may be toward the spawning players of the opposition, and that's exactly what you saw. Now, because of that, G1 ended up being 3 down, and once again, G1 now cursed not playing the ball, and this time it might just cost them the game.
Could very well be the case here. Now, we've seen G1 break this setup before. It came off of precision, just being really just ambitious and charging forward. They're not allowing that to happen again this time. You see actually Space Station putting bodies on the left side of the map, preventing that movement from happening. And with this nice little nerd spot that Penguin found himself, you might as well just call it a wrap here, because it's going to be real difficult for them to just try and break this setup, especially with the snipe getting the cross like that. Only 1 point remaining, and that is going to be a GG. Try as you might. Space Station Gaming are just too damn good at this video game, and they managed to pick up a 3-1 victory over G1. It was a valiant effort, though, from the young squad, and I like what I saw from G1 here. A lot of high hopes, I would say, in group play for this squad, but again, you were going up against a mountain in Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, and I don't want to be too hard on G1 right there. You know, I think they played amazing. That Imperium CTF was great. They obviously were very well in that game 2 Slayer, where they only a couple of kills away from taking the win, and just happened to take advantage of the 3 downs multiple times they were able to do. But even in that game right there, you were handed the game on a silver platter. There was a couple mistakes that SSG made that you could have taken advantage of, and ultimately you did it. We're talking about 1 play ball on your side could have been the difference of you winning that round and ultimately losing that game. And sadly, G1 weren't able to get
I'm actually curious to know what the players were hoping to accomplish with that too, because I kind of understand the logic, right? You have a player over toward Nest, you're getting the protection, you think we can make this rotation happen toward green, and that maybe gives you that opening opportunity here. But it is a risky gambit to be able to pull off, especially against SSG, who just they're all over you all the time on the map. So again, credit to Space Station Gaming for an incredible game for them. Also a credit to G1 for really showing that they do belong belong on that stage. They do belong to box with some of the best in the game, and I think there's a lot that they could take away from that one and be very happy about, Tony.
Yeah, I mean, G1 obviously are here for a reason. They're always in pool play. They've been doing it. They've been competitive with some of the best in the league and really kind of put themselves within that, I would say, tier 2 outside of the tier 1 being Space Station, OpTic, and FaZe. And now the question is, are you going to rise to the top of that tier 2, or are you going to drop down? Because a lot of teams have gotten better. Shopify has gotten better. Sentinels have gotten better. Now I want to see where G1 are. You've had this roster for quite some time. I want to see them elevate toward that top half of tier 2.
Yeah, I could not agree more. And I think that they are very much on the prowl and very capable of being able to do that. And I'm excited to see what G1 can do throughout the rest of this competition. I know this is most definitely not going to be the last time that we see them. But of course, today does belong to Spacestation Gaming. And I believe, is he ready on stage? I think he is. All right, Blaze is ready on stage. He's got the man himself bound, ready to go. Blaze, what you got for me, brother?
Thank you so much, GB and Tony. Texas, give it up for Space Station Gaming as they take down their opponents there. Now, bound, okay? We saw you here on the main stage, absolutely frying, and you were just in your zen mode, okay? Talk to me about what was going on through your head getting this victory.
Honestly, I was just trying to wake up a little bit. First match of the whole LAN. Felt a minute since I played, and just trying to get in the groove.
Well, I hate to see you when you do wake up, okay? If you wasn't up right there in that series. Now, talk to me about your team here, okay? You guys played great at the last event, didn't come through with the victory. We know that this team has been searching for another win. What do you guys plan on doing this event to get that?
Just thinking about the next map at all times. I think a little bit last series against the last event, especially me, I was kind of just thinking of the next series, next maps. Really wasn't thinking about closing it out and just let it slip through. So just staying in the moment.
Stay in present, stay in the moment. I love that from you. Now, any last words you want to give to the fans out there supporting you guys? Okay, you guys got a strong fan base out there that's rocking that yellow, that's been waiting to cheer for y'all. What you got to say to them?
I appreciate all the support. Dope event, OpTic event. So it's going to be a good show.
It's going to be a good show, everybody, all right? That's going to do it for me and Bound on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much to Blaze there, and a huge congratulations to Space Station Gaming. Absolutely incredible. We also have Creeper on the desk, who's also rocking an SSG chain. He knew what was up. I'm just saying. I mean, Space Station, absolutely incredible result coming across the board. And I think, with what Bound said there in the interview, a little bit sleepy. They're waking up. It's something we've talked about time and time again, especially with a lot of our top teams. They do take a second to kind of come to play, to kind of get in the rhythm, get in the groove. I don't know why it is with our main top teams that is really a regular thing that occurs at LAN events, but it just seems to happen time and time again.
Yeah, I think it's easy to get up for a team that you consider like a rival or maybe yourself an underdog against, like if SSG were to play in OpTic Gaming or a FaZe. But when you come in Friday and you're put in a pool play format, you kind of think, as long as we get the job done, we should advance to the more interesting parts of the tournament. Unfortunately, some of these mid-tier teams are actual threats, and very quickly do you learn we need to take everyone serious at all times, and it didn't take long for this series for SSG to realize that, because they lose a very strong game type for them in Game 1 on Empyrean CTF.
Yeah, it was extremely impressive, I think, from the get-go from G1, really coming to play straight from that first gun. And I've got to say, G1 did continue to impress, and I do think Space Station did wake up to a certain degree. But for me, I think something that let G1 down was their kind of priorities. I felt like they weren't prioritizing things properly. That especially was apparent in that final Obble game. Brav, not prioritizing Overshield at all, really. It wasn't even looking like they had any setups to try and prioritize Overshield. There were a couple of times I saw a couple of players jumping over, from pillars and stuff, and it just didn't seem like it was really like an actual strategic thing. So I think that was really letting them down there, but I think they had some really crazy individual skills on show, especially precision too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there were times where just enough pressure was coming in from the SSG side where they could not get comfortable, and I think I found them in different positions. For example, holding certain things in the Slayer as well, where I really didn't expect them to hold positioning. It was actually this end game here. For example, surprised to see a player sitting caution when maybe pillars, big door, back green. There's other angles where you're not going to get pinched so hard. So I think SSG just applied enough pressure that kept them uncomfortable the whole series.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think also King of the Hill, again, there were a couple of occasions where I think G1 G1 were really in a great driving seat, and then Space Station with the ability to completely switch momentum and control in their favor. And I think that's something that Space Station are really, really good at, is changing the pace when it is necessary. And that's something that catches teams off guard a lot of the time.
I think one thing we saw throughout this whole series, every single one of these games was very winnable for both teams, I feel. It was these one-play differences where SSG would figure it out, where they would get the job done, they would get the clean wipe they needed that made this series a 3-1 fashion in their favor. We asked coming into the series a lot, you asked Andy, do you think G1 have done enough to maybe make that one extra play they needed against a team like FaZe last tournament? This series, I think, proved maybe not, at least against an SSG, but there's a long weekend ahead of these guys. They've got a lot to learn about each other and experience to gain along the way. I wouldn't be shocked if by the end of this tournament, they may create an upset or two.
Yeah, I've got to say I agree with you there. I think they have definitely improved considering the last time we saw them on LAN. And I think going up against Space Station Gaming and kind of dictating what was happening right from the get-go of this series was absolutely massive.
Shout out to my boy Precision, though, dropping numbers just about every single game, highest kills, if not on both teams, at least on his team. He's going to need to continue that level of firepower. And for those of you that don't know, we always talk about the cycles, the collects of the world. This Precision kid, to me, he's next up as well.
I don't think he's next up. I think he's here. I think he's up. I mean, that was just insane. The numbers that he was producing for his team were crazy. I mean, at many, many points in time, G1 were actually outslaying Space Station Gaming. We've seen that in a couple of different iterations against Space Station. It just shows you how good they are at executing that objective work. But G1 with Precision, I mean, he opened that live fire Obel game at 14-4. That is ridiculous amounts of stats. We don't really see that very often, and especially against Space Station, bro.
Yeah, not easy to do against a team like this. And of course, the end scoreboard will show a 3-1. But I agree. I think really promising signs out of G1 at times, without a doubt, Precision. And I agree with Clutch. I think he's up there with, in terms of rising stars, certainly on the short list.
Yeah, he certainly is indeed. Also, quick note as well, folks, while we're talking about Space Station Gaming as well, we do have a very, very exciting Space Station event coming up. You may have noticed we've been doing promos across Twitter for the Global Invitational in August. It's from the 4th through 6th, so make sure you guys are checking that out. Get your tickets if you want to as well. Salt Lake City is going to be absolutely amazing. I can't wait for a Space Station event. It's going to be absolutely wicked. At Space Station, they know exactly what to do. They've always got the best merch. They know the good vibes.
I'm enjoying the OpTic one.
I'm enjoying the OpTic one too. But we got to look in the future as well, right? We got to look to the next best thing. But we should also be more like Bound and stay in the moment, be present, right? You know, in the here and now.
And be good at Slayers.
That was well done.
And be good at Slayers. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that was really nice.
Thank you. Had to really dig deep for that one. Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from Space Station. Are you happy with what you're seeing? Because a quick round circle, round table moment. We're talking about how would this indicate how annoyed Space Station were coming into this event? How annoyed do you think they are based on that?
Yeah, don't expect to learn anything about SSG as of yet. Well, we'll wait for bracket play on that. They'll get out of their pool pretty unscathed, especially now that this series is gone and dusted. But I love what we've seen so far in the tournament. We saw Sentinels. They're here to actually compete. That's a blessing. Yeah. We know Quadrant will rebound and be a strong competitor throughout the rest of the weekend. And G1 just showed us that, hey, if they play any team lesser than what SSG, OpTic, and FaZe bring, they're going to give anybody hell.
Yep.
They certainly will indeed. Brav, do you think G1 are going to go far? Do you think they can go the distance in their pool and maybe clutch up second?
I think they certainly can. The question is if they do it Friday. I think, I'm not sure. Like Clutch said, I think off that first series, we aren't necessarily learning a ton about either side. I don't think we also expected to. I think they can put up quite a run. I think it'll come down to what early stages of Saturday look like in terms of just how far they get.
They certainly will indeed. Well, I can't wait to find out the stories for both of our teams here. But we're going to actually head to a break right now. But my goodness me, coming off that very highly competitive series, it was absolutely incredible. I mean, G1, they couldn't quite grasp the smoke that Space Station Gaming were bringing across the stage. But there's potential there, to say the least. But SSG, the coordination, the team synergy from the Space Station boys is just too good. Coming up next, though, we have a pool of death match once again. It's FaZe versus Sentinels right after the break.
Banger. Was that lab pop?
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello, Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming. Now, the stage is getting set for our next match, and my goodness me, what an absolutely stunning Esports Stadium Arlington is. It's absolutely gorgeous. The fans are gorgeous. The stage looks gorgeous. You two are,
Don't worry, you can say it. I'm gorgeous as well.
Pretty good as well.
Okay, words heard.
Pretty good.
I'll take pretty good. I mean,
solid.
Considering how I actually feel, I actually think pretty good's okay. But I'm excited for this one, though. It's going to be an exciting game.
It is going to be very exciting, and you're both gorgeous, you know that.
Oh,
but very, very exciting, and we do have quite an exciting pool as well. All of the pools are very, very competitive. We also have the pool of death, which is coming up next, Pool A, that is. And I'm excited to see some of the updates that are coming forward. Obviously, just seeing what happened there with Space Station and G1, we already had a really killer series right at the beginning of things with Quadrant as well, which was crazy against Sentinels. Sentinels obviously clutching that one up. So here's the update for you guys coming across the screens here. Anything busy going on? Pool D, Native Red, already 2-0 up though. So they've already taken on Native White, already taken on Bittersweet. The work's coming through for these guys. My goodness me, they're churning out some results. Those must have been quick series.
I mean, it's expected. Native White having to play with a coach, Bittersweet, maybe not up to the caliber of the Native Red boys. We know that those guys have the potential to be in the top 4. They've done it a couple of times as of recent, so jobs getting done across the board. The real one big upset we saw on main stage, Sentinels beating Quadrant, and maybe that wasn't an upset, but something that we just needed to be
reaffirmed.
Confirmed.
Yeah. I agree with that.
By Sentinels.
I agree with that because I think that, coming into this event, no disrespect to the Sen boys because you've known them for a super long time.
Yeah.
But when you think about like the upswing that Quadrant was on, and then Sentinels really just quell that flame the way that they did, and do it in such a manner, in a game 5, in a critical moment, like when you need to clutch up when the time calls for it, and they were able to do so. The question is though, you're going up against a completely different opponent this time around. It's going to be substantially more difficult. That being said though, I now feel a lot more confident about Sentinels than I did coming into this event for sure.
Couldn't agree more. And I think upset is the wrong word. I think it's more upsetting for either or. That's probably the better word for it.
Good one.
And I think pools of death often are very upsetting. So make sure you have your Kleenex available, folks, because we do have Pool A coming up very soon.
That's what happens when you get 2 hosts on the desk. We just go off the rails.
It's
Because we know we can bring the show right back on the rails. Wes, welcome to our personal
Bring us back in.
It happens in my daily life at shopping markets, all sorts of things. It's really quite awful. I can't switch it off. Anyway, getting back to the match setup that we're supposed to be doing right now, we do have, of course, another Pool A death match happening, and it's going to be FaZe, our first look at the previous champions of LAN here at the Global Invitational, going up against the new look Sentinels, which we have already seen, and my goodness me, they impressed. I was really, really impressed with this team. I think some of the worries were about the slow and steady kind of pace that they might have going up against the aggressive Quadrant, and actually it worked pretty damn well. So FaZe, they certainly will have their work cut out for them, especially on day 1, because as we know, FaZe like to have a bit of a slow, steady day 1. It happens a lot. Kind of happened a little bit to Space Station, but they managed to keep it together. But I've got to say, cold starts on day 1 here, Clutch, almost being upset so many different times at different lands. It's bound to happen once, right? This is the risk that you take, and a cold start certainly is very, very risky.
Yeah, you keep playing with fire, eventually you get burned. And right now, FaZe need to make sure they come out hot because they haven't played a series yet at this tournament. Sentinels coming off of game 5, that's a massive advantage for them to have already kind of had a battle scar coming into this series, right? Especially coming off of a winning series against a very strong Quadrant. I would expect Sentinels to come out a little bit stronger than expected, and FaZe are going to have to take that first punch, and we'll see how they take it.
Yeah,
we certainly will.
Yeah, and I'm actually just curious, really, how Sentinels are, like, see, with Quadrant, you're talking about a team that is very fast-paced, likes to be in your face. Sentinels, as you mentioned before, methodical. They like to take their time. They like to do things, the quote-unquote right way.
Right.
So Sentinels as well, right? And I feel like Sentinels are also one of those setup-heavy teams that really benefit from being able to just kind of like suffocate your opponent and then just prowl right when you get the opportunity to do so. I'm curious, though, if FaZe are even going to give him that opening to do that. That is where it becomes really challenging. You have 4 players on that side that can literally just slay at a moment's notice. It's going to be quite problematic for Sentinels, but given what we saw in Quadrant, I think they're up to the challenge.
I think so too. I think this really does come down to, for me, with this FaZe roster especially, is how serious are they taking this major? Because if you're taking it seriously, we're going to see an all-firing kind of cylinder of a machine working up there right here, right now, especially going up against Sentinels. They're not stupid. They know who they're going up against. They know that this pool is going to be really, really tough. This is not going to be an easy ride for them, and I think they're very, very aware of that. So I'm looking at all 4 of these players to be on the same page, no matter what time of the day it is, what day it is of the weekend, and I think that's going to be a big confidence boost, including that LAN win from the last time we were here and that weekend, that surely is going to be a massive boost for this team, knowing that what they've created, this brand new player, this brand new placement that they've had, and also the shift in terms of all of the jobs that the team have had to kind of move accordingly, is actually going to work.
Yeah, let's step back for a second and also remember that this is Lethal versus FaZe. This is still a very emotional series for both sides, and there's still some decisions that are probably still like lingering in people's heads as far as like, we made the right decision, we just got to win. We're playing against TJ. This one's still personal. And for TJ, for Lethal on the other side, every single time you get an opportunity to beat the team that let you go, that dropped you, that said you weren't good enough to be with us in order to get what we believe we can achieve, that's personal, man. And for him to come out, you want a really strong series for him, and you have to think eventually, or at least this would be his best opportunity, I should say, at creating an upset against this FaZe roster that he's had since that moment. We'll see if eventually he can get the job done, because you know that would mean the world to him.
Yeah, and I also think, too, it's important to note here for Sentinels and for Lethal as well, is that, like, any other player in that situation, you're part of one of the best teams, you know, in the game, and then you end up, you know, being on the bad end of it. Any player would not have faulted them for just kind of, like, taking a break, resting, whatever, but not Lethal. He actually put this team together, forged this roster alongside. You got some weapons on this team. I mean, we were talking a lot about TJ, but let's be honest here, man. Falcade he had one hell of a year last year. I expect him to really just continue to be like that real anchor for this team. And then let's not forget about Spartan. Right, Spartan, what a way to end that Quadrant game, and to do it in a very emphatic fashion, the way that Spartan only knows how to do it. You know that these guys are going to be playing on that stage with a lot of emotion, and sometimes that could be the difference maker in these close series.
I would say in that series against Quadrant earlier, we saw some of the best of Falcade that we've seen. We've seen some of the best of Spartan that we've seen all year. The big question mark for me right now is, how can Bubudubu step up in the Slays department? He traditionally does not slack this far in the Slays department. It has been a tough year for this kid statistically, and if they want to beat a team like FaZe, stats aren't everything, but you're going to have to compete statistically against FaZe.
Yeah, I think in terms of statistics, especially with Bubu and the kind of notorious slow type of play method that Bubu does have, and which can actually be absolutely incredible in some certain situations and scenarios. However, with Bubu, and especially going up against FaZe, trades can't be the main focus. Like, this is not going to be good enough against FaZe. And listen, you know, there's often situations where trades are great. It depends on what that looks like in terms of scoreline, what game, map, and mode you're playing. Trades sometimes can be fantastic, right? But I don't think it's going to cut it right now. But I do think Bubu is capable of popping off. Look at the end of that live fire game, that Slayer. He clutched up so hard for his team. That's the type of aggression, heads-up play that you need to see from Bubu coming across the board pretty much the entire time during the series.
Even with a 0.79 KD ratio, he still figured out a way to impact the outcome of a game and single-handedly got his team a little bit deeper into the series, where Spartan was able to go on a killing frenzy in Game 5. At the end of that live fire game, a pivotal battle was won where Bubudubu was in a disadvantageous position. He wins it. Those moments, he's still capable of creating. Can we get that a little bit more consistently out of him? And how scary does this Sentinels rosters look when we do?
Yeah, but also, too, though, right, can you get it consistently done? A lot easier said than done against FaZe, right?
Yeah.
That is the big problem here. I mean, you got the Admiral, who's ready to just call like some of the best IGLs in the game, really ensuring that his team are in a position of success time and time again. It is very, very challenging to play against this FaZe team. Sentinels know that. Everyone in this arena knows it. There are 4 Slayers on that squad that at any point in time could just pop off, which would be very problematic for Sentinels. So yeah, you can't go for the trades. You have to not necessarily start off hot, but you can, I mean, ideally you want to, but you cannot allow FaZe to get rolling. If they do, it becomes dangerous for everyone else here in Arlington.
Extremely dangerous. I got to say, we saw his face a second ago. Snakebite obviously having a fantastic tournament the last time we saw ourselves on LAN. I mean, I think that was a whole new level for him that he hit. And I think, I think a lot of the old heads will probably remember that type of gameplay coming from the 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old version of Snakebite. And it's not so much that it's gone away, but I think in the past he's had a different role here. We saw that once again, I think, at the Global Invitational.
Well, I think a big thing for me, I mean, one of the old heads that saw Snakebite from when he was 16 actually found him when he was 16.
Okay. And
decided to put him on my team.
Any chance he gets.
Well, no, let me tell you, this is not a me thing. This is a, hey, Snakebite was the best player in the game when he was 16 years old thing. So it was a pleasure to see him kind of recapsule himself and reinvent himself and actually find that level of comfortability. I think a big thing for me when I think of Snakebite's gameplay is how comfortable is he in the moment, is he right now in this game? And you can tell that this FaZe team is still figuring out that flow, that rhythm, how to consistently feel that for all four of these players, because I feel like a lot of other players kind of just go on intuition. Snakebite needs every bit of information in order to process it, make the right decision, and based off that, that's where he gets his results. You could tell he found that rhythm and flow last event. I would love to be able to say we saw that in this first series at this event, to be able to predict FaZe to have just as strong of a performance as they did in Dallas.
Yeah. But you saw, the gentleman that was on the screen just there, Frosty, right? I think was another one, another player that you have to commend, because when you think of Frosty, you think about H5 Frosty, right? The guy who was able to slay with the best in the world. Man was an absolute monster. But it did feel like in recent times, he's been taking more of a supporting role for his team. He'll slay when he needs to, but he also knows how to set up his squad. And I think when you talk about information, I think Frosty's like one of those guys that really can set up PJ to be able to get that information, and then he can put himself in that position as well, because if PJ needs to slay, if Snakebite needs to slay, he'll slay. If Frosty needs to slay, he'll slay. But the reality is that you can't have everyone doing the same role all the time, not in this game. And I think that is the reason why you're starting to see this team begin to find their identity. And it speaks to the maturity, I think, of players like Frosty, who can easily come in and throw his weight around and say, I'm Frosty, I'm one of the best in the world. Why would you put me in any role other than a main slay role? No, he can actually fill those gaps where need be. That's what makes his FaZe team so dangerous.
Plus, Royal 2's not going to stop.
No.
Got to.
Very, very true.
My man had no choice. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you what.
He doesn't have it in him.
There's a few roles being played up right there, and that is hopefully winning the series role. And both of these teams are very, very much looking forward to taking that dub off of one another. We're going to head on up to our casters. We got Gaskin and Sherzy on the mics. Fellas, it's good to see you guys.
What was that?
Well, the teams are excited, but I tell you something, I'm excited as well. They're hand signals, GB. We all do them, right? It was a little bit of this, a little bit of Samba. Get him out of here. I don't want to listen to him anymore. But our attention's now on Pool A, Dan, Group of Death, and with good reason. We've got the best European team, best North American team, and Sentinels in there just to cause a little bit of carnage.
Yeah, and I think the desk have, set this one up perfectly. You've got plenty of stories. You've got, of course, the Lethal versus FaZe situation. You've got the fact that this Sentinels roster does look like the real deal from what we've seen already from them today. And with a series layout that could benefit Sentinels, Clutch said it, this may be the best chance that they have to upset a team like FaZe.
And something we did see, we don't want to call it an upset, because believe me, when you see the names on that Sentinels roster, you feel like they belong in a top 4 conversation, but we haven't seen that. Those 4 players, last event, they all finished top 12, respectfully on different teams, but top 12 was the place, and they've already claimed a scalp of the European champions.
It would have been a massive confidence builder for this Sentinels roster to take down Quadrant, especially the way they clutched up in some of those maps and modes.
As we roll in then, Empyrean CTF is going to be game number 1. Dan, tell me something about it.
The perfect way to start this series off for Sentinels. They like to play slow. They like to play methodical. They can pick apart this FaZe roster. We'll have to see whether they can get the ball rolling nicely here in this series. But if they allow FaZe to get that 1-0 lead, that's when FaZe start to really pummel you into the ground.
GB spoke about how FaZe Clan are a little bit more methodical. Actually, I disagree. I think with the addition of Renegade, they're a lot more of a hybrid. They can pick up the pace and they can slow it down when they need to. Can Sentinels handle the pressure that FaZe Clan are going to put on them? But something we can say is this has not been a typically strong game type for FaZe Clan. These power weapons are going to be so important to secure for each team. And for Sentinels, this game and map number 1, Dan, is pivotal.
It is pivotal, and we've got to keep an eye on that sniper rifle. Look at what happened in the Sen versus Quadrant series. Sen were popping off every single player with the sniper.
And Group of Death time then. Shields up, weapons hot, we're underway, on board with the Iceman Frosty.
I'm so excited as well to see who is going to put that sniper rifle in their hands on both sides, but Frosty says, you know what, Overshield is going to be my main priority. Rocket, someone else get the job done, and you can already see Spartan has the sniper rifle, has a shot, and we've already got a flag moving.
Flag on the move. Sparty's peeling wigs already. Frosty has yet to be an influence on the map so far. A trade down long haul for Renegade. Sniper rifle down. And the Iceman can scoop it up and peel some wigs of his own.
When they did scrim a few days ago, Sentinels only lost this 1-0. It was such a nail-biting game here on Imperium CTF. It's so difficult sometimes to get that flag across when you are slaying evenly across the board. You really need to be outslaying your opponent and time it correctly as well. Frosty now has the sniper.
Frosty has a couple of rats sitting in his base, has to clear it out. No cheese to be found. Man's landed a body shot, but Lethal's got the rockets and gets one on the Snakebite. And Sparty over towards Sword, looking to press forward here. Falcade on the bridge, going to be face to face now with Frosty. Tries to find the body shot, tries to connect, but does so unsuccessfully.
And I am glad you pointed out that this is one of FaZe's weaker game types, especially at LAN. It's probably their weakest CTF game mode, but we'll have to see whether they've been working on it. Spartan doesn't look like he has slowed down at all from that Quadrant series.
Spartan, who let the dogs out? Woof woof, Spartan is on a tear already, taking down 3 respectfully. And Royal 2 has got to get eyes on the flag here. Lethal soars forward, couple of shots into his body. Will take him down to no shields. Snakebite on hand to pick up the pieces. Royal 2 has got to stay alive here.
And I think we all knew it was an anomaly, right? When all of these members of Sentinels were in the top 12 at last of event. Look at those names. These are some of Halo history's greatest that feature on this Sen roster. And they just needed that right chemistry, that right team. And it does feel like they're all comfortable at the moment as Lethal gets the pink needles.
Pink mist will find a home. Spartan will trade a couple of shots back and forth with Royal 2. Snakebite on hand to clean up the kill. 2 members of FaZe positioned on Banana. Lethal then trying to slow things down. Recognizes the situation he's in as the FaZe push starts to come to fruition. Lethal will fire a couple of shots and back Royal 2 down. And a little bit hesitant here to push forward.
Well, you saw the angle from Royal 2 as well. They weren't really pushing up. Royal 2 was waiting for the kills to happen. Instead, he was just feeding information. And it's because they're playing around the fact that rockets are going to be coming up now. They want to be able to secure them because then that can lead into the attack that's going to come afterwards.
Spartan tries to get away from the pink mist. Royal 2, a couple of shots go down. 1v1 will connect for the side of Spartan. Rockets go down as well. Both have been emptied. Spartan's picked up flag, scooped it up, and it's on the move.
Boom, boom. Really important off Spores to make sure he's listening to those call-outs, and not only was it the rockets, but also the overshield as well for FaZe. A perfect opportunity to get this flag moving, but Sentinels are doing very well on the defensive. They are making sure this is awkward every single time FaZe push up, and FaZe haven't been able to get that all 4 down to properly set up.
Sniper rifles pop up. Spartan scoops up his. Snakebite on the other side for FaZe. We could see a little bit of a snipe off. Snakebite repositions over towards his long haul area. 2 members looking to set up then. Spartans join them on the opposite side. Will they catch glimpses of one another? And who will be able to find that all-important headshot? We're about to find that fight very soon. Renegade gets towards green box, and you can see Spartans well aware of this. Tries to clear him out. Body shot onto Renegade. Snakebite does fire a shot, but it's in anger. Does not connect. Does not find a home. And now Spartan knows exactly where he's positioned.
Really got to make sure you're not leaving yourself exposed from some of those angles. And if you are a sniper, you know where to be standing, but also where your opposition is likely to be standing. There's only a certain amount of angles you can take to try and get your best position so you can hit those shots. And Spartan well aware of it. He's making sure he's not visible from the opposition's needles. But now he's going to have a little peek, and he does manage to connect, and Spartan will win that engagement. Now this could lead into attack for the Sentinels. It's a 4-2. Spartan is playing out of his skin this event.
Spartan can continue playing like this. Sentinels will be a problem for anybody as he finds yet another face, and flag is on the move. Falcade has got it all the way out to front base, and Spartan, you can see he wants to find a few more faces.
Spartan looks like a different beast. He's still on a tear. He's still going. Remember, it was a killing frenzy in the previous series. It's just a killing spree for now, but it meant 3 were down on the side of FaZe. Spartan still holding his ground, still making sure this flag can keep moving.
Spartan's absolutely lasered here, not backing down, not willing to give up the inch. And the flag will get home. Sentinels take the lead.
And I said in scrims it was 1-0 to FaZe, but Sentinels find the lead, and now 7 minutes remain. Can you hold on? Do you hold on? Or is this a case where you keep pushing your advantage? Maybe you need another sniper rifle to come up, or the heat wave could do some damage. Remember, rockets, they're going to be spawning.
Rockets in 4. Frosty has his eyes on them. Spartan keeps firing a couple of heat wave shots, gets a repulsor play of his own. The force is used. Spartan in a 1v1. Spartan comes out on top, scoops up the rockets, fires a couple, but only lands onto himself.
I think it's just important he wasted them there. It feels like Spartan can take on the world, and maybe the only person who can take Spartan down at the moment is himself, as Lethal is going to take top tower here. Just got to make sure you get that flag back, and we'll have to see whether Sentinels want to really try and push this 1-0 lead now, or if we're going to see them turtle up a little bit.
So intelligent from Lethal there. Reading the flag just enough, but not all the way, because he knew Snakebite was in his flag and he could get a touch on it. Expert play from the veteran as he then scoops up and cleans out his base. Royal 2 and a 1v1, and Lethal comes out on top. He's one of the greatest of all time for a bloody reason.
And it's a 1v1 on the map. 3 members down on both sides, but both members retreat, but it's Falcated who gets the final damage onto Frosty. Remember, 3 of this 4 of the Sentinels roster back in MCC days, they were Mantra. They won an event in Texas. You add Lethal to the fray, you add one of the most experienced, one of the best players Halo has ever seen, and this Sentinels roster is the real deal. And I think they're proving that not only in the previous series against Quadrant, but right here, right now, against the current champions FaZe.
It was 3 dead for a moment. Spartan has his hands on yet another flag. Can Snakebite stop this? Has got to find the face, but can't do so. Plays the sniper rifle instead, and Frosty off the respawn over towards the Mangler area. As Spartan gets this one forward with the help of the repulsor, but it's stopped just a little short of the halfway line.
It is so tough when you try and run these flags under the bridge, but it looks like Boomer might be able to get a big touch, and Falcated with the sniper as cover can at least do some damage. This is going to be a really hard flag that Sentinels is going to have to work for here, because FaZe can now position themselves in many angles with grenades, but Falcated does his best to keep this one alive.
Every single member on Sentinels keep finding body shots, headshots with the sniper rifle. They're making it oh so difficult, but Renegade will finally shut down Falcated. And the flag will be stopped. Booba with a double kill though, but this is perfect pacing from Sentinels.
Also, probably one of the best decisions was Snakebite throwing that sniper rifle off the map when he saw Spartan coming his way, especially with the shots that Spartan's been hitting. Even Boo was hitting shots previously in the series, so I'm not exactly surprised that he's now got his hands on the sniper rifle as well. Does look like Sentinel's going to be playing more of a slow backup approach to this. Wait for the Rockets to come up in 13 and just say, hey, FaZe, we're 1-0 up. You need to make the move. You need to come to us a little bit here.
2 members of FaZe do try and push forward. All 3 dead now as Royal 2, last man standing, will try and be an influence on the Rockets. All 4 dead. Power weapons will shift over to Sentinels again. FaZe are in big trouble here, folks.
Yeah, this is a real struggle for FaZe at the moment. Sentinels, every single time FaZe try and push up, they're there. They're waiting round the corner. Just an ambush time after time. And now they've got the Rocket to work with. But we just need to be careful he doesn't get taken down here. Thankfully, he manages to back off. And it means now Sen can reset. They can be patient and work with this overshield.
It's been all one-way traffic for the last few minutes. Sentinels have the FaZe base under siege. Lethal bottom snipe. Frosty will be the victim. Yet another kill for Lethal. Repulsor play back to top tower. He has them on strings here. FaZe are chasing shadows, and Lethal locks in yet another kill, and Boo has flag on the move.
Lethal tries to hold his ground. Flag is going under bridge again, but this time not enough damage is taken as Boo fumbles a little bit. He should be just able to get away and have the support, but that could be the difference in getting this flag or not. But the repulsor may have helped everything. Now FaZe need to be pushing quickly. They can't afford for this second flag to go in.
Flag down on the cuts, 3 dead for Sentinels. Lethal last man standing. Is he around to get the touch? He's over towards top tower. He has to give this one up and just watch it for a moment. Boo gets absolutely lit up from spawn. And FaZe are in the base. FaZe are making this one very difficult.
This is one of the dangers of trying to force those flags. You leave yourself very vulnerable to the counter cap, and here comes FaZe's chance to get back into this game. Sen are going to try and overextend, send someone round to stop this flag, but are they going to be there? That's the real question, because it looks like FaZe have dealt very well with the spawners.
Cross is in big trouble. Royal 2's picked up the snipe, but the help is not on hand. A couple of warning shots go down. Boo skipped up and scooped up his own snipe rifle. Lethal's on the flag. Can he get the return? He's dipsying, he's doodling, and he gets the flag. No, he doesn't. It's got a touch on it, and an also vital touch from the General and Snakebite.
That is a massive touch. Now Boo's got to watch on. Renegade should get taken down here, will get taken down, and FaZe, they're going to be pummeling themselves towards this flag, but Sen will have eyes on it. This is not a guaranteed cap. This is going to be a very difficult cap, but it does look like Frosty's got in a position to at least touch it, and Royal 2's got the sniper rifle. That's massive for FaZe.
Boo backs away, almost giving this one up. Frosty will get the extra touch and will move it over towards Bior, but gets taken down. Boo finds a face, but we're all tied up. They've given a lot to secure that cap. We're all tied up.
I mean, that's going to be frustrating for Sen, but it looks like they might get a chance to go again. All 4 dead for FaZe. Frosty's the first one up. Sen on not in a position to run the flag, though, because Lethal went down. That was a massive trade from FaZe in the base.
Boo screaming, who else wants it? He's got a trade on Frosty as he connects again. Falcated with rockets, fires one onto Snakebite. And FaZe Clan are in massive trouble.
Well, here comes the Sentinels push. Are they going to try and run this under bridge again? They've tried twice, it hasn't worked. This time they say, no, let's go Needles. Let's make sure we get these spawns down. Rocket's not going to connect from Falcated. Needs to win this engagement, but Frosty's still alive.
Frosty backs away, but not for long. Falcade gets one. Boo Boo Doo Boo with another. Sentinels have numbers advantage here and now.
A small lull. Falcade has to win the battle, does not. Snakebite off spawn is huge, but that flag is still moving. And Sentinels are going to find themselves 2-1 up here with 1:20 on the clock. FaZe were not able to get out of spawn. FaZe were not able to stop that flag from crossing over no man's land.
Well, well, well. What have FaZe got in the tank? What have they got in the chamber? Booba Doo posted on Snipe 2, waiting for any member of FaZe to come get some. Repositioning. Doesn't feel too comfortable in his surroundings. Maybe perhaps thinks there's someone around him. Frosty on the bridge.
Sentinels currently outslaying FaZe by 11 kills. It really has been the difference maker. They've been so confident in the way they push through the map, and the no-scopes have been everything, but Renegade, in tandem with Royal 2, will get the kill, and now this is the last chance you feel for FaZe to get a flagpole and try and get back in this game.
Last chance saloon. Frosty's going to try and run this flag under bridge, it would seem. Booba Doo tries to make this difficult, going to land a perfectly placed pre-grenade from Frosty. Do they have the numbers, though? Do they have the players in position to push this flag even further forward? Repulsor play will push out the player, and Sentinels are all 4 dead.
Well, this is going to be tough for Sentinels off spawn. If you could dart down long haul, maybe you've got an opportunity. 2 will go. Spartan and Boo Boo, but there's going to be grenades waiting for them, and Snakebite's already got this to cut. It looks like this is going to be tied up. What a game! We start here with FaZe versus Sentinels 2-2, and we're going into OT.
All tied up then. Sniper rifle's about to pop. 2 members down for Sentinels as we head towards overtime. This game has had it all.
Unbelievable start to this series as both teams just, no one can really get that all 4 down too often. I mean, there was a lot of janky runs that happened in that scenario, trying to force it under bridge, hoping that maybe you'd get that one slay, but it never really came. It was the clean runs that usually happened, but Sentinels maybe will feel a little bit bummed out that they didn't take advantage of the fact they had rockets, they had overshield, and weren't able to get that final flag cap.
Another overshield scooped up, this time for Royal 2 off the break. Where else is the power shifted as Booba Doo tries to escape into the clouds. Falcated on hand on training. Will back Royal 2 all the way down that overshield. Completely obliterated then. But he has got the sniper rifle in his hands, and Renegade looking to pick up a few toys along the way, but Royal 2 through the eye of a needle. Rockets in hand for Falcated. Finds Renegade, and we're all tied up in the score. We're all tied up in the slays right now. As it was 3 on the map apiece for just a moment. As Royal 2 waits patiently for a player to peek on sword.
Who's going to be brave to make the first move, really? Sniper rifles are very present at the moment, so you've got to be aware of which angle you're going to be taking. And again, it's going to be Royal 2. It seems like every player on this map is able to hit these shots with a sniper rifle, and it makes it very terrifying to walk around any corner, as Royal 2 doesn't seem to be missing these bodies right now.
Royal 2 backs away, recognizing the pieces were not in place. Spartan goes down, 3 dead. Last man is lethal. Tries to get away, tries to make this a very difficult kill, trying to prolong it as long as possible. All 4 dead for Sentinels, and our FaZe on hand now to get a flagpole.
FaZe have both snipers. Renegade has one as well, so Sentinels are being pinned up at the moment, and Royal 2 needs to take advantage of this height and also communicate with the team of, are we going to move this flag or not? And it looks like they haven't had the opportunity to do so because off spawn, Sen have done enough. 2 down on both sides. This is a big fight for Snakebite, but I don't think he's going to take it because there's just not enough support right now.
Frosty was posted up top tower, he's gone down. Snakebite's all alone. Desperately needs help, firing a couple of snipe shots off, trying to get rid of as much ammunition as he possibly could. But Spartan now has found the Wig Wobbler with 1 bullet to play with. Will this connect? Could this one pierce the hearts of FaZe Clan? 1 to the body. Booba Doo will connect to finish that kill. Renegade's in trouble. 2 go down. And all of a sudden, Sentinels are the ones who are threatening to cap a flag of their own.
And again, FaZe losing these kills at just the wrong time. Rockets coming up, overshield coming up, flag is now being pulled. If Sentinels can grab these rockets as they're running the flag, it could be massive for them, but Lethal goes down. Frosty had a good spawn there and managed to hit an amazing grenade. But now these rockets may have to just be given up, and it's Renegade who grabs them in the end. Sen, they went for the flagpole, and now FaZe get the upper hand.
This game on a pendulum, swinging back and forth. 3 dead for Sentinels. And now an opportunity for Renegade to be the tip of the spear for his team. As Spartan tries to cover the space in towards Mauler. Couple of shots go down. Rockets will finally find a home. Flag still at home though. Boobadooboo puts down enough shots and enough damage to back Snakebite away. And he turns his attentions towards a sniper rifle, but will turn straight towards his former teammate in Lethal.
Yeah, I think Snakebite would have wanted to get rid of that sniper as well, but it looks like on the other side for FaZe, they've already picked theirs up. They're already in a position to just hold out sword and make it very difficult off spawn. And Renegade now getting aggressive with the assault rifle. And it's got a lot closer in terms of those slays. Remember I said a while ago, Sen were up by about 11. It's 95 in favor of 92 now. So Sen only leading by 3 in slays, make it 4 with Lethal's grenade. So FaZe have done very well at getting back into this game and not allowing Sentinels to outslay them.
The longer this game goes on, the longer this series goes on, you expect FaZe will start to heat up. Sentinels had the perfect start, but allowed FaZe right back into the game. This is the opportunity. They have some weapons, they have some goodies to play with. Boobadooboo with just over a minute and change left on the clock. Can he be the one to make the difference here?
I think Sentinels have quite enjoyed how slow this game has been at times, though. They've had plenty of time to think about how they want to approach it off spawn each time. Do they want to be going for the overshield? Do they want to be going for the rockets? And they've done really well at matching FaZe and prioritizing all of the weapons and overshields. But now here comes the one last push from FaZe. This is huge from Boo Boo, though, if he can hit these shots. It should do enough just to stem this push.
Snakebite putting down damage, but 3 members of Sentinels focused on him, and when that happens, your life is very rarely extended. Renegade on the bridge, another couple of warning shots from Boobadooboo. They know exactly where he's posted up, exactly where he's positioned. And look at this route as he goes towards the outside of the map with just over 22 seconds to play here.
Yeah, 22 seconds to replay. Remember, then we go to a restart and we'll be going to first flag wins, as it looks like Sentinels are more than happy to wait for that restart. They don't want to go for a push. Well, do they? If you can connect with a shot and if someone can be quick enough, but I don't think anyone is in a position to grab this flag, and it looks like we might be getting our first restart of the tournament.
The time ticks down. We will not see a flag pull. FaZe were quite happy to play defense and go for the reset. 2-2, all tied up here. What a game we just seen.
An amazing start to this series, and it will mean that we'll get a first flag cap wins restart between these two juggernauts. And that man on your screen, what a passage of play he had during the start of it. Wasn't seeming to miss. Seems like a different beast as Spartan. I mean, top 12 finish for all of these players. I mean, it's not where we would have expected them to be, and I think that it does a lot for your mentality going into the next event of, are you going to be fight or flight, right? Do you give it up and say, okay, maybe I'm washed, maybe it's enough, or do you start to try and form another roster where you can try and compete with the very best? And from what we've seen so far, Sentinels look like a roster who maybe can be up there.
I mean, they come into this tournament with a chip on his shoulder. I remember speaking to Spartan right after the event when he got that top 12 finish, and he looked absolutely dejected, not happy with how the team played, with how he played, and he could barely muster some word. There was barely any words. It was all just sounds. It was grunts, and that's all you could get. Args is basically what he was saying.
Just args and
ers.
Just grunts everywhere. But, I mean, when you look at that first game, I think Sentinels will maybe be a little bit dejected because they probably felt it was in their hands. They had the lead both times, but counter-caps from FaZe meant they just slipped through their fingers a little bit. I think they were slaying better than FaZe were. I think they were prioritizing the rockets better than FaZe were, but they just weren't quite able to get those flag runs nailed down. They tried under bridge several times. It didn't work out for them. It was actually the Needles run that got them the second cap. However, FaZe right at the end, that under bridge run, it just was too easy for them in a way because they slayed and they spawn trapped a little bit better. And that's what you'd expect from a team like FaZe, who has been together far longer than this Sen roster. They are going to be a little bit cleaner. But the fact that when it gets a little bit messy, Sentinels are still up there with FaZe means this is a very worrying sign for FaZe. They need to be watching themselves here and perhaps trying to initiate some of that clean play that they know they can do.
Clutch spoke about it on the desk. When you play with fire long enough, it's only a matter of time before you get burned. And Sentinels have got the flamethrower out here and trying to cook. But Renegade is soaring forward. It's golden cap. Next cap wins.
Next cap wins, and already 3 dead for Sentinels, and they've got the rockets, and maybe this is going to be the efficiency that I was asking for from FaZe. 2 already dead. They're continuing to slay. They want to get this flag moving, and Snakebite says, okay, I guess I can do that job. They have lost Renegade, though, so they need to be careful. Maybe it's a toss-up to Needles to get that protection.
They still have numbers advantage for now. Frosty elsewhere is just putting down absolute damage as all 4 of Sentinels members go down. And almost completely off the rip, it's as easy as pie, and FaZe Clan punch home the golden cap and take the series lead.
I said I wanted it clean, I wanted some efficiency, and boy did we see that from FaZe. And they've showed us just why they are the current champions here in HCS, why they were so good at that previous event, and maybe they just needed that reset, that chance to breathe, that chance to talk, and it was a perfectly employed strategy right from the get-go.
Heartbreaking for Sentinels though, right? You lose that 1-50-50, that coin toss, and you lose the game after all that hard work they put in. After going ahead and taking the lead twice in that game, they find themselves down 1-0 in the series.
And I think it just comes down to experience as a team. And it's just one of those ones where I think FaZe were a little bit more well-drilled from the rip on Imperium CTF. And Sentinels, unfortunately, got caught off guard a little bit. And it is going to be frustrating because that was a long old first match where you put so much into it and you just have to move on, forget about it, and just accept the loss there and start to think about match number 2. As for FaZe, that is a big relief. Had we seen FaZe gone 1-0 down, then maybe there would have been a few brows raised, a little bit of sweat dripping onto said brow, and we might have been having that conversation about, okay, well, is this going to be a potential upset? But it does look like FaZe were just able to calm themselves down a bit with the reset.
And is this a conversation that FaZe can have? Like, listen, lads, these guys were hitting every single sniper shot when they had it in their hands, and we still got the win. Does that only just push them on and increase their confidence in this series?
Yeah, I think that they just needed to calm themselves down, ultimately, this FaZe roster. I think it's very easy to kind of get down on yourselves a little bit when you're not beating a team who are newly formed, especially with the history of said team you're going up against as well. And I think that would just stop those jitters. There were a few kind of missed sniper shots, a few moves and decisions that were made by FaZe where they probably wouldn't have made in other series, but now they've calmed themselves down. It's going to be very different going on for the rest of the series. But what a map 1. Exactly what I would have wanted. Snipes everywhere. Everyone seemed to be hitting them as well. And going into map 2, I'm sure that it's going to be a very scary situation for Sen because we're going into a Slayer.
Well, Snakebite's on camera, but a man that I actually want to talk about is Spartan. What a tournament he's had so far as we line up Slayer on Livefire game number 2. And we can come back to Spartan in a moment, Dan, but Slayers typically in the past have been pretty good for FaZe Clan.
Slayers were one of the main reasons why FaZe won Dallas, right? Why they were so good in the previous event, because they were able to clutch it up time and time again. They were 5-3 across the board. And their game 5s, they were constantly winning them. We weren't seeing them lose game 5s. And I think that's what's so impressive from FaZe is they were clutching up in those moments. And you could see they were undefeated in those series clinching games. And that can be the difference maker. That can be the difference from being a team who's top 3 or being a championship winning team. And we've already seen today how important the Slayers were for Sentinels against Quadrant. So this game 2, I think, is going to tell us a lot about how this series is going to go.
And with game 1, we expected that to be a real pace setter for how this series was going to shake out, and with how closely contested it was between these two teams, this Slayer could be the difference maker in the series, Dan, particularly for Sentinels if they're to claim it.
I'm just glad we got another sniper rifle on the map because it seemed like nobody was missing. And I wonder who's going to be able to get their hands on it first. As we're underway here in map number 2, it's going to be Slayer on Livefire, and already Snakebite trying to take an angle, get the flank, and takes down Lethal with a perfect.
4 fresh shots find a home. Spartan has the assault rifle sliding and soaring and gets yet another kill. Spartan has showed up looking different today.
He really has, and now the overshield could potentially be in their hands. Cover goes down, and actually it's going to be the sniper grabbed by Spartan. He says to the rest of the team, someone else can grab that overshield because I want this rifle. I want to make a difference. He just needs to get away at the moment. He's trying to dipsy-doodle his way around Livefire, and if he can escape, this is going to be bad news for FaZe because Spartan has looked hot today with the sniper.
Backs away, puts it in reverse. Tail lights on. Over towards green. Information coming. They're all towards house, and you can see trying to play this one slow. Out comes Snakebite, finds a home. Sniper rifle is vicious as it completely shreds the shields of one. Almost finds a home onto Frosty, but he'll be counting his lucky stars that he got away with his life there.
I think Spartan even thought he hit that one, to be honest, with where his crosshair then went afterwards. 6-3. Slows down a little bit. And again, I feel like Sentinels are going to be happy as when these games do slow down. They seem to be at their best when they have more time to think, rather than when teams are just flying at them. Although I will say they dealt with Quadrant very well, considering Quadrant are a quicker team. Spartan lines that one up, but Snakebite holds his ground, and the BR is used to full effect.
Snakebite planted his feet, is ultimately taken care of though. Royal 2 and Renegade are trying to combine here, but Booba Doobu will secure one onto Renegade. Assault rifle and repulsor play sends Royal 2 back to the depths. 4-kill game here. Sentinels hold the lead. Snakebite's in massive trouble as Boo Boo gets yet another one.
Sentinels are really listening well at the moment to the teams. There's not many one-shots that are escaping on the side of FaZe, and it's because Sentinels are prioritizing their targets correctly. And now you need to prioritize this overshield. It is going to be Lethal in position first, but he's no shield. He's not going to get it. I just think the nades at the moment from FaZe are too powerful. Sentinels can't afford to send someone there. Maybe once you've seen about 6 or 7 nades start to be tossed towards it, then you can push, but look at that from FaZe. They say enough waiting around, enough nades, let's take this into our own hands.
Beautiful baiting and switching from FaZe as they secure the overshield. And now just a 2-kill game as Royal 2 immediately tries to hunt for fresh spawners, clearing out all of his angles. He should have the information now, there's nobody around green. They've all spawned over towards house. Falcade could be soaring towards his death. Royal 2 will get one and survive for now as Spartan goes towards Rat's Tunnel. And he tries to get back touch tight with his teammate.
Do you know how many times I've accidentally almost said Sentinels instead of FaZe, you know, because of the old switches? Yeah, it's one of those things. But I'm trying not to let it happen and let it get in my brain as Spartan goes down and Royal 2 is still moving forward. He doesn't have the overshield anymore. Also doesn't have any support. Big kill from Falcated, 16-15. So FaZe were able to close that gap, but Sentinels still just about on top here.
What can Falcated do then? Backs away. Information is coming. Play call is to rotate over towards green. And all members of FaZe abide by it for now. Spartans down bottom middle. Frosty has sniper rifle. Trained it over top middle for a moment. Nothing doing over that side. Not even a bit of wind to aim at. Only a couple of sandbags. As he has Lethal soaring up towards him. Can he find the body shot? The answer is no. But immediately recognizes he's in trouble and tries to dip away for now.
In trouble, but I mean, then there comes the cavalry. Everyone else comes to back him up, but Lethal still alive and will take down Frosty in the end. Fantastic push from Sentinels, just making sure that that sniper was not easily mounted on top of the tower. So many times you've seen players just pop off from that position, but Sentinels didn't want to allow it to happen, and now they've got all the goodies. They've got Heatwave as well. Lethal does connect. Overshield is going to be popping. Is there any eyes? It's going to be plenty of eyes. Lethal has the perfect way to look upon this overshield, and he'll be able to maybe help Falcated get hold of this one.
Falcated scoops it up, getting pressured. He has managed to lock it in, and Frosty tries to get away, but it was only in vain. As Renegade has gotten a back whack onto Lethal, that means Sniper Rifle and Heatwave has transferred hands. You can see Falcated immediately tries to put pressure on Renegade here, not letting him get away for free. A couple of melees go down, and somehow, someway, Falcated survives, and Renegade hits the respawn screen.
Just trying to dodge all of these grenades as well as Royal 2 caught unaware. Snakebite over towards Nest, needs help but doesn't get it. Lethal now pressing up with Falcated, and again, Sentinels are swarming at the right times, but the grenades really stem that push. Sometimes it's so unfortunate when you walk around a corner and there's just a couple of grenades at your feet and you know there's nothing you can do.
Renegade throws a grenade, trying to get some information for his team. Will not find a home. Waiting for Heatwave to be finished cooking. Waiting for it to pop out of the oven. He has a timer on that one now. It's about half the way there, and Royal 2 gets body shot and thinks, oh, I don't want to be getting involved with any of that messing, so backs away towards house instead. Touch tight with his teammate, Snakebite. Long-time teammates, these two come through the ranks together. Won many championships. It's both members of Sentinels make it 3 dead. They all ran into a blender at the same time. If we go down together as Lethal makes it 4, all 4 in the respawn screen.
Unbelievable ambush that was just set up by FaZe. One player just baiting out under Nest, and 3 members of Sentinels just swarmed out, hoping they were going to be able to push freely into Garage, but it did not work out for them. There was players waiting on dirt, and now FaZe will find themselves just 1 kill behind. Sniper coming up in 15, Ovi as well, so this is a big moment in this game. Royal 2 looks like he's got his eyes trained on that sniper, and Renegade says, you know what, I'd rather have it instead. Snakebite's got one of his own, and might have 2 snipers on the map here.
I think 2 players were arguing top middle who was going to get the sniper rifle, but Renegade gives it up for now. Spartan in the 1v1, pistol on hand though. To connect, 3 dead. Falcated last man standing, nowhere to be seen for this overshield grab. And the General scooped it up, and the General's moving with Renegade.
Yeah, and finally FaZe now have the lead, and not only do they have the lead, but they've got the goodies to work with. If they can extend this lead, now we've got to the 30 kill mark, this is where Sentinels might start to fall off a little bit. They need to make sure they set up a similar trap to what we just saw FaZe do earlier. Use one player maybe as bait, try and encourage the FaZe players to come out. Lethal could be the bait here, get that info for your team, and then hope you can do that damage and take them down.
Lethal's completely isolated. Can he get the kill? The answer is no, but he's done quite a significant amount of damage to the overshield player in the process. Boo Boo Doo Boo loses shields, and he backs away, dips away, gets himself out of trouble for now. This remains a 3-kill game, but FaZe Clan are in the ascendancy just now.
Well, Lethal had created the distraction, but it wasn't enough. Sentinels, They couldn't get around. FaZe were wise to it. They were watching those angles. And FaZe now position themselves once more to say, okay, Sentinels, what have you got next? What's next in the playbook? Do you try and push us at green? Because Snakebite's the lone player, but he does have cover from Nest, and it's going to be Sandbags at the moment, but Snakebite has already spotted them out. And just look at the nades that flood over towards Sandbags as soon as Snakebite relays that information to his squad.
Snakebite patiently stays alive, picks up a couple of spiker grenades just to help quell any push. Renegade, top tower, trained, eyes across top middle. Frosty's in big trouble. Heatwave is cooking down there. Falcade steps out, and Frosty can't find a home. Can't find the finishing touches to a kill, but Renegade's trying to play the overlook, trying to provide some cover fire.
This is the longest we've had no kills in this game so far, and I think Sentinels are now going to start to think about that overshield, but of course, FaZe are in prime position to watch over it with the sniper. A lot of responsibility for Renegade to make sure he hits that shot if Sen do go for it, but FaZe are the ones who have pressed up. They've gone ahead of it, and Sen say, you know what, maybe it's a bit of bait. We all fly over top middle, try and take down this sniper, but Renegade, through the smoke, through the mist, takes down Lethal.
Falcade could be in big trouble. Over towards Cuts as one player tries to get away. Snakebite has overshield. As he starts to rotate, Spartan's situated over towards bottom middle as well. Lethal's in big trouble. Isolated from his teammate. Spartan tries to get a route down bottom middle, but runs straight into the Snake.
And Sentinels, they slowed it down so much and they waited so long for their push, but FaZe were just there and ready. The sniper shot would, of course, made a big difference, but even on the other side, Snakebite and Clam were just more than ready to accept that push from them, and they got the overshield because of it. 7-kill advantage now. And even though we have seen comebacks today, you have to imagine that FaZe should be feeling quite confident in this one. 3 minutes 20 on the clock, so it does push Sentinels slightly with their backs against the wall here to make moves a little bit quicker.
Sentinels, try as they might to slow things down, they really needed FaZe Clan to make that mistake, but they kept it textbook. It's been methodical so far as Boo Boo Doo Boo hits the respawn screen once more, and they really have extended this lead. It was so close in the mid-game, but FaZe Clan finding their feet towards the end.
And as soon as FaZe have the player advantage, now they're starting to try and press that. They're trying to surround and pinch the Sentinels roster. They're going to be running with their tails between their legs through bottom middle, but it's going to be a heavy chase from Snakebite and Royal 2. Ring around the rosies, but eventually you've got to be able to take a fight here if you're Sentinels, because you're 8 kills down, 2 minutes 35 on the clock. You have to start playing a little bit quicker.
FaZe were in hot pursuit. It's been trades in the kill feed though. 2 down for Sentinels, make it 3. Boo Boo Doo Boo hits a lovely bank grenade on the Snakebite, but Renegade absolutely cooks Lethal for 1. And that's a 10-kill advantage.
10 kills, 2 minutes. It's not looking good for Sentinels, and I think they know it. You need 2 very solid pushes. The first one could come off this overshield, though. If maybe you can get the OV, the momentum could potentially start to swing your way, but we're talking of low percentage chances now, especially when Renegade found himself in a position to maybe take down Lethal, but Lethal, I think, grabbed it, and this could be Sentinel's opportunity. It has to happen now.
It's now or never, then. Information has got to come for Lethal. Snakebite's over towards back tower. Boo Boo Doo Boo is going to be in a 1v1. Has Lethal there if he needs him to bait and switch. Needs him desperately here and now. Lethal slides forward. Snakebite's in massive trouble. Kill will be confirmed.
Really well played there from Lethal. We knew full well there was going to be a plasma pistol potentially around that corner. 7-kill game, 1 minute 30. Surely the clock is going to be the main enemy of Sentinels now, but they're starting to pick up the pace. Spartan takes a fight with Renegade. Will get the kill. Double kill now for Lethal. It's a 7-kill game still. Frosty at green is going to go down, but the trades are massive for FaZe. It may have been a triple, but I don't think it's going to be enough because still the clock is going to be against them. 3 more kills required for FaZe.
It was a triple kill for Lethal, but too little too late perhaps here, as they have got to play almost perfect, and even at that, they may still not have the time required to complete this comeback, as FaZe only need 1 more kill, and it gets locked in. FaZe double their series advantage.
And FaZe's impressive Slayer record still continues now here on LAN, as they just seem to get that job done, even though it was so tight through the mid-game. As soon as we passed that 30-kill mark, that's when we started to really see FaZe take control. The sniper rifle with Renegade, prioritizing that overshield and just keeping Sentinels at bay. It wasn't a case of they would just wait and watch that overshield and say to Sen, hey, you can grab it and we'll try and hit the sniper shot. No, they were pushing ahead of that overshield. They were taking the fight to Sen and saying, okay, we'll use the sniper rifle as a backup in case we fail with this push.
FaZe just in that towards that end game, they seemed a lot more settled, a lot more structured. I mean, we've seen Sentinels trying to lay those traps, trying to slow things down, but FaZe had the answer every single time.
Yeah, there was the one period of play where I think it was a minute and a half we didn't have a kill, where Sentinels were thinking about what they should do, how they should set up for the next overshield. In the end, they tried to use the overshield as bait, hoped that maybe FaZe would be out of position. They all flooded top middle, but the sniper rifle was there and waiting, along with the grenades of the rest of the team. And I think that was when the game was lost. That's really when FaZe started to take that control. And unfortunately, Sen were never able to get back into it. And even when they did start to look like maybe they could creep back into the game, their eyes would just go to the bottom of the screen. They would see how much time was left, and they had to start picking up the pace. It was too late.
Now, we've seen Sentinels be more than competitive in games number 1 and 2, but still find themselves down 0-2 in the series. Absolutely heartbreaking. Is it going to be the kind of situation where they maybe lose 3-0 here and it's one of those ones that got away?
It's also going to be one of those situations where, I mean, let's say, I don't know, in a crazy world where maybe Quadrant could beat FaZe. I'm not going to put it out the realms of possibility, albeit unlikely with how FaZe are playing and the fact they are champions. Suddenly map records do come into the equation if we were to get some crazy three-way tie. So it is important that you just try and get some maps on the board. You don't want to be going 3-0 down to anyone in a group like this.
Can you do a little bit of Doctor Strange and tell me in how many universes and how many different situations did Quadrant actually complete that and finish top of the group?
Only one.
Only one.
There is only one. But I will say, now as we look at this series layout, King of the Hill Streets, one of FaZe's better game types on LAN. They've yet to lose it. They are 3-0. Bad news for Sentinels. In scrims, FaZe did also beat Sentinels on this map.
More good news for
But it was 4-3, so it was a very close encounter between the two teams. And if Sentinels have done their homework, if they've done their research, maybe there's something they could have found from it. But they need to pick it up now. And King of the Hill Streets, again, it's another one of those game types that's difficult to try and manage. Do you play slow? Do you play fast? When do you start to prioritize the kills? Are you going to go for the rockets quickly? There's so much to think about, and you just got to make sure that you're all on top of it, as well as your coach, of course, giving you as best information as possible.
Something I actually want to commend Sentinels is how good they've looked considering how little practice they've had. This team is only together 3 weeks, and they were going toe-to-toe with the champions of the last tournament.
It was something I brought up in the pre-show today, that we have a clear gap between the top 3 teams and the rest of everyone else who's competing, but that gap may be closed this event, and then next event, when there's more practice for these squads who have had it on LAN, suddenly that gap might be even smaller. Here's the King of the Hill stats between these two teams from the Global Invitational. Sentinels, they only played it once. They only needed to win it once, but for FaZe, they only lost 1 King of the Hill throughout the entire tournament. So we'll have to see whether maybe Sentinels can try and defy those odds and take FaZe down on one of their better maps and modes.
And King of the Hill, it is one of those ones where the more you practice it, the better you get at it. And like we say, Sentinels only having 3 weeks together, there's going to be a couple of mismatches, a couple of errors that they make along the way that FaZe Clan could punish them here.
There is also going to be some maps and modes they're going to be a little bit weaker at. I mean, I was looking at when these two teams scrimmed, they played like 12 of the game types, and they made sure that they were going to be practicing as much as possible. Even though they've only been a team for 3 weeks, they've been scrimming a lot, have Sentinels. They've made it very clear that they want to make this roster work. They want to work together, that they're all kind of enjoying themselves a little bit more. The chemistry's back there, and it has to start now if you're going to get back into this series. But I think FaZe, after that game 1, they just kind of shut down Sentinels a little bit.
And something we've seen after the last tournament, we've seen Spartan going to Twitter saying, I'm sick of feeling like this. I'm going to be a lot more motivated. I'm bringing it. From here on out, you're going to see a different side of me. And in these first couple of series, we can see he means business.
Oh, Spartan looks great. I mean, regardless of what happens in the series, even if they lose 3-0, I think Sentinels can hold their heads up high, and they've really performed at a level that maybe some wouldn't have expected just because of what happened at the previous event and the placings of some of these players. I think even FaZe were probably quite surprised after how quickly Sentinels came out of the blocks in that map number 1 and map number 2. But when you get to the business end of the games, that's when FaZe seem to be stepping up. And I think that's something that Sentinels will learn as they go through this tournament is, okay, how do we stop that happening? How do we stop these teams just being able to pinch us at the final moment of these maps?
Just a reminder, folks, this is Pool A, being dubbed the Group of Death. FaZe Clan and Sentinels currently sitting at 0-0 would be for FaZe right now, but Sentinels had the opportunity to be in pole position had they won this series to top the group. But FaZe Clan looking to shut that down here with a clean sweep as we head into Streets, King of the Hill.
And it would be Quadrant's only chances of getting out in the top 2 if they were to have FaZe win here and then beat FaZe themselves. It's a long way to go, and of course we still have plenty of series left to play here for Sentinels as well. But this pool has been nuts, and we knew it was going to be. But it's 2-0 at the moment to FaZe as we head over to Streets for King of the Hill. As I mentioned, FaZe did beat Sentinels in scrims on this map and mode, but that's where you practice everything. Now you've got to put that practice into competition.
Practice makes perfect. And if Sentinels want to extend this series, They have got to win here and now, because as good as they have looked, they still find themselves down by 2. And FaZe, who typically start slow in pool play, are brought to game 5s more often than not, find themselves up by 2. That slow start that maybe Sentinels were hoping for didn't come to fruition. And we're on board in game 3 with Royal 2.
It's a rocket grab as well for FaZe. Very comfortable rocket grab, I will say. Snakebite wasn't even weak, as now he wants to put these rockets to use. No one stepped in the hill just yet, and now you start to think about it with 1 death. Didn't even need the rocket in the end, as Spartan was backed off. But Spartan will just survive and make sure he keeps hold of any weapon that he might find himself using. And I think that FaZe can get a good amount of time here. They just need to keep eyes on Pink Street and don't allow an easy push to come through bottom middle.
Beautiful smoke screen put down onto Spartan to ensure that red gun couldn't do any damage. It has dissipated now, and 2 kills go in the favor of FaZe. And Spartan yet to move, yet to blink. And with good reason, as 2 of his teammates had already fallen and not being able to do the sort of damage he would like to initiate the push. This is almost the freest hill that FaZe Clan are going to secure. They only need a couple of more seconds here.
Spartan eventually is going to come out of his hidey hole with the Stalker rifle, but he didn't want to give the Stalker away. That was the issue. You don't want to be able to give a hill and the Stalker, but now Frosty will get hands on it with 32% left in the ammo. So now FaZe can not only set up, but they've also got the perfect weapons to do so, and this is the worst case scenario for Sen. They were more than happy to hold station and give it away, but as they pushed out, FaZe took full advantage.
You said hidey hole, and that entire time I've been battling intrusive thoughts of just going, hidey hole.
I said hidey hole, not hidey ho, and it's
here we are, though.
Very different. But I will take any rendition of impressions that you do have, as now Frosty will try and put this Stalker to good use, but what beats Stalker? It's going to be a Bulldog. It's like rock, paper, scissors, but Stalker, Bulldog, and what, pistol?
Yeah, sure. 2 dead, though. Make it 3, actually, as Royal 2 has come off the respawn. Boobaduo over towards Cafe, and Falcate looking to join him. Eyes trained towards back tower here. Royal 2 threatens to step out, but Jiggle peeking for now. That red gun will find a home and knock Royal 2 down to no shield. Frosty's in big trouble as yet another kill secured. And Sentinels have fully loaded up and towards C, and Falcate steps out. And could that be an influence on spawns here?
Yeah, Falcate got very aggressive pushing up, but maybe he got word that they had the chance to do so. Renegade is being a little bit of a nuisance at the moment in station as well. Rockets were picked up, and that might have been another decision-making prospect that was there to get Falcated up as far as possible so you could grab those rockets. But it's not a hill secured just yet for Sentinels. It's a battle of bottom middle as 3 go down on both sides, but Sentinels still holding their own in station, and they get the trade, and Lethal's the last player alive.
In slides Renegade then. Start the scoring, but looking to clear out all of this tram area instead. 2 members towards driveway. Falcate and Lethal over towards the commando, and no doubt that grenade has put a stop to that push for now. It's both members post up, and Snakebite's going to slide out. Bait and switch here as Lethal got caught with his pants down, left a little bit unaware, thinking he wasn't going to have to fight that angle again.
Very vulnerable to grenades are they at the moment as Boo Boo comes flying on in. Will take down Renegade, and this could be a potential point. If Royal 2 gets this kill, it could be very different, but Lethal escapes alongside Boo Boo. Falcate quickly trying to make sure that he covers the angle, and he does so, but there's support also on the side of FaZe. The time can now start to be scored. Lethal in that hill, doing the objective, but Snakebite's trying to make a move round.
3v3 on the map for now. Here comes the push as Boo Boo will trade out with Lethal. It's a 2v2 on the map, but all of a sudden numbers shift once more. Falcated last man standing, he's over towards Cafe. FaZe have control of Tram here.
No one's really been able to get the full setup just yet. Maybe FaZe will have the best opportunity with spawns here. You've just got to be very quick to get into those positions. The trouble is, Rockets are going to be spawning in 8. So do you think about that? Do you try and prioritize getting the hill? Or do you say, okay, we need to be getting these rockets, otherwise we definitely lose the hill? Who's going to be brave enough to go for it first? Snakebite has the Stalker set on it, and it's going to be Spartan who thinks.
Frosty was the first pick. That could spell misery and danger here for FaZe if they're not careful. Snakebite's trying to do the damage to the rocket player, and he does so. 1 goes down. But have they given up too much here, FaZe? Can Falcate secure the point here for Sentinels? Can he tie up the game?
Well, Lethal did really well to get out, get those rockets, get the rocket out of the chamber, and then make sure he stayed alive, as Sentinels will tie this game up. It's still life in this series and in this map just yet. 2 minutes and 26 on the clock. It took a while for us to get those first 2 hills, but now we go to bottom middle, and it looks like Sentinels will get the first points on the board, but Renegade, he's being patient, wants to be able to be a surprise with this Bulldog, and he will get that kill.
Right now, FaZe Clan have 29 kills. to Sentinels 28.
Quick math.
There is very little to separate these two. And bottom middle, the next point of contention as Renegade sits behind that drop wall, putting down damage.
And it's a very small thing to think about the drop wall, but it really can help you in this bottom middle hill. They've almost got halfway already, have FaZe, and they are saying to Sentinels, okay, you've been able to force us out, but we'll just keep forcing you back in. As long as you've got someone who is constantly thinking about jumping back in that hill, you force your opposition to take some weird angles that leave you a little bit vulnerable. To challenge bottom middle, you have to be in an exposed situation.
Royal 2 with the assault rifle in the back pocket. Looking to do a little bit of shreddy break. Finds one onto Lethal. Traded out the assault rifle now for the Sentinel beam. That can cook just as much as the assault rifle, if not more. As FaZe Clan have a stranglehold right now on bottom mid.
Yeah, again, it's Sentinels just getting stuck in tram and they haven't been able to escape because FaZe are watching all the angles. The push finally comes out, but I don't think it's going to be enough to stop the hill, or will it? Falcate gets double, and Frosty has to back off, so there is still a chance for Sentinels. It's a long way to go, and bottom middle is one of the harder hills to try and secure, especially in one go. But Frosty does very well just to survive while his teammates come off spawn, so now they can start to think about taking a challenge for it.
Not only survive, but keep Sentinels a little bit back, a little bit on the back foot as Rockets are scooped up and manages to secure the hill somehow, some way. FaZe Clan not only take the lead, but get the Rockets the boot.
Frosty just needs to wait, be patient, make sure Arcade isn't too easily gathered by Sen, because now they can start to work on this next hill. PD Square as well, they'll be residing. Both rockets are going to be used, and Sentinels need to be just a little bit quicker at some of these breaks. Even though they've been able to break eventually, they've just allowed too much time to be scored. And again, it's another one of those things that's just more comfortable for teams who have been together a little bit longer. Everything is there for Sentinels. All the pieces are being put together. It's just a little bit slower than some of the other squads. I think an event or two, and suddenly Sentinels look even more scary for a lot of these teams.
I think Sentinels are a threat for almost anybody in the league right now, but FaZe are just navigating this one perfectly for now. 2-1 the score remains. FaZe Clan continue to hold over towards Statue. Frosty with eyes trained over towards Tram and ATM. Booba Dooba is going to be the first point of contact, and they trade a couple of shots, but both back away and live to fight. And fight to live. Live and fight and fight.
Live and let die, as Spartan is going to be winning that engagement, and maybe that's just going to be enough now to try and initiate this, what could be a final push for Sentinels to get back in this game. 56 seconds left on the clock. They have to win this hill. Otherwise, FaZe could just comfortably play time. Falcate is going to be the first one to engage, but you can see the damage the Bulldog does. Royal 2 likes a bark or two, and he gets all the assists as the rest of the squad will clean up the pieces, as now FaZe can make a decision. Do we just start to play time?
Bulldog does the damage, and it's rough for the boys on Sentinels. That's 45 seconds, and FaZe Clan not happy with playing time, looking to secure the hill here and now.
Well, they're so close to getting it. They say, well, we don't need to play time. They're going to be spawning over towards either Tram or over on Arcade, and 3-1. You think surely this series is going to be wrapped up. Sentinels now very much firmly pinned against this wall by FaZe, as they have been throughout this entire game. They've been stuck in Tram time and time again, and FaZe have done excellently at ensuring Sen had to just slowly move their way out of spawns.
FaZe firmly have their foot on the necks of Sentinels here. What have they got? Double kill for Lethal will help the cause. They've got to control this hill. There's still time, folks.
Yeah, this has to be a flawless hill now from Sentinels. Give yourself enough time to set up for the next one after you gather it. It's whether FaZe just accept the loss on this one and say, if we move towards the next hill ourselves, we can make this near impossible for Sentinels, and we'll give them the second hill because we have that 2-hill cushion right now, as FaZe will make their way over towards tower. Lethal doing very well to dodge, dip, and dive, and just delay at the moment, but now here comes the FaZe push as they take 2 down.
Here comes the push, here comes the boom. 3 dead for Sentinels. Spartan all alone over towards PD, and they're going to hunt him out and clear him out of PD. Members spawning over towards red, and they're very quickly running out of time. Sentinels have got to go, but the kills keep going in FaZe Clan's favor.
It's 3 versus 3 on the map. Someone's got to head towards the hill. It's a good engagement.
Oh!
Takes down Lethal with the bandit. Falcated will rescue the pieces, but is anyone in the hill? No, at the moment it's FaZe who still hold it.
Only seconds remain then, and FaZe Clan step out once more. Happy to milk the final moments and take this series 3-0 as Spartan desperately jumps in, but to no avail. Clean sweep for FaZe Clan, 3-0.
FaZe Clan carry on from where they left off in Dallas. Texas seems to be good to them. as it's a comfortable 3-0 on paper, but you know full well if you watch that series, Sentinels made FaZe work every step of the way. But it is going to be FaZe just making sure they stay on track to try and go back-to-back in Texas.
That is the perfect test for FaZe Clan in their first game of the group, first game of the tournament. Making sure they keep FaZe honest. Sentinels played that one so well, and again, it just comes down to time being able to mesh together as a team.
And as for Sentinels, of course, they've now played both teams in their pool. They have to wait for an open bracket team to come before they can try and finish 2-1 in the pool. And for Sentinels, they just need to now hope that FaZe do the same thing against Quadrant, so there isn't some sort of crazy tie where you have to think about who's going to be going through. But I think that FaZe have showed that they mean business. They are serious. It was a question that we heard the desk ask. Are we going to see FaZe turn up in pool play looking like they want this one? And you could certainly feel the hunger and the desire from this roster.
FaZe Clan showed up and showed out, and they mean absolute business in their opening game of the tournament. And no doubt will have eyes and intentions now of topping the pool.
Yeah, I think that FaZe, they proved that maybe Sentinels aren't going to be as much of a test as perhaps other people might have been poising it, but I really have to take my hat off to how Sentinels played in general. I think that they are going to be a real threat in this tournament, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see them in the later end of the bracket.
Well, Blaze has got the general on stage with an interview with Snakebite. Take it away, guy.
Thank you so much, Sherzy and Gaskin. Dallas, give it up for your Dallas DreamHack Invitational champions as they come away with yet another victory here to kick it off in pool play. Now, PJ, going into this series, the one really, I guess, kind of struggle I saw here was kind of a little bit of slow start there to kick it off, okay? Were you guys really kind of expecting that from them, and how did y'all really turn that around going into that second half of that pit flag?
Yeah, we fully expected it. We come out slow. It's not really a secret. They're a great team, and especially on pit flag, it's one of their best. So to go toe-to-toe with how slow we kind of started, we just felt really good that we can bring it to an overtime. So just had to feel out the game and go as long as we could.
Yep, there you go. And you guys found the ways to win right there. Now, coming off a championship, okay? It was the championship that you guys were looking for over a year. You get there. Now, one thing we know about y'all, when y'all start winning, okay? Coming from that just 2 weeks, what is it that you really want to kind of improve off of that? Because you guys won. Was there anything that you wanted to kind of really work on coming to this event, and did you do it?
Yeah, just our objective play overall. We just need to keep getting on the same page, figuring out situations. We definitely worked on it a lot. I think Pit Flag is an example. They're a great team on it. It's one of their best. To come out with a win is a big step for us. So just got to keep working on it, but so far, so good.
So far, so good. I'm going to let you guys get back to the game plan for the next matchup. Lastly, anything you want to say to your fans out there? Snakebite fans, FaZe Clan fans, what is it?
Yeah, just a big thank you to everyone here. Obviously at home cheering on. Quick turnaround for events, but appreciate everyone coming out and showing support. Hope we can have a good weekend.
All right, everybody, one more time for FaZe Clan here on the stage. That's going to do it for me and Snakebite. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much to Guy on the main stage. Absolutely killing it as per usual, by the way. So lovely to have Blaze here with us as always. And Golden Boy, so good to have you with us too. We've missed you, bud.
I am here. I am present now.
Better Blaze than you, but
I would actually concur on that one. But I will say, though, hell of a game that we saw from that FaZe team. Literally what we wanted to see from FaZe, especially after a championship. You want them to be able to come out of this one and look like a force. And I really do feel like FaZe have put a lot of people on notice, especially after that game against Sen.
They really have indeed. I really do feel like we've had multiple full circle moments here, especially with what we kind of talked about on the desk beforehand. And I think the main one as well is going to be the cold starts, the icy starts that they seem to be having. Yes, there was a little bit of a second where you think, oh gosh, are they awake properly? And I think that was more kind of a testament to Sentinels and how they were bringing their A game right from the get-go. The momentum of a really hot series with Quadrant as well. But I do feel like FaZe turned it around a lot quicker than usual. And I think that is testament to how this team are working together in terms of chemistry and how things are really working out with what they're trying to improve on, which is these icy cold starts.
Yeah, I don't really feel like this was a cold start by any means. I think they played a team that just went through a best of 5 earlier today. A team that was very warmed up, a team that left Spartan the Dog off a killing frenzy in that Game 5. Well, he picked it up in that pit CTF.
Oh, he did.
Game 1 of the series. He was popping off, getting some headshots, trying to get the flag moving as well. And that's something that's very hard to try and weather that storm, right? That's the first real punch that I was talking about. The Sentinels were going to be able to throw at FaZe. Spartan hit one hell of a jab right there, but not enough to rock FaZe. FaZe withstood that kind of pressure. And as you heard Snakebite say it in the interview, they had a little bit of time where they had to feel out the level of the game and like how to meticulously go about taking down the Sentinels roster in each one of these games, honestly. But it always felt like FaZe were in control, and I think that personally is what I walk away from watching this series is although Sentinels, I believe, are still very strong, especially after their series against Quadrant, FaZe Clan never looked like they were in a worrisome position. They always had like an ace in the hole. Someone always stepped up and made a play when they needed it.
Yeah, and also even go back to the start of that Streets game. You literally get the rockets off of just no contact. Like Snakebite just grabs the rockets uncontested, and that just goes to show, right? The opening strats for FaZe, like you can tell that they're putting in the work to ensure that these opening gambits really net them a lot of success there. And I think that also just goes to show as well, like what ended up happening in that pit game. So a credit to what Snakebite was saying, a credit to Sentinels for really showing up big time against the team. Oh, and I think OpTic walked on the stage. Lol. Yes, of course, there they are. This is their hometown, of course. But yeah, I think it just goes to show how studious this team is and how they will ensure that they give themselves the right time, the right moment, the right play to open things up and catch your opponent off guard. And Sentinels, unfortunately, just didn't have an answer at all in that Streets King of the Hill game.
No, they certainly didn't. I also think it's, a contrast with FaZe, with how much time that they've now had together. Sentinels only 3 weeks being together. Hopefully those kind of strategies and tactics will come across with a little bit more time. I think, for the first couple of weeks, it's more just feeling each other out. What do you want to do, bro?
I want to see this team stick together and work through it.
I think
because I think there's magic that could potentially form with those 4 players. If Spartan keeps fragging the way that he is, man, it will be very difficult to stop him. And Lethal, Lethal was putting on a banger on Empyrean. I want to see him continue to do that, and I think that if they can, they really will begin to find their stride. Might not be this event where they can, hit that top 4, right? That we know those players are capable of hitting, but I do believe that they're going to be putting a lot of teams on notice in this bracket.
Well, another full circle moment, and we talked about it a little bit as well, as trading. And for those of you new to Halo Infinite or not quite familiar with how things and lingo works, we talked about trading and how important it is not to trade if you were Sentinels. Here's a situation where actually it's very important to trade if you are FaZe Clan. When you're this far ahead, it is absolutely fine, right, GB? This is what you want to do. But if you're Sentinels, you couldn't think of anything worse at that moment in time.
Yeah, and right here, right, one of the reasons why we kind of wanted to highlight this here is because what Snakebite does so well is he just puts himself in a situation. He's okay kind of giving up the death because he has teammates that are literally right behind him, backing him up, picking up those kills. And even before that as well, there was a situation where I believe Sentinels had pretty much everything going for them, and all they needed, well, not all they needed to, but what they needed most importantly were clean kills. They needed to get clean wipes across the board, and then that would have opened up the rest of the map for them. That maybe could have allowed them to come back into this game. But you're talking about a FaZe team that knows how to play to those kinds of advantages, and that's the reason why they're able to walk away with these wins and why players like Snakebite are perfectly fine throwing himself into harm's way because he knows his teammates are going to be there to back him up.
Yeah, God bless the Observer trying to find the point, but it's a little bit further back.
It was. It's all good.
No stress on seeing that. I think the big takeaway that we're trying to portray here to me is when I watch a team, are they trading in situations where they have the advantage? And that was something Cloud used to teach me when I was on the up and coming. He started to really take me under his wing and teach me how to play next level of Halo. How do you play championship style Halo? Cloud know how to do that, let me tell you.
Damn right.
Big thing he used to preach is do not take an excess amount of damage when you have the advantage. Like that goes for melees, that goes for shots. He said you need to clean up this kill, but more importantly, you need to make sure you don't get weak and get cleaned up, because we need to be able to capitalize on the advantage that you now give us with that number. So it's a matter of, can you successfully acquire this kill quickly, and can you do it efficiently enough to keep your shield to where you're not a liability to even out the numbers right after it's done. So, and a lot of times throughout this series, I felt like we were watching Sentinels trade in some advantageous positions, and that's what FaZe are begging you to do in order to even up the numbers. They want you to go for a melee when you have the first couple of shots. They want you to close that distance and be able to trade that damage in order to kind of reset the map, reset the spawns, and that's that's where they capitalize on their
see it
advantage.
when they get over shields as well. I mean, there was a few plays, as a matter of fact, where Renegade was able to get OS, and he was pushing down over toward Heatwave. And you can see most players, they'll have OS, they'll charge right in, go for a melee. But no, not these guys.
Yeah.
They're instead going to play their BR. They're going to play their angles to the best of their ability so that this way they don't give that massive amount of damage. And then that's how come you're able to see players like Renegade pop off. But, you know, I wanted to highlight Spartan here as well, because even though, you know, it didn't work out the way that he would have wanted, Spartan has been playing a damn good Friday Halo. And if he keeps this going, it is going to be very problematic for the rest of the field if he keeps on hitting the shots the way that he is.
We're pulling up the Slayer KD stat of the one Slayer in the series where it didn't go so well for that one player. We did that last event with Monster. I felt real bad for him. Ignore that graphic if you're a Spartan fan. If you're not a Spartan fan, that was an irrelevant stat in my opinion.
But it does point out, though, and not that stat in particular, but I think it is important to note, like, Spartan, if he keeps hitting like this, it's going to be very dangerous for the rest of the field. And also on the flip side, Renegade, right? Like, you're looking for Renegade to really be that step-up man for this team, especially being the fourth guy kind of coming into that core roster that we've known and loved for such a long time now. If Renegade continues to be this X factor the way that he has been, it's going to be very dangerous for everyone else here in Arlington.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's interesting to see stats like that, because not often stats, you know, can not actually portray what happened or what somebody is capable of. Spartan had the most incredible game one I think I've ever seen. Like, absolutely insane, turning that around on its head, and quite frankly was getting them the entirety of that Empyrean map control that they needed for CTF, and that's quite a difficult map to control, just to let you know that. So him hitting all of his sniper shots the way that he was, ripping faces off some of the best players in the world, that stat doesn't really actually speak volumes to that. So incredible stuff. I want Spartan to keep up exactly what he's doing. Sentinels, I've got to take my hat off to you. The 3-0 didn't really feel the same way that we were watching. So incredible stuff from both of the teams. Of course, GG's to FaZe, though, going through their pool play looking pretty good at the moment. We're heading to a quick break, though, folks. When we come back, as you can see,
Starting to get green in here.
Oh, wow.
the lights
Got real green real fast.
pretty perfectly, because OpTic Gaming are setting themselves
Hometown
up
heroes.
right now, and also trying to set themselves up for the first win of their major. This is massive, folks. OpTic Gaming, the bounce back is on, and you bet this is the best place to do it. It's OpTic versus Six Karma right after this.
The future is threatened by enemies often unimaginable. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant: Marines.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Ambush! Fight harder! We're losing Spartans! The corruption's taking over!
Hostile intelligence detected. Emergency shutdown imminent.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming. And as you can see, the crowd is out in full force right now. The room is green and I'm pretty sure the room is also green wall. Am I right, guys? Are we green wall in the room?
Expected it to be a bit louder, actually.
Oh, come on guys, are we
There's
green
no
wall
pop
in the
there at
room?
all.
There we go. Fantastic stuff. We love seeing the OpTic fans out in full force, of course. And on the desk, I do have the wonderful Clutch and Shurzy joining me as well. And also in the room, folks, we do have a Scump watch party as well. So Scump is in the room. And a massive happy birthday to the king himself.
Hey!
Happy birthday, King Scump.
We're in the presence of greatness.
We certainly are. OpTic royalty, Call of Duty royalty. We do have Methods, and obviously the big dog Hex is in the building too. Lovely to see you guys. And of course, lovely to see you all at home as well. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's going to be absolutely incredible. And OpTic obviously going up on the main stage for the first time this major and going up against 6 Karma. So this is what we're working with here, folks. I'm excited for this matchup. I'm excited to see OpTic and the start of their bounce back. I'm also excited to see what 6 Karma can also bring to the table against the Green Wall too. But before we do that, let's talk about the schedule and what we have coming up today. We've, of course, already had some exceptional series underway and some bangers. I mean, the first one of the day was crazy. Shurzy, the Quadrant boys, they were out in full force. Sentinels showing us the debut that I think everyone had dreamed of as a Sentinels fan. How did you find that first matchup?
Well, I want to say not good for a start.
Yeah.
But happy for the Sentinels boys. I think, listen, on paper, this team is one that should be contending for top 4. The names that you have, you've got Lethal on the team now, one of the greatest of all time, one of the greatest to ever play the game. So I think it's good to see him on a team where he's a little bit more comfortable. And listen, you can already see the results are coming in for them, and they're together such a short amount of time as well.
Yeah, they certainly are. I've got to say, it's not all lost in terms of hope. So don't cry yet, Shurzy. It's okay. Quadrant, they're still in it to win it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. As you can see, we've of course already had 3 exceptional matches, and we've got OpTic coming up next from Pool C with 6 Karma. Later on, they've got FaZe versus Quadrant. So Quadrant will be bouncing back, hopefully, up against FaZe in that pool of death. And then OpTic versus Shopify Rebellion to finish off your evening of day 1 here at the Major. So lots to look forward to. Make sure you guys are setting your alarms. And as you can see, the pools are being updated, things have been happening, and FaZe Clan go 1-0 up in Pool A. Sentinels are 1-for-1 right now, so of course beat Quadrant earlier on, lost to FaZe. Shopify Rebellion, haven't seen any updates from them, but did manage to beat 6 Karma, the exact 6 Karma OpTic are taking on in just a moment's time. Spacestation topping their pool currently with 2-0 going up against G1 and made quick work of Na'Vi, as well as Native Red, 2-0 in their pool, taking down Native White, who is playing currently with their coach with unforeseen circumstances with Barcode, unfortunately, and also taking down Bittersweet too. But that's the pool update, folks. We do have to set up our first match for OpTic Gaming on the main stage. I'm very excited. I think it's going to be pretty electric in this room, if I had to guess. And Clutch, you know, for the guys on the other side of things with 6 Karma, this is going to be a really tall task. It's going to be very difficult, I think, especially going up against one of NA's greatest, but also the fact that they're going up against one of the loudest and proudest crowds we have in esports, which is the Green Wall. If you're 6 Karma right now, how are you feeling?
Probably pretty anxious with the amount of pressure that's going to be on their plates here coming up, because playing against the Green Wall is one thing. Playing against the Green Wall in this atmosphere against these superstars, coming off of a loss after a potential opportunity to get a 4-peat. I mean, there's a lot to unpack here as far as how hungry this OpTic Gaming roster is going to come into this weekend and how they're going to want to set the tone from the first series. And unfortunately, that is 6 Karma.
It is indeed. I think the pressure is definitely on. I think something that's absolutely incredible for 6 Karma is obviously being here in Texas, representing their region very, very proudly. And Shurzy, when it comes to, you know, being patriotic and being there for, you know, a much larger, I think, kind of part of you guys and the culture that comes across from the Latin region as well, it's really important to be representing, right? And you're representing a very large kind of group of individuals, the players who all want to be in the same position as these guys in 6 Karma. They're young, young, they're hungry. That is a classic one for us on the desk. But, you know, a lot of representation to be had here and a lot of good to be done on the main stage.
Yeah, you're not just representing the nation, you're representing an entire region. I think this team only just yesterday were thrust into this pro bracket. Before this, they were looking at doing the open bracket run, and because Luminosity had their troubles, they find themselves now up against OpTic Gaming. So their second game of the tournament, they have to play against the world champions. This is not going to be an easy task, and it's going to be a tough one for them to try and even keep this one competitive, particularly with how OpTic Gaming are going to be looking to bounce back from the previous tournament. So I'd like to see Six Karma keep this one competitive, do their nation and do their region proud. I think it's one thing to get here, but when you're playing against some of the best dogs, some of the heavyweights here, it's a different question altogether.
Clutch, do you think, you know, at the Global Invitational, having Six Karma there, that experience on LAN as a team is going to do them justice and going to help them out here?
Not in this series. No. This is an absolute David versus Goliath matchup. This is a lot of individual skill against some players that are still progressing in their career. I'll be nice. Yeah. I expect this to kind of be the opportunity for OpTic to put on a human highlight reel, get some power weapons under their belt, create some clips, let the crowd get into it, and really kick off this weekend with some fireworks. I think they're set up nicely.
Okay, well, we like to hear it. But on the other side of things, it's going to get very loud because OpTic Gaming, they're going to want to start things off with a bang. And I got to say, when you look back to the last LAN tournament, the mentality of the players here, they honestly must have been going through a bit of a blender for them. The 4P pressure on their shoulders, you know, the Quadrant lost day one. It was a bit of a shock, and I think OpTic weren't used to that kind of slow down momentum right from the get-go at a LAN environment and a tournament. So it was very, very difficult for them. But I think, you know, in terms of the momentum here today, they have a pretty good chance of gearing that up and pushing that forward. And I think the resilience is definitely within their shows.
Yeah, I think the pressure of the 4P is now completely gone. I think this team, if you had spoke to them at the start of the season and said, listen, you're going to have to give up one of the tournaments, one of the invitationals definitely would have been it. I think they still have a chance of winning 4 majors in a row. In a hometown, this is a packed out audience. They're all here rooting for the green wall. It's going to be a tough task for Six Karma, and I expect OpTic Gaming to turn this into a bit of a cannon fodder match.
Clutch, what do you think it would mean to the OpTic Gaming team right now to have a very hot start to their major?
I think it's expected. I don't think it means a lot to them in the long run, though. I think that they know that they'll be deep into the bracket on Sunday. I think there's expectations around that. The level of Halo that they play at is championship caliber, right? I think even talking to APG after the loss last time around in Dallas, he was like, you know what? Competition's tough right now. There's 3 teams that could show up, and in 3 weekends, each one of us could win. So I think that they're very understanding of how competitive the top really is, and I think that they just want to make sure that they set themselves up to really gain some kind of traction and momentum, but the more important series are later on this weekend.
They certainly are indeed, but I tell you what, you got to beat who's put in front of you, and hopefully OpTic will do just that for the crowd, and Six Karma for the Latin region will hopefully also get this series across as a dub. But it is time to head on over to our casters right now, and I believe we have Bravo and Onset in the booth once again. Lads, are you ready for a jam-packed match? This is going to be crazy with the crowd.
Oh boy, are we ready, and I'm sure that everybody who's sat in the arena right now is ready to see OpTic Gaming on the main stage for the first time this event. What a challenge they've got ahead of them, though. One of the best in the MX region, obviously, going to be trying to really put their names on the map here. But for OpTic, I mean, we've been talking about how conditions are pretty much perfect for the bounce back all weekend long so far, and you can't say with the crowd behind us that isn't true.
Yeah, absolutely. Take a look at the series layout here as well. Live Fire Stronghold is going to be your first game time. So how about OpTic's home ground here in Arlington, Texas? Also Live Fire, their home ground as well in that game number 1. But you already hear the green wall getting loud, and they're getting hot. They're ready to play. And I'm excited to see what they can do. We talked about how the crowd will be behind them all weekend, and Mark, you put it perfectly in terms of coming off of that last event loss, not even being in the grand finals, and now heading back to home turf. And you could even say, of course, in Halo Infinite, the first time at the Esports Stadium, Arlington, home of the Green Wall, as we get ready for game number 1. They want to start this tournament off hot.
They certainly do indeed, and I think this is a perfect series for OpTic Gaming to refocus after the disappointment that we saw just a few weeks ago. They've got the crowd behind them, they've got the stage in front of them, and now they've got a series in front of them. Make a statement here, OpTic Gaming, and all of a sudden that crowd's going to get loud.
I mean, what a way to start, huh? You got a Let's Go OpTic chant busting out. Usually that'll be saved at least until a little bit into game number 1, but it starts off for the boys here in green before the first game even starts. But now we are officially underway as the kills are exchanged out early on for the battle for Sniper Rifle.
It's going to be strongholds here on Live Fire to start things off, and it's been a pretty good start actually from 6 Karma. They get a couple of kills going their way. Lior's going to pick up a sniper rifle, and I tell you what, Trippy's just learned a valuable lesson. Individual skill is not lacking on the side of 6 Karma.
Wow, beautiful there from Lior. We'd heard his name, of course, a lot last season. But actually also going to be Acid, who comes in now with a sniper rifle grab as well, so that will still be 1 dead for OpTic Gaming for the moment.
Sepstars gets away with the overshield as well, so a great start here from 6 Karma, and we mentioned a little bit earlier when we were talking through the pools, we were saying there is a lot of talent on this team. This is a new generation, a new breed of talent coming out of the region on this 6 Karma team, and we've seen them hit some nutty shots, and it's a perfect start for them. A BC hold, they have power weapons, they have power-ups, and OpTic, somewhat on the back foot at the start.
Right now they're outslaying 8-3, make it 9-3 in terms of total slays, and they're also 26 points on the board, so early aggression, early points on the board for 6 Karma, already showing us that they're here to play.
And they're going to have to hit their shots here, OpTic. As I mentioned, a lot of talent, individual skill, and aim ability, I would say, on the side to 6 Karma. They're going to make you work hard. It's a 1v1 on the map at the moment, which will mean that Lucid can move towards B. C will be picked up by the respawners, you would imagine, for OpTic Gaming. There's an opportunity for them to score.
Lior was your last player alive. Step starts actually, a spawner goes for the stick. It's not going to happen, so that will be 2 players dead here for the side of 6 Karma. Might be 3 dead in a moment.
No flank coming in from the big door, though. It should be an easy cap onto B. They get C as well. The Repulse is going to send that grenade back where it came from. A 6 Karma find themselves 3 in the death screen. Sepstars going to survive for just a few moments as Formal. The first time we're going to see him on our screen, he's going to find some targets and he's going to do some damage.
You heard, of course, as soon as Formal popped onto that main screen, the crowd here in Arlington loved what they saw. Excited to see him play live and in person. One of the best players to ever do it. Also picks up some nice kills and assists over on the overshield pop as well.
Sepstars manages to take him down, hit some good shots, but Formal creates the opening for APG to move through and pick up that second overshield of the game. It's a BC hold for now, but OpTic Gaming are moments away from the first triple cap of the game. 2 kills fall in their favor as well, and 6 Karma, this is where you need to be careful.
Nice job here from APG to check caution as well, making sure no damage, no backpacks come through. Double kill here for APG to clean out B. It'll be continued triple cap here as A starts to flip.
This will be the score flipping as well. You can see that 6 Karma currently trapped with 2 in the death screen, trying to reset A as well, but that's not going to happen because APG is here, picking up 1, gets the reset. Sepstars might be next on the menu as well. APG is feasting.
How about the confidence out of APG? He almost gets away with a melee to close out the triple as well. Eventually he'll be taken down, but not before a great display of talent and accuracy coming out of him. They now lead 89-54.
Yeah, Trippy just having to take a moment here to wait for the help to come in. 2 players from 6 Karma are converting A back into their hands, so it will be 6 Karma now who is scoring once more. But it was an 80-point or so run coming in from OpTic Gaming off the back of that overshield. Trippy says, hey, there's too many bodies here, I'm out.
Way too many people. Does a nice bit of damage, keeps half shields, and he'll retreat, as you say, to make sure that his shields will fully replenish now. Keeping an eye on back base is Formal. Nosing sees APG back tower. That means he can now focus all attention ahead the other way. And here's a Pillars call out. Unfortunately, he gets turned on.
They'll lose that sniper rifle, however. Bottom middle, there is going to be a player with a heat wave. He gets eliminated as well, and the AB hold continues to be successful here for 6 Karma. It's an 84-point and rising scoreline for them. APG will finally get the heat wave back in their hands as the overshield is the next point of focus, but it's a lead change again here. And I tell you what, 6 Karma are giving as good as they're getting in this game, Andy. They're putting the pressure on OpTic.
They really are, and if you hit out the names and the logos here, you might not think that this was a team with a seed like they have, right? You might not know this is the 2nd seeded team in Mexico coming in. Instead, they're putting up some great numbers so far. They lead here by 10, but take a look at this overshield play from Lucid.
Yeah, a few points going to be given away by OpTic Gaming in exchange for an overshield. They will make that decision more often than not, and now you're going to see Lucid with targets in front of him. All of 6 Karma trapped at the back of the base, but Lucid, he's on an island. All of his teammates have just fallen around him.
Wow, it looks like a guaranteed push there for OpTic Gaming on back green. Somehow gets slowed down, and now once again, 6 Karma still scoring with BC.
And why this happens, look at that overshield. Second by second, it's disappearing, and there's only about a third of it, making a quarter left for Lucid to make a play off the back of it, and 6 Karma, I mentioned they're given as good as they're getting. Well, OpTic have got to be careful here because they are under pressure.
They really are. Yeah, man. Thank goodness I didn't place any bets there. 3 dead finally for 6 Karma. That will be 4 dead, and now we will see B flip eventually. 23-point lead, but it looked like really you think OpTic would strike on that first push, and the good resistance from 6 Karma to stay alive and maintain the lead. A flipping right away, C flip going to be in response from the OpTic side.
Now where's the push going to come in from 6 Karma here? You can see the OpTic are flipping C, so they're going to be scoring once again. It's around a 20-point difference between the two teams. And it looks like the push is going to come in back green, but Acid with the perfect 4 onto Lucid puts him to sleep for a few seconds. APG has to do a little bit of work to help out his teammate, and now Loire should be cleaned up as well by Formal. Will be picked up by Formal, but the trades are there once again.
Eventually comes in and will be Lucid, who does take down Strikey in the back of green, but that green push continues here. Acid somehow gets a little bit of damage here. It's going to be up to Sepstars on the Orb to rotate out.
Yeah, it's a big battle at B at the moment. It's B and C the hold for OpTic Gaming, and they will go back into a lead now. 20 seconds until that next overshield comes up. OpTic have been controlling that for the majority of the game, but 6 Karma are making it work still.
Ooh, good shots here initially from Sepstars, but Trippy will get the last laugh. That will be 3 dead yet again for 4-6 Karma. Overshield popping right now.
Should be a free overshield here for OpTic Gaming. 3 players already in the death screen, like you mentioned. Trippy's going to get a sniper rifle as well. And this usually spells bad news for anyone. If OpTic Gaming get an overshield, if OpTic Gaming have control of the weapons, usually you're going to see him go on somewhat of a run.
150 now to 124. Formal with that overshield in hand. He punches it in, and they want even more.
There's one. Loire might be the second victim here as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is going to be enough for Formal. That'll be B flipping back over to OpTic Gaming. They will continue to score.
Very nice work here. Formal with the confidence. As you saw, he had 2 teammates down, but that overshield grab allows him to push all the way back in now. And with the lead of 164 to 124, we'll get into a listen-in with OpTic Gaming.
One from C, I'm going C.
They're going to be an A here.
Top tower, bro. C weak, tires will shot, tires will shot, cuts me.
Yeah, you guys in A, yeah.
I know, I hear that. I'm helping you right, I'm here. Okay, cuts,
just right over there, Matt.
I'm gonna say tower, guys. Okay. Yeah, just hide.
You only have to poke that, Matt. They're
going to be What's gonna cuts, Joey? Cuts, shot. Simon. Tires, absolutely terminal. They got cuts, weak. Acid weak, I left him. Give me big door, guys. They gotta be big door.
2 dead. Missing one.
Absolute white box, guys. Absolute white box.
That's pushing.
I'm pushing right behind Simon.
3 dead. Last guy where?
Holding tower. Pushing this, guys.
Tommy's in big
West one.
Nice. They're going to be C.
Yo, tower me, guys.
They're going to shot net.
Oh, you, Joey. Nice, Joey. 2 dead.
They're going to be green. Yo, on me tower. I think I work Wilson. One big door, Tommy. Watch your screens.
Nice, Joey. Good shit.
I think there's another guy, Joey. Yeah, I think elbow me. I think like OS or something.
No, cuts.
Yeah, top tower right now. Top tower, guys. Top tower.
2 are there, Matt.
Probably 1 on 2.
In C as well.
2 on C.
One shot cuts.
I'm needing. Don't drop.
One.
They got here. Watch out, C, got me.
They got to get it up
We
here.
jump back into the game because OpTic are moments away from closing out game number 1 here. They'll pick up the first strike in this series. Up by 1, 6 Karma gave it everything, but OpTic looks strong.
Yeah, they really did. Back and forth, we saw several lead changes there, and you might argue more lead changes than we expected to see in that game overall. OpTic will take the game, though, with a final scoreboard. Also, final slay count of 49-43. So credit to 6 Karma for putting a lot of kills on the board, and several times where they were leading the game. OpTic, though, with that final decisive triple cap, really brought them all the way from the 150 mark all the way to 250.
Yeah, you can kind of track back where that came from as well, as the overshield and sniper rifle both being picked up off the back of a 3-dead situation from OpTic, and from there, they had the power just to run around the map and kind of do what they wanted. That triple cap was very, very difficult to get out of, with people hitting shots like Trippy with the sniper rifle that we saw Formal patrolling B with that overshield as well. And it was a test, I would say, for OpTic. They had to make sure their fundamentals were there, and in the last, I would say, third of that game, they certainly proved that the communication and that kind of cohesiveness was on display.
Let's also not forget, right, OpTic remembers what happened the last time they played an international team in pool play, right? If you didn't catch it at DreamHack Dallas, found themselves on the receiving end of a 0-3 loss to the hands of Quadrant. So you have to think they're going to make sure they take each and every opponent with the respect that they deserve. And you have to say the way that OpTic closed it out, that's certainly what they did in this game number 1.
Yeah, I think OpTic did a really good job of kind of like quelling the adrenaline that 6 Karma would have had at the start of that game as well, because you saw a couple of crazy shots getting hit. We saw that really close range headshot no scope coming in as well that kind of woke Trippy up for sure after a little nap in the death screen for a few seconds. But those kind of things sometimes are good things to happen right at the start of the game, because it means that you kind of refocus yourselves. Like, okay, we've got a series to play here. We need to make sure our fundamental halo is in place. And with a 250 to 124 score, you can certainly see that OpTic put those pieces together.
And you hear that, I hear a loud formal chant in the back of the room. 15 and 11 with 8 assists there. Solid numbers from him, leading the game in the categories there. Excited to see what Formal might be able to do this weekend. 250 to 124 is the final score of your game number 1. OpTic Gaming not only hometown here in Texas, but also hometown on Live Fire. They take that game #1 as we get ready for Slayer on Streets.
Yeah, Slayer on Streets is going to be certainly a game type that OpTic are thinking we can maybe go up by 2 in this series and really put the pressure on, see if we can be the first team on the main stage to hit a big 3-0 and certainly keep those green colors flowing across the main stage here. But we always say Slayers can be a little bit of a coin toss sometimes, especially on Streets where you can find yourself with a Bulldog, a Stalker, rocket launcher in your hands all at once, and you really can go on somewhat of a run. But 6 Karma are going to know it's great if we have them, but if OpTic Gaming have them, this could get a little bit messy.
That's right. It's a whole different story. And you have to think, to be honest, with the kind of moments of brilliance that we saw from 6 Karma throughout that game, that they definitely have a chance of stealing a Slayer. We would say that about a lower-seeded team in a lot of cases, but after seeing them in game #1, OpTic knows this will not be a light opponent in game #2 either.
Oh, for sure. And I think this is a good series for OpTic just to be tested, right? They need to build momentum through this tournament. They need to make sure that when they're, like Wes was saying, on the desk, when they're in the later stages of that bracket, they're playing at their peak. And that's something we maybe missed a little bit at the previous tournament that we saw. It seemed like it took them a little bit too long to get going, but OpTic will know what they have to put right, and we will get a little bit of a restart here as Formal just pokes and prods above the caution sign there to say hello to the outside of the map. But, I mean, APG, a player that we love to talk about, and why wouldn't we? Because he's usually smiling, but I think he'll want to put that smile back on his face with a good performance this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. I think we'll really see the smile come out if that man's hoisted a trophy on the stage. We've seen it many, many times before, of course, in Halo Infinite.
He tries to keep it in sometimes.
He does. I love when the smile sneaks out. You can tell there's a certain amount of excitement and emotion that comes over this man whenever he raises the trophy, and to be honest, he's gotten quite good at it over the past few events. Of course, the 4-peat was denied, but they're looking to get right back on track here at the HCS Major in Arlington.
We look across the rest of OpTic Gaming as well, and I wonder what the conversation was for OpTic after the last event as well, because we heard from APG saying, look, competition's tough. We know we're going to be pushing. We know we're going to have some series that go really deep against the likes of SSG, the likes of FaZe. It's going to be tough for us, but I feel like it was the level of performance we saw from OpTic that was a little bit lackluster, I would say, at the last event. It was the disappointing series results. It was how close a lot of series were that was a little bit surprising after a period of dominance. And I wonder what the conversations were after that. Like, how do we reapproach our game plan against some of those best in the world?
Yeah, definitely. I think it'd be interesting. I also think it'd be very different from some of their other kind of early exits from tournaments throughout history. I think there'd be a mutual just kind of agreement on the side, like, okay, boys, we know that was so far from where we can be, right? We're coming off of a 3-peat. They were looking for the 4-peat. They fell short. They weren't even in the grand finals. And I think that there was probably just a very honest, real conversation. I got to talk to Trippy a little bit earlier yesterday, just asking how the boys are feeling. He said vibes are high, energy is high. And I have to think that there would just be a real kind of honest conversation about, hey, there's a lot more that we intend to do here. That was not our best. And then over the past 3 weeks, working specifically on game types, moments, and watching VOD, breaking down exactly what they need to do to make sure that they don't repeat that same performance that they saw in Dallas.
Yeah, I think it's one thing that you certainly cannot accuse OpTic Gaming of, and that's taking their foot off the gas as far as preparation is concerned. They are one of the hardest working teams in all of esports. They are always putting the time in between events, always making sure their scrim schedule is full and working on those, like you say, those tiny moments in games which can be the difference between a win and a loss, especially in those tight games, as game 4s, game 5s, when you're deep into a series. And the one thing I love about looking at OpTic right now, it's all smiles.
All smiles.
All smiles on that main stage, and I'm pretty sure I even saw a little smile coming out Formal there.
I think I did too. You see, that's always a good sign, especially with these 4 and Lunchbox included in the squad of 5. Just really good energy, as we said. Lots of smiles across the stage. You expect that as well in a pool play match. They're up 1-0 and looking to make it 2-0 pretty quick.
Well, we're going to have to see if it's going to be 2-0 very quickly, or if we're going to see their opponent 6 Karma maybe just look for a little bit of an upset here and steal away a Slayer. But off the rip here, it's going to be Formal, who does a great job alongside his teammates to get the rockets back to the OpTic side of the map. That'll be Trippy with the Bulldog, and I'm pretty sure that Lucid found himself with the rockets.
Yeah, nice little rocket toss there. I got to say, 6 Karma did very well to tank a lot of damage there on Dumpster as well as the Balk to keep this game 1-1. However, it's really the rocket toss that is the difference maker now here, and going to connect for the first one. The crowd here in Arlington likes what they see.
You know, teamwork's good when you're about to clean up a one-shot and someone else is there to clean it up beforehand. Lucid, he has the rockets, he picks up 2, and there's another example of it. Damage being done by one player, and immediately, before you can even pull the battle rifle out, your teammates got your back.
Great patience there from OpTic Gaming, because a lot of teams would just be a little bit frustrated that they didn't get any kills off the opening with all the damage that they had. However, it stays 1-1. They get the rocket toss out of the L to the Neons like they planned, and now just like that off the push, they lead 5-2.
And and Lucid has control of the Stalker rifle as well, and he could be the pivot that the rest of OpTic play around. Just dealing damage, 2 shots, as we know, is going to break the shields, but with Acid picking up 1 kill onto Trippy, kind of like the 6 Karma didn't let that game settle down. They decided we've got some numbers here, let's try and make something happen.
Yeah, they keep the game close here, 7-4. However, as you said, it's good pressure, but not when Lucid is just doing a little bit of damage and then just ducking out of the way. That was 3 dead for 6 Karma.
Yeah, I mean, the DPS that comes out of the Stalker rifle is pretty difficult to go against, to be honest with you. As you say, 2 shots, the shields are gone, and it's the rate of fire as well that just really makes it difficult to come back and re-engage in that fight. Trippy with 2 in the kill feed as well, and Lucid, even though he's only got 1 shot left, he's already picking up the shield swaps and doing all sorts of damage across the map. At the moment, OpTic are taking over. It's 12-4, and this looks like a well-oiled machine at this point.
Wow, call him the Guardian Angel there. It was just 7-4, and now it's 12-4. That is 5 unanswered, not just the 4 dead white, but also getting the next kill as well. And one thing you might have noticed during that entire spree was Lucid was doing just 2-shot damage and not taking any additional as he just decides to go to the next target. So many assists coming in from him there. They'll clean up that one as well. Now it's 13-4.
Rocket's about to pop as well, and with that kill, you would imagine it's going to be the second set going into the hands of OpTic. There's one for Lior. He knows that they don't have the rockets. He knows that OpTic do, and he knows also that Lucid's probably on a killing spree. That's 5 in a row for Tommy Wilson.
Wow, this is excellence now coming in from them. By the way, Lucid has as many assists as 6 Karma has kills. Picks up another one. It's a double kill. He's 7-4.
Yeah, Strikey and Sepstars are going to be feeling a little bit nervous right now. 18 kills on the board for OpTic. 0 for Strikey and Sepstars. And APG with the Bulldog as well is going to take Acid down. And I think for now, for 6 Karma, it's just about slowing things down. Do not let this OpTic train start to roll in the way that it is, because they are taking over here.
Wow, really taking over. As we said, this was just a 3-kill game earlier on, and just like that, now it's quadruple the score of their opponents, 21-5.
Well, this is a tough one to watch for 6 Karma. It's just all OpTic at this point. Trippy picks up another. Acid, he's got a bit of help, but look at the Trippy. He's feeling all sorts of confidence right now. Even with the Shroud screen down, he's trying to challenge.
Stays alive on the pillars. We'll see if the push ends up coming in here, and somehow he gets away with it now, 24-5. Lucid, by the way, still on a tear. He's still 8-1.
Trippy finally does get taken down, and it's going to be the first kill here for Strikey, so eyes on you, Sepstars. Let's see if you can get off the mark as well. 4 more on the hunt. Strikey gets taken down. 2 bullets going to be enough. Acid comes in for that trade. 2 players trapped in tires here for 6 Karma, and Lucid's still going, by the way. Lucid is still going.
8-6-2 in this game. Absolutely unbelievable. Trippy's 9-2 as well. Lucid gonna maybe pick up another one here, and once again just picks up the damage and ducks out. Look at him! 7 assists on the board.
I mean, the teamwork coming in here from OpTic is exceptional. There's no other way really to describe it. It's multiple battle rifles tracing onto 6 Karma members. Every time you're seeing a fight being taken by OpTic, you know there's a couple of bullets coming from someone else's battle rifle.
Yeah, you're seeing a certain level of excellence here. Should be a
Evolved?
combat evolved into tires is what?
Oh, come
on.
Come on. Lucid did everything right there.
The distance looks fine to us. He's gonna have to do it the hard way and go grab him now. Must have just been, I would say, the tiniest bit away, that plasma, from hitting the combat evolved. It looked good to us, but the rockets will stay about the middle.
Yeah, I'm no mathematician, but that one looks pretty good to me, I gotta say. And unfortunate circumstances. I'm pretty sure that it's actually Acid who comes away with those rockets. Yes, indeed. Should pick up the kill here onto Lucid, who just spawned in PD. 4 more, tanks the rocket and comes out with a kill himself. Challenges for the second as well, but 32-17. Maybe 6 Karma thinking, hey, if we can avoid the steak dinner here, maybe that's something to come away with this game for.
Formal's got that extra level of armor that you really can't put a finger on. Just knows how to eat a rocket and just keep going. 2 dead here, 34-17.
Strikey going to be challenging as well, but Lucid, he's all about the challenge at this point in the game. When you're 34-18 up, you can afford to take a few risks. You can afford to maybe try and pressurize and really test someone in that long-range battle. But for now, Lucid looks like he's going to rotate through mid-map. Not going to be picked up. Sepstars might have just got a little look at him there. And
oh boy,
there's the back smack. Shroud screen, you're going to leave, but you're going to find yourself in the death screen in a few seconds' time. The Bandit, a little dance around the pole. Yuji got to pay for that kind of stuff, but Lucid's giving it to us for free.
Wow, Lucid is on a different level here. Look at the way he's been just moving around the map, whether it's with the Bandit, whether it's with the Sentinel beam, whether it's with the Bulldog. I'm not going to be able to keep up with this. Whether it's with the Red Gun. He has just been dealing so much damage and just taking so little in return. Can't wait to see the damage stats at the end of the game, but it looks like Lucid realizing he's going to do whatever he can this weekend to make sure his team is back on top. They're up 40-24.
10 kills to go here for OpTic Gaming to go up 2-0 in the series. And I got to say, even though OpTic have this considerable lead, they're not taking undue risks. They're not putting themselves in a position where they're going to throw 2-3 kills away. And that's a good kind of, pattern of play to get into, because they know that they won't be able to do that later in the tournament.
It really is. It's really important, even when you're playing against a lower seeded team like 6 Karma. You want to really practice excellence against every single opponent. That's what they bring into scrims. That's what they've brought into the event here as well. It's a really good sign, I agree, to see this much discipline here. In a game where you could argue they could just hold forward now, and they could just make sure they close the game out and rush because they can't lose. Instead, they're continuing with the discipline and making that a habit.
Stepstar's trying to hold off the push from Lucid, but Lucid, you can see he's desperate to go forward. He just wants these grenades to disappear before he can cause problems, but there's Strikey, who takes him down with that beatdown. Lucid and Formal in the death screen for now. 6 Karma, they find themselves 4 alive, although Acid has just fallen. Trippy looking for the kill onto Strikey, and we'll get it.
Just 4 to go then for OpTic Gaming, 46-31. It's been a convincing game number 2, to say the very least. At one point, more than quadrupling the score of their opponent.
6 Karma, though, avoided the steak dinner. Crossing that 31 mark is going to be, even though it's not maybe the one thing you want to come away from a series talking about, it's something to talk about at least. Formal, though, he's going to pick up 2. Formal still alive, by the way, in the arcade. And now you're going to see one more needed. Acid, he's trapped on the music. He'll be taken down by APG. And OpTic Gaming dominate game number 2. They will be up 2-0 in this series.
Dominate really is the only word for it. 50-32 is your final score in that game number 2. Green Wall likes what they see, and to be honest, I think that's a really good sign for the side of OpTic Gaming to be playing that game type that convincingly. That was very, very tight Street Slayer.
Yeah, very, very impressive stuff. And I think one thing we have to talk about a little bit is just, you know, discipline being shown by OpTic Gaming when maybe they didn't have to show that discipline. Yeah. What that score really ended up, you know, looking like about halfway through that game. They could have happily taken a few more risks, taken a few more long-range battles, ego-chowed a little bit if they wanted to, and probably would have had the success and the win at the end of it. But discipline, it's going to pay off later in the tournament. If you can put it into practice in these kind of games against these type of teams, then it's going to set you up for success.
It really will. Taking a look at some of the highlights from that game number 2, and let's not forget, where the trouble really started for OpTic Gaming at DreamHack Dallas was the pools. This is what I'm talking about with Lucid, though. Look at this, just diving around the pillars, regardless of which weapon he had, just always taking the right angle. In the end, also led to this rocket grab for the spree, but let's not forget, it was all about the pool play where the trouble started for OpTic Gaming in Dallas, and you could tell that they're coming into pool play with not just a chip on their shoulder, but really a renewed focus, it feels like.
Yeah, I think they just want to hit that level of excellence that we always talk about with OpTic. The moment they step on the main stage, they don't want to come off the main stage with questions to be asked about how they played in that series, or were they looking a little bit loose in certain situations, were there a couple of games that got away from them. They want to be as clean as possible up on the main stage here in Arlington, and a 50-32 in game number 2 kind of tells that story in itself.
It really does. I'm going to be very happy with what they're able to do in that game, and look to ride that momentum into our game number 3 as well. Talking about game management, you really can't ask for more from OpTic Gaming in terms of the way they played that. Around the power weapons, the way they played around each other. Talking about Lucid always knowing exactly how much damage to do before backing down. I would love to have seen it statistically, but it felt like every time we were on Lucid's screen, for example, the time in which he did damage, within less than 1 to 2 seconds maximum, the kill was finished. It was really great teamwork and timing from OpTic Gaming.
I mean, if you look at the stats from the last game, Lucid had 13 kills, 6 deaths. I mean, that's impressive enough, but has 10 assists to go alongside that. It's 23 engagements of the 50 that OpTic had picking up those kills that Lucid was involved in. If one player is involved in half, essentially, of what's going down on the map for kills, you know, he's playing pretty well.
He is, and talk about how much space that opens up for the whole team, right? One player dealing 23 engagements lets the other team just run around and clean up those kills and make sure they control the entire timing and pacing of the map. Speaking of, they'll need more of that going into game number 3. CTF Aquarius will be your 3rd and potentially final game if we see OpTic Gaming take it.
Very strong game type for OpTic Gaming as well, CTF Aquarius. We've seen them win multiple games and multiple titles with this game type in the series as well, that has usually ended up being painted in green at the end of the game. So a tall order here for 6 Karma to try and put some flags on the board, but for OpTic Gaming, it's another opportunity to close things out here in a 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, we'll see if they could do it and continue on. Of course, that's what they have in mind. Get ready for their next matchup in pools, and hopefully, if you're a fan of the Green Wall, they'll exit here in 3 games. We'll see, though, what 6 Karma has up their sleeves. They can put up a fight here in game number 3, but if the series has been any indicator, it will not be easy on a game type like CTF Aquarius.
Now, one player I'd love to watch is going to be, hey, look at that. It's almost like production read my mind. It's going to be Trippy. How many game 5s has this man taken over on Aquarius? Of course, Slayer is usually the game type that's going to be played when we see, and we talk about Trippy having those performances, but on Aquarius, with this heat wave in particular, the routes he takes are superb.
3 dead off of the opening, and that's going to lead to a very nice toss here from Trippy. The man has been in the gym, and it shows. The flag will go all the way to the 50-yard line. Momentary man advantage as well. OpTic, though, will lose 2 players.
Ooh, Acid going to take down Formal as well, and that's going to be the camo taken down, and should be a reset of that flag coming in, but no APG. He's on the flank. Can he get a touch? He gets a touch, keeps that flag alive, but 6 Karma is still scrapping.
Still scrapping here. That flag is still down. What can Lucid do? Is that touch going to save this run? It is going to save the run somehow. Lucid gets a flag touch as well. And what a heroic touch from APG as your last player alive.
I mean, it's very messy at the moment on both sides. OpTic looking for the kills to secure the flag, but 6 Karma just keep flying at it. They want to make it as difficult as possible, but 2 6 Karma players have fallen. There's another touch on that flag, and that one is moving a little bit closer to the base, but Sepstars is a problem, and he's in the back of the OpTic base.
See what Sepstars does. Keep an eye on the feet. He goes down right away, tries to get a midship-esque toss. It's not going to pay off in the end. 3 players alive for both sides.
You're now trying to stay alive himself. Trippy changes his attention. There's one. Thrust comes in as well. Trippy, don't do it to him. Acid holds his nerve in that battle while APG, while all the fighting's going down, decides to run this flag home.
Nice job here. The flag still needs to be returned. Flag will come back in. APG might wait for shields. See if he can get over the flag block quickly here. And I think someone just flew
goes for the touch.
Gets the flag. What's going on? Acid's in the base, but doesn't get the stop, the return, or the pull.
I mean, APG just did all sorts of maths in his head there. He's like, if I'm here and I put this flag in, I don't have to kill. He's got no time to kill me by the time. And he gets the flag in, essentially. It's perfect decision-making coming in from APG. Trippy, not quite so perfect with the shots, and Sepstars makes him pay, but OpTic up 1-0 as more trades going down the P side.
I'm still blown away by APG. I was going to say, I was trying to figure out if I was seeing something wrong, but APG saw the same thing we did. There's a blue player in the back of the base, and APG says, I'm just going to bring this flag right in. And I think Acid maybe just overshot the run there. And in the end, he does not get the stop, does not get the return. 1-0 in favor of OpTic Gaming.
Well, at the moment, OpTic are learning that 6 Karma got pretty good camo-wise because they've had 2 in a row, and both have been spotted out and almost immediately eliminated. But here comes Formal. 2 players in front of him might be too much, but APG should be there for the cleanup. It's a double for APG, and that's the opening for OpTic to look for another flag roll.
Look at that. Not just that, but Trippy and APG, perfect timing off of Formal's damage, and they're going to start this next run as well. That was picture perfect. Just beautifully choreographed, not just from the OpTic players, but also from our observers in the back of how they're converting on this damage.
Run it towards Pink as well. Trippy gets another. That's 3 players now from 6 Karma on the respawn. Strikey inside of the base, though, for OpTic. In the OpTic base, I should say. He gets taken down, though, and APG says, hey, this one's a little bit more simple. This one's a little bit more traditional. It's a second flag cap here for OpTic. They're up 2-0.
Really beautiful run there. To go to Formal's POV, to be honest, the only reason he died with that sidekick was he got 2v1'd, but it provided the perfect opportunity as it's a killing spree for APG and Trippy to start that flag run, get all the kills they needed in the back of the base, and APG's not done yet. 4 dead for 6 Karma.
6 in a row here for APG as well. We've already seen 1 kill in Frenzy on the main stage. Question is, can Bradley Laws add to another one to that collection? For now, though, 2 players trapped in the base, or in the fridge, I should say, for 6 Karma, trying to escape. And I'll tell you what, APG's going to hunt them down. He's going to find 1. APG looking for the second as well. Double kill for APG.
Oh my God, another flag goes in. 3-0 in favor of OpTic Gaming. And what's terrifying is not only do you have a killing spree for APG, but also during that off-screen, you have a killing spree for Lucid as well. APG is 1 away from the killing frenzy.
Time to start warming the lungs up because 1 kill and it will be a killing frenzy. 10 in a row for APG. He's got a camo as well. There it is, the killing frenzy for APG.
They're enduring on that run as well. 4-0. Now the flag goes home. They're not done yet. They are outslaying their opponents 38-20.
Only question is now, where does APG stop? Can he be stopped? He has the camo. The problem is he's spotting a lot of bogeys in the area. He can't quite get the kill onto Acid, but the teammates are now there to give him a little bit of assistance. Acid will be taken down. It's 11 in a row for APG, and Formal says, let's get this done. Let's get this dusted. 6 Karma, 4 dead. Formal running the flag.
This looks like a victory lap. Formal's going to hit the drop slide as well, and the green wall likes what they see.
They do indeed. It's a 5-0 win. It's a 3-0 series win. OpTic return to form on their home turf.
Final slays 42-20 in that game as these two teams will shake hands. And OpTic Gaming with a great first series of the day. And as you can see, lots of green wall whites in the crowd. They like what they see.
They certainly do indeed. It's a perfect warm-up for OpTic Gaming on the main stage in front of their hometown crowd. And the perfect series result for them as well. And just sparkled in with a little bit of magic as well. APG, 11 in a row. A frenzy for him. 5 caps without reply. OpTic looking like that machine we know.
Wow, let me tell you, it's not often I look at the stats and you have one player on a spree and one player on a frenzy at the same time. That tells you the level of domination that was coming in from OpTic Gaming there. As you're going to see your station referees get pictures of those stats, and to be honest, those stats are pretty good ones. APG says you can take a few extra pictures. I can give you every page of the stats if you want. We can show you a little bit more of this because those are good ones to keep in the record books.
Yeah, that's the one you get him to sign afterwards. Yeah, I remember that. Get that one up on the wall. That was a good game. But for OpTic Gaming, I think the perfect series for them. I mean, coming into this, it's the kind of series where sometimes you see it as a little bit banana skin. You might take your eye off the ball a little bit, but I mentioned how this team has refocused and got away, worked on every single facet of their game to make sure that when they get here to their own event, that they are going to be on top of their game and marching towards that grand final.
Yeah, because we've talked a lot about this team, of course, going to be happy to be on their hometown turf, but let's not forget that also brings added pressure as well, right? They know they need to perform here, but it's a good first series for them.
It certainly is indeed. And a man who picked up a killing frenzy in the last game. I can see him on the main stage right now. I'm pretty sure we're going to throw it down to him in just a few seconds. And in fact, you know what? Let's do it right now. Blaze is with APG.
Thank you so much. Dallas, give it up for the home team, the world champions, OpTic Gaming, as they come away with a 3-0 victory. APG, man, how does it feel to be playing here in front of the home crowd and getting this dub?
It feels absolutely incredible. I mean, for Friday, this is the most insane crowd I've seen in a good minute. So you guys just keep it up. You know where you are, so keep doing your thing.
Hey, there you go right there, okay? Now, you know, when it comes down to the squad, you know, last event you guys didn't go out the way that you wanted to. But what do you want the fans to know this event? How are you guys going to make them proud out here in Dallas and all around the world?
We've worked on a lot of our mistakes. I think we're pretty polished coming into this tournament. We just need to play our game, keep calm, keep our pushes good like we did last series, keep our communication well like that last series. So I think we're on the right track.
There you go right there. Now, when it comes down to this series, it was a quick 3-0, but, you know, was anything really hard about this? How did y'all get this one done? Just playing your game?
Yeah, I'd say so. I don't think that, you know, they're a great team. I played against Acid and Sepstars a lot online. They're great players. I just think that we probably were just one step ahead the whole entire series. So, you know, it's how it goes that way sometimes.
All right, now OpTic Gaming has one more match here on the main stage today. What you want to say to the fans to make sure they were all riled up for the last one?
Again, remember where you are. Keep doing your thing. Thank you guys so much to our family, friends, OpTic, everybody. Thank you guys for the support, for real.
Green Wall fans, keep doing your thing out there, all right? That's going to do it for me and APG on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Absolute clinic that was from OpTic Gaming. I mean, it was a smoke show,
Yes.
You know, these guys, they came out to play. You never really see a slow start from OpTic Gaming. I will give you that. They are always ready to go no matter who it is against. And my goodness me, OpTic were ready for 6 Karma. I think there were so many moments in this series that you could have made a highlight reel from. I think every single one of them was just ripping heads left, right, and center. The teamwork was on point. The synergy was on point. It was classic OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, I think OpTic played this as flawless as you possibly can. I think there was a real gulf in class between the two teams. We've seen OpTic Gaming show out, and I'll tell you something, I am terrified. If this is how this crowd is on a Friday, I can't wait for Championship Sunday.
I know, it's going to be absolutely incredible. I mean, the crowd are already chanting behind us. They're chanting for Scump for his birthday, so happy birthday to King Scump, of course. But you just see overshield after overshield popping in. I don't think we've actually seen a highlight without an overshield in the chest at the moment, Shaz. I mean, it really was an absolute clinic here. But I got to say, in terms of 6 Karma, what were you impressed with the most, especially out of this, you know, debut performance from these guys? The first game actually was starting to go their way at certain points. We were starting to see kind of like, you know, moments where things were rolling in their favor.
Yeah, they definitely played well in moments. I think, listen, this is not the kind of game, not the kind of series in which you're going to judge your tournament off. And I have to feel a little bit concerned for them heading into, you know, the rest of the tournament with how much and how easily they were allowed to get rolled by OpTic. Listen, we could very clearly see there was a difference in caliber between both teams, but for 6 Karma, I think they need to go back to the drawing board, figure out what it is and how they got here. But I also want to commend them for being able to make it out here in the first place. They're obviously a top team in their region, but The difficulty is we see even some of the lower teams in Europe, when you play against these top dogs, you get showed out that you don't have exactly what you need to win the series.
Yes, that is certainly what will happen, unfortunately. If you're not ready for that smoke, then stay out of the kitchen or the chimney, whichever one you'd like, to be perfectly honest.
Neither place seems
Neither at all. Aquarius, obviously, CTF here, a really, really quick one. And I think this map does tend to have that type of fast-paced style to it. Obviously, being an arena map, it's really, really difficult to get anything going against a team like OpTic, because OpTic's teamwork are so good. It's so on point that really this was an absolute clinic of how to play Aquarius CTF. I mean, it was flagpole after flagpole. The last 3 came in so quickly. It was unbelievable, Shaz. What did you like about the finish here from OpTic Gaming and the way that they just kept that standard up the entire time?
Well, I felt like they could win whenever they wanted to in that last game, and I think they were having a little bit of fun every time they got a kill, every time there was a killing spree, a double kill in the feed, the crowd popped off, and they were feeding off that energy. This is going to be a real situation in this tournament where this home team crowd could make the difference in the championship.
They certainly could indeed. And, you know, Shaz, this was a statement, you know, a 3-0.
Yeah.
Considering what happened last time at the Global Invitational, it was really, really difficult for them. That momentum was killed completely by Quadrant. This time, another different type of global roster coming up against them. This was a clinic. Look at how incredible that 3-0 sweep was for OpTic Gaming. It's the exact start you'd want if you're a Greenwall fan.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one thing that OpTic Gaming can maybe count their blessings is they don't have to deal with Quadrant this time around. A different team from a different region is going to be 6 Karma, and they'll be thankful for it. You can see Scump giving out a few pictures maybe and a few autographs.
Yeah.
King Scump.
Signing things, lots of photos. You can see Hex as well also on massive queue there. But of course, after an exceptional win like that, why the heck not? Clutch, you know, looking at what OpTic are able to do here. We needed them to have a really solid start to this major. This was so important. It was imperative for their momentum. And I think also really important for the fact that resilience is the key word for this team, right? And it's never been more apparent than right now. I think the question marks were happening. They were circling around their heads, going into that Global Invitational. Then even in the Global Invitational, seeing what happened on LAN, it was a very difficult time for them. The 4P pressure was on their shoulders. And they've just managed to just come out absolutely blazing, lights out gameplay. You know, really impressed with OpTic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't wait to see their series against Shopify Rebellion later on today.
Yeah.
I think Shopify, having seen what they've been able to do in their online scrims, that shows you more of a test for OpTic, but I mean, that was as smooth as it gets.
Yeah. It certainly was smooth. And I think you're totally right there. I think you hit the nail on the head. The real test is going to come in the form of Shopify, and that's a team I'm very excited to see as well. And I think it's going to be the first major test for OpTic, because Shopify have been absolutely fantastic in scrims. The results speak for themselves. I think that brand new dimension that they now have with Cycle on the team, the fact that it's kind of changed, we'll dive in a little bit more. I'm going to have to stop myself because I just get too carried away. But I'm very excited to see Shopify Rebellion and what they're going to bring across the table a little bit later on. Folks, we're going to head to a quick break, but when we come back, we have plenty more HCS action for you guys at the OpTic Major. It's going to be insane, but of course the green wall, that wall stands very, very strong, and it's going to take quite some mallet to knock that one down. We will be back very shortly with FaZe versus Quadrant, another pool of death match, and we'll see you right after this.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well-earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis, always faithful, always Marine.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
If Entrepy right now, they call form on the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea he's there.
He gets two, he gets three! Prioritized everything, he's gonna get them all! It's an overkill for Royal 2!
This one is looking really good for Native White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in and it's an overkill.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello, you wonderful Halo fans, and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major, hosted by OpTic Gaming. And as you can see, we're live from the Esports Stadium, Arlington, a gorgeous stadium, may I say. The room is absolutely electric. It is boiling hot outside. It is very spicy inside because some of the series we've been having have been pretty crazy. We had an absolute banger to kick things off, going all the way to Game 5, and we're going to be seeing a repeat of Quadrant once again going up on the main stage against FaZe, because we do have that pool of death, that pool A, coming right back around the corner once again. Joining me on the desk, I do have Clutch and Onset. Fellas, I am so excited about this match. I'm excited about this pool. I'm excited about this match. I'm also excited about the revenge that Quadrant might be feeling right now. And revenge is definitely on the cards, right? I mean, Quadrant, you cannot count them out. I think they also match up really, really, really well against FaZe. So I'm really excited, excuse me, as I'm skipping over all of my words, to see exactly what goes down. Honestly, this main stage match is probably going to be an absolute banger, if I had to say so. Let's actually talk about the schedule, though, folks, and what we've had so far today, what we have coming up for the rest of the night. Of course, as you can see, we are pretty much the way through some of the action here. We've just had OpTic versus 6 Karma from Pool C. OpTic 3-0 sweep against the 6 Karma team. And next, we've got that Pool A match, FaZe versus Quadrant. And later on, you'll see OpTic Gaming once again heading up against Shopify Rebellion from Pool C. So really, really exciting matches to come your way for the rest of the night and to round off day number 1. Let's also have a pool update, though, because lots of things have been happening off screen and through the break, and we do now have a couple of scores on the board. As you can see, Pool C coming off that OpTic Gaming match, OpTic 1-0, Shopify also 1-0. So again, that later match is going to be a bit of a grudge one, and it's potentially going to be rounding off that top of that Pool C, and who's going to be going into a sweet spot in the winners bracket side of things. And of course, Pool A will be deciding who will also be venturing to the top of their pool as well later on too. So really exciting stuff across the board, and I can't wait to get into it. And we need to talk about, of course, the matchup, FaZe versus Quadrant. Now, this has been a pretty exciting matchup from history past. I mean, Quadrant have actually taken FaZe to multiple Game 5s before. They've definitely tested them. And I think FaZe know definitely what's up with this team. I think FaZe are fully aware of what they bring to the table. They've definitely been doing VOD review on them, especially post-Strongholds matchups that they've been floating around. It's been absolutely crazy. How do you think FaZe are preparing right now against this European roster?
I think they're bracing themselves for impact, because that's what's coming, right? Quadrant are going to come, and when Quadrant bring their game, they play fast, and they play at a pace similar to what I would say is SSG, or comparable to. So FaZe, all too familiar with SSG's play style, having played Quadrant a couple of times, we've seen that be their kryptonite in specific game modes. So I think that FaZe is going to come out with the prediction that Quadrant's going to want to play fast. How they decide to counter that, that's the big question.
Now, Onset, talking about certain game modes, I think there has been question marks over the likes of Strongholds and King of the Hill not just coming in to a match against Quadrant, but in fact just for FaZe entirely. And it's been something that they've needed to work on, especially in the weeks past. You know, what are you expecting out of the improvements potentially for this roster?
I mean, FaZe are always, this is a lineup who's always looking to improve, right? Even if they win a championship, they're not going to sit there. They're not going to go, cool, we've done enough to win championships. This is going to be a team who goes away and say, hey, where are our weaknesses? How can we win the next championship even more conclusively? How can we put our opponents behind us and start to create that gap at the top? And they're going to have to play extremely well in this series, and they're going to be tested in some of those game types for sure if they do pop up. But I kind of think this is a really interesting series, because FaZe are going to know that Quadrant are no pushover. They're an incredibly talented team, and they've proved that. But now they're playing against a Quadrant who kind of has nothing to lose because of the result that they had against Sentinels earlier. So for Quadrant, this is like okay, we have to win this series now if we want to go into that upper bracket. We need to push on. And they are going to be coming out of the gates hot against FaZe. And I think this is going to be probably a bigger test for FaZe than it would have been if both teams were 0-0 in the pool.
Personally, I think I see it a little bit differently. I think Quadrant has everything to lose. Now all of a sudden, they've given themselves no out. Now all of a sudden, all of these expectations to break European records is on the line. You lost to Sentinels, a team you had probably hopes of beating. This was the this was the series that you should have had nothing to lose. But now, if you lose this, you're going in maximum 3rd seed in your pool. Your top 12 matchups are going to be so difficult. Your top 8 matchups are going to be so difficult. These guys have dug themselves a hole. Let's see if they can get them out.
Indeed. I've got to say, the last time these two matched up, like I said, Game 5s along the cards here, and that was actually with a sub. So impressive stuff from Quadrant. Why do you think it is, Clutch, that they match up so well against one another, and Quadrant do seem to have their number in certain aspects?
Yeah, I think it is that pace, and I think that pace makes it very difficult for FaZe to get information, assess information, and then meticulously go about figuring out how they want to break down this strategy. Teams like SSG and Quadrant, they play at such a fast pace that by the time you get the information, you should have reacted already. And I feel like FaZe is one of those teams that like to get that information and then go about literally how you want to break down these strategies, these setups. How do you want to counter what they're doing? They don't leave that window of counter very open. And I think that that's where they capitalize on a lot of their pressure and a lot of their numbers. And they have the individual skill to pair with it, which makes it a whole nother tornado to deal with.
Indeed. I think they definitely learned a lesson as well playing against Sentinels about when to actually then potentially pull back in terms of the pace and the aggression.
Right.
And I think that's going to be really key for them to balance that up against FaZe. If they can actually figure that out in between the two series, then my goodness me, we could be seeing Quadrant taking this one from FaZe. And that would be quite something, folks, wouldn't it? Well, we're just about ready to go. I've heard the lobby is ready. And we're going to head on over to our two wonderful casters, which I believe is Golden Boy and Tony. Fellas, what's up?
Oh, well, you know, I'm excited for this one. Can't believe they gave it to us, honestly. I mean, FaZe and Quadrant, this is a good game, all right? And I think that, honestly, this is going to be one of those matches that could very well shock a lot of people, catch a lot of people off guard. This is going to be a bit of a brawl, Tony, if I say so myself. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I said it back in Dallas. Quadrant were going to surprise a lot of people. Back in Charlotte, they had to play with the sub instead of Chick, who was a X factor of a player, a playmaker for this team, and was largely needed when going into Charlotte. Once they get to Dallas, you're talking about them 3-0ing OpTic. You talked about them going at it, coming out on top in pools, and then even able to take OpTic to a Game 5 when it mattered most down to the elimination bracket. Obviously getting knocked out a little bit earlier than expected, but Quadrant are a legitimate threat to make it into top 4, and people need to recognize that.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard game for FaZe. And also, just talk about the styles of the opponents that they just had to face off against, right? Because on the one end, you have Sentinels, very setup-heavy, you know, methodical team that when they do pop off, yes, they pop off with some of the best of them. But then on the other side, with Quadrant, you know, you have a team that likes to get in your face, likes to get aggressive. And so FaZe are really just running the gamut of different play styles of opponents that they're going to be facing off against here. But we start things off here with Legend, and right out of the gate, you're already seeing the pressure being applied as FaZe lose 2 right off of the rip, and that is going to allow Quadrant to be able to get this A site.
And that's probably what a lot of people are thinking at home, like, you know, Quadrant's bread and butter obviously being strongholds, but then with stylistically, they would really want to match up against OpTic as opposed to a FaZe, because FaZe can really speed up that gameplay. But the last time they matched in scrims, it was the same result, 250 to 200 in favor of Quadrant on this same game type and map combination, and right off the rip, Quadrant opened up with the triple kill, and they're looking to do the same.
Not what you would expect when you see the name FaZe Clan on the other side of the screen, but Quadrant, obviously, no slouches in their own right. And I think, you know, to kind of go back to something that was being said on the desk, I think that, you know, Wes actually had the right point there where it's like, if anything, Quadrant, you kind of put yourself in a really bad situation. You have a lot to give up here. But to Mark's point, and what he was trying to point out was that really, you know, for FaZe, like, the onus is on them to be the ones that, like, dominate and, like, push this one forward. So, honestly, both things can very well be true here, is that Quadrant put themselves in a bad spot, but they are kind of sort of just doing the thing that we know that they are capable of doing, whereas on the other side for FaZe Clan, they're going to need to have a really strong start here. And as we talked about in the last series, you know, strong starts not necessarily FaZe's forte, as Quadrant starting this one off hot as they are gaining points here, Tony.
Either way, it's a very important matchup between Quadrant and FaZe, and Quadrant opened up with a nice lead. And as FaZe try to make waves over toward the A side, they are pushed right back. Quadrant holding on to the double cap. We see Frosty quickly trying to set up for the overshield, but now Quadrant starting to move into position. You can't allow FaZe to get any free overshields.
Yeah, but Frosty's able to grab that one, but does manage to pick up the kill. So it's actually going to open up the overshield for Sika to get possession of it, and now he's going to bring this one, and probably, I thought maybe he would pocket it for a little bit, but I would totally respect it. You knew exactly where the spawns are coming. You got to get ready for the fight here, and this should be a clean kill there for Sika, looking for another one as well. This is the start. This is the way that you want Quadrant to play this one against FaZe.
I feel like normally players would have definitely pocketed that overshield in that exact same position, because they would have pulled back to hold on for the double cap, but not Quadrant. They immediately push over toward the Charlie side, and even though they weren't able to get Charlie, they did force FaZe to alleviate that pressure. They forced FaZe onto defensive, and because of it, they're holding on to 112 to 6 lead. They are not turning back as Quadrant.
Yeah, this is actually quite scary to look at here. I mean, it's an 8-kill difference that we're seeing between these two teams, as you really, like, I think for Quadrant, you know, this is the kind of start that you want to have here. You're going to give yourself a big buffer. Even if FaZe do manage to claw back in, and they most definitely can, you are starting off with a great score line to really establish yourself here out of the gate. And on top of that, too, I mean, just look at the help that they're giving one another. The calls have been immaculate, really just ensuring that they're constantly pushing up together as a team and sweeping up these kills where need be. Yet another triple cap there, Tony.
Most call him Seeka. I call him Seek and Destroy. 10 and 3 right now. 3 assists to go along with it. He is hunting FaZe down as Quadrant continue to punish FaZe. And mind you, is this the same FaZe that came off of that DreamHack win? Because Quadrant is showing why they are the best stronghold team in the league.
If anything, it just goes to show like how much Sentinels did their homework as well in that game against Quadrant, that they were able to pull off that win, because this is the level of Quadrant that I think we were all expecting to see. And, you know, oh my word in heaven. What was that shot? Okay, homie was a little weak there, but I mean, normal human wouldn't have been able to hit that one. In any case, though, Frosty is not normal, not by a long shot, as he's able to pick up another kill. Finds himself a double as well. It's going to be a pretty clean dubski for the Iceman. And even with that, it's still going to be Quadrant in a firm position. You really are looking for, you know, overshields, for sniper plays like that, so that this way you can get back into this one, because you have a real tall hill to climb if you are FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, Quadrant literally outclassing FaZe at every single moment here fundamentally on Strongholds. The only way FaZe are going to be able to climb out of the hole that they've dug themselves in is to grab a hold of that overshield, to make plays with the sniper. You have to make these game-changing plays. Obviously, FaZe are aware of that, so it's exactly what they're doing. My question is it too little too late? Because Quadrant already have 184 points.
Well, that's the beauty of Strongholds, though, right? Like, even though you're going to be in a bad position score-wise, they're not gaining anything else. That one Stronghold location, A, is giving Quadrant absolutely nothing outside of just small, you know, like just that breathing room to be able to just get either B or C and then start to accrue some of these points here. That being said, though, FaZe is going to make this incredibly difficult for them. Well done, though, by Legend as well as SLG, really shutting down those pushes and not allowing FaZe to get comfortable here, which is going to have to force World 2 back as he waits for teammates off spawn.
Back-to-back kills in favor of Quadrant. World 2 sitting up high over toward the tower side, but Quadrant are still able to leak through the defense and take over Bravo. Another double cap coming in for Quadrant. This might just be FaZe's last push right here.
Yeah, this is really last chance saloon, but they are going to try and make a potential trip cap happen if they can get a situated here. I don't know if that's necessarily going to come to fruition for FaZe, but if you're playing, you know, the smart bet here, you have plenty of time. You know that you can just force them back as much as possible with the slaying power that you have on that team. Going for the 2 would be a solid option, and really just wait and see with that aggression of Quadrant make a mistake. This overshield's going to be quite pivotal here, and a key shroud screen is going to give them the coverage to be able to pick up those power items, and they could very well be right back into this, but they're going to have to move very fast.
The last time FaZe got a hold of that overshield, they went on a 50, almost 60-point run, and they're able to get right back into this game, or at least within striking distance of making that comeback. We see another overshield find the hands of FaZe. Now we see Snakebite trying to make use of it, getting right into the face of Quadrant. Double cap is in, but AC is a little hard to hold.
Another thing of note as well was that at one point in this game, I believe Quadrant were outslaying FaZe around 10 kills, you know, total, right? They had a 10+ outslay. Now it's just within 3. It's 4 now, but even then, it's just continuing to fluctuate. It's going to show that FaZe are clawing their way back into this game. But I think it's something you mentioned before, Tony, where it's like, yes, is it too little too late? Yes, the beauty of Strongholds is that you can't come back into these games because of the way the score structure is set up. But the problem is, you know, you're really going to have to continue to climb this mountain high. So far, though, it has been looking solid for FaZe.
And one crazy thing about the slay differential that you mentioned is I'm looking at Renegade's stat line, 5 and 14. This is a main slayer that we're normally talking about on the map, and Quadrant have found a way to slow him down, if not shut him down for most of live fire. But now we see FaZe starting to pick things up back within a reasonable amount for them to come back, and Quadrant have been stuck at this 200-point mark for a bit too long. Now we see FaZe move in for the trip.
And that is going to put the pressure on Quadrant to have to go and capture C right away. They have no other choice, and this just continues to be successful for FaZe, right? And that is what makes this team so deadly, because when you look at the columns and you're like, oh man, Renegade really struggling, or yada yada, but then your eyes immediately get drawn to Snakebite, immediately get drawn to even Frosty, World 2, like what they can contribute contribute. They have 4 effective Slayers on this team that at any point in time can really put the heat on them, but they're going to have to do this here now because the problem is you got Quadrant. They just cap A, they have possession of B, and Seeka's not looking to give this one up, but Frosty has another plan.
And we see Quadrant trying to navigate over toward the overshield side, but sadly losing body after body. And now FaZe grabbing hold of that overshield, now taking both Alpha and Bravo at the same time, forcing Quadrant over towards Charlie. But Renegade is hunting down with the overshield, takes down Seeka, trades out his life for another. Quadrant takes C, but it's going right back in the hands of FaZe.
It is, and honestly, in that particular situation there, I mean, you think about like the multiverses and how it would have played out. You know, you end up getting that reset. You're in a bit of a trip cap. You're right back into this game with just a couple seconds, you know, to try and like work around this. Problem is that in doing so and supporting that player, you kind of given up a lot of map control as well. So this is going to give Quadrant that opportunity to get right back into it, and Frosty's able to clean up that kill after 5 years. But there's going to be another one to round it out right around the corner. Of course, it's Seeka. And at this point in time for FaZe, you're really just kind of continuing to do what you're doing here. Get B and C, get the 2 hills, and then work around that. And again, make Quadrant make those mistakes. And you're right back into this one. Because this game, Tony, should have been done and dusted with the way that the scoreline played out. I think it was like, what, 150 to like 6 at one point? That's absurd.
Yeah, Quadrant controlled the first half of this game, but since then, it has been all FaZe, and you can see why. Renegade right back up to the rest of them with the stat line. Like you said, Snakebite was going off. The assists are there, and now World 2 has a hold of the S7. He knows as a player over toward the green side. He is able to take down Renegade, so now World 2 going to try to rotate over towards the offside of the map and maybe push Alpha with the rest of his team. Looks like this might work out. Quadrant are pushing up quick. Seeka now forced to back down. The rest of Quadrant are hunted down. This was such a good play by World 2 and FaZe to just quickly adapt and rotate all the way back towards the Alpha side.
And just the help that you're seeing there, man. Like World 2 dips back in. I believe that was going to be Snakebite who was there for the coverage. And now with Overshield coming up, you have a sniper rifle in a prime position. If anyone tries to go for this, you're going to have to throw down a shroud screen there, or you're just going to get tagged. And that's exactly what ends up happening. World 2 ends up getting the tag on that player, but is it going to be enough there to prevent that Overshield from going into their hands? Big cleanup there for Frosty, but look out, Overshield player around the corner. Here comes Legend. Frosty's got a lot of work in front of him here, and he's able to get the shots, but the help comes in big time for Quadrant, and that's what makes his team so scary, Tony, is that they always have each other's back.
Yeah, not only were Quadrant able to get the reset on Alpha, but they stole Overshield and got FaZe 3 down at the same time, and that is going to be deadly. FaZe are going to have to make a play off of spawn. Apparently it's not going to happen. Legend with the melee to take down one. Seeka going right after Snakebite. Legend just looking for where the push is going to be coming through next, because there's only 5 more seconds for FaZe to try to make something happen.
You're right there at the precipice of taking this first map, but FaZe aren't going to let this one go down easily as they're trying to capture A. They have 2 players on that site, and they have managed to secure that. They should be able to get up to the 200-point threshold, but is it going to be enough? They have to stop this player toward B, Tony.
Quadrant already trying to work over towards Bravo, but not having the numbers they were looking for. FaZe quickly chasing that player off of their yard. There's one more which were the green side. He's going to be taken down, but all 4 members of FaZe were momentarily hit the black screen. We do see one up, but it's not going to be enough. SLG's already towards Bravo. He even has Seeka watching for the sandbags push. FaZe are going to push over towards Charlie. Can they make it in time? Apparently not. Quadrant taking game 1.
Oh, man, that play from Chick there on B was freaking massive, okay? He stayed alive long enough to draw all that attention over to him, weakened a few players, and then allowed his teammates to clean up those kills on Ness as well as Tower side. That right there is the intangibles that you cannot quantify in a game, and that is the reason why this Quadrant team is so freaking scary.
I keep telling y'all, Quadrant might just be the best Strongholds team in the league, because it doesn't matter who it is, the OpTics, the FaZe, even the SSG, no matter who they go up against in Strongholds, they always come out on top, and they are loving the fact that that's game number 1. Can they carry that momentum to game 2?
Well, if you look at what happened on Strongholds as well, let's not forget that at one point in time, this was, I mean, look at the score, for goodness sakes. It was 160 to 6, 175 to 6. And you allowed FaZe to get back into this game in I wouldn't say comfortable margin, obviously, because they lost, but they got back in within 200 points of this, man. They had only 50 left to gain, and they would have easily have been right back. It just goes to show that you cannot rest on your laurels when it comes to this FaZe team. Yes, you're going to be up a crazy amount, but they will find a way. I don't know how, but they always manage to secure that. That being said, though, Quadrant did everything that they needed to do. They staved off the pushes from FaZe. They used that buffer to their advantage that they were able to accrue early on. And that honestly is just a testament to like the strength that Quadrant showed us early on in this particular Strongholds matchup, where it was so evidently clear that with that buffer that they had, at that point, they're just kind of taking their time, churning through butter and just making sure that they can just cross their T's, dot their I's, and be good to go. And they secure that first map. Huge for the European squad.
Definitely big for Quadrant to set the tone for the rest of the series, but let's not forget you are still dealing with the DreamHack Dallas champions in FaZe, and what are FaZe really excelling is those Slayers. They are always ending Game 5s and Game 7s, even on top of the best of the best. So last time, we did see FaZe and Quadrant beat up on Slayer Streets was actually in scrims, 50-41, close game, but FaZe still came out on top on this very same mapping and mode combination.
Yeah, really just look out for where those errors are going to potentially be, right? Whether it's from the FaZe side and the Quadrant side. That is going to be the difference maker here between, you know, who walks away with this map, because I feel like Slay-wise, both of these teams incredibly close to one another. I do feel as if Quadrant, with that win, that motivation, that upper hand. You mentioned the DreamHack Dallas champions. I don't even think Quadrant cares. They want to wrap this up. They want to walk away. If they can get a 3-0 on that stage after losing to Sentinels, that would be a massive uptick for them. Tall task. Let's not like call it a spade, right? It is going to be very difficult to do. But I do think that, given what we saw from Quadrant there, they come out hot out of the gate, just like they did in Map 1. We could be looking at a 2-0 Quadrant. They have to be careful.
They got the chance to sit down with SLG, and we talked about the fact that they were able to, tie one of the best placing that EU ever had here in a global form, and he was appreciative of it. He acknowledged it, but he wasn't happy with it.
Oh, yeah.
Like you said, he's going for champions. They want to disrupt the top three. They want to be in the same running as winning tournaments and be within that conversation. And obviously, like I said, it's a tall task, but these boys, they're the real deal. They're going to be here for a long time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I remember casting SLG back in, what is it, H5, Halo World Championship, London qualifiers, something like that. And I think we all just were in agreement that, this kid had something special. And I knew that the moment, I remember talking to him, I believe, forget which event it was recently in Infinite, and he was telling me like what the plan was with Quadrant and what they wanted to accomplish. And you just know that it's going to come to fruition because they're a team that's incredibly determined, and now they have a great system behind them with the Quadrant organization that they can really just focus on the craft, and that is what's happening. And I think that if you're Lando and the boys in Quadrant, you are very satisfied with the results that this team is bringing forward, because they're clearly going to get top 4. Like, it's not a matter of if, it's when. I stand by that statement because they're playing incredibly well despite the results.
I definitely think they're a legitimate contender to make it into top 4, but on the other side of things, you're still staring down the barrel of FaZe. And whenever I think of FaZe, I just think of one of the icest teams in the league. You can take in the Game 5s, you can take in the Game 7s, but some way, somehow, they find a way to get over the hump. It doesn't matter what it is, and now you're down 0-1 in the series. But if there's any team that's not fazed by this, it's FaZe Clan.
I hate you for saying that.
FaZe? No,
I hate you for saying it, but I also love you for saying it.
Why are you smiling?
I'm smiling because it's a great dad joke, all right? And I love a good dad joke. But you know what, though? There is something to be said, though, about that kind of personality that the FaZe team does carry with themselves. And it's part of the reason why they've been successful for as long as they have. Now, as we jump into the action right out of the break here, it's going to be Quadrant with that quick start. They get those 3 kills right out of the break here. That is literally what I had said I wanted to see from Quadrant, and they're doing just that. Now it's time to see how they play off of this advantage.
Normally on the Subway side, you usually have a little bit of a harder time getting a hold of those rockets, but Chick goes right in there, fires it up, almost like a prediction rocket towards the tire side. There's no way he knew he was there. It was really a prediction play. Well played by Quadrant. Ended up getting both of those rockets, gets a bit of value out of it, and an early lead for Quadrant.
Yeah, this is huge. Renegade's going to be stuck in a real bad position here, and Zika's he just gets away, right? There's no help for him because unfortunately he got caught in a really bad position here. And while that was going on, you're getting tram spawns here for FaZe. Now they're going to have to try and fight their way out of the subway side of the map, which, you know, with the Stalker rifle, you only have 19% on that one, but it is going to hit you a little bit like a hammer here. So if anything, Zika's got to do a little bit of work. Unfortunately for him, doesn't really get that much progress done. Now it's going to be left up to Chick, who gets some clean shots here. So now this is where I'm waiting for those calls to come in, and that is where the play happened, right? SLG on the flank. They managed to shut them down on the Neon's push. No one was watching that flank, unfortunately for FaZe. Quadra benefit.
I can't believe Quadrant just literally put FaZe 3 down. I'm thinking in my mind, what's scarier than Frosty, Renegade, and Snakebite pushing right up your Neon side of the map? And I don't think anything was. And somehow Quadrant were still able to find the weakness within that 3-man push, put them 3 down, cleared that side out, and now they're getting full map control. Is Quadrant. World 2 wins a big battle, but ends up going down quick. Both teams end up 2 down, so this next slay going to be so important.
Yep, it is also because those rockets up for grabs in just a little bit. They're available now. SLG with a great positioning over here, like right at the overlook spot, but unfortunately for him, cannot stop the player, and that is going to open things up. But those rockets still available. Renegade is too weak to do anything about that, and is going to get shut down at the tires as a result. Ideally, you'd like to see Quadrant be able to get this and put these rockets to good use, which, you know, it happened in at the start of the game. It led to their wild lead that we saw them build up, and they could very well look to add on to it here, especially after that kill opening up the backside of the map.
Quadrant able to use those rockets to break right through the tram side, and now we see Legend pushing up, no fear whatsoever. Rockets just waiting for anybody to dare to challenge him. We see a 6-kill lead, make a 7-kill lead here for Quadrant. The rest of FaZe are really stuck over toward the back A side. Quadrant to continue to be aggressive, and this is a stronghold. This is Slayer.
Yeah, this is, and if you keep this aggression up, man, you're looking at a 2-0 potential. FaZe have to find a way to answer back. They were able to do so a little bit in that live fire strongholds game, excuse me. And in Slayer, it is going to be a bit of a different beast, but I do really like the way the Quadrant's playing this one. No fear, right in their face, even from the get-go. And once they had that lead, they have not let it go, Tony.
I told you, my boy Seek and Destroy doing things. 7-2 right now. 3 assists to go along with it. His stat line looking like an area code right now, and my gosh, Quadrant have taken complete control and are looking dominant here on the streets against FaZe. You see 3 members of FaZe still trying to make their way out of the tram side with that kill from Snakebite, taking down SLG. We could see FaZe start to take space, start to take real estate on the map. The same way they were on the defensive for so long is the same way they could flip that right back onto Quadrant, but the Slay's going the opposite way.
Yeah, and this is getting into dangerous territory, down by 7 here for FaZe, but you also have the Rockets coming up in a moment here, as Frosty's treating that Stalker more like a snipe, picking off a few players there. Is going to get cleaned up by Legend in the backside. I don't know if they have intel that PJ is going to be here. Yes, so Snakebite does manage to pick up those rockets. A huge one for him because they have not really been able to get control of the rockets throughout this game, and perhaps this could be the catalyst for them to get back into this one. You got 2 rockets to use. You should have some insta-kills there, but look at the pressure that Quadrant are applying, not allowing Snakebite to be able to jump up onto this ledge and get in their face, but he does manage to find one, though.
This is where most teams end up putting themselves in trouble. When they have a nice little lead against a team like FaZe, they get stagnant, they slow down, they change up their game plan. Not Quadrant. Like you said, they were continuing to apply pressure, continuing to get aggressive. Snakebite might have rockets right now, but now rockets are depleted, and Quadrant only down 1 member. They're quickly going to take space and try to take over this B side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a 5-kill lead, and you're right. I mean, they've been playing very aggressive, but they recognize, right, in that situation, you know, FaZe have the rockets. No real reason to try and just like throw bodies at the problem. You just get him to drain it, which is what ends up happening. And yes, he does manage to get 2 kills out of that, but think about the damage that could have happened if they got a little too greedy, if they got a little too aggressive and wanted to try and push that. But FaZe have not really moved from the 50-yard line. Neither is Quadrant, but really the pressure will be on FaZe to have to make this progress forward because they're the ones that are down by 5 right now.
And with Snakebite revealing himself, we see Quadrant quickly address players over toward the Bravo side. Frosty comes in quick, is able to take down Seeker, and Renegade is throwing every single grenade in his arsenal. FaZe find the 2 down they were looking for. Royal 2 still pushed up. Renegade still has that Stalker. There's one player for Quadrant that's addressing the Bravo side. There he is. He finds Renegade and deals with them quickly.
They knew they had to get that player out of the steps, right? There was so much focus and effort being put by Quadrant to remove that player, because think about the threat that one individual has in that position. Can help out players over toward the arcade, can also dish over to the mid and create carnage there as well. That, I think, is just a great heads-up play by Quadrant to remove a threat from the map. And now it's going to kind of set FaZe a little bit back here. They're going to be the ones fighting out of this position. Seeka's going to need that help from Legend, as Snakebite's going to be dangerously low, but Legend dies as well as a result of that. But even with that going on, SLG still manages to find value with 2 kills of his own to keep this lead going.
FaZe have been sending numbers over toward the Neon side time and time again, but now throwing an audible, a little bit of a curveball. You see the 3-man push coming over towards B Street, and it ends up turning into Snakebite getting away with those rockets. He does have 2 members above him, so fires 1, able to take down Chick. Now working onto the second one, that's going to be a double kill. I keep telling y'all, don't mess with the snake, you'll get the fangs.
That's right, the general, the admiral, the captain, you know, the Viper. I don't know, he ain't Randy Orton, but you know, I mean, sure, he could pull off an RKO though. I'd actually pay good money to see that. That being said though, that whole exchange, right? Like the fact that Quadrant threw bodies at the problem to try and just remove FaZe from it, but they still had numbers. They still had that final, you know, kind of ace in the hole that they could use, and that one was obviously going to be Snakebite, bringing them right back into this game. Could actually very well get the 38th here. That's going to come from assistance from Renegade, who helps him out, keeps him within 1, and right back into this one. FaZe, they're in this game, but Quadrant, I think, like, you know, you kind of go back to what we were talking about before. They kind of let their foot off the pedal just a little bit toward the mid game there, and then FaZe just took full advantage of it.
He too hears voices in his head. They talk to him and tell him to flank, and that's exactly what Snakebite is doing. Bulldog out. Bandit rifle in the back pocket, able to deal with Seek, and turns into another double kill. There's a 3rd one in front of him, but he doesn't want to overextend. SLG is the final player over toward this A side. He gets a kill onto Royal 2, but eventually SLG goes down. Quadrant, you're down by 4, and FaZe only needs 6.
What a turnaround from this game. Similar to what we saw on Livefire, where it was a quick comeback that we were seeing from FaZe, but the lead was just so big. Whereas this time around for Quadrant, they were not really able to get that comfortable lead. 1 round of Slays was pretty much just going to be all they needed to get back into this one. And with 3 kills remaining here, you have the Rockets. This is literally the best possible solution, or situation rather, for FaZe to be in, as he manages to find one, gets himself to 2nd, and is Legend going to be foolish enough to challenge that one? Don't think he is. Snakebite's going for the kill though. He's got the Bulldog. He's looking to make the bite happen, but instead it's actually going to come courtesy of Royal 2. Gets the cleanup, and that is going to be a clean win, 50-44. The advantage goes to FaZe, tied 1-1.
I mean, when FaZe only need 3 more kills left in the game, and you happen to have Rockets, which are what, a guaranteed 2 kills, and then you have what, half a clip of Bulldog left. That was FaZe painted all over for that game number 2, but we are tied up in the series, and now for Get Slayer, we're going into back-to-back objectives here in the series.
Yeah, and this could be where Quadrant catch FaZe off guard, but I mean, at this point now, right, FaZe got that win under their belt. You know, that notch is all secured. The question I think remains here is, all right, you know, Quadrant, you showed us a lot of grit. You showed us a lot of great early starts that have netted you big leads at the start of these games. But we saw it happen on Livefire briefly, and we got it in Streets. FaZe clawed their way right back into the game, and it's because even though Quadrant, I mean, they most definitely tried their absolute hardest there, FaZe just kind of force you to have to, you know, make those decisions, make those mistakes, play slowly if you need to. Then they can ramp up the speed when they need to. This team really does have all the elements here. So does Quadrant, but it just goes to show that coordination from FaZe is so immaculate.
When FaZe brought in Renegade, I remember one of the things they wanted to address, which was seemingly a hole in their game, was power weapon control and utility. And they talked about when they brought Renegade in, they wanted Renegade to really help them excel with that, because Renegade's obviously a main slayer and demands the power weapons at times, and which is really what FaZe were looking for, especially on a map like Streets, which is so power weapon heavy.
Yeah.
In that game, every Stalker rifle, every rockets, every Bulldog, I even saw a bunch of Sentinel beams, every piece of utility that could possibly be used, even when they were losing, somehow found the hands of FaZe. So that was just one weakness within their game that they wanted to improve on immediately. And so far, I think we're seeing the fruits of their labor, especially within that game number 2.
Oh yeah, they were setting themselves up so well to get those power weapons, right? Depending on the situation, where they would be, like even the position that they were holding, low steps, right? I think is a great example of that, where they were really prioritizing that spot because they knew that they could get the help wherever they needed to and control, right? You want to challenge me from up on high, I got a Sentinel beam to answer that problem. You want to challenge me over in mid street, I got bodies over here that I could throw at the problem and get me rockets, right? There's just a lot of great things that FaZe just does so well, and it's just about positioning and just understanding where the calls are going to be coming from, and very few teams have as clean comms as FaZe does. They've been doing it for so long. It's like at this point they practically read each other's minds and finish each other's sandwiches.
Sandwich. Oh, I was close.
You almost had it. You didn't expect the sandwich. You also didn't expect that Office reference to hit you like a hammer.
Capture the flag, another bread and butter here for Quadrant, like you're seeing on screen. A record of 6-1. And some of the most memorable games that I remember from Dallas was them being down 0-4 against OpTic and seemingly impossible. What happens? They end up coming back and winning that game.
Yeah.
Even the last time Quadrant and FaZe ended up matching up on Capture the Flag on Aquarius, they ended up beating them out 3-2, and FaZe are obviously a good Capture the Flag team as well. So Quadrant, just like they're damn good at strongholds, they're pretty darn good at Capture the Flag as well, and that's going to be our next game, which is a swing game 3. Quadrant not out of it just yet. It's a best of 5.
Not by a long shot. I would not be shocked if we end up going to 5. My bladder wouldn't be happy about that, but I think a lot of people would be quite pleased with that. I almost killed Tony up here too. Be careful because there's a balcony here. You can fall off. All right, you have to be careful. We didn't put up gates on purpose as a troll. In any case, though, I do think, to your point, Tony, Quadrant very much has a chance here. FaZe cannot rest on their laurels. They need to be able to put an exclamation mark on this Game 3 because we've seen Game 3 swing series and time again in the history of Halo.
I may be afraid of heights, but I promise you Quadrant looking to reach new heights here. They are not happy with a top 6 finish. They're not even happy with a top 4 finish. We talked about it before. They are looking to upset the big 3, and they've already been OpTic in the past. Maybe they could beat FaZe here.
Hey, maybe there could be a dream out here in Arlington potentially. As already out of the gate, we're starting to see just just kind of like jockeying back and forth, right? As what we've expected on a map like Aquarius and the way that things kind of just get laid out. But that leads to a camo pickup here for Legend, which might actually open the floodgates for them here because look at the help that's starting to come inside of this util room. It opens things up quite nicely here, and this is going to leave Legend in a great position, top of the base, to just add more pressure, to just add more insult to injury as that flag continues to march across. This was a clean start here for Quadrant, and they're going to put this first flag on the board. There you go, Quadrant on it.
What happened? I blinked twice, and there's a flag cap.
Already?
I missed the whole thing, and my gosh, Quadrant so good at controlling that perimeter, especially right off the break like that. It was well played by Quadrant and the objective efficiency to be able to capitalize on that flag cap. But here comes FaZe. You have 3 down. Snakebite's actually the only player alive. He might be behind enemy lines here, but I don't know. Quadrant, they have a numbers advantage.
Might actually give them the call that they're going to be pushing up over toward the P side, which is the reason why Snakebite's just looking to go on the prowl here. But even with that happening, though, you end up losing 2 players, and I have to wonder if that was maybe just a slow response there, or they thought that perhaps they were going to have a little bit more of a buffer to work with there. Unfortunately, Snakebite goes down. That's another flagpole attempted by Legend, and Legend has been having one heck of a game. I mean, he starts off with that camo, gets him that double kill, that nets him that first flag cap, and even though that is going to get returned, that's still going to be pressure that is applied to FaZe here. That's going to have to force them to fight out of their base.
Yeah, what else want to give a shout out to Snakebite real quick. The fact that his team ended up going 3 down. He hit his presence over toward the back of Quadrant's base and then created almost like a sandwich. He collapsed on it with the rest of his team and really made waves. The reason why Quadrant didn't go up 2-0 is because Snakebite with that sneaky play, but now it's SLG coming out with the camouflage. Renegade stuck over toward the P door, and Snakebite having no ideas coming up for air.
He's got to save himself here. He's got to save himself. Unfortunately for him, Renegade was there for the pickup. Sika gets to trade immediately. This is going to prompt Quadrant to have to make moves inside of the base as the spawns are going to start to come through on the fridge side of the map now. But there also is going to be a pull on the opposite side too, so be on the lookout for that, as Quadrant now just going to look to play this one as methodical as they possibly can here, recognizing that there is going to be friction met here over toward Blue Util. And I think, if anything, this is just going to show the diligence that we're starting to see from this European squad, right? You know, you would think, oh, they're going to go in guns blazing, but no, some smart plays that we're starting to see made here, without a doubt.
Legend, one of the best young prospects in EU, and a large reason why Quadrant, as good as they are, he might be one of the best players, very young prospect, one of the best players in Europe at the moment, but Snakebite was able to shut him down. Sika has to win that gunfight in order to keep this flag alive, not able to do so, and with the nades started to come in, I'm not sure how he gets this touch. Snakebite goes in once again. Sika finds that kill, even able to put some damage onto Renegade, who was backing him up. The flag ends up being touched before the return comes in, but Quadrant only have one more player left.
Yes, it's going to be really difficult for him to win. Royal 2.
That's disrespectful.
You absolute magician. Chick, though, gets possession of the flag. He's right there, but this flag, I mean, they put in so much effort to get this one flag touch here. You have to wonder, man, like, at that point, it just becomes a lot more challenging to just go into that room and just be fed to the beast over and over and over again. There could be a recov happening here, courtesy of Snakebite, and that is exactly what happened. So really, all of that effort just down the drain. It was a good attempt, but at some point, it's like, I understand why they were going for it, but that was just a tough pill to swallow for Quadrant, without a doubt.
Quadrant definitely know how important going up 2-0 in this game is, especially against a team like FaZe, and how well prepared both of these teams are. But eventually they had to give it up, had to allow FaZe to get the return in order for them to regain completely and try to make a good push off of it. Frosty now finds himself right behind enemy lines once again. Heat wave and camouflage puts a player down to one shot, but has to back down. The nades are trying to finish him off. Great communication by Quadrant, but somehow Frosty still lives.
Yeah, I have to say, like, credit, I believe that was SLG in the back of the Quadrant base there, but the camo eyes just saw when Frosty was coming around that corner, because he knew, I mean, that's literally what they did to them for that first flag cap. So he knew that he just could not allow camo to just walk around freely inside of their base. Otherwise, it could very well lead to a flag cap. Problem is that Frosty's going to make those opportunities where he sees fit. Spawns are going to be coming through over toward the fridge side of the map. That's going to prompt Frosty to make this pull happen, and he's going to be flying with this one. Absolutely no contention coming from Quadrant, as he's already past the 50-yard line, but there are the boys in blue.
It was only a double kill, but that was smooth. Tucks that nade, turns away like Steph Curry, gets into the BR fight from across the map, turns it into a double kill, even gets that flag across, and now Snakebite relays the flag forward. Quadrant pull a counter here. Both teams 3 up. Next round, the Slayers could decide who ends up getting the return and ultimately who gets this flag cap.
Renegade stopping the push there by Sika. If he had stayed alive, could have been a big problem for this team. Camo should be coming up in a moment here as well. Snakebite's got the flag. He's going to look to deliver this one, and that's going to be 1-1 tied already. Well, I shouldn't say already, but it was a tie here that kind of just puts now a little bit of pressure on Quadrant.
Another camouflage coming up in just 4 seconds here. You see Snakebite. He sees 2 members of Quadrant over toward the fridge side, does damage onto one. Legend goes down. Royal 2 trying to deal with the second one. That was pull. SLG. They're able to do so, and while all this happens, the flag moving across the map. This one's going to be punched in by FaZe. Not only did they get the save, they get camouflage, they get a flag cap. Is there anything FaZe didn't get within that engagement?
Well, you also have to think, too, right? Like, that whole sequence, as you noted there, right, Tony? Like, that was just perfect. That was bread and butter for FaZe. They just allowed Quadrant to just constantly throw bodies at the problem, and it did not work out for them. And they were glad to be able to get the map control, get the power items as well. Things like that really are just so important to establish for a team that's looking to win a championship here. And they pretty much, Quadrant just got played like a fiddle, unfortunately for them, all because they kind of had to. They had no other choice. Their flag was in play. They were trying to make a play happen here. It's just, things were just falling apart. But now this is where we start to to see the grit of Quadrant and whether or not they can dig deep to be able to make these flag pulls happen. Renegade's going to be dangerously low as well, and that is a great response here.
Cross-map shot from Sika, able to deal with Snakebite, and the third one falls for FaZe. You have a bit of a 3v1 situation, and Quadrant already have that flag towards Utsil, and already have that flag home, matching FaZe energy, tying this up at 2 apiece. This is a battle here on Aquarius.
Yeah, sometimes you can get a little ahead of yourself there, and there was a clear flank that was happening for Quadrant that opened up the map for them, so very well done. I believe it was going to be SLG that got that one moving for them, and of course, another Legend double kill that leads them into the promised land there. But now, as we take stock of where we are in the situation, ooh, that was actually a clean shot there by Royal 2, who's going to shut him down, prompting him to have to just play a little slowly here. But yeah, you're really just trying, if you're FaZe here, you're just going to try and just continue to put these players in the back foot, keep them in the back of their base. It's working out for them so far here. They're getting the spawns in their favor.
We just watched Royal 2 get 3 consecutive kills and assist onto the third one, and now we see them put damage onto the fourth as well. And now Royal 2 in the same play pulls this flag all the way through utility, barely touched right now. Not sure if there's any overextenders looking to make a play. It looks like Legend, the first one, over toward the base of FaZe, and he's being joined by Chick. So FaZe will have to slay out once again if they want to put this flag home.
And they're going to have to watch out behind him as well, because there was some pressure coming from Sika, who now is in a great position to get this flag recov. Oh, but his teammate was there. Frosty was there. The Iceman to back him up. And that's going to be 3 flag caps for FaZe. But that was basically the perfect situation. They had Sika right where they wanted him.
Sika definitely tried to make a high-risk, high-reward play for that return. Sadly, not going to work out for them. Hopefully, Quadrant can follow up off of that momentum, but FaZe continue to find the frags. Legend off the screen, able to take down Renegade. Royal 2 controlling the car side, having to momentarily give up that height advantage, and that's going to cost them because the flanking Legend gets right behind them, ultimately taking him down. And now all that car control that FaZe fought so hard to get is no more. 3 down for FaZe, just 1 more player left. Quadrant approaching enemy territory.
And Legend playing his life. Smart to keep yourself inside a util like that, especially when you know that the members of FaZe are going to try and force and flood into the back of their base here. There's going to be 1 target. There's going to be a second one right behind, and Legend, wisely enough, is just going to dip on out of there, just try and reposition himself to get another kill, which he does, by the way. That's going to be 3 members down, but some moment of reprise there for FaZe as they are able to just kind of slow things down and stay inside of their base, wait for the Quadrant players, and maybe try and push up, make some mistakes here. And that opens things up for Renegade over toward top P as he's holding this one down for the time being. And, well, now this is basically just going to be where Quadrant start to sweat a little bit here, Tony. They have to start to make some moves and just tie this one up, let alone win the game, and they have just 2 minutes to do it.
Down to 1 shot here for Renegade. He does have that heat wave at the back pocket, and right as active camouflage is coming up, he wants to keep that height advantage. He wants to get a hold of camouflage, and nobody able to contest him despite the fact that Quadrant had all 4 members alive right there. They might be able to get the Slays advantage, and with Renegade ultimately going down, even with the active camouflage, they might just be 1 kill away from bringing another flag home.
Let's see, though, what the General can do here, as he's going to be on the blue side of the map. You have 2 players there. Renegade also able to get the kill. But watch out, because they're going to try and see if they can force the issue here. But the flag was an attempted pull, courtesy of Snakebite. Did not work out for him, though. But Renegade does manage to pick up that kill. That could very well be a recov and maybe a capture here, as they have bodies on it. They do manage to grab it. This is going to be 3-3. We're all tied up with 1:15 on the clock. Tony, I thought that Quadrant were going to be licking their wounds here, but instead they're right back at it.
And multiple members of Quadrant are once again pushed up off the map. Not only do they cap a flag, but they're continuing to keep the map control and that 50% control. But Frosty icing out Legend in that individual fight. That'll slow them down just a bit. Less than a minute on the clock. Quadrant still have the opportunity to pull a flag, but now with Frosty starting to get these kills, starting to get into the base of Quadrant, it could go both ways.
Well, you know, you pointed that out, but that was just really good from Quadrant to just shut that down. Don't let Frosty run around your side of the map freely, because if you do, problems will arise. So credit where credit is due for Quadrant. They recognized the threat and they had to neutralize it. But now the question is, like, you know, for FaZe, they're going to put themselves in these positions to just constantly try and just, you know, take shields off of some of these players and then open up opportunities for their teammates to kind of come in there and then pick up the frags where need be. And I love this position here from Royal 2. Just shuts down that flag pull as soon as it happens.
2 down go Quadrant. FaZe have to defend the 50%. We see Royal 2 making sure nobody sneaks over toward the car side. That flag just perfectly able to be returned here, and we're not seeing a counter pull whatsoever. So we have a bit of a sudden death. It looks like SLG is willing to relay that flag forward, despite the fact that they end up with 2 down, now 3 down, and all 4 members of Quadrant going down. The return is in. Nobody. Whoa. Nobody. Okay.
No. Okay. I
thought he was pulling out, trying to give a chance for his teammate to pull a flag, but sadly nobody in position. Eventually, the return comes in. That's going to send us into overtime.
All tied up here. Let's see what ends up happening now. As FaZe, surely, you know, and I think this kind of goes back to what we were talking about at the start of the game, Tony, where it's like that the CTF for Quadrant has been so effective there. Clean kills, but actually, if we can in a little bit, I'd love to jump into a listen-in there with Renegade and the rest of FaZe Clan, because I want to see how they're going to try and be able to dig themselves out of this hole. As soon as that's ready to go, we'll jump into it. But as it stands right now, this is looking pretty solid for FaZe as they're looking to apply some pressure, and their listen-in's ready to go. Let's jump in and hear how FaZe are going to try and come back into this one.
Someone get to Peter. They're Peter. I'm just living, man. I'm fine. I'm here. Planer. Top E, they're jumping. I gotta go. Yeah, top E weak, our street. Top P2, Inner Peter. One our street pad, I killed a Peter. One our street, 1 hit, still we didn't kill him. John, stay on flag. Yo, our front base, 1 hit. Our front base, 1 hit. John, inner Peter. Can you run this? Yes, I'm weak though. I'm leaving over kill. Leave it. Oh, our flag, they're playing it, guys. Yeah, he's trying to cut you off. He's fighting you in the jet. I got one. Let's all fight. Top car weak, Matt. John, I'm one. Top car weak, Matt. You can't run this, guys. I'm static. I got naded. They're from base. I see their front. They're from base. Yeah, weak. Yep. John, go fast. Nice fucking play, Matt. We need it. John, just go fast. P1. I'll kill P1. Don't die. You're good. Nice fucking nasty, Matthew. Nice fucking play, Matt. That's the composure I'm talking about.
Oh my god, I love that shit, bro.
That's what we fucking need.
And there you heard the composure. It speaks volumes to this team, Tony, that they could be put into situations like this where, you know, they're fighting for their life. It's sudden death situations, and it's just that experience, and to what they were saying, the composure that gets them over the finish line.
And I love the fact that we got to hear the end of game calls as the game was ending, and they're just being positive towards each other, like not taking any credit for themselves. Like you hear Brad say, "Yo, good job, Matt. You see, good job, P." Everybody's congratulating themselves, but it's really understand that it's a team effort that was able to pull that across. And now, look at the faces of Quadrant, obviously not happy at the moment. They understand that FaZe are 1 game away from putting them down in this series. Quadrant have to fight back, not only in this next objective, force a game 5, and then win out on that as well.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall task for the European squad, but one that I'm sure they're certainly ready to meet head on with no problem whatsoever. And again, you know, you started off with another strong start. That really is the definition of this Quadrant team this series, has been just strong starts, really smart plays out of the break, but it's really just about finishing it up. They were able to do it once in live fire because they gave themselves that massive lead. But FaZe, you give them an inch, they will gladly take 2 miles, no problem whatsoever. And they have been given opportunities to get back into this one. Opportunities as well that they kind of created on their own, again, because it speaks volumes to just how good this FaZe team is, as you heard in that listen-in, right? Like, you're so right. They're calling for one another. They're bigging up one another when big plays are happening. There is no, you know, pointing the blame. There is no, oh, we shouldn't have allowed that to happen. It's a lot of like, guys, we're here, we're in this moment. Let's just try and take full advantage of it. And they're doing just that each and every time. They start off with these OTs, and they're just so strong out of the gate. I want to see that at the start of these games, man.
Yeah, to all my matchmaking teammates out there that I'm playing with, can y'all get some composure like FaZe? I'm saying, you go down 0-1 within the first 49 seconds of the game. If that was me in matchmaking, my teammates would have given up. They would have been in the chat talking trash to each other.
Yeah.
Somebody would have quit. It would have been all hell.
Yes.
FaZe weathered the storm, able to come back, bring it into overtime, and then deal the finishing blow. Now we're going into King of the Hill here on Streets, and this is one mapping game mode that Quadrant and FaZe haven't gone up against each other recently, not even in scrims. Last time it was King of the Hill Recharge, and Quadrant were able to win a tight 3-2 game, but honestly, Streets plays nothing like Recharge, so again, we're going into unforeseen territory between Quadrant and FaZe, and I'm happy about it.
Yeah, no, I definitely am as well. I want to see more of this, right? I think that Quadrant's really shown us, obviously, that this is a team that is not just here to compete, but they're here to put, you know, the best of the best like on their toes and really just push them as much as they possibly can. Granted, I'm sure the Quadrant, you know, kind of kicking themselves for that Sentinels series, and honestly, I mean, credit to Sentinels for just absolutely clutching up, but also just having a hell of a way to close out those games too. So I think that if anything, you know, it just speaks to how competitive this group has been and how it will continue to be competitive, because we don't know who's going to be coming out of that open bracket. But we're focused on the action at hand here, and that is yet another clean grab at the start of power items, power weapons, but you're giving up a lot of bodies for that. So no one really was able to get the upper hand there outside of FaZe, who had a body on the hill, and were able to just accrue a few more points as a result of that.
Yeah, the same opening strat coming out of Chick and Quadrant were able to net them that Rockets, and they put it to use a decent amount, but not enough to gain the advantage they were looking for. FaZe are already almost done with this hill number 1, the same way that Quadrant opened up perfectly on Aquarius. It looks like FaZe are doing the same to them.
And, you know, when you reflect back to the Sentinels, that's going to be a point gain there for FaZe. When you reflect back on that, right, that was just 8 kills that they were able to accrue that got them their first point. They did that same exact thing to Sentinels. These starts that we're seeing from FaZe on King of the Hill are good, very good. Players need to be on notice about this stuff, because if not, they will catch you off guard, even with Quadrant getting power weapons, which just goes to show, right? It's not all about the power weapons, but it's also just about how you position yourself and then how, of course, you take advantage of those moments.
Snake by swapping out the empty Stalker rifle in order to get that Sentinel beam, but Zika not going to allow him to get anywhere close to the subway side. It looks like Renegade follows that up, and with that, Quadrant take complete control over the subway side. And now FaZe are waiting to come off the spawn, hopefully to try to make a play to break this setup. Rockets coming up soon here. Quadrant gonna have to work on this hill and Rockets at the same time.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we didn't catch it, but I mean, Legend with a triple kill off screen just continues to put that pressure on FaZe and not allow them freely to walk up Neon, freely to walk up the arcade. And with Rockets coming up in a moment here, it feels like Quadrant have a setup ready to potentially stop players like Frosty from being able to get in front of that. And just as I say that, I might actually have to eat my words here, because it seems as if Royal 2 was also, he did have eyes on that one, but the problem was that you try to get up in their face, and then Quadrant, they were welcoming that one because of where they were positioned, and they get themselves Rockets. We're all tied up 1-1 here. This is what I want to see. Take me to game 5, damn it.
And hill number 1, we saw FaZe come up with that hill without Quadrant getting any progression whatsoever. Quadrant again matched that energy, do the same thing to FaZe. FaZe never stepped foot within that subway hill, but they are the first one to get over towards the mid. This was going to be the toughest hill to capture here in Halo Infinite. Legend finds himself over toward the laundry side. Frosty is going to make his way onto Neon, and 2 members of FaZe overwhelm the entire side. FaZe get the advantage.
Yeah, it's going to be 3 down for Quadrant, so FaZe need to take full advantage of this. And you see where these spawns are going to be coming from, right? In the subway side, forcing them to have to fight outside of this into chokes that are just, frankly, not all that fun to play out of. And with the clearance of SLG in the back, this just opens up the map for them. I think a few of these trades are just obviously going to be quite beneficial here for FaZe, but the problem is they're not on hill. They're not able to accrue any of that because Quadrant are doing as much as they can to just keep them off of it long enough so that they can get in position so they could jump in and benefit from it themselves.
Almost halfway done with this hill is our FaZe, and Quadrant did have a decent start, but it's been all FaZe with it toward this mid-hill recently, in which Snakebite with the Stalker rifle gonna make it even tougher. A couple of spikes to do that initial damage onto Quadrant. Fakes left, goes right. Chick ends up going down. There's one more player of Quadrant to deal with it. SLG, Snakebite makes sure he gets that melee before going down. Hopefully the rest of FaZe can deal with them and get back towards mid.
Yeah, you don't want to have SLG in the back of your base causing problems. It will just simply be too much for you to handle there. That being said, though, still progress being gained for the blue team. Quadrant keeping bodies on the site. Renegade, smart play here, just wrapping around the corner rather than challenging from the top of ATM and just looking for any players that are going to try and disengage out of that one as they look to just give themselves a better position as they get ready for Subway here. But look at this. They're just really putting so much onto this team, not allowing Quadrant to breathe.
Chick getting caught out in no man's land right there. Renegade not only able to get that kill, but snatches up the rockets as well. The subway side is so important if you're trying to control the mid, and FaZe are so close to stealing it away. So now you just wait to get that easy kill or two, and rockets might be exactly what the doctor ordered.
Now we'll see what they'll try and do from this position. Smart just to use that shroud screen, right? Make sure you can't really find your target, play around that bubble. but I think the Bulldog had a different plan there. Even though Sika does get cleaned up, that is at the very least just going to lead to just another stall out here. Time continues to tick on down, but it's so close in this mid-hill. And, you know, the team that's able to get this one, not only is it obviously going to give them that very critical point, but this is a big hill to be able to get, given like how much effort and resources you have to throw at it in order for you to secure it.
FaZe had plenty of chances to end this hill, but Quadrant being pesky as ever. Finally, Quadrant end up going 4 down, and FaZe are able to clear it out, but Quadrant didn't go down easily. That one, 2-1 lead here for FaZe. Plenty of time on the clock.
And also, FaZe set themselves up for the next hill too, right? They were so prepared for that. The fight for them was coming from the top of the streets, and that meant that the spawns were going to be coming from the PD side as well. So you get that mid cap, and then you just lock it down. This is a very difficult type of situation here for Quadrant to try and break through, given that they have Stalker on this side of the map. They also just cleared Rockets as well. Like, there's just so much is just going so well for FaZe Clan as it stands, and Quadrant are just going to need to find options. Where are those options going to be present? Might not come from the arcade side of the map here, especially as they have Bulldogs over on the other side as well. Like, this is just a tough egg to crack, isn't it, Tony?
Yeah, you love the thought process by Quadrant to attack that hill from multiple sides. You saw 2 members onto the B side. You saw 1 over towards purple and 1 onto the mid, but FaZe were able to lock down every single angle of the map, find all 4 players, put them down, continue to put points on the board here, and 2 minutes on the clock. It's Quadrant the ones that have to make the break, but it's Quadrant the ones that continue to die staggeredly.
Yeah, and when you die like that, right, when you're just pushing and you're going into fights like, you know, 3v4 or 2v3, whatever the case may be, you're constantly going down with those man advantages. You got to go back to the Quadrant that we'd see at the start of these games that would just 4-man push and just play aggressive, show them no respect, get in their face and cause problems for them, because right now FaZe are just running away with this, and you have to stop them. You have to quell the fire, or else this is going to be over before you know it.
And mind you guys, it's a 2-1 series lead in favor of FaZe. If FaZe win this King of the Hill, that is it. They're taking the series and most likely the #1 seed in this pool. So much on the line here, but just a sliver of time needed for FaZe to ultimately make this a not only 3-1 series, but also 3-1 in the game. And time is winding down. I said there was plenty of time to start on this hill for Quadrant, but I don't know anymore.
It's getting a little risky. You're also getting slayed a heavy amount. I think it's like a 13 plus advantage for FaZe. They are really just running away with this one. So Quadrant certainly are going to need to have to step this one up. But this is looking like a 3rd-point grab for FaZe. Exactly what it is as they go up 3-1 here in Quadrant now. Well, you kind of left asking yourself for your Quadrant, what the hell do we do to stop this momentum? Because FaZe are not stopping.
Rockets coming up in 1.5 minutes on the clock, and now every bit of time that Quadrant are going to use to try to break the setup and try to take this hill is time being wasted off the clock as FaZe start to fight them back and start to get the kills. 1 minute and 26 seconds is a lot of time to capture a hill theoretically, but when you have FaZe obviously fighting back and getting the slays necessary, time will end up winding down. It's Quadrant. They're really in a bad place right now.
They really are. They're getting outslayed heavily, plus 16 on the side of FaZe. They have all the weaponry that you could possibly ask for. You got yourself the Bulldog. You have protection in the backfield. You also have, you know, just bodies and answers pretty much in every situation you could possibly ask for. This is prime FaZe happening before our eyes, people. And finally going to get stopped in the backfield there. Might actually create an opening for them, but one has to wonder, right, with the way the time is ticking and the way that they just keep on adding to their total here over toward the neon side of the map, this is problematic for Quadrant. They have no other choice but to just send bodies to the problem.
Yeah, at this point, they understand. I mean, they're desperate at the moment. They have to keep flying toward this hill and try to stop this time. And ultimately, hopefully, they get the kills necessary. And FaZe were just a momentary 3 down. We see 1 come off a spawn, and Frosty continuing to pressure this hill right now. But Quadrant might have just turned the tables.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter how much you're getting outslayed by technically, you know, but if you manage to just get the bodies on the hill, if you manage to get players there so that this way you can just start to add on to this, put another point on the board, that, at the end of the day, is the most important thing. But they're going to need to clean up these slays. They're going to need to have to just pick up those kills when players are one shot and wipe them out so that this way they're not allowing anyone to be able to get back into this, get back into the fight here. Because as it stands right now, the way that FaZe are playing, they're holding hands, and whenever there's a kill to have, if the other player can't make it, they trade it out and they'll send another body in there because that person's healthy.
It was well played by Quadrant to be able to take that hill within about 30 seconds worth of game time, but they end up going and 3 down right after that. There was no follow-through. Rockets are coming up, and FaZe have complete control over toward the Bravo side. Quadrant have to address both the B side and the mid at the same time, and eventually World 2 is going to watch this angle from top A.
Yeah, and that is a tough one, right? Because even with Sika getting those rockets, it's great you get the rockets, but the problem is that you're not able to really do much with it. Smart use of the Shroud screen as well, just blocking that player from ATM side, knowing that he was going to be positioned over there. Everything that you're seeing here is just textbook. It's what you'd want to see. Great use of their abilities, great use of the power weapons. Tony, this is clinical.
4 go down for Quadrant. Nobody on the map in order to contest this hill. So much time being added without being taken off is World 2 over the mid hill. Finally, Quadrant able to get a bit of damage to force World 2 out of the hill, but just momentarily. Now time is going to be winding down. You still have 4 members of FaZe up and defending. This is a complete setup here by FaZe. Quadrant have to break it now.
Yeah, and they were able to get 2 kills out of that, so maybe that's going to start things off for them, but they need to remove Royal 2 from the equation, who's in the back with the Sentinel beam, does manage to hit 1, but can't clean up the second. Here comes Renegade around the corner as well. And this is, again, where you're going to need to see Quadrant dig deep here and also force FaZe into some of these mistakes, which is very rare for them to do. But at this point now, with the way that things are going and the progress that's been made by Quadrant, this is your best opportunity to catch FaZe off guard and get right back into this game.
Sika somehow able to take height over toward the tire side, but despite the fact that Frosty was actually there first, we do see them over toward the hill, but once they step out, time is going to wind down. SLG has to take this fight within the hill, but it shuts down. It's not going to happen. Quadrant are going down.
That is a wrap. Well done by FaZe to just secure that. A clean 3-2. And even though it looked like at a moment there that we're going to start to see Quadrant come back in, oh, you have to watch out for that pesky 5th man. And I'm not talking about Royal 1, the coach. I'm talking about Time. And Time was not on their side.
Undefeated.
And undefeated, actually. Time never loses. And unfortunately, Time was going to be the death knell there for Quadrant. They just couldn't keep bodies in the hill long enough without burning that clock, and FaZe knew that and played it like a fiddle. But that is going to be a game for FaZe that I think they're going to be really satisfied with. But for Quadrant as well, it's a heartbreaker for sure. But man, I go back to those starts that they had. So clean, so effective, being able to put themselves in prime positioning. That right there is the Quadrant that if we get that throughout the entirety of the map, entirety of the series, I mean, look out, because the rest of the pool is going to have to be worried about that.
And that's one thing that the best teams in the world do best. You know, I talk about all the time is being able to think 1, 2, 3 steps ahead. Mind you, the time being a factor is not just luck. This goes back to when it was a 2-1 lead by FaZe. They're stepping out of the hill. They're securing those kills and zoning Quadrant out of the quadrant of the hill, but also draining that time and making it as tough as possible. By the time that it gets to the fact that you're up 3-1 or even 3-2, you have literally killed about 2 minutes worth of time that you had no business doing that. That's what some of the best teams in the world, they have that time management, and again, they're always thinking like a chess player. They're thinking ahead every move.
How do you put the chess pieces exactly where you want it to be? And that is exactly what FaZe managed to do so successfully well. But I believe we got Frosty standing by with the man himself, Guy Blaze. Make some noise for Frosty, ladies and gents. We send it over to the main stage.
Thank you so much, G and Tony. Give it up one more time for FaZe as they get this one done. 3-0 for the day here in pool play, Frosty. Now, let's talk about this series a little bit. The one map I really kind of want to bring up is that map number, I believe it was map number 3 it was, okay? When it came down to the flags. Talk to me about, I saw you kind of really talking to your teammates here over the end on things that y'all probably could have did better or how y'all closed it out. What was you really kind of saying to them there?
Honestly, going into this tournament, we've been focusing on our fundamentals and teamwork, and specifically with them, they have a very specific play style. So I was just making sure not to buy into the way they were playing and kind of get baited into their style. So I just was making sure we're focusing on ourselves, and that's what we did. So.
Hey, you guys did that fantastically, okay? Now, you have been a superstar of this league for years, and I always love asking this question, like, how do you feel like you're playing this weekend, okay, when it comes down to the rest of the squad? Are you up there, top 10?
I'm doing my thing. I'm not really playing for that, but, I mean, it's a team game at the end of the day. I'm just focused on me and my team, and
that was the answer I wanted to hear right there from you, okay? Any last words you want to give out there to the fans that's been supporting y'all?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully you guys have a fun event. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out OpTic for hosting the major. And yeah, hopefully you guys have a good show.
Hey, I think they are. Y'all having a good show out there today? Give it up one more time for FaZe. That's going to do it for me and Frosty on the stage. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. I got to say, huge GGs to FaZe, looking really, really good up there on that main stage. And Quadrant, I mean, the score doesn't really reflect, I think, how exceptional these guys have been playing and the level of Halo Infinite we are seeing across our screens. The 3-1 does not do it justice whatsoever. But my goodness me, that was a battle, to say the least. Every single game extremely close, and I don't expect anything less at this standard. And I think in this pool in particular, Quadrant, I think we're ready for the level of competition. I'm just a little bit, I don't know if I want to say disappointed or sad that I haven't seen the results coming across from Quadrant. I just expect so much out of these guys now. But again, they did keep it really, really close. What did you think of the series overall, Clutch?
Yeah, super competitive, but FaZe clutch up when they need to most, especially that Aquarius CTF back and forth, even goes to overtime. That was a big game that Quadrant lost, and coming off the back of a Slayer that you lost with an 8-kill lead, you got to find ways to win close games in big series if you want to win tournaments. If you're Quadrant, if you want to continue to win big series against some of these major North American rosters, you're going to have to find ways to make that play that separates the difference in the game. They were not able to do so here.
Now, on set, Quadrant, a 10-game win streak on their strongholds. The last time they lost was in Orlando to Native Red, and the last time they even gave up 200 points was in Charlotte. They are so damn good at this game mode. Why?
SLG. I know it sounds really weird, but SLG is such an influencing factor on this map. I spoke to him a little bit after the last event about, you know, his role on the team and why they're so dominant. And he says, it's actually what I'm doing away from a lot of the action, which influences spawns and where we try and rotate. Essentially, we force teams to spawn together, to squad spawn together. And if we can get that squad spawn when we've got 2 or 3 at the same time, then we flood. And my job there is I trust my teammates in a 3v3 when they've got position on the map to win or at least trade out. And then I'm going to move around and I'm going to try and influence another spawn. I'm going to try and block another spawn and force a team away from where we want them to be. So it's the manipulation of squad spawns that's so good. And I think their ability to win those 3v3 engagements or clean up the damage that's being done just keeps the opposition on the back foot.
Yeah, it does indeed. I've got to say it's some of the cleanest gameplay I've seen in terms of being strong at a certain game mode or game type. That is just taking it just the next level. It is so dominant, and it's really, really difficult to play against.
Yeah, it is, but it's time for a truth bomb, right? It's time to get honest here, because Quadrant, fantastic showing, brilliant again, but that's 2 series losses against North American teams.
Yes.
And this is something we have talked about in Europe for so long. You look great in a series, you're so close, but it doesn't really matter when it comes to the end of the series. If you're on the receiving end of a loss, it's the same story again for Quadrant. And even though they've shown they can hang in these games, they can push it close, Wes brought up the great point, right? You have an 8-kill lead in a Slayer when you're 1-0 up in the series.
Yeah.
You can't afford, if you want to win a series, to let that go. You force overtime on Aquarius Flag. You can't afford to let a game that close slip through your fingers. You have to win those close games, and that's where they're falling short time and time again. So for Quadrant, back to the drawing board, some real hard work to be done going into tomorrow, because by the looks of it, they're going to have a really tough bracket to go through.
They certainly will indeed. I think on the other side for FaZe as well, Clutch, you know, you're looking at these moments where Quadrant is starting off so hot, so aggressive, it's almost looking like it could be good night in some of these games. But FaZe, they battle back every single time. The clutch factor is there, the ice is there in their veins. You know, talk to me about the gameplay that you see coming across your screen and these pivotal moments, the turning points for this team where they seem to just switch it on.
Yeah, it's a level of consistency that they kind of play with that scares you almost, because it's so robotic, right? You just come to expect the comeback at this point. They fall short at the start of games 1, games 3, like even game 2 where they went down 8, but you always just, with this roster, expect them to come back at some point, and like clockwork, they typically do. It's not something that's going to favor them against the likes of OpTic Gaming or SSG when they fall short in games at the start of those. That's a little bit more concerning, because coming back against those teams is a little bit more difficult, I would say. But right now, they're showing a ton of resiliency, and they're showing composure and their ability to shift the meta of the game as the game is going on.
Indeed, I've got to say, you know, looking at the series layout, just an exceptional performance there from FaZe. I've got to say, you got to tip it. I think having that clutch factor is so important, especially with this level of competition. If you're able to really, really push it across the board and play to the final second of every single map and mode, that is often what makes a difference. Like, you can have a fantastic start, but against a team like FaZe, it's so difficult to bring it across the line, no matter how far in front you are.
I'll almost say as well, that game one, that's almost a win for anyone, right?
Yeah,
Get 200
literally,
points.
literally.
It's pretty damn good against Quadrant on that mapper mode. So I think FaZe are going to be very happy with how that series went.
They certainly will. I love full circle moments here on the desk as well. We do have a clip that was actually shown. It was actually Slayer on Streets, and Clutch, we talked about, you know, trades here and how important they are, or maybe not to get.
That's the pivotal moment right there. I know it's nothing flashy, it's nothing special. Snakebite staying alive right there instead of just going for a melee and trading the kill out. When his team is down 2, it makes it a 1-kill game, keeps his map control, gets his shield back, and watch what happens after. Like, you get the following ensues to where FaZe are able to come back in this game, and it's because of situational plays like this where they min-max their health, and with that, their lives. And when you appreciate your life of this importance, it turns into double kills, killing sprees. The flashy stuff is to come.
And I think just to come on the back of that as well, I think something Quadrant have been a little bit guilty of in their Slayers, when they get that advantage that they have had, it's almost as if they feel like we need to finish this game as quickly as possible. Like, we want to get to 50 as quick as we can. Exactly, dinner's ready, something's going on, when they don't realize that the game clock is something they can use to their advantage to just slow down, get a 4v4, get map control, and just take the fight again, get your trades. That's as simple as it is for them. Quadrant have got to look at Slayers, because it's been a disappointing couple of games we've seen against 2 big teams that they've lost.
Yeah, indeed. I've got to say it's definitely disappointing. I think that's the word for it for me. Just in terms of the caliber of Halo that Quadrant put across our screens, it's so good, it's so high, and it's really hard to watch when they don't get the results I think a lot of people are now expecting from them. And that obviously comes with some great accolades, right? It's because we expect a lot out of this roster, right? They're so good, they have so much quality, and I'm just ready to see some of the results. So hopefully they'll have a better day tomorrow, especially with our open bracket team coming in as well. So they still have yet another match to play in pool play as well. So we'll see how those guys will fare out. But for you folks at home, you guys have a lot to look forward to. We do have Fort Worth tickets and our World Championship tickets going up for sale. And this is what you guys can expect.
Bounce in the game, a bounce, pick it up, an overkill! What a way to come out of that, listen here.
Even trippy right now. They call formal the human UAV, but right now he's filling those boots.
Look at this. Oh, they have no idea he's there. They have no idea.
He gets 2, he gets 3! Prioritized everything, he's gonna get them all! It's an overkill for Royal 2!
This one is looking really good for Nate of White as they are slaying non-stop. Mickwin with the triple kill. Making a triple as he gets a snipe on Sav. Cap coming in, and it's an overkill.
Tickets are on sale right now, folks. Head on over to halo.gg to pick up yours. Get them done in advance. Get your flights booked. Get your hotels all at the ready, because it's going to be worth it. You can see right there, that montage gave me chills. I'm so excited to get back to the home of Halo as well.
Goosebumps from yourself?
No. Halo World Championship.
The World Championships. The World Championships. It's the ultimate accolade. And speaking of World Championships, though, we have some World Champions taking the stage very shortly. We have OpTic Gaming going up against Shopify Rebellion. It's the final match of the night. We're going to head to a quick break right now as the stage is getting set, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD. Together, we advance.
For every generation, it has started with the call to serve. Discovering purpose and belonging well earned. Fighting and winning for our nation and its people. But Marines are never really finished serving. Their commitment is visible in communities across our country. This is Semper Fidelis. Always faithful. Always Marine.
The HCS Arlington OpTic Major is presented by AMD, the Marines, and by Zowie. Hello folks and welcome back to the HCS Arlington Major hosted by OpTic Gaming, and as you can see for the final match of the day, the stage is set in green because OpTic are back on the main stage. I'm excited to see them play once again. I have Clutch and I have Tony joining me. First of all, Tony, it's good to see you, man. It's been a while. I haven't seen you since this morning.
It's good to be here. It's my first time on the desk and sad to have to share it with Wes, but it's lovely to see you live.
I know. Every time that we have our, our moment, this guy's always in the middle.
I didn't even say anything this time. You guys just like love drama, and I don't know what's going on here, but.
All right, it's all friendship up here. All fun and games. All fun and games. I'll tell you what, though, it's not going to be too much, fun and games for both of our teams on the main stage very shortly because it's going to be coming down to the wire. OpTic obviously wanting to finish with a clean day today, and Shopify Rebellion, the first time we're seeing them on the main stage, and they also want that clean run in their pool play too. But before we get into that and set up the match, let's actually take a look at our schedule and just see where we've come because we've had quite a few games today. It's been chocker. So first up, we had Sentinels versus Quadrant. That went all the way to Game 5. What an exceptional performance that was from both of these teams. Quadrant couldn't quite get it done. Spacestation versus G1, some promising things on the side of G1. Then we saw FaZe versus Sentinels, and again, a bit of a grudge match there, and FaZe did get it done across the board for Pool A. OpTic versus 6Com, and now that was a quick one. A 3-0 sweep for the green wall, and then FaZe versus Quadrant, one we saw moments ago, and again a massive battle. Although the score may not reflect it, 3-1 to FaZe, Quadrant did put on a show, and hopefully they'll be able to close out some games heading into tomorrow. But that leaves us with our 7:30 p.m. match, and it's OpTic versus Rebellion. Kicking things off though, let's talk about Shopify, because this Rebellion roster I'm really excited to watch. They have made a change. They were a part of the roster mania, and this change I personally think impacts them greatly. I think it's going to change the whole synergy of their team, and I'm really excited to see it set in motion. I've got to ask you here, Tony, Shopify Rebellion, they got top 6 last event. They made that change, which actually might have been shocking to some because top 6 ain't bad. But Cycle, he had a 1.20 at the Global Invitational. He had top damage and assists for his team. He was absolutely amazing. How much better do you think Cycle will make this roster?
Immensely. Honestly, I got the chance to sit down with the coach of Shopify Rebellion, the wonderful Nick Bestman, and he talked about the fact that Shopify did get back-to-back top 6s. You can't argue that, but they felt like they were almost punching above their weight class in order to get there, and what they want to do is they want to make top 6 their floor, not their ceiling, or not the mid. They want to be able to make a top 6 their floor. And when you bring in a player like Cycle, who's not only a young superstar in this league, but is able to pick and choose his points and his flanks so well, and then you add that to the maturity of Mental being a professional player for quite some time, in the first person shooter scene. Rain and Rhino being such big brain players, I promise you, Cycle's already a huge superstar in the making, but now you put him under this group, and he's going to continue to grow and continue to get better.
I've got to quickly ask you as well, Clutch, in terms of the big brains, is there room to implement and kind of strategize on how the system works for Ryanoob? Bringing in a main slayer, are we seeing an evolution of his strategy now that we have a different type of role on board for the team?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ryan's pretty open about it too. He typically shapes his strategy and what they want to do as a team around the pieces that he's able to work with, right? When you saw them have Spartan on the team, there was a very high slaying power that was paired with this Shopify Rebellion core of Ryan and Rain, and they had a lot of success during it. I think Cycle fits into that Spartan kind of play style in a sense. He's going to bring a lot of slaying power, a lot of damage to this team. I think Ryan's going to perfectly be able to fit this chess piece right into their puzzle, and I do think that they're destined for another solid top 6 placing this weekend.
Love to hear it. I want to see what Ryan has cooked up for OpTic in terms of their strategy as well, because it's going to be a tough one. Talking about OpTic Gaming, though, on the other side, they're coming off a pretty momentous win. The 3-0 sweep against 6Com is exactly what the doctor ordered to remedy what happened at the Global Invitational. And I've got to ask you here, Tony, style-wise, these two are actually more of the more methodical teams that we have in the HCS. How do you think these playstyles are going to clash?
Yeah, I mean, obviously they both really put a lot of emphasis on being able to slow the game down and control the pace of the game. But when I think of OpTic and their overwhelming teamwork and coordination, it also allows them to speed it up when necessary. When you have powerhouses across the board like Lucid dropping top KD, Formal being the damage dealer and the stud that he is. I'm not going to lie, OpTic have slipped a little bit so far into place, and Dallas wasn't exactly what we wanted to see, but I promise that green wall is going to be rebuilt brick by brick.
It certainly will indeed, and I'll tell you what, that cement is going to be a strong one at this major, I can guarantee it. Well, it is on its time, actually, to go and head over to our casters, our last pair of the night, and we've got Scherzi and Gaskin on the mics. Fellas, take it away.
Thanks so much, Lottie. Well, if it's going to be the green wall, brick by brick, Rebellion hoping to have a sledgehammer to break this one down. This one, Dan, is atop the group come the end of the night.
Yeah, and I think that there is definitely a chance that Shopify could break down that wall. Considering what I've seen in the scrims, what I've seen from the Shopify team, I'm really excited. I mean, remember what we saw from Cycle last event?
Yes.
He was looking like the guy. He was the one who was going to be changing everything for the team he was on, but now he's got his opportunity. This is his big break, and I think the Rebellion are going to really throw something down here against OpTic Gaming. As we look at the series layout, the last 3 of this best of 5, Rebellion did beat OpTic Gaming in the most recent scrim. So I would say, of the series layout, it kind of favors Shopify Rebellion.
So I guess the option and the big swing game could be map number 3, but looking at CTF Empyrean as game number 1, we know how good OpTic can play on this one.
Yeah, OpTic are incredible at this game. They love to slow it down. They love to just pick apart their opposition and then choose when they want to go for that flag. They wait for that right moment, and they did beat Shopify in scrims 3-2 as well. And I know people will say scrims are scrims, it's just practice, but it gives you a little bit of an idea when we get new teams formed, new players added. It tells us a little bit of a story. But I think that OpTic need to come out hot here. They need to demonstrate that they are the big dogs, and they want to make sure that Shopify don't feel like they have a real opportunity in this game.
Let's talk about Cycle a little bit more. He obviously had that breakout tournament. Listen, he's been playing exceptionally well ever since I've laid eyes on the man. But that last event, he almost seemed like he could pick either any team he wanted to outside of the top 3. That's how good he played, him and collectively.
And I think that Shopify would have looked at the slaying power that Cycle offers, and they would have looked at the top 6 placements that they had and say, okay, well, we're happy with top 6, but is this where we want to just stay forever? How do we progress? How do we break into that top 4? How do we start to match that top 3? Perhaps it's a bit of firepower. And Cycle is that firepower, but he's young, he's hungry, he's going to be one of those players that just absorbs that information. Ryanoob is going to be able to mold him with the rest of the Shopify roster, and I do think they are a real threat in this tournament, and I'm so excited to see how they do here against OpTic Gaming.
Well, we can talk about how realistic their ambitions might be. Native White have had their issues. Native Red also have had their issues with Bohm and Druk not being able to make it as well. There is a real opportunity for this team to break into that top 4 along with the likes of Sentinels.
Absolutely, and I think there's an opportunity to make a stir in the top 3 as well, and I think they would do exactly that if they were to get a result here against OpTic. However, we know that OpTic Gaming are OpTic Gaming. They are the world champions for a reason. They will have a chip on their shoulder after not winning the previous event, considering they see themselves as winners, so they need to make sure they stay on top of the game. But the 4 gentlemen you see on your screen, Shopify Rebellion, that's where the most questions are in this series. Are they good enough to be able to take down a team like OpTic Gaming? Can they get themselves out of this top 6 scenario and start to be talking about, are we a top 4 team? Are we a top 3 team instead?
And last event we spoke about Ryanoob, and we're asking, is he on the downtrend? Is he on the way out? Or could he find another team? Could he do it once again? And he's found that here with these 3 other boys.
It does seem like whenever you think maybe Ryanoob is on that downward trajectory, he always finds another team. He's such a brilliant brain, a mastermind in the Halo scene, and he will certainly be a nuisance here for OpTic Gaming in Game 1, which is going to be CTF Empyrean. Now, it wasn't an easy win for OpTic against Shopify in the scrims. It was 3-2, so I'm expecting a back and forth in this opening map of this series, and I'm sure that every single player on that stage is going to put on a show for us.
This is going to be a close run thing. Do not be surprised if this game, this series, goes the distance. The world champions up against Rebellion. Shields up, weapons up. We're underway here, folks.
Already they try and dart through middle to get those rockets, but it was the grenades from Formal. He was more than ready for the Shopify push, and then off the rack, gets a back-to-back double, and already OpTic Gaming straight into that base, get that flagger moving.
Formal dropping the base with the boom. Cycle position top tower with sniper rifle in hands. Formal trying to help Trippy out here to keep him alive, but Cycle will connect onto APG elsewhere. Numbers advantage favor Rebellion. They're going to survive here for a moment, unless Formal can turn the tide here. No, he can't.
What a reply from Rebellion, and maybe it comes down to the fact Cycle did get his hands on that sniper rifle, just shuts down any sort of opportunity of a flagpole, but Lucid has the overshield, has a sniper rifle of his own, and we know how terrifying this man can be with any weapon in his hand, let alone a sniper.
Still a little bit of overshield to play with as well here. 2 members to contend with in Sword. Repulsor play will not do the distance required to get him off the map. Overshield goes down. Formal will join him. Ryan New picks up 2.
Wow, that's 3 dead for OpTic and Rebellion. They are responding perfectly. Cycle now in a position to potentially push the tower spawns if he wants, or block them if they want to try and control a little bit of Needle's side. He will block them. He will force them in Needles, and Ryan Noob on a killing spree.
Trippy's in trouble. Trippy's in danger. There goes your head, fella. What can Ryan Noob do here then? APG gets lined up, but just cannot thread the needle. Rain, though, over towards Cuts, threatening to hit towards the flag. Goes S1 instead. The pieces are not there to collect the puzzle.
Yeah, holding Sword is one of those positions which is great for Slayer, but in CTF you need to start thinking about where you go next. If you get a couple of kills, then you need to be moving up with your team, thinking about positioning yourself. Are you going to be running it under bridge? Ryan Noob now realizing there's no point holding Sword, so he starts to try and get behind enemy lines here and should be able to take down APG. But you can see he's getting call-outs. There's so many players on OpTic that are weak right now, but Ryan Noob just couldn't finish them off.
He got absolutely hyper-focused as well. Trippy and APG collapse to combine, get the kill. Rain trying to fire a couple of shots down then and get towards the first BR. He's done so successfully, but Trippy with the heat wave will do the damage. It's OpTic Gaming at the moment on the back foot, but they're able to handle the pressure thus far.
I mean, Slay-wise, they're pretty much tied at this point. No team able to take real control. It was a hot start by OpTic, but Rebellion made sure they didn't just roll over and show their bellies here. They are here to play. And I think that this is going to be a long old series between these two teams battling it out. Rockets now coming up. Ryan Noob was there waiting. Rain also going to be in green. So this is going to be a chance for Rebellion to get hold of some power weapons and potentially get a solid push on the go.
Rain's got the boombox. What sort of tune will he be playing? Will it be heavy metal? Trying to spot out a couple of players. Gets one, but splash damage will be enough. Rockets go down. Cycle drops down to try and scoop it up. Mental's in big trouble as well. Trying to tuck tail. Trippy, wisely decides he's going to push forward instead.
It really does seem like Rebellion prefer rocket focus, whereas OpTic are more inclined on getting that overshield. And for the last 2 times, it does seem like overshield has won that engagement because we've seen overshield left and no rockets. Trippy behind enemy lines once more. Not going to pull a flag because you don't want to pull a flag, give away your position, get taken down, and then potentially get countercapped. So Trippy needs to be thinking about where he wants to go, but Cycle, that no-scope was huge.
Massive body shot. Takes away any advantage that Trippy had. And he had some. Formal picks up the heat wave over towards Sword. Waiting for a victim to come close and get cooked. Cycle down to half shields. Will be able to just about get away with his life for now. Formal backs away. But this game is on a knife set and it's very cagey.
It's also incredible that you have Roy, you have OpTic Gaming just in a position where they know full well that they have the confidence in the coach behind them, and then you've got Best Man behind them as well. Like, Rebellion are so lucky to have a player like Best Man just being able to show them what's up and has that experience behind them as well.
Lunchbox behind the green wall. And Best Man, so much experience sitting behind these players. A wealth of it. Ryan Noob hitting green box. Along with Cycle, who's going to be the front man. And you can see he gets absolutely obliterated by Lucid, and Formal will be on hand. Trippy with the snipe shot into the back. Formal does hit that face as well. Numbers advantage here for OpTic, and they're descending on the base.
I say Roy.
You did.
I did. They're twins, it's fine, but yeah. Oh, again, it's almost a chance to put that no-scope to use, but you've got to make sure that you at least put every BR shot into that body to try and answer back, but not really seeing any clean flag runs at the moment. Neither team able to get that all 4 down. No team really with any real control. It's an absolute battle that we've seen constantly over at Sword, but now maybe this is Cycle's chance to show us what he can do with the sniper.
It's been a cagey affair. Neither team looking to make the first mistake. Both playing this one pretty textbook so far. Could these rockets be the difference maker? As APG brings them back towards his own side. They have a number advantage for the moment. Lucid's already pretty advanced in the map here. And if he can get the opening damage, which Formal will oblige, APG desperately trying to find someone to connect with these rockets.
2 and 8 at the moment for APG. Could use with a few more kills just to get his confidence levels up a little bit, but plenty of assists, so I'm not sure he's going to be too concerned. The first rocket does connect, but doesn't get a kill. And at the moment, it's just a real war that's happening in the middle of the map between these two teams as Rain does get taken down, but Rebellion at least know now rockets are done. RYANOOB gets a kill onto Lucid as well. And every single time OpTic try and go forward, try and launch some form of attack, Rebellion are just there waiting for them.
Sniper rifle scooped up by RYANOOB. Again, heads towards Sword. Taking out the half shields. Member of OpTic on S1. Formal's going to challenge it. Body shot will connect. There's going to be a trade. Formal for RYANOOB. Honors even here. Mental picks up Snipe. Rain swords out towards Trippy, and Trippy shuts him down. Can he get two? No, he can't.
Just so tough at the moment for any team to be able to actually get a flagpole. Both defenses, they're just fortresses right now. And it's going to be, I feel like, just that one moment of extra level of skill as Lucid manages to connect with one. An extra player on the map now for OpTic Gaming to work with, and that's why they start flooding through long haul, but Mental's replied with a snipe of his own.
Whenever Lucid has a sniper rifle in his hand, he makes me sound like Ric Flair. The shots this man finds, unbelievable at times, and Rain could be the latest victim. APG on hand to save the blushes and keep his teammate alive. As two go down for OpTic. Rebellion again, like you say, they need to siege. They've been absolute fortresses at the time. RYANOOB trying to get dangerous, trying to get tricky, but Lucid shuts that one down.
Tries to get tricky, but Lucid gets flicky, and now OpTic just need to try and take advantage of some of these kills that Lucid is picking up. And you get that extra player on the map, but every single time they get the extra player, Mental is then hitting a shot of his own on the other side with the sniper himself. Rain's gonna maybe be the next victim. OpTic trying yet again with Lucid with the sniper rifle, but now on the other side, the flip side, this has been the man who has really stopped any sort of push from happening because he's been hitting headshot after headshot, and it's his chance to shine.
Mental and Cycle have both been playing defense here. Not willing to risk going down 1-0. It could be to their detriment. Rockets about to pop up out the oven. Ding ding, they're ready to go, fresh. And they're still hot. What can Cycle do with them? Will he opt to play forward or backtrack here and play defense once more? Looking for his teammates to get the information. One will be sent over towards APG. Battle rifle on hand to do the finishing damage. And now all of a sudden, there's a flagpole on the move. Over shield for RYANOOB. They're getting this thing going.
And Brian, of course, knows how to get that perfect flag run, and it's the first time we've seen a team get rockets and overshield, and it may just end in a flag cap here as Rebellion try and run this one in, but OpTic try as they might get to training. Stop two, and Rebellion still have two alive, trying to punch this one home.
Can Rain get back to get the touch? Nobody's on hand. Trippy will descend in the base and try to get it sent back home, but there's a real opportunity for a counter cap now.
What a stop that is from OpTic Gaming. Rebellion, even though they had rockets, even though they had overshield, they got it so close, but OpTic was so quick off spawn. Get under bridge, get under training, utilize those grenades, get as much damage as possible.
Rain is in trouble here. APG will get one, but only good for one. 3 dead for Rebellion. Lucid's gonna keep this thing alive.
We already saw in a previous series, OpTic, they can get these runs done under bridge. It's difficult to do, but as long as you've got someone on hand to be a nuisance like this, but Cycle alongside RYANOOB make sure that Lucid does not go crazy in their base.
RYANOOB's in trouble. He goes down. Sniper rifle in 4. Cycle trying to do damage. Formal drops down, but into the waiting crosshairs of Mental. Sniper's rifle will be scooped up now, and Mental's being pressurized. Needs to survive with the wig wobbler.
And Mental's been putting on a show with a sniper already. He was on a killing spree earlier. Just manages to get out of the sights of Formal, who had that sniper previously. And now he's going to try and take him down, and he does do so. Lucid picks up the sniper on the other side as APG, the next victim, and Mental is not missing.
Anytime OpTic appeared to get something going, Mental or Cycle are there to shut things down. Already sitting at 16 and 8. Trippy's behind enemy lines here, and this could be detrimental to Rebellion's cause.
Yeah, what a flank this could be from Trippy, because he can start to move the flag a little bit. He knows where one member is. He's got help from Formal as well. If they can get this flag to long haul, then this would be really good news for OpTic, but it's Cycle again alongside RYANOOB to shut OpTic down right in their tracks and deny any sort of flag run.
Possession denied. Flag will be sent home once more. Overshield's about to pop up, as is Rockets. Lucid in a 1v1. It's going to be traded out this time. Mental appears to have picked up the overshield. RYANOOB has the Rockets. They have all the ingredients they need to bake a cat pie.
Trippy goes down. RYANOOB with the rocket should make it a double. Does not, but maybe someone can clean up the damage. It's Mental who has the overshield, and I'll tell you what, if I was going to give it to anyone, I would give it to this man right now. He has been playing so good so far. He's a little bit isolated though, and he has been hunted down by the OpTic roster, 2 dead. And now Rebellion could look to try and pinch. They really need to get control. A 3 or 4 dead would be massive for them and really allow them to start moving this flag, but they need to rethink, they need to reassess, because OpTic now back all 4 up. But they do have them sort of trapped over towards Muller.
The huge kill, Lucid just scooped up there, and that could spare the blushes of the green wall here. Because Rebellion were really starting to mount a little bit of pressure. They had the OpTic Gaming base under siege, but again, the green wall hold strong.
1 minute on the clock. Potentially one last attack for both teams. Do you want to be the team who takes the initiative, goes for that attack, try and win the game here or now? Or do you try and be a little bit more defensive, hold on, get to overtime, get to a reset? Remember what we've seen from some teams today. After that reset and getting the chance to once more go through and get a new overshield, a new set of rockets, flag gets pulled. Remember, overtime is potentially here in 35 seconds, but Ryan trying to run this flag, but Lucid's there to send it right back.
Ryan Noob thought he'd stolen the march. Lucid sends both him and the flag back 10 or so yards. And it was Rebellion trying to make moves, but OpTic hold once more. This game has been tit for tat back and forth all game long. And with Cycle sliding forward, it just isn't the time to really get anything going.
But there's 66 kills on both teams, make it 67 now as Rebellion try and make one last-ditch effort to get a touch as Sudden Death starts to pull because a flag is on the move, but APG gets a double, but here comes Cycle to get a flag on the go now, but there's just grenades everywhere.
Formal's in big trouble, backs away, has to concede the flag for a moment. Cycle desperately trying to live, unsuccessful though. Trippy ensures he sends him to the grave. Rain trying to make this a difficult fight, but Trippy answers back once more. We're going to OT.
Unbelievable how well matched both of these teams are and how difficult they made it for each other to get that flag moving. The one time I thought it was surely going to be a flag cap was when Ovi and Rockets in favor of Rebellion. They just weren't able to put it in because OpTic was so quick off their spawns to rotate, overextend, and put themselves in a spot. But now, off the restart, OpTic are quick into the base and Trippy gets a pull.
Rebellion leans so heavily towards the overshield, left the long haul completely exposed. Rockets in the hands of Formal. Rain's got the overshield. Prioritizations on both teams are different here. Flag's been pulled out, but hasn't got much progress in the end.
Well, again, it was mental hitting sniper shots. He got one headshot, he got a body shot onto the rocket guy, and Rebellion might have done enough just to be able to stop this one. They need someone to extend though, someone to get into the other side, and it looks like it will be a return. So a fantastic stop from Rebellion. OpTic need to again go back to the drawing board.
Rebellion continue to frustrate the world champions here. On home turf. Lucid sitting on 28 kills with 8 assists and 15 deaths. He's doing all he can at the moment.
16 assists for Trippy as well, 13 for APG. 74 kills apiece for both teams, so neither team able to take advantage in the slaying department, but certainly Lucid is having a very enjoyable game when it comes to his individual performance. As Trippy again, he's on the lurk, he's on the flank, he's always getting behind Rebellion. Can he catch them off guard once more?
Heatwave fired down towards long haul. Will get a couple of hit markers, but the damage would not have been enough. 2 dead though. An opportunity, make it 3. Ryan Noob, the last man standing, he's in a very good spot to get the stop and does. Wins a massive 1v1.
Ryan Noob just doing Ryan Noob things, knowing he had to get that kill. He was in the right place at the right time, and OpTic need to get another round of slays if they want to start moving this one. Otherwise, they're just going to be far too vulnerable to grenades, but 3 go down. Lucid moves, but there's the grenades off spawn. Yet again, it's Rain and Ryan Noob as APG tries to trail this one home.
The bodies continue to hit the floor here. OpTic are throwing everything on it, but Rebellion have an answer every single time as Trippy tries to get through green box, but it's shut down.
Sword is now the focus for Rebellion here, but I think they're on the back foot. They're trying to survive, they're trying to reset a little bit, trying to slow down OpTic Gaming, because OpTic, they're starting to get on top with these slays a little bit. Back-to-back 4. So now Cycle pushes up, and instead it's Rebellion now looking to try and take advantage, trying to take a little bit more map. They're not sitting back as much, and instead they're trying to extend into OpTic space as Trippy, though, responds with a double, and that flag starts to move just to distract them.
Flag pulled. Trippy turns attention to the Rockets instead, putting great prioritization on the boombox. As we hear one man from the crowd singing, "Let's go." Will that be enough to drive the boys forward? Trippy backs away, sticks it in reverse. But so far, Rebellion have kept this crowd really quiet.
They have indeed, as the Green Wall at the moment have just not been able to get through the defense of Rebellion. But we know full well that they're world champions for a reason. Here comes Trippy, has the rockets, and the snipers are now coming up. If you can shut Mental down, if you can get the sniper out of Mental's hands, you have a chance to capture this flag, I promise you.
Trippy hunts down, gets a double kill, and now the Green Wall have found their voice. But Mental again hits even more shots.
But again, it's Mental who saves the day. 4 go down for OpTic Gaming, and Rebellion survive. But it's enough to bring some life into this crowd as they believe maybe OpTic can continue to strive forward here and maybe, just maybe, finally get a flag count.
1 minute 20 on the clock. Let's Go OpTic chant started, but they stopped pretty quickly thereafter. 3 dead now for Rebellion. Is this to be the moment to make the push as Lucid finds a home? 4 dead for a moment for Rebellion.
This is it. This is the moment. This is OpTic's best chance as Lucid is going to have eyes on tower. Flag's going to be moving, but they say, Lucid, you run the flag, and now they can position themselves. 1 minute remaining, but surely this is OpTic's game.
Lucid strolling home. Is there anybody on hand? Shots go down. He will slam it home. And OpTic Gaming will claim game 1.
But boy, do they have to work for it. Shopify Rebellion making it so difficult time after time. And again, that is so deflating to have to work that hard for so long, only to lose it in those final moments before we would have got a reset and first flag wins. What a game 1 to start here, our final series of the day here at HCS Arlington. The OpTic Major, and it's OpTic Gaming on top.
Who do we have to call? Who do we have to contact to ensure the series continues in that vein? What a game number 1. It had everything, but OpTic, they show their resilience, they show their strength, and they get the job done. Map 1 secured, but Mental. He seemed to be a one-man show at times.
I mean, Mental was literally going mental. He was getting doubles, triples when it was needed. He was constantly just stabbing OpTic Gaming in the back time and time again when they thought they were going to have enough to run a flag. Mental was there with a sniper. And of course, there was plenty of damage being done by the rest of the Shopify roster, but it was Mental getting those kills. But for so long in that game, it was all tied up with slays. But in the end, OpTic outslayed Shopify by over 10. I think it was 11 kills in the end. And it just shows that in those final moments when they need to focus up, when they do finally find a little bit of rhythm, it's so difficult to shut them down. Like, you can only clutch up so many times as Shopify on the defense. Eventually, OpTic are able to just pummel you into the ground.
Eventually, the relentless pressure did buckle Rebellion, but they had some big opportunities to go ahead in that game themselves. And it was actually OpTic who were on the back foot for large portions, but they found the answer. And again, we have to speak about just how good Lucid was in that final passage of play.
I mean, how good Lucid was that whole game as well. And how many players, when they had that sniper rifle watching over towards tower, would have said, you just keep running the flag. But no, he did what he needed to. He kept running that flag and he put it in himself. 33 kills in the end for Lucid. An incredible game 1 for OpTic Gaming, but they were made to work so hard to get that victory. But how much energy did Shopify Rebellion put into that game? Can they carry on at this same pace and match OpTic Gaming going into map number 2?
Lucid had a number of kills that an Irishman will struggle to say properly. He had 33 kills. But as we load into game number 2, Dan, Slayer on live fire. Talk to me about it. Tell me something.
I mean, it's the only map that these guys didn't scrim out of this best of 5, so it's a little bit more open in terms of what I've been able to actually watch and research. But we know what OpTic Gaming are comfortable on, and live fire Slayer, even though it's, it's not the old OpTic Gaming that were undefeated on live fire, yada yada yada, a tale as old as time. But there is a sniper rifle on the map, and I just want to know who's getting it. Is it going to be Lucid? Is it going to be Mental? Because both of these players are going to be popping off. I can guarantee that. So it is going to be a scrap to secure that sniper.
We're not going to have to wait long to see who's going to get their grubby hands on it. And it looks as though Rebellion have soared forward through top middle, looking to backstab on Sandbags. Mental's in big trouble, but gets traded out. Lucid down to a single shot, but APG gets 2. And this is a scramble for control as the game ends. A little bit of a false start. We'll get exactly what's going on through League Ops. But what we do know is we're going to have a restart.
Yeah, we will get a restart there, but you could see right off the rip, Shopify were trying to be very aggressive and get in the faces of OpTic Gaming. And it is always one of those scenarios when you do get a reset. Do you go for the same starting strategy? Do you try something a little bit different? But as I've mentioned, these guys have scrimmed each other. They know each other pretty well. A couple of scrims, actually. It's not just the one-off scrim. We saw so much preparation from squads leading up to this event. I think all the teams that underperformed wanted to make sure they were as much practiced as possible when they came into this major.
Rebellion put in a lot of reps to ensure they could get as close to the top dogs as they possibly could. Finishing top 6, making that change, bringing in Cycle, hoping he could be the difference maker to drive them forward to a top 4 finish. But on the other side of things, the OpTic Gaming roster remained unchanged. The world champions looking to bounce back here and win 4 majors in a row.
Yeah, which would still be such an incredible feat for them to achieve. And even though they'll be frustrated it wasn't a direct 4-peat of lands, you've still got the opportunity to put yourself down in history of winning 4 majors in a row. And if you can be the majority holder of major titles throughout that season, you're always going to be happy. But we know full well everyone wants the World Championship, and everyone would love to go back-to-back in a World Championship. That's very much what OpTic would like to achieve to put themselves amongst the greats in Halo history.
They just have to get through Rebellion here to ensure they finish the day unbeaten. Already getting the job done against 6 Karma, but Rebellion have been the first true test that they have seen thus far, and they have managed it perfectly.
And we've already seen at the previous tournament in Dallas how important the seeding can be and how difficult it can be if you do fault a little bit in pool play and you find yourself with a tougher road through. I mean, had OpTic had a better performance in pool play last event, they might not have had to play SSG as early. They may not have lost to SSG in that winner's bracket. It could have been an entirely different tournament. Of course, you can only speculate, and hindsight is a wonderful thing. However, OpTic want to make sure they are not deemed a team who struggle on pool play day. They would not want to be seen as a weaker team that you face on day 1 of any tournament.
And traditionally, that's not what we've seen from OpTic Gaming. Every tournament we've seen, every land they rolled up to, 3-0 in pool play. They win their first winner's bracket game as well with comfortable and ease. But last tournament, we didn't see what we expected from OpTic Gaming. They were wobbled, they were rattled, and they got humbled a little bit.
Yeah, and I think maybe they needed it. I think OpTic maybe needed to be humbled. Maybe they needed that 3rd place to give them a kick up the backside a little bit, so as they move on to this major, the next major, and then the World Championships, they are at their very best. They are still practicing. Sometimes we do see teams, when you win a major title, time and time again, you start to just relax a little bit. You think you're the best. You don't need to put in as much effort, and all it takes is that one time where you get knocked down a peg that you have to suddenly refocus.
Has that loss relit the fire? And for APG, looking at his KD in Arlington, 1.54. A lot of that coming from the 6 Karma, and indeed from Mental, but we could see they had contrasting games in game number 1, but APG will say, listen, I got the job done. I ensured our team got the win.
I really want to go back and watch that entire game from Mental's POV, because the things he was doing just from the kill feed was impressive, let alone what his POV would have looked like. The sniper positions that he was putting himself in, he made sure that OpTic could not push that base at any point, and he was hitting so many clutch shots. It was no scopes, it was quick scopes, it was everything you could have wanted from your sniper, and I think that it's a shame that Rebellion weren't able to really take anything from that and then put it into a victory, and it will feel like a did I do all that for nothing kind of performance, but again, it's just one of those you have to brush off and move on to next.
And it's a similar story we were seeing with Sentinels against FaZe, right, where they had such a grueler of a map 1, didn't get the job done, and you can almost feel deflated after that. Listen, you kept it competitive, but you didn't hammer home your advantages when you had them.
But on the flip side, I mean, Lucid was there on your screen. He was incredible with the amount of kills. And how many times did we see Trippy, by the way, flank around, get behind enemy lines, be a nuisance, get kills, and then get that flag moving? Anytime that Rebellion thought they had map control, thought they'd be able to slowly push their way up the map, Trippy denied it. And even though it's a very risky play at times, flanking in Halo Infinite, there's a lot of players who there's a lot of players who like to flank, like yourself, Richie, who can get punished so easily. But I feel like Empyrean is the best map that we have in the rotation for players who like to make that sneaky move. Maybe you go down under sword, you find yourself under bridge, and you just get behind enemy lines, and you really can pick apart teams from behind.
And in Halos of yesteryear, it was a playstyle that Ryan Newb actually employed. It was something that he got high praise for, always finding those routes that were unguarded, being a little bit of a backstab and a dagger in the side. But it was Trippy on the other side of things, always finding that route that was open and managing to get the damage done on the opposite side.
And there was a couple of times where Ryanoob was the last remaining player and he would stop that flag run, and maybe it is a little bit different playstyle that you have to employ now on Halo Infinite, where you can't always be the guy who's going to be flanking around and making the difference. Sometimes you have to be the guy who stops the flag runs, and it does seem like Ryanoob is that player who can do a little bit of everything. As I mentioned earlier, this series layout in general favors Rebellion when we get to the later side of it. King of the Hill Streets, Oddball Livefire, and Slayer Aquarius, Rebellion beat OpTic Gaming in their most recent scrim, so they know they can get it done. But if you go into Game 3 already being 2-0 down, suddenly you're going to be scratching your head a little bit, saying, okay, our back's against the wall, we know we can beat them, but we can't afford to make a mistake. So this Slayer is so important for Shopify Rebellion.
OpTic prioritized weapons in the last game. Rebellion, the power-ups. Will we see a similar story play out here and now in Game 2? Slayer on Livefire. OpTic Gaming looking to double their series lead, and Rebellion trying to claw their way back into things. What can Rebellion do? Can they get their hands on that sniper rifle? And can they get it in the hands of Mental?
We're going to learn a lot about the mentality of Rebellion, I feel, here in Game 2. Can they win it? Can they show that they can go the distance here in this series, go toe-to-toe with the world champions? Or, after being so close in Game 1, do they just deflate ever so slightly? 1-1 to start with here off the starting strategy, and it's Lucid who gets his hands on the sniper rifle first.
Well, you asked the question, will they try and do the same starting strategy at the beginning of the game? And you can see Rebellion had the exact same idea in mind, but OpTic Gaming sent more resources over top middle to ensure they couldn't pick up the sniper rifle. Instead, Lucid got it in his hands. Score remains 5-3, make it 5-4 now. As we're all tied up, and as quick as you like, Formal gets a double kill.
Big double, and make sure that it's not going to be Rebellion just running away from things off the start, but it could have been a really big opportunity for OpTic to try and take a large lead after getting that sniper, but here's what APG can do sometimes as well, just lurking bottom middle, waiting to try and find someone, but Mental was there, ready and waiting himself.
The 2-2 trade on the map. OpTic hold the lead, Formal with the sniper rifle as he backs away now towards Nest. Sends Trippy off ahead of him just to get in some information. Mental taken down to no shields. Formal immediately recognizes his teammates in trouble, and a huge double kill from Formal. Back-to-back doubles. Formal starting to become a little bit final for my liking.
It's a big double as they're trying to find 2 remaining players, but now all 4 are going to be up for Rebellion. As OpTic do try and find the remaining players of Rebellion, it seems like a good time to jump into an OpTic listening and see what the thoughts are of the green wall.
West is coming in 5.
I'm pushing this.
Three guys cuts on me. They have a sniper. They have a sniper.
West is coming, guys.
Don't jump for it. Do not jump for it. Do not jump for it. Nice. Just bait around it. Bait around it. Bait around it.
You're good. You're good. On dummies. He's walking.
One try to McKee.
On Obi. Run away from that. Yeah. Just rotate.
Let me door now.
He's still on leader.
He's going combo.
Coming screens to the west.
He backed up. He's on Obi. He's like sitting on top of Obi.
Are you good? Matt, are you good?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Give a combo, right?
Okay, listen,
make sure we stack here.
Elbow me. Elbow me.
Do what you can, bro.
Elbow, I'm dead. 2 guys elbow. 2 guys elbow. They're going back up the tires.
Yo, I'm looking top mid real quick. Joey, just try to live.
3 guys C-side.
They're going dice side.
Except for the Obi guy. I'm not sure where he's at. I think he's
check rat. I'm check rat.
Yo, everyone get together here. Everyone get together.
Yeah, I'm gonna hide bottom mid.
Go Big door west right.
Yo, we should lead that guy. Yo, just rotate.
We're going low. Matt, we're all leaving.
I'm just gonna hide then.
I'm gonna cuts.
You guys get cuts and get an angle on me?
Yeah. Go rats on him. Team right above you. Right above you.
Oh, top tower or something, Tommy? I heard a recall.
Yo, just keep
living. They're on me, dude. They're on me. 2 guys on OS.
Tommy needs help, guys.
On OS and screen.
We got OS.
One shot Novi.
One shot
zone. They next to there. Both weak and soft.
I'm backing up. I'm leaving
Line on west. Good flank us here. Snipers up, guys. West though, guys.
Looking at west.
Just go to sniper.
He's on west.
Yo, on Obi.
Obi-1.
Still got A plat.
2 dead for kill. 2 dead.
Key door one shot. Bottom mid. Free kill. Bottom mid. Hiding.
Wave 3 dead. That was
we're missing one. We're missing something.
Rat back in A. Yo,
we need to push up. Go rat tunnel here, Matt. Go rat tunnel. I'm here with the kneeler. I'm just pushing. I'm walking through. Take your time.
Rat. Blue tower behind us. Go. Tommy's behind him here.
Big door.
Hey, right now. Yeah, we have both weapons. We need
I'm playing bottom mid with you.
Watch a big door.
Watch big door.
Yo, close to us. Screen.
We have snipe.
Screens, guys. Screens.
Got one. No one there.
Screens one.
Screen after that. Screen on screen. 2 on screen. Key door.
One shot.
Both there. Both key door.
Two screens, Joey.
Weak. Shot.
Okay, listen, they're spawning green. They're spawning green.
Big door spiking me.
Yo, just keep living. Look at Brad.
One tower. We have tower control.
Hey, keep holding screen.
Keydor, D-Joy, out. On west with you people.
Watching. Joey, back up, Joey.
Oh, A planted screen, top screen.
Yo, go push this over.
It's Keydor to bottom mid, top screen. Watch your bottom mid behind you.
Cuts.
Nothing bottom mid.
Cuts.
Okay, they're gonna go west side.
Yo, go for combo here.
We're spawning green.
Gonna be top tower. Dice to snipe. One top A plat. I have combo.
Yo, A plat right now.
Plat out. Two guys off green.
Help you.
Three there. Leave that. Do not fight that.
Back green. OS is out. Back green.
Yo, mud. I spawned here.
Mud one.
And as we jump back into the game, we got to see two back-to-back overshields from Rebellion, but very clear communication from OpTic, just analyzing every single play. Should we move? Should we stay together? Should we even jump for the overshield? But at the moment, Rebellion still hold a 2-kill lead, and I say a lot of it probably down to the overshields they've been able to grab.
Rhino trying to live. Shields. Recharge. He can start to move once more. Mental has fallen elsewhere, but not before being able to get a trade onto Formal. Rain gets another pick. An opportunity then to build on this lead as Trippy realizes he's in a bad spot and tries to escape down bottom middle. Fires a couple of shots off from pillars. Ryan spins in a dime. Locks in 2 bursts for a kill. Formal's in trouble here. Can he turn this into another double kill? Repulsor play on hand. And Ryan moving. Ryan grooving.
Yeah, so good from Ryan there just to stay alive, work with his teammate, ensure they get that kill, and they hold this 2-kill lead. And what has been a somewhat slow-paced live-fire game. You could hear it when we were on board with OpTic. They were just waiting, avoiding Rebellion, running away from them a little bit to try and wait out that overshield. And when that happens a couple of times, it can just make the game slow down. It's 31-31 now, 2 kills back-to-back for OpTic Gaming, and another overshield will be coming up in 15.
Ryan tried to get a jump on APG, but the gangster's seen that move and that movie play out time and time again, clears his angles and ensures he won't be made a fool of this time. Cycle in big trouble as Lucid picks up 2, make it 3, all 4 dead for Rebellion, and the green wall finding their feet now.
Yeah, that might have been a triple for Lucid as well, as he not only took the fight at top tower, but he was able to pick up the pieces that the damage his teammates had done, and now Formal holding that overshield, and here comes the push. Rebellion stuck at green, both go down, APG gets the kills, and again now OpTic will be on the hunt. They'll be looking for those remaining 2 players. Keep Rebellion on this staggered spawn, and keep this lead that you've been able to find.
OpTic hunting packs now. And Rebellion, like sheep, trying to run away. But Formal's hungry, and Formal's feasting right now.
I mean, didn't even get at all scared the fact he was getting the plasma pistol there. Held his ground, saw it wasn't charged, and said, I'll just give you the wiggles and take the BR fight. Thank you very much. 8-kill lead now for OpTic Gaming. And Rebellion have a lot of work to do. They're going to have to try and drag this one out until the next overshield comes, and then try and get a clean pull onto it. If they can get all 4 dead, grab an overshield, this is still game on. But if OpTic are the ones, then it can be a very, very tough road for Rebellion to try and get back into the game.
Rebellion trying to hit.
Oh!
Formal dials it up. Look at the lock-in onto Rain as well. Gets pushed back with the use of the force. Little shroud screen just to cover him as he gets away. Big door instead. Over towards green he rotates. Rain elsewhere has gotten a kill. And this is a 5-kill game. And all of a sudden, Rebellion growing in confidence, employing guerrilla warfare tactics, getting a kill and getting out of dodge.
First bullet misses, but Formal now is going to be behind enemy lines. Should be an easy double, could be more if he gets help. Mental shuts him down, but the damage was already done. 6-kill advantage here for OpTic Gaming. Rebellion on the back foot. Lucid, though, not scared of anyone. Will run in, but does go down. They need to be careful a little bit, OpTic Gaming. Don't want to be too quick with their pushes. They need to start thinking about this overshield that's up in 9, as Trippy should get this kill and trades.
OpTic leaking just a couple of unnecessary kills. Formal shroud screen goes down once more. Overshield picked up, scooped up and popped. Ryan Noob's face to face with the big man Formal. As Ryan Noob tries to get away, tries to do something a little bit sneaky and tricky, but gets taken down anyway. 5 kills, the difference here. OpTic Gaming requiring 4 to go up 2 in the series.
I mean, Overshield and Heatwave and Rebellion are at 6s and 7s right now. They're trying to escape. They're running away wherever they can. There's Mental. Tried to go for a ninja, but 48-42. 2 more kills required for OpTic.
APG runs in big door. Cycle will get him. Lucid answers back elsewhere. The OpTic Gaming require 1 more kill. It could be Ryan Noob here using the force push once more just to send them back green. Lucid backs away, but the kill comes in. And OpTic Gaming are 1 away from the clean sweep.
And it was just that kind of 5-kill gap that OpTic needed just to make themselves and allow themselves to breathe a little bit. Shopify kept them very close throughout the entire game, but it was just a couple of those overshields when OpTic got grabbed hold of them. It was very difficult for Shopify to escape in the way that OpTic did. So that's really what OpTic did better for me in that game, was avoiding the overshield when Shopify got it and taking advantage of the damage they could output when they had the extra shields.
Looking at the slays, looking at the deaths even, Mental and Cycle both registered 15. And in a Slayer against the world champions, you cannot be giving away that many deaths that easily.
Yeah, they were getting caught out a few times, but there was a lot of periods where they were on staggered spawns, were Rebellion, and when you spawn, you're just a 2, and you're trying to work out where do we go to try and just reset and get with our teammates, but OpTic weren't allowing it to happen. OpTic were constantly hunting for those last 2 remaining players to keep those spawns on that cycle, on that staggered spawn, so they were always in an advantageous position when they pushed. So it was incredible really from OpTic Gaming, even though it was a close game for most of the time. When OpTic had the opportunity to take a lead, boy did they take it.
This is the part of the series where you said things get a little bit better for Rebellion. Next game, King of the Hill on Streets. You spoke about how these teams have scrimmed online heading into this one and how Rebellion shaved it ever so slightly.
Yeah, Shopify did beat OpTic in the remaining 3 game types, but very different in a scrimming environment where there's no pressure. Now you're 2-0 down on main stage against OpTic Gaming at the OpTic Major when the OpTic crowd is here. So this is going to be so tough for Rebellion to get back into it, but at least they have one thing on their side, is they know they can beat OpTic in these game types. Online, of course, will be different to LAN as well, so there's always going to be that factor, but at least they've got something to cling on to, a little bit of belief, a little bit of hope to work with.
I think my concern is game 1 was the real opportunity for them to get that first map win.
It was, yeah.
It slipped away, and now all of a sudden, that war machine starting to roar, those gears are starting to turn.
And it was Formal's game to pop off in map number 2, 17 kills for Matt, and I think that anyone on the OpTic roster can step up on any given day, but it's always good when Formal is going to be the one leading the charge, because everyone knows it. He's the guy who's won however many championships across however many games. He's the guy at times. It was a 6-kill victory in the end, 50-44, as we move over to King of the Hill Streets. Now, in scrims, Rebellion won it 3-2, so it wasn't exactly like a dominating performance that they have to work off, but at least they did beat the Green Wall.
This is the opportunity then for Rebellion to get back in this series. Down 0-2 against the Green Wall, who have looked imperious at times. Can the Rebels bounce back?
Well, I think that we're going to learn whether the gap from the top 3 in the rest of the tournament, how big that gap is in this map number 3, right? If Shopify were to beat OpTic online in scrims, but now they lose on LAN, and let's say OpTic win it comfortably 3-0, 4-0, then we start to say, okay, the big 3 are the big 3 this event. We've seen Quadrant go down, we've seen Sentinels go down, we now see Shopify go down. Those are the guys who are probably finishing top 6, or at least around there or thereabouts. If they're not really touching our big 3, then are we going to see that gap closing this event? I do think, however, though, as events go on and these teams stick together, we should start to see a lot of these changes being a huge positive impact to those teams who are trying to catch and close the gap.
Because there were questions asked in the last event. Did OpTic Gaming have this Achilles heel? If you can get ahead of them, can you wobble them? But so far, they've had their nerves settled. They've gone up 2-0 here, and they're in cruise control.
Yeah, I think if OpTic were going to get it wobbled, it would have been that map 1 when they weren't able to break through. If they had got frustrated by Shopify, but they showed great resilience by not being frustrated, by not kind of biting into what Shopify were trying to put down. They said, look, you know, we can play slow as well. We can wait this one out. We'll wait for a reset. We'll go to overtime if we need to. We'll just take a fresh start where we can get new rockets, new overshield. OpTic are one of these teams that can kind of suss out what their opponents are doing, and they can play in any way. And I think that's what makes them one of the best teams here in the HCS.
Game 1, OpTic weathered the storm. Game 2, so showing shades of why they were the world champions.
It's Batman!
Batman. Rachel. I'm seeing that movie. There he is. He's found the camera. He's locked in. Fist bumps all around. Cheering on the green wall. Is it the Dark Knight still? What way does it work if it's a green wall?
I mean, I guess he'd be the Green Knight. It would be what I'd go for.
Okay.
It's too close to the Green Lantern, though, and there's too many superheroes at that point. But either way, I appreciate Batman in the crowd making sure that he's going to be supporting the entire green wall here this weekend.
Know who we're missing in the crowd?
Who are we missing?
APG's Doggo.
APG's Doggo?
Pure Doggo. Where is he?
I mean, World Championships, I'm sure APG's Dog will be back. And you can see, laser focused are the green wall as they wait now to start map number 3. And sometimes these waits can really hurt a team, by the way. We saw right at Series 1 of the day, we had a big delay when Sentinels were playing against Quadrant. And it was just tough for both teams to just try and make sure they stayed on top of their game.
Rebellion need to bounce back here, or they're going to find themselves 1-1 in the pools, waiting for the open team, and some work to do, as there are some monstrous teams battling it out in the open bracket. You don't want to leave it up to chance. You would rather do it here and now. But OpTic, same can be said. They're one map away from ensuring they end the game, end the night unbeaten.
Speaking of the open bracket, and I'll just quickly mention, last time I heard it was Status Quo against August for a place in pool play. That's a European team against Status Quo, who of course made their changes. So very excited to see who gets into pool play from the open bracket in tomorrow's matches. As we look at just this little screen here, OpTic 2-0. But are they going to be able to close it out? Lucid has been playing out of his skin, a 1.63 KD, but it's been Mental who's been putting down the damage on the side of Shopify. They shut up Mental a little bit in map number 2.
Yeah.
They didn't allow Mental to go off in the way, and I feel like that's what happens sometimes in a single sniper map. It's very different because you really have to work hard to try and get that snipe. But of course, as we go into streets, no sniper rifle to work with.
And you spoke about damage. One man who was leading the lobby, Trippy, 13k plus. And if OpTic, anything good that OpTic do usually funnels through that man Trippy. As we load in then, OpTic Gaming one game away, folks, from ensuring they have every chance of topping this pool come tomorrow night. Rebellion have it all to do. This first hill is going to be massively important.
And it's definitely a game that can slow down at times. It can be very fast-paced. King of the Hill can play into the ideologies of Shopify as we go into game number 3, ladies and gents. Thank you so much for bearing with us as OpTic, maybe this could be the last game of the day and they could find themselves 3-0 against Rebellion. But all 4 dead as Rebellion showed just how to start this map.
All 4 members of OpTic Gaming, I think, died around the L, where the oddball would usually spawn. So all of them funneled into the same spot and all met the same fate. As Ryan tiptoes into the hill and begins scoring for Rebellion. Cycle goes down, as does Rain. And that could mean Ryan has to dip out, and as he does, he backtracks towards Red, just trying to live for as long as possible, but he has a little help in the shape and form of the rocket launcher.
It's a great response though from OpTic, even though when all 4 dead, they were able to take 3 down of Rebellion. But Ryan there and doesn't quite get that second rocket off, but APG might get caught out by Cycle here and blows himself up. And Cycle does his job and making sure that those rockets do not get away and they won't be able to make an impact.
Rebellion step in and control the hill once more. PD spawns for OpTic Gaming. Shroud screen goes down. Lucid doesn't give a damn. He's going to continue on challenging, and Cycle has got to respect it. He puts it in reverse.
Just going to try and hold his ground a little bit here because you need to be able to give information. You can't afford to just hide in red room and wait and try and go for an ambush as Cycle gets stuck. It's Trippy again with the double kill. Formal follows up and 3 are down for Rebellion here. So this should be some time for OpTic Gaming.
4 dead for a moment then. OpTic Gaming in control. Rebellion already have just over halfway on progress on hill number 1. Ryan Noob steps out trying to do as much damage as he can. He's been successful. He's managed to get a pick onto APG. And this has got to be the moment that Rebellion come flooding forward. 2 dead. Trippy and APG have to wait and watch for their teammates to defend this hill. Cycle's in trouble, has been backstabbed, but Formal can't get the kill. And Rebellion trying to hold on as Lucid slides in for a 1v1, goes for the melee, but it's a little bit too soon.
3 are dead though again for Rebellion. It's just great listening from OpTic, not allowing those one-shots to escape. The damage is always followed up by someone else, and Trippy just somehow finds himself rockets as well. Bad news for Rebellion. Trippy avoiding some grenades though, does spot out Mental. The prediction rocket does not work out for him, but the second one is good. Rebellion are just desperately trying to send themselves towards that hill, but Trippy's more than happy to be waiting by pillars for them.
2 go down. Lucid trying to take an alternative route. Mental down to no shields. Couple of commando shots will find a home. Ryan Noob in a 1v1. Teammates on hand to make this a difficult task for Lucid and secure the kill does Ryan Noob. But all the while these kills go down, Rebellion are not standing in the hill.
Yeah, this is a tough first hill for both teams in the moment. Maybe Rebellion are going to be the first ones to get an opportunity to try and score this one, especially if they can get the first kill. Mental's weak though, so's Ryan. Here comes the push from OpTic Gaming.
One goes down. To trade it out with 1-1 for a piece. Rain goes down as well. Opportunity then.
Where is he?
For OpTic Gaming. To step into the hill. Ryan Noob survives. Bulldog in hand. Waiting for one member of the green wall to step out and get smashed to pieces. As he soars now towards B steps, APG was caught unaware. Formal tries to provide cover fire, unsuccessful this time, and 2 members go down for OG.
Excellent play from Ryan Noob, just biding his time, waiting for the spawns, and then the Bulldog does enough to scare away APG, secures the kill, and Rebellion go 1-0 up here on King of the Hill streets, and they're poised perfectly for this next hill to start scoring straight away.
They hold tram spawns now. Ryan Noob looks out towards bottom middle, rockets in 25 seconds or so. Lucid gets a couple of shots connected on the pink side as they move through Cafe and down towards L. Rebellion have the information they need. It looks as though it's going to be a 2-2 split here. Lucid will back Ryan Noob out of the hill. 2 kills go in favor of Rebellion, and OpTic only answer back with 1. As Rebellion continue to hold control, and Lucid tries to get his hands on the rocket launcher.
Rebellion's so close here to making it 2-0. We heard from OpTic Gaming earlier, but I'm curious, what are the comms like of Rebellion? Let's jump into a list of it.
I'm one shot, I can't do anything.
It's one shot, one shot still.
Top 6, 2 shots.
Top 6 weak. Watch out, nice. Rockets are probably on you.
Yeah,
use it.
Still rocket.
It's fine, it's fine. Watch out. There's a guy bottom mid behind him.
Nice.
Nice, dude.
Just make him use the rocket as fast as you can.
I'm going mid. I'm just fighting mid.
Yep. On A team to mid. A team to mid.
Number rocket.
Needing your back.
He'll go one. Lucid.
Watch out, Egen.
First stalker. Alright, all good. One is purple weak.
Ah, capped on I think. Going right here.
That's 2 cafe. 2 cafe.
I'm going left fast.
Yeah. Going left with you. It's gonna be hard.
Inside arcade with the red gun.
Yeah, we're here.
Run.
Ice cream weak.
You guys can't pay me. I lived.
Ice cream one. On the outside.
He's right side.
Watch out. Go. You guys need to go forward.
Yeah, you guys gotta go.
Yeah, they're gonna be
Ryan,
B-side. Dropping closer. Yeah, they're gonna cut now. They're gonna cut now. There's 2 purple still. I got a lot of damage here.
Yeah, top seat.
Two more weak. Get ready to get in,
Get PD.
Inhale now.
Get in.
Watch out.
Watch out.
Nice try. Fine.
AJ enemy. Watch out, AJ.
Coming around.
Dead.
Nice shots. I'll look right with you in a sec.
Right seems clear.
Yep. You subs, formal.
Arcade.
You subs, formal weak.
Arcade a little weak. One top spikes. I'll get hill.
Arcade, watch out. Watch out.
Watch out.
Benches, guys.
Watch out, benches.
In C.
So OpTic tied up 1-1. Rebellion, they tried as they might to stop OpTic in tram, but they just couldn't do the job, and now Formal has the Bulldog, gets the double kill, and they are pushing aggressively as it's a triple now for Formal. He wants more! Give it to him!
Oh! Formal hits the kill-tacular. The man's on an absolute tear.
That's one way to stop any sort of confidence coming out of Rebellion. They would have seen it in the kill feed, and they will hear the crowd getting loud as OpTic want to finish this in 3 and start to think about Saturday.
One of the best players of all time. Formal locks in a kill-tacular, and will that be a dagger to the hearts of Rebellion? Because like you say, it's one thing to get it, but then you see everyone on the opposite team sees exactly what's happened.
2 minutes left on the clock. Rockets now for Rebellion. They were at least able to get 3 members down. It was a great response after the kill tack. And now Psycho, a lot of responsibility with these rockets, just needs to avoid these grenades and try and make them count. First one does. Bottom middle hill is always a difficult one to try and manage. Are you brave enough to step your foot in and take the damage that's going to happen? As Cycle just about staying alive. Excellent communication to his team about where he's going, what damage he's doing, and where he needs help.
Rebellion have got to start putting bodies in the line in this bottom middle hill. 1 minute and 38 on the clock. It could very easily be next cap wins here. And with both teams very even on the progress of this bottom middle hill, it could all be separated here and now.
Mental goes down. Formal still not missing, still hitting his shots, and still more than happy to do the objective for the team. Now off spawn, Rebellion need to be hitting some good grenades here. You need to connect with Formal so you can push him out. Ryan gets aggressive and will take the first kill. And now Rebellion having that extra player, they can start to push up and take some map control.
Ryan goes down. Trippy gets 1. 2 down for Rebellion. And OpTic Gaming descending the hill. APG trying to push out and find angles, find information for his team. He's managed to get a trade. 2 go down. Trippy continues to score, continues to avoid the grenades, and continues to dipsy-doodle his way and live here.
How is this man still alive as Rebellion They're not going to be able to do much from Tram. They're trying to grenade, but Trippy just keeps dancing over them, almost laughing at the grenades as OpTic go 2-1 up. 1 minute 15 on the clock. Rockets about to spawn. It's looking good for the green wall.
Trippy loves being in the gym, and it shows. Parkouring, keeping himself alive, avoiding all the damage. And the green wall have found their voice once more. What the Rebellion have left in the tank.
They need to try and stop this chant, the Rebellion, and the only way to do that is by getting kills, by getting a point, by just stopping OpTic from running away from this one. They did have another set of rockets, and Mental has a Stalker rifle to work with as well, and they are scoring. They've already got halfway here, Shopify. And they just need to try and spread OpTic Gaming, try and work out where that push is going to be, get the first one, and then collapse on the remaining players. Don't allow OpTic to freely push behind you.
Mental still controls one rocket. Over on caution, it finds a home onto APG as he was desperately trying to push forward, and Mental locks in two and could be about to lock in the score for his team, but Formal's on hand again and he's feasting once more.
So 1 minute remaining means it's too long for OpTic just to try and think about holding this one out. They need to just try and score, which means Rebellion do get a free push essentially here. Off spawn, they need to decide which way they're going to go. It looks like a 2-2 split. 2 at Arcade, 2 down Pink. Rhinoob's going to be the first point of contact. Rain's also gone down. And this is an excellent hold from OpTic Gaming. Rebellion back to the drawing board.
APG gets another 3 dead for Rebellion. That free push. Well, now they've only got 1 left. Or OpTic Gaming will ensure they double their lead here, 3-1. Rebellion have got to go. Mental's in trouble. Formal's got a perfect flank here and a backstab as Mental has no idea he's there. Formal gets 1 more, but all 4 dead for the green wall.
This is a guaranteed point for Rebellion. It's all tied up 2-2. 40 seconds remaining. It was a great attempt from OpTic to try and wrestle that point back. But Rebellion, they are still alive in this game. They are still alive in this series. Even though OpTic have been on top in so many different points of this game, Rebellion still showing great grit and determination to keep this one going.
Rebellion survive, but for how long? Rain avoids the grenade damage for now. Formal and APG go down. Lucid desperately trying to finish the damage that his teammates have put down. Trippy's got the rockets. Trippy gets a double. Bulldog in the back pocket. Cycle's gonna eat a grenade. This one is on a knife's edge.
Trippy is so good at avoiding damage, at staying alive and being a pain in the backside for anyone who's trying to take him down. And now because of it, OpTic can score. Trippy can position himself with the Bulldog, and Rebellion need to try and work out how on earth they break through. Tower is where they want to go, but they know Trippy's waiting with a Bulldog.
It's the trip and dip. Mental tries to get out of dodge. He's in big trouble. Trippy recognizes it's a 2v1. Turns his attentions towards Cafe instead. That shop is closed. No more orders.
3 dead. Make it 2, and now Rebellion are trying to push, but this could be 3 down on that side, and OpTic maybe can hold on and maybe get this 3rd point, and they will! And Rebellion find themselves a point down with only 29 seconds left.
Rebellion on the ropes. They've got arcade spawns though. Rhinoób and Rain have got to play this one patiently. This first pick is going to be crucial.
20 seconds left. It's all that separates OpTic Gaming from a 3-0 victory, or Rebellion maybe taking this one a little bit further to overtime. 1's down, it's Rhinoób, so now it's a 4 versus 3 on the map.
So important that Cycle stays in here. They're running out of time. OpTic can just play Slayer if they need to. Cycle has got to get in, but he's been pressured, he's been hassled, he's been harried, and the green wall are standing strong here. Trippy has got to back away, and Rhinoób has a toe in the hill.
Someone's just got to stay in that hill the whole time. This is going to be so difficult for Rebellion as that clock will tick down. 3 seconds left, make it 2, and OpTic Gaming take it 3-0 here at the OpTic Major in Arlington. Even though Rebellion made it so difficult game after game, OpTic holds strong.
So impressive. Rebellion pushed and pulled and tried to make it as difficult as possible. But they came unstuck to the world champions like so many have before them.
And just like we've said previously, it's not the last we would have seen of Quadrant, not the last we'll see of Sentinels. This is not the last we'll see of Shopify. A very valiant performance against the world champions, but importantly, a 3-0 victory for OpTic Gaming. They are focused, they look determined, they're yet to drop a map, and they're looking like they are a team who want to come back with a vengeance here in Arlington.
And if OpTic Gaming needed a confidence boost, they got it here and now with that series, showing up and showing out. And with performances from Lucid, and Foreman. Trippy at times as well. APG had his moments. All four were cooking.
And most importantly, they gave the OpTic fans something to scream and shout about here. Remember the kill tack we saw from Formo.
How could I forget?
Just seems like he didn't miss as he was on a tear. Anything they got in his path, he would take down. And I'm sure that's going to be on the highlight reels for the day, if not the weekend. But as we move on to Saturday, as we move on to Sunday, for OpTic Gaming, they now need to think about that pool play team. As long as they beat the pool play team that arrives from open bracket, they will be topping the group and they will be holding the highest seed from this pool.
Well, you've heard from us for long enough. One man you might want to hear from is Lucid, and Blaze has got him down there for an interview. Take it away, fella.
Thank you so much, Sherry and Gaskin. Dallas, give it up for the home team one more time as OpTic Gaming stays perfect in pools. Now, Lucid, okay, it was a 3-0 series here on the main stage, but as we were watching it, we were all on the edge of our seats. It was a lot of exciting plays, and it was close all 3 maps. How did y'all get this done?
Yeah, I mean, the discipline was there. We've been talking about it over and over, and I mean, I'd love to say the practice has been perfect, but I feel like we really lock it in during these tourney weekends, and that first series set us up for the success that I feel like we just carried over into that series.
Yeah, it definitely did, okay? And that was almost what I was going to ask you coming to the next question, like, what moment during this game, because we saw like a highlight reel between Formal's kill tack, your snipes there on a Pyrion and shut it down. Like, what was your favorite moment about the series with the team?
I mean, it's hard to pick just one, but I mean, it's always great to see, you know, you don't see too many kill tacks. Yeah. Like, you see some overkills. Overkills are nice, but a kill tack, it's like, okay, that's a little special there. That's good. That's good. But just the teamwork out of all of us, the teamwork is there right now. I'm feeling good.
All right. Now, this is hoping to be a very special event for you guys out there. We're about to wrap up today, but what do you want the fans to know, the OpTic Gaming fans, your Lucid fans? What do you want them to know going into day 2 in the championship bracket tomorrow?
Just how much you guys are appreciated. You guys are always there, always getting loud. You are heard. You guys are the best. Always the best.
Let's let them hear it one more time on the main stage for Lucid and OpTic Gaming as they stay perfect today. And that's going to do it for us. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. You are heard, Green Wall. And I tell you what, OpTic Gaming, we hear you because, my goodness me, what exceptional performance from those guys on the main stage. I mean, I think going up against Shopify Rebellion is totally different from Six Karma from previously. I think Shopify know exactly how to play the game. I think they were so promising coming into this major, and I think what OpTic did there was more a kind of tell where OpTic are at currently as a team. I think the teamwork was on point, and Shopify often had some answers back to what OpTic were dealing, but couldn't get it over the line, and I think it does come down to the fact that OpTic are really vibing with one another right now. The teamwork is back on point, the resilience is standing very strong, and I'm really impressed with the Green Wall and what we're seeing, because my goodness me, if that's what they're carrying into tomorrow, and they continue to perform like, we might have some serious matchups on our hands.
Oh, yeah. OpTic are here to play, and I don't think that that's any surprise to the fans out there. This is the Green Walls event. There's a reason that they put in so much practice coming into this event, but they really do elevate to a whole nother level when it's turning time. You heard Lucid say it himself in the interview, and I'm looking forward to seeing them even evolve from what we saw today. Shopify Rebellion are a very strong team at this tournament. Like I said before the series, I still expect them to finish in your top 6, and to be able to handle this Shopify Rebellion team the way that they did. The games, they had their ups and downs. They weren't perfect by any means, but OpTic showed you everything they need to show you in order to say, hey, we can make a very deep bracket run and could be considered the favorites still for this event.
Tony, what do you take away from Shopify Rebellion at this point, looking at not only the scoreline with a 3-0 sweep from OpTic, but the way that they actually played this, kept it close, managed to hopefully turn some heads when it comes into tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, going into this matchup, I had no doubt that Shopify Rebellion are a great team, and obviously a 3-0 is not what anybody's looking at, but like you said, they kept it close. I still think Psycho is a future superstar in the league. I think Ryan Noob is one of the better IGLs and an underrated Slayer. Can't tell how many times I've seen him in free-for-all. He's absolutely amazing, and Mental is the real deal, and so is Rain. I have no doubt that Shopify Rebellion are going to be able to bounce back. We've seen them in this position time and time again, and mind you, they got back-to-back top 6 finishes so far this year, being in this exact same position. So I'm not scared for Shopify Rebellion at all. They've been there, done that.
Yeah, they certainly have indeed. I got to say, when it comes to OpTic, though, on the other side, I'm just really impressed with some of the smarts that are coming out of this team. I don't think I'm very surprised that they're really smart, but right here, actually, we're just seeing it on our screens. APG, the decision to be at Nest Bridge, to wait for Formal to get the overshield, to come over to him. He's watching somebody who's already spawned and is at green, but he's patient. He waits to get the kill, and he waits for the fresh spawners. They then collapse at back green, and that was a huge swing moment in that Slayer. That type of patience and smarts is going to be huge for getting the dubs across the line.
You're so good at your job, Watt. Have I ever told you that? Because patience is the exact perfect word to describe this OpTic Gaming team. They let the game come to them. They create the tone of the game and the flow of it, but they do it on their terms, right? They're comfortable with each other, what's going on in the game, the chaos that might be seen by us or the viewers. OpTic plays so patiently throughout that chaos, and it creates perfection. And look at this detonate by Form before going down, knocks the player to no shield. It's perfect, Halo.
I love the fact that you talked about patience, and I love the fact that we're watching this live fire Slayer. There was one point in this game where you heard in the listening, they said, let's forget about these guys over at green. Let's rotate right now, and they did just that. I remember, and Trippy kind of lagged back a little bit, took a little bit too much damage. What does he do? Gets the bottom mid, repulses up, avoids dying, then he gets the heat wave and the sniper, and we saw how much he went off with those two weapons. That play really stood out to me, the play that Trippy the whole, and just being in the communication, say, hey, I know there's a play over at green, but what matters is map control. Let's make the patient play, rotate around, and get the control we really need.
100%, and I think it comes back to that point that Stellar even made at the last LAN that we had. You know, the fact that he made the comment about scamming and OpTic wait for you to scam. And I think it's kind of a truthful comment in one sense, but I think it's way more than that. And I think patience weighs in heavily on what I think Stellar was kind of meaning there, is that OpTic do let a lot of their opponents do the hard work for them. They really do capitalize on your mistakes in a big way, but they're so smart about it. It's not just about getting kills for them. It's about reading situations and handling them with ease. And the way that they do that and then turn those into their favor, that's where they get the momentum. That's where they turn the aggression on. So for me, in terms of that intellectual play, the fact that they can gain momentum and aggression off of really incredible swing moments like that, where they have made the decision to wait or be patient, that's just absolutely A-star in my book. That's just absolutely incredible gameplay.
Not just a virtue, it's a weapon. A weapon that OpTic wield well.
It is a massive, massive weapon, and I can see right here, this is looking pretty good for OpTic Gaming right now. If you are an OpTic Gaming fan, if you're part of the Green Wall, you're going to be very, very happy with this result against Shopify Rebellion. They have not taken their foot off the gas. And what are you noticing here in terms of the stats? We've got Luce with the highest KD right here, but Rain had the most damage. I think Rain has actually not looked at a whole bunch for some reason in his team, but I'm liking that he's stepping up to the plate here.
Yeah, for Shopify, Rain is my player to always watch, because when he is on, he can take over games. But what sticks out here on this graphic, that's Trippy and his damage. Good Lord, Trippy, what you were doing, and not only his damage dealt, but his damage taken. The way he plays his life, stays alive, re-engages when he gets his shield back. Trippy was playing phenomenal today. I think Trippy knows he could have had a better tournament over at Dallas. I expect the championship Trippy that we've seen throughout the last 3 events this weekend. It looks like he's here.
It certainly does indeed. Well, I tell you what, it looks like the day is coming to an end and we have to do our pool update, because we've seen quite a few matchups in our pools here, and the scores are on the board and they speak for themselves. We do have the tops of our pools, and I don't think it's honestly any surprise as where these teams are at. FaZe Clan 2-0, Spacestation Gaming 2-0, OpTic Gaming 2-0, and Native Red 2-0. What are you looking at in terms of Pool C here?
Well, I was pointing at poor Quadrant up in Pool A.
Oh, you were pointing at Pool A, I see.
Yeah, unfortunate for those boys, and hopefully they get the train back on the right track. But I think the big thing that sticks out of all of pool play today was, although these series went pretty much as predicted, outside of you could have flipped the coin for the Sentinels Quadrant series, a lot of the games were decided by one decision, by one kill, by one player stepping up and making a play. These teams, the 4 through 12 seeds that came into this tournament, are still live underdogs going into bracket play and looking forward through that championship bracket. Look for a few more upsets come tomorrow, come Sunday, because everybody has showed me that they can compete with some of the world's best today.
Certainly indeed. I've got to say in Pool D here, Tony, as well, you know, I'm excited for the open bracket team to come in. I think Pool D is going to be the pool that an open bracket team can really take their kind of turn with. I think this is where their best bet is going to be, and I only say that because of obviously the native white saga, the problem that has been occurring obviously with Barcode having to play with their coach. It's not the most ideal situation for this team. It's actually kind of heartbreaking, to be perfectly honest, but I do see that is where the kind of weakness is in that pool, and an open bracket team certainly can exploit that. Would you be looking at a particular open bracket team from your knowledge that would honestly be up and fit for the job for this one?
Absolutely. Well, first of all, you're absolutely right that with every team coming out of open bracket, no matter what pool they land in, they're going to know for a fact that they could be gunning deep, and especially in that pool D where native white playing with that coach and, you know, even Bittersweet showing a bit of weakness.
Sure.
This is a message for anybody coming out of open bracket. I'm talking to the Incognitos, the Complexities, the Cloud9s, Status Quos, all the real ones that are coming in, and plenty more. Come out of open and make your name. This is your moment. Not only are you fighting for a 3rd seed or, you know, fight for a 2nd seed, or maybe in some cases fighting for a 1st seed. That pool D is open for anyone to come in, and I'm excited to watch my open bracket friends.
It's not often we get to say that either. Typically the open teams, I'll write them off, but I think that there's a lot of talent in the open bracket, and some of the teams in some of these pools are going to have their hands full very early tomorrow.
They certainly will indeed. Well, gents, that's going to do it from us at the desk. It has been an absolutely incredible day. Thank you so much for joining me. And folks at home, one absolutely incredible day one it really has been here at the HCS OpTic Major. It has been filled with all sorts of action. We've had it down to the wire. We've had potential upsets coming across the board. It really has been wild. And day two, we're going to head into our championship bracket where things get even spicier, and even our toughest opponents will be challenged. Tomorrow is where it's make it or break it time. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll catch you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central for plenty more Halo Infinite action.